Check 1, 2. Check.
The flag's up, the tension's building.
That is huge in the scope of this Interstate Challenge.
Ooh, punches through one there. Oh, heavy.
You can throw a blanket across the field.
So much action happening left, right and centre. Oh!
That is huge surfboat action. And they've gone over. It's coming to plenty. Oh, there we go on screen. New South Wales. Here we go. The New South Wales runner comes up to join his teammates. And away they go in. And they're excited, and so they should be.
Glorious nail.
Oh, three crews are going sideways.
You get back in that boat as soon as you can. That's all you can do.
Sensational race again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live streaming of the 2022 Australian Surf Rollers League Open. We're down here at the beautiful Allura in the Sutherland Shire Council. My name's Aaron, joined here by Event Director and ASRL Secretary Natasha Tunney. And what a beautiful sight we have here behind us.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful down here today. The sun's out and shining. Not as many waves as we'd like to see, but we're looking for a great weekend ahead of us.
We did have a delay in program yesterday, and first and foremost, our thoughts are with the family and friends of the victim of the incident at Little Bay on Wednesday afternoon. It's an unfortunate tragedy and unfortunate timing, but it's really out of our hands.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. As you said, thoughts go out to the family and friends of the member of the public that involved in the incident, and we just look forward to a good program of racing now.
What we've done here at the ASRL Open, we've backed the programming. I guess we've put the blocks back. So it's really the same order, but we're just going to start with the Masters this morning at 7:30. And we just touched on the conditions. Nice and flat here this morning on the Friday here for day one of racing, but we know that the conditions are going to build.
Yeah, they are set to build over the weekend. So hopefully Saturday we're going to see a little bit more of a bubble come in. And as that tide goes out, we're starting off with a fairly full tide in the morning. And as it drops, we will see those bars come out and we'll start to see a bit more swell building.
We are expecting the wind to pick up every day here, and also some possible storms later in the day, more than likely happening overnight. And what happens here, we've already seen yesterday, and when we were preparing on Wednesday, the wind chop gets up quite heavy.
Yeah, that northeasterly comes through over the corner. And, you know, for us back in SA, windy day is normal. So for some crews, it'll be an advantage, and for others, it'll put a bit of challenge out to the sweeps, that's for sure.
We've got 3 blocks of racing here today on the Friday, racing at the ASRL Open. And we're going to start with the Masters in the one area. And we're just having a look at the site maps at the moment. And then after this, we're going to flow into the Interstate competition, which will kick off at 11 a.m. And then we're going to go into the 2 areas at this stage for the reserve grade on the Friday afternoon. And an initiative this year, which we're implementing into the program, Tash, is an opening ceremony, which is going to kick off at 10:30.
Yeah, this is something exciting for us, something we've been working on long and hard on this one. So we've got the opening ceremony that'll be 10:30 this morning kickoff. And we'll actually be kicking it off with a welcome to country and a smoking ceremony, which ties in nicely with the Indigenous singlets that we've got going with our rowers this year, and our officials also wearing with the custom piece of artwork that we've had done that by Rihanna Lotta, one of the Indigenous artists. So, yeah, really exciting to have that opening ceremony and, yeah, recognise the traditional landowners of this area.
Yeah, that'll be exciting to see, and great recognition, as you said. We are going to talk quickly, I guess, about the work party and the driving force behind this event being our event organising committee. So a lot of us have been here since Tuesday, and we've got obviously that core small group, and then obviously the amazing work of the Allura Surf Club.
Yeah, the work party is, without them, we don't have the event. So they've been hard at it yesterday, pretty much got the whole event set up, which is a first. So really good workers. Allura are fantastic with their support that they've put forward, and the ASRL obviously bringing their team and the committee. This is one of the big commitments for the committee, is to be here and be available, and they've all stepped up this year.
Tamara Braun, event referee. I think she's been involved in at least 6 ASRL Opens. I'm not sure of the capacity over that time, but I know for the last 3 or 4 years at least she's been driving force behind this event, and a whole band of volunteers on and off the water as well.
Yeah, Tamara's, she leads a really good team. She's Surf Life Saving Australia Official of the Year last year, so she's good at her job. She knows what she's doing. She's down there at the moment having safety meetings, so she's got a great team of officials that come from around Australia, so we've got good support from not only New South Wales officials, but some interstate ones popping in as well.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us here on the live stream. We're just going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to preview the racing coming up here today, starting off with the Masters. Thank you very much for joining the live stream. Wherever you're watching from around the world, we're live here on Friday morning at Allura Beach. Natasha Tunney and myself, Aaron, going through the preview. And now let's talk about the good stuff, the racing. And we're going to start with the Masters. And traditionally, the Masters have copped the heavy surf in previous years at the ASRL Open, but not today. Yeah, not today. Yeah, they have. Molly Mook has been challenging for them the last couple of years, but today it's a full tide, so not much on the bars aren't out yet, so they're not working. And, yeah, there's not much swell out there. Yeah, we've got about 50 Masters crews here from all around the country. They compete in their divisions, so you've got 160 ages and plus, and it's a collective of the 4 rowers in their ages. And we go right up to the 260s, and there's crews like Coolangatta and Burnie that have just continued to compete at that highest level at the 260s. Yeah, we have actually started to add divisions now at the top end, and we're actually starting to remove the lower divisions because we're not seeing the participation in those lower age groups now. But yeah, as the ladies and gents get older, we add the divisions in so we can keep them on the water rowing. When the Masters finish, we'll move into that opening ceremony, and then it's time for the big one, the Interstates, which is the main feature of racing here today, and that's going to start with the relays. So we got the youth relays and the senior relays, then we move into individual races, which is 8, and then we're going to finish it off with a big one, the collective relay. The all-in. And Natasha, you've been lucky enough to I guess, have a jersey of South Australia this year. You'll be racing individually, and it's a great honour for yourself. Yeah, it is a good honour. I just shout out to the Brighton Broncos who weren't able to attend and were actually supposed to be representing in the team. So my crew were the bridesmaids and got to step up. So it is exciting to represent your state. It's pretty, it's exciting. It's a big thing. Yeah, so we've got the 4 states here this weekend. A bit of a shout out before we start talking about the interstates to Western Australia. We'll give their team acknowledgement when we do kick off racing this afternoon, but unfortunately due to the border controls, once again we won't see Western Australia here. Yeah, that's they're 2 years now in a row we haven't had them attend, so they're still going to get their singlets and get acknowledged, but yeah, it is sad that they can't attend because they're good competitors. They're great to have. New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia and Victoria will battle it out. Do you just want to, obviously spend the South Australian, talk about South Australia to start with? I guess any crews to watch out for, any new crews involved, and probably the main one, it's going to be a bit of heavy discussion, is Hocko with his under-23s. Yeah, I was going to say they're the crew to watch. So Kite and Rocks, an under-23 crew, actually got 2 16-year-olds in the crew, and then the other boys are over 18. They're been rowing for out in the water for a little while now, been going head-to-head with Seacliff at all of our carnivals and chopping and changing. They managed to sneak into that crew with some really tight racing. They're very, very hungry. They have no fear, those boys. They will go out and row in anything. And, yeah, it'll be exciting to see them row. And swept by Hocko, who's actually the sweep at Henley Lifesaving Club. Kyneton, a very small club in Adelaide. They don't have any sweeps at all. And Hocko's a life member of that club also. So he is sweeping them as a composite crew, which is it's a great thing that the ASRL is starting to do, is allow those composite crews, and it keeps people on the water. And you say that age is not a factor. Can you just quickly whip off the ages of your crew? And I guess having Gina Bell come back is also something of great significance in all seriousness for women's rowing. Yeah, so my crew is definitely a Masters crew. So we've got Gina, who's filling in. One of our rowers, unfortunately, is getting married on this weekend, so Edwina can't be here. But Gina, I hope she doesn't mind, but Gina's 52. We'll be saying it during the live stream. It's all good. Yeah, Gina's 52. We've got Yvette, who's 47, myself, 41, and then we've got a baby of the crew, Emma, who's 28, 29 maybe. But it just obviously shows that age is no factor, and you're obviously still getting it done at the highest level. And it's actually the first time Gina and I have rowed together in a national competition since 1998. So we've been at it for a while, and it's actually really exciting to be back rowing together. Yeah, if you are watching on the Facebook or YouTube, please throw your comments in, support the interstates, who you're going for. We want to hear encouragement from all the states. And just quickly talking about Victoria, Anglesea got 3 crews representing. I know that St Kilda are in their 4th or 5th state team for the Salamanders in the under-23s. So it's good to see Anglesea really being there. Scott Tannehill's the captain of the Victorian team, and it's really encouraging to see. Then you got Pat Spinazzola with his lawn crew have moved over from Torquay last year, and they've made the state team as well. So the Big V, pretty promising, I think. Yeah, and is it Pat's first time sweeping?
in the state, I reckon.
In the Interstate.
As an Interstate, as a sweep. So that's good to see the new young sweeps coming up and keeping engaged in the sport. That's what keeps us on the water.
And then you got the big rivalry, New South Wales and Queensland. So I know there's already been a bit of cheap shots and dirty talk downstairs earlier yesterday, having a bit of fun. But in all seriousness, it's a huge rivalry.
It is.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I think to date, Queensland haven't actually won yet. So New South Wales have always managed to take home the chocolates. So, fierce competition, but SA's going for it too. So watch out. I think every state really wants a crack at that, winning that medal. So
yeah, we'll have a full preview just before the Interstates, but we're looking forward to seeing it. Nick Sampson, ASRL president, he's obviously going to have a busy weekend. He's also assistant team manager to Greg Hurd.
Yes, he is. Yeah, busy weekend for that boy.
Yeah, so we've got a whole number of volunteers who are really dedicating their time across a whole range of areas, and even Nick, for an example, being the president, I guess, new blood, young pup.
Yep.
But also he's rowing. He's also doing the assistant team managing and being the president involved. A huge role for Nick.
Yeah, massive job there. I think everyone on the committee really is, taking on extra roles. You've got Wilco, who's also out there rowing. Rory's rowing. Edwina was rowing, but not this year. So we're all, wearing a few hats for sure this weekend.
And then this afternoon, we're going to have the reserve grade. So we're not sure the starting time, but after the Interstates, we'll have the presentations, which will stream every race. And then we'll move into the reserve grade. So we could have a pretty late finish today. And you can see the most important and easiest way to keep live draws, is to get on the ASRL mobile app. You've got instant results, instant draws, and then really for the socials as well, just to make sure you stay on top of the key information. We're going to move quickly to talk about our wonderful supporters and sponsors of the Australian Surf Rollers League and this event. And we're going to start, of course, with Team Navy, Don Hogarth.
Yeah, Don Hogarth. Unfortunately, Navy not able to attend this year just to the operational requirements that are going on with Navy currently, and also with the COVID situation. So not able to be here in person. I've had a chat with him already on the phone yesterday, and he's, sadly missing the event. This is one of his favourite events to come to. So, so unfortunately can't be here, but it's going about 14 years now. We've had support from Team Navy, and we're looking to continue that relationship next season for sure. So shout out to Team Navy, and thanks for the support.
Yeah, Destination New South Wales, the tourist arm of the New South Wales government, been with us well over 10 years now and continue to provide valuable support. I think their overall governance support, which they give us, really is invaluable. And we work quite closely with the New South Wales government, which is a relationship that's as strong as ever. Yeah,
they're a really great group to work with, super flexible as well, allow us to sort of move venues when we need to, when sort of challenges pop up. So they're very flexible, really good to work with, and their support's fantastic. Yeah, the host club Allura and also the Sutherland Shire Council have been involved from 6 months ago plus. To make sure we can have this event go ahead. And probably most importantly, through the Sutherland Shire Council, is the relationship we have with the lifeguards. Yeah, it's fantastic. So we had a few safety meetings yesterday with the lifeguards. We work really closely together with them, with our safety coordinators as well. We saw when we were here a couple of years ago when the swell was on, they were super dynamic and really flexible, and were able to respond quickly. They work really well to keep our boats on the water. So, they're great support.
We've also had a prize pack this year from Therabody. Now, they're going to give away $3,500 worth of gear, which we've got the information on our socials, but what a wonderful initiative from them to work, I guess, in collaboration with the ASRL. Eddie and I were having a look at the Therabody tool this morning, and I want one. I've got a sore butt cheek from lawn bowls yesterday, so I want to see if we can win one of those. But, that's fantastic to have them come on board and put those prize packs out there. So, so jump on the socials.
How do you get them?
Yeah, jump on the social media and have a look in the comments in the post to see how you get involved. It's all about engagement through Instagram stories, which I'm sure you can jump on.
Yeah,
surely
I'll be getting on. I don't know.
There's no TC saying no.
Conflict of interest?
Just one more point. We're about 5 minutes away from racing in the Masters. Thank you very much for joining us for the previous show. Probably 5 or 10 minutes ago, we would have had a sweeps meeting.
Yes.
Which is obviously a very topical conversation that can happen sometimes. Obviously, they're getting the morning briefing, but also sweeps like to have their say and let them know that the cans are out and, you got the area in the wrong area. But in all seriousness, what would have been discussed at that sweeps meeting?
So they'll just go through the racing conditions conditions for the day. So, the conditions are fairly mild, so it'll be right-hand turn, right-hand gate can. So they're talking about which way the boats need to go around the course. Tomorrow we'll go through the safety hazard rating as well. So we'll get a score from that, which just, notifies people of the risk and if we need to be wearing helmets as well. She'll also be going through the order of racing, introducing the key people within the referees, so the liaison, the people that the sweeps need to know who to go to. And it's well supported, the sweeps meetings, representation from each state. So we've got Victorians, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australian sweeps in those meetings. And we've also got Beck Hamilton, who isn't sweeping, but she's going to cover both areas as well on that boat panel. So, so there's good representation there. And, it's just about making sure that everyone gets some good fair racing for the day.
We can start to see the boats getting ready for the Masters racing. And the first round of commentary will be with Frank Veltman and myself. And I can see Frank in the commentary booth over there. Just come over and we'll get him prepared. Mate, I know you've been warming up the vocals. Jump on this side. You've been warming up the vocals, mate. I know you're prepared. Masters racing kicks off in 5 minutes. Do you want to give us a bit of an example of what we're going to hear?
We're going to hear some big stuff here. The only problem with it is, the surf doesn't allow me to really get vocal on these sort of things. And there's no lawn crews in the Masters, so what am I going to do?
You're just going to wait for the Opens, maybe. We're expecting a bit of swell tomorrow on Saturday for racing. If there's a bit of carnage going on, mate, you got your best Darryl going?
I've got that. Well, I'm trying to get better than Darryl now. I really would
make your own, the Frank.
I don't. Darryl's always been the man, but I sort of think I should, somewhere along the line, take over.
Right, we're probably 2 minutes away from racing in the Masters, probably just after a quick break. Just a quick word, I guess, on behalf. You've been involved for quite a long time, and what an amazing experience we've had working with the Allura Surf Club and relevant parties.
Look, it's been fantastic here. I've got to say, for all the years you do it, the organisation that we put through this has worked really well. Yesterday, it was just fantastic what we had organised, and I think the beach itself lends itself to a great venue. The people here are so cooperative, although the people in Goulburn, where I stayed for a night, was really good too. But anyway, that's another story.
You like the happy hour at the pub?
yeah, schooners for $5. No, unbelievable. But anyway, no, really, it's fantastic. And I think what I'd also like to say, Aaron, if I can, to all my friends in Western Australia, sorry you cannot be here. It's really sad that we don't have you. I'd love to catch up with all those friends that I have over there still, and but we'll be thinking of you. And I reckon that just get yourselves ready for the next year, and we'll love to see you back on the beach.
Rightio, let's go racing after the break. It's Masters time here at the ASRL Open in Allura. It's a beautiful shot here. We're live at Allura Beach for the 2022 Team Navy ASRL Open here at the wonderful Allura Beach. My name's Aaron and I'm joined here by the great man himself, Frank Veltman.
Yes, welcome everyone to the wonderful 2022 Team Navy. First of all, I'd like to, we're on the Darawal land, the custodians of the land. We thank you for being welcomed on this land and the wonderful land they do have. Thank you.
We definitely do. It's great acknowledgement there, and we will have a smoking ceremony later on in the morning at 11 a.m. But for now, we're just waiting for the Masters racing to start. I can see boats on the line, and Frank, we're here once again. I think it's the third time we've been here in 5 years, and we just love it down here, don't we?
Oh, look, it's a magnificent place. It's also, we've had 3 different years here, I've got to say that, but today the conditions are mild, to put it. There's not much surf, but we're looking forward to some good action on the Masters. Normally the Masters is the big surf day, but apparently it's not going to happen till Saturday to surf.
Yeah, no, but we're just looking out in the water at the moment and racing is underway. So we've got a 4-boater here. So the best way to track how we're going with this is to look at the ASRL app for live draws and results. And we are underway for the 180 males, the first heat. Now, we've got 4 boats in the water. We've got 5 on our sheet, but we're just going to get the app up and get a correction. But Masters, Frank, is underway.
Yeah, Masters underway. What I can see from here is Wonder Explorers in alley 1. I don't think Evoca are there. Morty Alec are in 3. And then you've got Port Fairy, Shearwaters and the Bronte Berserkers in lane 5.
Yeah, they're at the bottom of the screen. Great start by Bronte. So they're just going through the gate. So this is a live stream 180 males, as you can see on the bottom left-hand side. It's the first event. We've got some great graphics here. We've got a new live stream set up this year, Frank, and how amazing does that shot look there as we look into the ocean now?
Oh, it's magnificent, actually. For the first time in a few years, I've been able to see it. This is great. No, it's really good stuff, Aaron. But I think out towards the cans, coming into the turn, I think it's really the Bronte Great Berserkers.
Yeah, and you can look at the graphics on the bottom. The Ocoli from Morty Alex, and they've been going around a number of years.
Yep.
You can see Jason Vaughan, the Port Fairy Shearwaters from Western Victoria down there. You can see, and Bronte, well, they're leading the way. They're 3 or 4 strokes out from the turn. So this is the 180 males around on heat 1, Frank, as they make the turn. Bronte leading.
Yeah, good. It looks like a good turn from Bronte right round the cans. They're away out of the cans already. Have a look how quick they are. They picked up about a length and a half on that.
So we've got 8 or 9 starters here in the 180 male. The top 6, I would assume, Frankie, will make it to the final. Which will be 3 rounds. And again, get the app going. Get on your phones and have a look, because that's the way to do it. And I've got it right in front of me. So here we go. So the 180 males, Frank, it's all the ages of the 4 rowers combined.
That's right.
And the minimum ages, and that makes up the 180 minimum. So let's look. Great work there by Bronte at the moment. That's just a crew hitting the shore in the warm-up. And what great drone footage we have. Nice and long and strong those are. Can we call these guys old? Are they the old lads, or we wait for the 260s?
To be quite honest, mate, some of the crews in Open Men are racing at 40 years old, so that's 160 if you work that out. So they're not that old. But have a look at the style of these guys. Nice and relaxed, pushing through the water and just building up even more lengths over the other crew. I think Port Fairy seem to be coming through.
Against Morty Alec, that could be.
Yes.
So these points will be critical, especially if they have 3 rounds going to top 6 for the final. That's 2nd and 3rd place. You never know how critical it will be when you're going into that final round. But we're looking at the moment. That's Bronte there. The Berserkers are leading the way, and it's close for 2nd. Probably maybe 20 strokes to go, Frank.
Yeah, about 20. I think it's a real race. Unless a little lump comes up now, I think Bronte can say, hey, we're home.
Okay, you're just joining us on the live stream here at the ASRL Open at Allura. Make sure you share the link, get involved in the comments. But at the moment, Bronte 2 lengths in front. Here we go, little bubble. There's a bubble, Frank. I thought it was going to be flat. Look at this. We've got to make some excitement out of it, Frank.
It's Port Fairy and, Morty Alec. Port Fairy, Morty Alec. Port Fairy, I reckon. Port Fairy, 2nd place, but Bronte very good.
And then you can see Wanda there at the top. As you can see, we're just looking at the camera at the moment. There's a bit of a drop-off here. You can see it's quite deep, probably 5-6 steps in. How do you think the crews will go with that?
Well, as the tide goes out, obviously it's going to get better for them. But I saw a couple of crews training there this morning, and coming into shore, their skills have got to be right on hitting that bank, hitting the beach. You've just got to get out of the boat real quick and get your boat up on the dry sand. Otherwise, you're going to get a boat full of water behind you.
We've got Edwina Wright getting ready to do some on-beach interviews, mate. We've got the real talent on the beach. We've got us in the top.
I was going to say, why wasn't I doing that?
Oh, mate, your pay rates are not going to cover that, is it?
Pay rates, yeah, right.
We are here for the ASRL Open, and we're proudly supported by Team Navy, the New South Wales Government, through its tourism and major events agency, Destination New South Wales. We got support from Surf Life Saving Australia, the Sutherland Shire Council, Allura Surf Life Saving Club, and Therabody have come on this year, which we'll talk about shortly with some prize packs. But Frank, we're straight into Heat 2 of the 180s.
Well, we've got a real huge man in this one. A real huge man. Corey Stone is rowing for the Maroochydore Force.
He's been strutting around all morning with his kit on.
What about Wednesday night when he wouldn't have a drink? He had
throwing his weight around. You know, don't worry, I'm the boss around here. But state team manager for Queensland, and he's having a row at the moment. But let's go through the line. Let's go through the list, Frankie. Janjuk Rams in 1, Maroochydore Force in 2, Coogee in alley number 3, North Canalla Perds reserves, and you can see nice and even for the 3 crews at the front.
Yep.
Jan Juck got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, Jan Juck got a bit of work, but old Corey's must be pushing those boys in that Maroochydore crew because they're out in front with the other crew next to them, which is Coogee.
You can see they're just nice and long rowing there as they approach the gate cans. Pretty flat here this morning, but the prediction is there's going to be some wind this afternoon. It's going to pick up the swells as the wind comes in from the south, Frank.
Well, yeah, and we're also going to have rain. That could be interesting.
Oh, no. Might ruin your hair, mate.
Oh, yeah, right.
Maroochydore, you can see second from the top on this wonderful drone shot. Probably a smidge in front of Coogee. Jan Juck coming back into it nicely. Is that Tomo at the back?
Yeah, Tomo will be at the back of that crew. He'd be really... They've actually got away to a bad start, but I'll tell you what, they're pegging them back really well. But I'll tell you, this is a close race.
So we are down here at Allura. So this is the 180s. So coming up, the next race will be the 200 males. And please get on the ASRL app for the order of events and draws as they're coming into the turn. What would the sweep be saying right here at the moment, Frank?
About 10 strokes out. He's calling saying 10 strokes out. And then with about 3 strokes to go, he just... Oh, well, I normally just shut up and say turn. That's the next one I say.
Look at this.
But now's where he puts the pressure on. He'd say, right, get him in. Let's get going. Come on, get those 5 strokes up. Come on, get off, go on.
The quicker you row, the quicker you're in the bar for these lads. It'd be great to see some exciting Masters racing here. There's 3 along the line. I still think that's Maroochydore with the nose right in front. But they'll start to find a rhythm again, Frank, and make their way into the beach.
Well, I tell you what, this is a really good close race. I tell you what, those guys just have to now really settle into a really good rhythm, and when they get to those gate cans, they're just going to have to go like anything.
So it's great to see 3 states represented here in this heat. So this is the second heat of the 180 males. Jan Juck at the top of the screen, Maroochydore, Force, Coogee, and North Cronulla. That's a Purds, Adam Purdy sweeping there at the bottom. As you can see, the gates are a good indicator.
Yeah,
as they
here
go
they
through.
go. The sweep will be now saying through the gate cans, and you watch the sweeps, they'll be looking for anything behind them to see if they can find a bubble and get onto that beach real quick.
Look at that. Beautiful rowing there by the crew on screen. So they're probably about that 30 strokes from the beach, about another minute to go, and it's really close. We've just got our eye here. Over the balcony here. There's 4 crews within half a length, but great technical shot here of this crew on screen.
Here they go.
Jesus, Yally's 2 and 3, nice and tight.
Yeah.
Coogee and Maroochydore, here we go, Frankie, bring it home, mate.
Here it comes, and look at this one, they're getting onto it. Oh, look at the row by North Cronulla. Have a look at them go.
All points,
right onto this.
All points critical. Coogee.
I tell you what, have a look at
Jan Juck.
Oh, they've come from nowhere.
They've done it, I reckon. They've hit the line. Jan Juck, they're still rowing right across the line. That's Maroochydore, Michael Brooks there sweeping the Force, and Jan Juck next to him, battle it out for first and second.
And North Cronulla, who are on that little run, dropped off it, and they come last. This is surfboats, isn't it?
Wow, we make it as exciting as we can, mate.
Yeah, but that was just unbelievable. But again, it comes down to that last 40 or so strokes are so important that if you get that run, you're away. We're getting into the next heat.
Yeah, we will shortly. So Malcolm Trees has fast become the most popular figure on the beach, and we're excited to have him back once again, Frank, for the event to take photos, and we'll be uploading his photos on Facebook throughout the event. He's the best in the land, mate.
Well, I must admit, when you live in Victoria, you get on the page, on the Facebook page, every Monday after a carnival, and there's some of the photos he's taken over the last few carnivals. Outstanding.
He's fantastic. So the best way, we're going to do our best to get results up on the screen, but while we're just getting our groove on, Frank, get on the app. That's the best way to do it.
Get on the app. Even I know how to use it.
Do you?
Well, yeah. Actually, it's been great having the app.
You can see at the bottom of the screen here the team lineup for the next race. So we've just gone through Coffs Harbour, Dicky Beach, Prime Beef in 2. Then we're going to go North Cronulla, Bluey Vets, swept by Mark Lee in 3. North Cronulla, Team A in 4, swept by Gary Orman. Tally Cab Savs in 5, swept by Robert Mills. You can see a couple of good names there in Gary Williams and Donny Cottrell. And Noosahead Emus at the bottom there in alley number 6, swept by Stuart Cooper.
And this is just one heat in this division, the 200s.
Yep, here we go. We got the 6 boats here. A little bit of a slow start for Noosa Head Emus, but they'll find their groove and get back into it. And Tally Cab Savs, Frankie, you got a couple of well-known name there, and Gary Williams and Donny Cottrell there in the boat.
Donny, Big Don will be out there, and I tell you what, they're going in front at the moment. You can see that, and you can see in alley 3, they're doing well. The Bluey Vets. And I tell you, the crew in Alley 1 also have come out like Coffs Harbour. It's good to see Coffs Harbour up here doing the racing, and we're going in through the gate cans. Here they go, through the gate cans. Yes, at this stage it's Coffs Harbour, followed by, I tell you what, Dicky Beach have coming from. Oh, actually, these crews, some of them start off quick and then they just slow down.
Okay, we're just adjusting and getting comfortable here, Frankie.
Yeah.
Just
the sun really plays on you
mate,
when you're looking into it, doesn't it?
Sweating like a pig.
But you can't pick up certain things on this is good screen work, this.
So we are operating in one racing area for the Masters, and then we're going to move into the opening ceremony, and followed by that is the Interstates, and then we're going to go into 2 areas, and we're going to be doing our best to cover both areas on a half-an-hour alternate, which we haven't been able to do, Frank, so we'll try our best to cover both areas. But we're at the turn. Here we go. Coffs Harbour at the top, just in front. North Cronulla, Bluey Vet in 2, Tally Cab Savs in 3, then it's a blanket for the rest in 4th. But at the moment, the Coffs Harbour Trainwrecks here leading in the 200 men round 1.
Yeah, they come out of the can pretty well. As I said, you've got alleys 1, 3 and 5 really setting the pace now.
Yeah, they are. They're probably a length in front. North Cronulla, Bluey Vets, swept by Mark Lee there. And the Tally lads, nice and strong there in 3rd.
Cottrell will be sweating now.
He will. As you said at the start of the race, this is all on points, so every position is critical over the 3 rounds, and it's the points after the 3 rounds will get the chocolates.
Well, this is right. So they'll be coming in through the gate cans. Here they come. Watch if the sweep starts to look around and looking for a swell, like what happened in the previous race. Jan Jack, Tomo must have been blessed to get that one.
Yeah, he definitely was. Look at this. So we're starting to see a move from North Cronulla in 3, and Tally Cab Savs in 2nd from the bottom. But at the moment, they're all trying to catch Coffs Harbour Trainwrecks. There's a great wide shot here, Frank, and we're probably, once again, about 30 strokes from the finish.
Yeah, and the sweeps are now looking around, seeing what's out the back. They're pushing their guys. Come on, boys. Let's go. Give me a couple more. We need a little runner. Here they come. Oh, I tell you what, that crew from, is that the North Cronulla boys? They're really trying hard. Look at them. They're going up with a rating. They're going up.
Yeah, we've got at the top of the screen Coffs Harbour, then we've got North Cronulla, and it's at the bottom, Tally Cab Savs. We've got 3 crews from Queensland in this one and 3 from New South Wales, and at the moment it's still that race in 3. But also don't discount at the bottom, Noosa Head Emus are making a play as well. Here we go, Frank, right at the finish line.
Here they go, they're coming to the finishing line. I tell you what, it's going to be Coffs Harbour. Yep. Coffs have got the chocolates.
Coffs Harbour, tight for second.
That's subject to official.
Subject to your eye line. Can we trust it? Of course we can, mate.
I've got to have my cataracts done when I get back to Melbourne, I've got to be honest.
Oh, we're trying to make it as exciting as we can. We've got a bit of a flat beach here this morning, but
have a look at that with the waves. That's how critical the start is here, Aaron. You saw that little wave there coming over the bow, and if the starter, well, obviously he's not going to put it through that, but it's up to the bow, the 2 people, the bowman and the second stroke, to make sure they lift that bow as high as they can, so they don't get water.
So you're off your L plates in starting, mate. I know you've been doing a bit down in Victoria. What are a couple of things you're watching out for at the start, especially with the drop-off like this?
Well, you're always looking, well, you get down early and you see what the swells are doing, the time difference between the swells coming up. But what you're looking for is, in a 6-boat race, you're looking for bow up, bow down. If you can get the 6 boats with a bow down and they can get at least 4 or 5 strokes out through, you let them go. But we've got a new thing in Victoria at the moment. We've got a wonderful trailer, and we're using 2 starters on the starting blocks. And one guy does 1, 2 and 3, and the other guy does 4, 5 and 6. And it's really effective at the moment. And you see what's going on here with this one.
Yeah, the 220 male surfboat race is coming up next. North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts in 1. Noosa Head Condors in 2. Surfers Sea Dogs from the Gold Coast area in 3, Bulleye Gold in 4, and the Angry Dogs from St Kilda in 5. And Frank, they've been going around for a number of years.
Well, the Angry Dogs have been doing years, but it's great to see Surfers Paradise back in. And you know, one of the guys that rode with Ronnie Payne in that famous crew back when the titles were at Coolangatta, he's rowing today. So it's good to see surfers. They got a boat donated to them by Currumbin, and it's good to see them back on the water.
And we are excited to have Big Voice Media Group on board this year to deliver the enhanced surfboat coverage. And the stream is available on ASRL Facebook and YouTube. And I don't know why I'm telling you, because you're clearly watching it, so you already know. But just a bit of a notice, there's a fair bit of spam activity going around with false links. We are doing our best to monitor it. Unfortunately, with the amount of volume and posts that we actually do, it is out of our control. But yeah, you're watching it, so I don't know why I'm telling you how to watch it.
Just for something to say, I suppose. No, it's good. It's been such a good thing. And I know we talked about it earlier on about the people in West Australia. Hopefully, at this time in the morning, it's now only 5 o'clock in the morning. Is it going live to West Australia now?
Yeah, we just got to wake them up.
See that bow going up there as they're going out. They've just got to control that at the start. Don't know why the start is a bit slower here. He's just a bit slower. They're getting him down on the beach. But anyway, we're at, as I said, Allura today. We had a bit of a thunderstorm last night. They were predicting a bit of rain today, but with the surf over the next few days, it's going to build. It comes up on Saturday up until about lunchtime, and on Saturday we have the open men and open women starting off. So that should be real exciting to see. We'll be having that happening. Obviously, after the Masters today, we've got the Interstate. And I tell you what, Aaron, I'll tell you something now. I reckon the Queenslanders this year are in for a big chance. So I think Queensland will be right up there. Here we go. We're just about ready to start. You can see the start. The people in the boat, they're all there. We've got in this race, we should have North Cronulla. How many we got? How many we got?
Sorry, I'm just...
No, that's fine.
I got my 7 hats on. We got 6 here. We just got a bit of a wait. And obviously, once again, we're just talking. This will be the starter, making sure we get an even start. And we got the 2 check starters.
Yep.
Right there.
The Angry Dogs are in alley 6. You can see them on the screen. Next to them, you got Bulleye. Well, see how they fly.
Here we go.
Out.
Let's have. You should try and call it from here. Ready? Would you call it now? Oh. See? No.
No. Have a look. Oh, that was actually I wouldn't have.
Bottom of screen. Great start there for Matt Silker and the Angry Dogs.
The dogs are gone. They're gone. Look at them.
So apologies. 4 boats in this one.
Someone's dropped out. So you got Bulleye, definitely. Angry Dogs.
Angry Dogs are humming. They're 3 lengths in front. I kid you not. That's a brilliant start from St Kilda Angry Dogs. As you can look at the great stroke right there.
I reckon he'd be happy with the starter. No, I reckon he got a bit of a backwash there.
Now I can tell you that I don't think Bulleye is in the equation. Yeah. So there we go. There's the
Angry Dogs. Good Lord.
Humming off the start. So you got the 4. So North Cronulla at the top of screen, Noosa, Surfers, and that's right, St Kilda Angry Dogs, a good 2 lengths in front of the minimum, long and strong. And Frank, these 220s have been around for a number of years together. Oh yeah,
as I said, the Angry Dogs have been around. I think they've won this on a number of occasions. So
world titles,
yeah,
Australian titles.
Yeah, no, they're well drilled. They've been together a long time and they just know what they have to do. But I'll tell you what, they're rowing very well. Look how nice and strong. Are they using the cleaver oars?
Mate, I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
Brilliant shot there of the drone. Of course, it's all thanks to the guys we have here. They've worked extremely hard behind the scenes, the new live stream crew, and it's great to see. We've got the 220 years male surf boats, the 3rd, I guess, event for the morning. Still in round 1, so we've got 3 rounds of racing for the Masters, and we got 2 finals, been 180s and 220 men. Here we go, making the way into the turn, 3 lengths in front.
Watch Matty, see how he doesn't hardly move, just balances the boat as he goes around. The crew do the work, and he'll call them up now. Going in second is Ali 2.
Yeah, it is. No, that's North Cronulla at the top. Noosa Heads turning in 3rd, and Surfers Paradise in 4th place here.
Yeah.
So Bullive dropped off. So 3 lengths in front, St Kilda looking the goods at the moment.
Oh, they're going away with it, aren't they? Just nice and steady. Look, the rating is very just controlled rating. I reckon, you know, they're sitting back, letting it run on the water, and away they're going.
So they have 2 heats in this.
Yep.
So it'd be critical for the points, which is why I reckon Matty's having a look around and just telling the guys to, you know, maybe drop it back to 80% or so and control the race and save the legs.
And he is using the cleaver oars in this race. Sometimes when the surf gets up, they don't use the cleaver oars. But certainly the blade work is very good on the... And the cleaver oars do help with the blade work. You know, going through the water, they really get a lot of send on it at the finish.
Bit of a battle starting to occur for Noosa there in second, along with North Cronulla, Surfers Paradise at the back there in fourth. But we'll start to have some action shortly as they make their way into the finish line.
I tell you what, someone will be hoping for a bubble from behind St Kilda. They'll need something. They're coming in now. You can see the sweeps now, getting themselves set up to say, let's go through the gate cans, and away we go. Here they come.
Rightio, Frank, bring it home.
Here it comes. St Kilda are really driving it home now quickly. Look at the way. They're running onto that little run. Look at them. Milking it for everything it's worth. Good stuff. And then here we come through. Noosa heads. Very close for second and third here. Very close. Oh, I've got to tell you, still a little bubble coming from behind. Look at, here we go, Surfers. Oh, Surfers Paradise are going to get... No. Right, we've got Heat 2 coming up. Now, I think, well, depending on who's in it, but North Cronulla Hawk Vets in Alley 1, Warriewood Crusties in 2, North Narrabeen Fogs in 3, North Cronulla Corros in 4, and in South Maroubra Snugglepots. Is that Phil's crew? Can't remember if Phil Stavano will be sweeping the South Maroubra Snugglepuss. Anyway, they're getting ready to go.
Warriewood Crusties, Russell Lamb at the helm for them.
Yep. The man that drives across the Nullarbor and breaks down.
He did.
Had to buy another car on the Nullarbor.
He's not the only one. We've heard a few stories about that.
Yeah.
South Maroubra there will be in alley number 5. And here we go.
We've
just been waiting for some results to come through on the app, and we've got them from previous. So 180 male, that was the first race of the day. Bronte Berserkers getting the first. Port Fairy Shearwaters there in 2. They did beat Morty Alec, E. Coli in 3, Wander in 4th, and Evoca were a late withdrawal for that one. Of course, join the conversation, hashtag Team Navy ASRL on Facebook and Instagram. And just while we are getting the results coming through, the app, so the draws and results is currently being done from Sandy Clark in WA.
From Sandy,
now, what time is it over there?
5 o'clock, just after 5.
So Sandy's doing a brilliant job assisting from behind the scenes. She would have been up at about 3 a.m. this morning to assist where possible. And all your draws and results are actually being done off-site through the app. So we'll say a big hello to Sandy.
Yeah, no, she's done a marvellous job. Done it 2 years in a row over there. She's a brilliant person to be able to do this. So we're getting it all happening. Good Lord, what's that music going?
Mate, this is the ASRL Ultimate Carnival playlist. So we've made a Masters playlist.
This crew? Come on, you're young.
Oh, mate.
Come on.
Born in 91. Do you know what? I can look at my phone because it's my playlist playing. Who have we got here?
I've got no idea. Right. In the Warriewood Crusties, we've got one drop out by the looks of a couple. We've got North Narrabeen Fogs in 2, North Cronulla Corros, and the South Maroubra Snugglepuss.
You've got to be careful how you say the North Narrabeen crew. Don't slip up. This is the 26th year of the ASRL Open, and in 1997 the ASRL introduced an event simply called the Open, which has been conducted each year since, and we'll talk about it shortly, Frank, but we're underway. 4 boats in this one. And that does look like Phil at the bottom of the screen, just bringing his way forward, trying to egg him on. You can see he's trying to give him a bit of lip. What do you think he's saying there at the bottom of the screen?
Oh, he's just pushing up. Well, he's pushing up those first 20 to 30 strokes, really getting them going. Look at this rate on that crew. They're flying. And the crew behind them, wow, for this age group, they're really moving the boat out, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
They've taken off.
Yeah, they have. They were a little bit slow off the start, but he would have given them a bit of chip, and away they go. 4-boater here, Frank. Nice and spread out. Bottom of screen, great shot. Really looks better.
I'll tell you what, that alley 4, whatever it is, or alley 6, wherever they are, I tell you what, they're getting a real run off the beach. There must be a bit of backwash coming off the bank there.
Yeah, there's a bit of a drop off of the tide. So the tide's continuing to come in, and our master sheet over here is a high tide of a time I don't have, but I know it's at about 9:30. So we're going through the gates, Frank. We got the crew at the top and the crew at the bottom, pretty much within half a length of each other.
After that great start by the crew in the bottom, they've just slowed it right down.
Well, they've got three rounds and a final, so 4 rows in probably the 3 or 4 hours of racing for them.
So,
yep,
we got they're neck and neck in alleys 1 and 4 at the moment, and still.
So just while we're looking at this, we're getting ready for the on-beach interviews that we're going to introduce into the coverage shortly, Frank. So Edwina Wright's going to start to pull a few rollers off after the finish to have a chat. But here we go, making the turn, Frank. They're probably a length in front.
Yeah, they are, just in front. But I'll tell you what,
Here we go, they've turned a length in front, South Maroubra. Then we got a nice tight turn there. It's nice and tight for second. North Cronulla there also. Warriewood Crusties with Russell Lamb at the helm for Warriewood. Great shot there. That'll be the leaders. South Maroubra, Snagglepuss. As you can see, Frank, the IOB in the background. We've also got the jet skis, and what a wonderful... I guess they really are the driving force behind the scenes on the water, and they just work so hard, those water safety guys.
Oh, look, and it's been brilliant for them even from... We started setting this up on Wednesday, and they were here to help us. They've been laying cans, doing all sorts of things, and even helping put up stands and things like that. And without them, we just couldn't run the event.
Yeah.
I mean, especially after the incidents that we've had over the last 2 days.
We've got a bit of glare at the moment, so don't worry, that'll get better as the morning goes on. But the great drone shot there, a length and a half in front now, South Maroubra. Frank, it's tight for second.
I tell you what, I don't know who's sweeping it, but that's Phil. He's really driving him home now. He's really driving them home. Have a look. They were sort of back in the pack a little bit. Now they've come back, and look at them go. They're getting that rate up again.
The second heat of the 220 males here. So we got round 1, heat 2, 220 males coming up next with the 160 women and the 200 women. Here we go, little run. He's trying to get him over the top. He'll drop off the back, Frank, and what's going to happen here?
Out the back.
Yeah.
Little run coming.
Out the back, Frank. So they're going to...
Here we go. I tell you what. South Maroubra, the other crew over there are going to pull onto it. Here we go.
Bring it home, Frank.
Look at this.
Out the back. The set of the day of a half a foot wave.
Look at this. South Maroubra have just got onto a bubble in front of them, luckily, and they're gone home.
North Cronulla will take that one out. The Hawkos, Vets, Warriewood Crusties in a photo for second, but I think South Maroubra got it. And exciting racing here at the 2022 ASRL Open. We're here for the 26th year, as we were mentioning just as the race was starting. We started off in 1997 at Terrigal. We've raced at DY, Ocean Beach, Ocean Grove down there on the Ballerina, Victoria, Fingal Bay, Scarborough, Lorne, Southport, Wollongong. Mate, we've been everywhere.
I've got to tell you, the difference was in 2002 it's 42 degrees in Scarborough, and in Lorne in 2003 it was...
Negative.
That's the way it was, but some great places we've been to.
But at the moment we are locked in through the support of the New South Wales Government through its tourism and major events agency Destination New South Wales, Frank, who have been wonderful supporters of the ASRL for well over 10 years now.
Yeah, it really has been a fantastic... I mean, we wouldn't survive without them, and it's been a setup and all that. And all this gear we use today, without the funds coming in, we'd never be able to do this.
Absolutely, we've got great support. You can just see the officials there waiting patiently for the next finish. They're probably just...
Stand's a bit on the lean, isn't it?
Oh, mate.
Hope it stays up. Okay.
There's a bit of a drop-off there, isn't there?
Yeah,
and that kind of highlights just how steep it is. And that'll probably hang around for at least a couple more hours, which will make the... Do you know what will be exciting? Interstate relays going around the turn in that one. You're shaking your head.
Oh, yeah. God, I hope some sweeps are really on the ball. Anyway, we're getting into the 160 and 200 female. So we've got 2 divisions in this. So in the 160s, we've got 2 crews. in Alley 1 and Alley 5, and that is Nobby's Golden Girls and North Cronulla Young ones. And then in the 200s, we've got Wonder Kessels, Coolangatta Jip Jip, and Bernie Risk.
Just catching up on some previous results. The 180 was just on screen with the Janjuk Rams taking it out, so we're just catching up on the results, and we'll continue to put them on as we get them through. But again, please get on the ASRL app. And what a brilliant shot here. What a great shot on the drone of the area of the Masters Racing.
Gee, they are on a lean.
Might be upside down shortly when we look at them next. Here we go, racing Frank.
Yep, they're away. And looks as though the crew, I tell you what, something's happened in Alley 6. The last alley, the North Cronulla 160s. They got, I don't know what happened there. They're well behind.
Here we go.
Hang on, how many crews we got?
We got 3. We got Wanda at the top of screen. I'll pull it together for you, Frank.
Yeah. We got Wanda. Is Coolangatta there? No.
That's all right, Allura on screen, but that'll be Bernie, mate. So Bernie have come up, they're borrowing the Allura boat, and how great is it to see Tasmania here with a couple of crews being from Bernie and also Penguin?
It's great. I've been watching the on the app the results from Tasmania, and they've been running some great little carnivals
down there.
They have
Friday nighters,
yep.
6:30 starts. What a great initiative. There you go, you can see the lineup for Bernie, Jip Jip. Also, so just a bit of a note, the lineups that you do see on the bottom of the screen, of course, there's been a couple of crews that have only pulled out in the last half an hour or so the team lineups are pre-done, but we'll do our best to continue to keep you updated.
And the reason for that is because of the issues we've had over the last 48 hours.
Change of a day.
Yep, change of a day. And unfortunately, it's caused a few problems from crews, especially in the Sydney area, getting time off work and getting down to here.
So, as a sweep, Frank, nice and long and strong, you'd be calling your girls
just
at the moment.
settle it down,
yep.
just nice and long, keep the rhythm, drive it away, just relax.
Now, speaking of, I guess, women in surfboat rowing, I'm only a couple of minutes away from getting out of the chair. We're going to bring in Beck Hamilton, who's been one of the driving forces behind not just women's surfboat rowing, but women's sport. She's done a lot of amazing work in her professional career, and we're going to get her in here to control you, mate.
Well, I've got to say, Beck's been around a long time, and the achievements she's made over the past number of years has been absolutely outstanding. But the great thing about it all is the number of girls now sweeping. They're taking it up. Like in Victoria, we had a carnival at Port Campbell. Every crew was a women's sweep.
Yep. You can see the old reverse-a-roo as the sweep was just making the turn then. Probably one length in front at the moment. And they'll make their way in. That's North Cronulla. Made up a bit of ground after that start, so we'll just see how...
Well, they're 160s, so they're a bit younger than the 200s. Not much, but a bit. But no, but they're going well.
Here we go.
The Bernie are really flying.
They are.
They're absolutely... What a great credit to Tasmania.
And what makes it interesting, Frank, is a number of these crews will actually double up this afternoon in Resi. So some of them are looking at 6, maybe 7 races today. How are they going to feel about that one?
Well, I'm sure the Allura Bar will take a good workout by tonight.
It absolutely will be. And, of course, we are being COVID safe, but I've just heard there's been some density limits...
Lifted.
Yeah,
absolutely. Just in time.
Watch out.
Yeah. No, it's great. But, I mean, I'm so impressed with the fact that Bernie are here. And
yeah, Bernie on screen at the moment, Frank.
Look, that's so relaxed, isn't it? Just nice. And the sweeps even looks relaxed. Unusual for a sweep.
Yes, of course, you are watching live from Allura. Please engage with us. Get on the comments, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. Tell us where you're watching from. Engage on the Instagram as well with hashtag Team Navy ASRL. And we're watching live from Allura. The 160-200 female combined. Bernie leading the way. It's pretty flat at the moment, but Frank, it's only going to build throughout the afternoon and tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly is going to build by Saturday. We know that, and it's just going to drop away again. So Sunday finals are just going to be hot racing. Look at this little bubble for Bernie. Oh, look at that. Nice way to finish, isn't it? The girls will be going, thank you, sweet. Thank you.
That's right. Wanda there coming in second, and North Cronulla young ones out the back. So that'll wrap up that race for the 160-200 combined. The provisional race winner being Bernie at the bottom of screen. The Risk.
Why would they call themselves that?
Well, mate, we might have to get Edwina to ask them on the live stream and talk about their journey as she's on the beach getting ready for some interviews, I think.
I was going to say, the risk.
Of course, we can continue to thank the following people. Tamara Brown as Carnival referee was recognised for her efforts last night, Frank, and she's been doing this for a number of years, and she just continues to deliver.
She is one person. I've been dealing with her since she's been doing it, and Tamara is just a machine. We have meetings every Thursday night, Zoom meetings with the organising committee and all that, and Tamara just comes through with a list, and from about July onwards, we're working on ticking off things.
I believe we're going to try and go into a roving interview shortly, but just as we get on screen, Masters 200 male surfboat race, so that was 2 or 3 races ago. Coffs Harbour Trainwrecks getting the win, North Cronulla Blue Vets in 2, Tallycab Savs in 3rd place, Cronulla in 4th, Dicky Beach Prime Beef in 5, Noosa Heads Emus coming there in 6th place, so that was the 200s, that was their first heat, round 1. Beautiful shot there of the picturesque Allura. We're in the Sutherland Shire Council. Frank, and again, wonderful supporters of the event.
And I've got to thank the council and the lifeguards. We're sitting under the lifeguard toe. How good are they to deal with the Cronulla Shire? They've given us all the facilities, everything we've asked for. They've come to the party. And, gee, that tower's even leaning more. That's worrying me, that tower. Anyway, they're happy to be up there. I see they've got jet ski sitting next to them. Anyway, coming back to the next race, we have the Wonder Thumpers, hopefully in 1, Avoca Beach Blue Pills in 2, Allura Great Men in 3, and Freshwater Magoos.
Just going through the comments on the live stream, Luke Sayer, very rare to see Ian Guest, the birdie sweep, actually being relaxed. Watching from Port Macquarie, great to see NP Stafford, Emily Mansfield, go the Dogs. It's great to see the comments coming through. Scotty Post, good luck, guys. Janaea Bell, watching from Bunbury.
Bunbury, she's up early.
Yeah, she's up early.
Wow, that's good.
Please continue to engage where you can. Share the posts, share the stream. Moving into the next race, or 160 males.
Yeah,
and,
we've got them all up, and we look as though we've got 4 boats, so they're all there. Look at the sweeps. This should be fairly solid.
We've got Allura Wilco there, Greg Wilkinson there with his 160 men's. I know that
Big Steve and
Steve Owen, Timmy Nisbet, they were staying off the free beers last night at the club.
Yes.
That's the Riley and Sons boat behind them of Avoca Beach Blue Pills. Check starter. Now, what's the check starter with the flag watching for here?
Well, he's watching so that no one creeps out. There we go, they're away. What a good start. I tell you what, Wilco's away. Oh, a little thump there. Oh, dear. Old Big Steve's pulling on that oar. I tell you what, look at this go.
Yeah, here we go. So they're half a length in front, 4 boats in this one. So we got Wonder Thumpers top of screen, probably a couple lengths behind. Avoca Beach Blue Pills in 2, Allura Greatman in 3, Freshwater Magoos there in 4, and it's a good start probably from Allura, half a length in front, as they'll start to find their rhythm now, Frank.
Yeah, you look at the big man in the back of the freshwater boat. Nathan Perry.
Yeah,
he's in there.
Good to see him getting it done. Here we go. So the team lineups, bottom of screen. Wanda Thumpers, you can see the crew there. Jason Ardler, the sweep there, moving into Avoca Beach Blue Pills. Good to see Matty Mitchell in the back of the boat.
Gee, I tell you, the only crew that's really out of it is the Wonder crew, isn't it?
Yeah, Wanda Thumpers at the top of the screen.
Yeah, they're just a little bit out of it.
And they're just coming onto the graphic now as they've just dropped off. It's Freshwater Magoos at the bottom of the screen. So let's look at the race at the moment. So this is the 160 male round 1, and they've only got 1 heat. So they've got the 4 crews, 3 rounds on points, and it's Allura just in front, but Avoca making a move just on their left.
Yeah, Avoca has certainly made a bit of a move, and I'll tell you what, Timmy Nisbet will be going puffing now, and he'll be saying the sweep. Wilco will be giving them a bit of curry.
He would have been saying, you shouldn't have worked so hard yesterday in the work party. Stop lifting stuff everywhere.
Absolutely, he would be.
Here we go.
Yeah, they come into the can. Watch the turns on these crews. They've got good sweeps in this cruise, and watch the way they turn.
Matty Mitchell's done some great things at Avoca.
Look at that.
Okay, so...
how good was the turn on those? 3 boat crews, very nice.
Here we go. So we're just making their way back in. So if you're just watching surfboat racing for the first time, they'll row out to sea. They'll turn around their can left to right, which is what they're doing today. And what you'll see in about 15, 20 strokes time is what's called a gate can. And they've got to keep that one on the side of the boat, don't they, Frank?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, or you're in trouble.
I'll tell you a story about Swoop from Talabudra later.
Rightio. So Wilco's just leading the way by half a length. Freshwater's trying to make a move, so these points are critical. You can see the gates there, which they'll have on their right-hand side.
Yep.
So right-hand turn, right-hand gate. Now, what are they going to start to be saying as a sweep now, Frank?
Well, obviously now, with especially Nathan Perry will be right at pushing his boys even harder. I'd say Wilco will be trying to keep him calm. He wants to go those last 30 strokes. And then if the drive to the line, it's the last 7 or 8 strokes to the line. But
here we go.
They'll start looking for a run now. Look at Freshy. Freshy are looking for it. Let him go.
So what you'll see, the top of screen, if the top of screen of Avoca get a lift, which I'll just drop off the back, that'll hit Allura in about 3 or 4 seconds time, which is hitting him now, Frank. Look at Allura. Look at him lift the rate at the front. Wilco's really charging his lads. He's just fallen off the back, but there's another little bubble just about to hit them now, Frank.
I tell you what, Avoca got a little bit behind him, and I tell you what, Allura are in trouble here because they've got nothing. They've got a drag. And have a look at Avoca. And
yeah, Freshy Magoo's at the bottom of the screen. They've just gone past. Oh, look at this on the screen, Frankie boy. Freshwater Magoo's have just gone past. Oh, that's a tight finish.
They come back again. Oh, who's got the chocolates here?
It's very interesting. The drone was just a bit behind the line, which obviously gives a great angle hitting the line. But it could be quite deceiving for those watching at home. So what we do have, Frank, an initiative from the ASRL is the finish line cameras.
That's right. And remember, it's not where they cross the judges' tower. The flag's on the beach is where normally people think, oh, that's the finish. It is the camera is the finishing line.
Well, I'm extremely honoured to be making a transition in the commentary box, and I'll be bringing in... No, you stay there, mate. You're glued to the seat. I'm going to introduce Beck Hamilton, who's going to be joining the live stream here at the 2022 ASRL Open while Frank looks into the next race.
Right, while I'm doing this, North Narrabeen are coming in Alley 1. Queenscliff Reality Queens in Alley 2, North Stain Penguins in Alley 3, Bateman's Bay Banches in Alley 4, and Allura Salties in Alley 5. This is the 180 female. Well, Beck, welcome.
Thanks, Frank.
Hey, first time you haven't been out in the daylight today?
I'm a little bit lost, I've got to say, not out competing, but I'm loving being up here, not lifting boats and staying off the sand. I'm not going to complain, but this is unreal. How good is the view up here?
Well, that's why you retire early like I did.
Oh, I've been close a few times. Every time I think I'm ready to hang up the sweep or I get another crew and I see the potential and that's it, I'm off again.
No, you got a long way to go, I've got to tell you. You got a long way to go. It's when the back breaks up and that's when you start
I think that started about 10 years ago. I think I've been hanging on for dear life for a long time.
Yeah. You know, so what we got here now is just the start. Just getting Beck settled into a position at the moment, just putting the earphones in. We just look. Oh, here's the list on there again.
And Frankie, while we're just getting Beck kitted up, mate, we were just talking before about the host club, but how good is it to see officials coming from all around Australia for this event, and they obviously volunteer and really pay their own way. It's great to see them supporting the event.
I think the last night we had the presentation. The officials were so happy to be involved, and this morning, they're here at 6 o'clock in the morning, all getting set up.
It's a massive effort, and it wasn't even just today. It was the 2 days leading in, and you see people here. They're setting up stands, they're putting out the flags, they're doing the draws. Like, it's a monumental effort, these sporting events these days, and the people who get the most benefit are the competitors who just rock up, and it's like a little mini Olympics every time we run an event like this.
And I've got to say thank you to the competitors and the clubs for being so supportive of the issues that we had yesterday, and they were sort of not going, oh, this is ridiculous and all that. They were accepting.
No, there was total respect for to the family of the young bloke. Yes. I mean, I was a Little Bay resident for 10 years before moving south just recently, and my sister's still living there, and she said there's just a real sadness in the community at the moment.
You swim there as well?
Yeah, I swim there a fair bit. Yeah, it's a beautiful place, but I was just talking to Bobby Byrne, about it, one of the referees down there, and we go into their territory, and he would have loved swimming there every day, that guy, and pay our respects to his family and to the local community who have really been shell-shocked by it.
Well, I think it shocks everyone. I mean, I reflect on when I was a kid, and we used to just take sharks for granted in Perth, and we'd be, on the beach, you might get 4 shark alarms a day, and you just go, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
anyway, it's racing away. Do you want to take that away?
Let's get back to the racing. It's a great start up there in, looks like Alley 2. Alley 1's been caught up there. The North Narrabeen refried beans might need to go and refry some more beans after that start.
What would you be saying to the crew right now once that happens?
Oh, look, just let it go. You can't do anything about it. You just got to let it go and get on with it. And I think whoever stuffed it up probably knows that it's their shout at the bar straight after. Certainly in our boat, it's a $5 fine that goes to the Aussies kit. But yeah, you just got to let it go and get on with it.
As a sweep, have you had a lot of shouts at the bar?
Oh, I don't ever shout in the boat.
No shout at the bar.
Oh, at the shout. Oh, plenty,
yeah.
Especially in the early days. What
was the best excuse you ever used?
Oh, look, I'll be really honest, and the girls who were in the crew will laugh at the time. I actually missed a can, but I successfully negotiated with the referee that I didn't miss it. And I don't know how I did, to be honest, but the GoPro footage is pretty funny, but you'll never see it live, ever.
I'll tell you the story about Swoop in a minute. Anyway, going into it, it looks as though it's a race in 2 at the moment, isn't it? Which is the Queenscliff Reality, and I think the other crew on the other side of them is the Bateman's Bay.
2 quality crews out in front, yeah. Queenscliff Reality Queens, you'll see them back up this afternoon for the reserve grade.
Yeah.
And this Bateman's Bay crew, we've got Neil Innes sweeping. They're actually going for their 11th gold medal in a row in this division. They've come up, I had a chat with Tracy, who's, I think, the stroke of this crew last night, and husband and wife team, her and Neil, and they're going for their 11th gold medal in a row.
Well, here they come into the turn now, and they're in front by a little bit. Watch Neil Innes bring it round.
They are a very experienced, strong, really tough set of girls in that boat, and they will give the young ones a run for their money in the reserve grade this afternoon. But don't discount those reality queens up the top as well. They've got a fair bit of experience there. Yeah. And down here, I think it's Allura.
Allura, yeah.
Yeah, they'll be racing again this afternoon as well, and plenty of experience.
Looks like Bateman's Bay, geez, they come home strong, don't they?
Oh, they really do. I was lucky enough to be in a final with them. We were fortunate enough to win it, but geez, they almost got us on the line because they come home like a steam train.
Yeah, no, he's developed, a lot of good effort in that. And Bateman's Bay don't have many people in the surf club.
No, they're really struggling for patrolling numbers, but I know they're doing a fair bit of work just to try and recruit some juniors at the moment, which we'll give them a hand as much as we can.
Well, if there are any juniors watching this around the coast, get down to your surf club, go up to someone and say, I want to row surf boats, get your bronze and start getting into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, look at Neil. He's a masterclass of sweeping here. He's got successful crews in so many divisions at the moment, but those girls, look at them go. The power through their legs is just amazing, and it doesn't just come naturally. They work really, really hard at it day in and day out to get this kind of boat speed.
Really, look at that. Look at the way they just got on that little runner there, just trying, milking everything.
And you can see Neil over the front of those quarter bars there. That's a big thing that more experienced sweeps get the hang of, just to keep that nose down in the water.
Well, the other thing they don't want to do is put drag on that sweep oar in the back of the water.
That's right.
So they go forward, and you can see the sweep oar will sit on top of the water, and away they go.
I always talk to the girls about making the boat feel really light in the water.
Yes.
And, just no friction and no rocking around, because you just want it to glide through the water as much as you can.
That was a very good quality row there. I mean, they're a quality crew, so I'd say...
Are. And in comes Queenscliff second, and Allura coming in for third. Again, you'll see these girls back up this afternoon again, so they'll be giving it their all this morning, but... I dare say reserve grade is where it's at for them.
North Narrabeen coming in at the end.
That's this very special crew, that North Narrabeen crew. That's Donnie McManus there, sweeping his daughter.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and there's also another very special daughter in there. Zom Knox's daughter has made a comeback. So,
You're joking.
Yeah, they haven't rowed together for a long time, but they've got the band back together, so to speak, and they're having a good time doing it too.
Oh, that's great. Well, we've got another round here. We've got the 240 mixed coming up, and we have Ocean Beach in 1, Wonder Juniors in 2, South Curly Whitebread in 3, Alex Headland Brass Monkeys in 4, and Bulleye Gold in 5. Don't know much about this.
Well, I have heard that this is Bulleye Gold's crew, but this is the Bulleye Gold A crew actually aspires to be like these guys. They are the oldest crew on the beach, these guys, the 240 mixed. And
so why are we saying mixed?
I think you have the ability to put a female in the boat if you wish. I don't believe that they've actually got it today, but if you want to mix up your crews, you actually can. One of the other crews here, the Wonder Juniors, I think they're leading the way. Look, Wonder, I'm pretty sure that's going to be Les sweeping up the back. Les is a great sweep. He's been going for a really long time, and I think he actually does sweep juniors and 240 mixed as well. This start's going to get a bit tricky, I think.
Here we go. There comes... Oh, there's only 4 boats now, so you've got Avoca. Sorry, these are the results. Sorry. The results of the 160 mile. Avoca in first place. Allura Great Men in second. Freshwater Magoos in third. And Wonder in fourth. I tell you what, that was... Poor old... Here we go. They're away now.
I tell you what, this start is tricky. You know, you walk in about 2 metres and it drops off, and it's probably going to get worse for the next couple of hours till the tide turns. But what it's also doing is allowing us to get straight into the deep water straight away. So you just want to settle in and get going, which is what most of the crews are doing.
I was watching the first couple of races, this morning, or a couple of them, and that alley 6 down this end, they seem to get away quick. As a bit of a backwash coming.
Yeah, it's a bit of a backwash going out there just near the stand. Everyone loves a backwash going out, but coming back, it can be a nemesis, rowing back into it and getting that resistance. The big difference here with this beach is that when you get out past the cans, it's very swirly water, so you want to feel that real run in the boat, but sometimes you just don't feel it. So at this stage, you just be telling your sweeps, telling your rowers to settle in and enjoy the ride.
Well, I think so, and the good news, well, the thing about this is you've got to be controlled because you're all in a line. No one's sort of taken off at this stage, so you just want to be controlled. And what do you say when you're around about 20 strokes, 10 strokes from the cans? What's your calls?
Yeah, I ask them to give us a lift. Like, we're always there, give us a lift now, let me feel it. You know, I want to feel a difference in the boat, and it just gives them a mental cue to say, right, we always talk about more speed in, more speed out. So, you know, they do lift, you know, they know they're close and they know they're at the halfway point. So it's a lot of positive reinforcement at this stage.
So we're coming up to the turning buoys now, and I'll tell you what, the crew in Alley 3 is doing really well, which is a South Curly Whitebread. And
They
then
are such an experienced bunch, this one. I mean, 240 mixed, that's an average age of 60 years of age each. I mean, look how good they're going. I mean,
absolutely.
There's no way I could match it. I don't think at my age even. These guys have just never stopped rowing.
But I tell you what, Alex coming out of the cans really
My
quick.
word, that was a really strong turn. So as you're coming out, what you're looking for is just that real power out of the turn. You know, that's where in racing you can get a length, which is what we've just seen from Alex there. It's just pull South Curly right back.
Yeah, and this stage of the race, what we're saying is we settle it down again, and then what you're doing is you got your 1 and your 2 man looking for those runs.
That's right.
And if the bubble comes, it's this they hook onto it.
Yeah, you're definitely looking for all the positives in the water right now. You're also trying to keep the crew positive too. I'd imagine there's a few heavy lungs right now.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of lactic in the legs.
Have a look at this now. Look at this. This is Yep. Now, obviously, we've talked about when you go through the gate cans, obviously in the big surf, you're looking for that wave now. At this stage, have a look at that little run. Have a look at them go. That's Alex. Look at the way they just pulled away off that. Have a look at that. Really nice, strong. Yeah. The sweeps now start looking around a bit, see if there's any bubbles coming, and the last 20 strokes. What do you reckon?
Oh, the last 20 strokes, there are so many little bubbles here that you probably can't see as well on the live stream, but you can with the sun, but they are there, and they're probably about 1 foot, but geez, I'll give your boat a lift, and if you can just get your nose right in front of them, you'll pull down, just like we're seeing now from the Alex crew. But, you know, look, it's going to be right to the line, and this is points. They're racing for
come
points.
Back. The other crews come back. Wow. That's up to the judges, I reckon.
Sure, that was a close one. And they are racing for points, so there's no final, so every race is a final for them. It'll be massive to see who gets that one at the end of the day.
Yep. So we're now going into the 260 mixed. And we got Bernie Gold, Coolangatta Magpies, Gerringong Weary Men, and Nobby's Old Dicko 260s. This is the... The 180 results are up there. You can see them on your app at the moment. And if you're watching this all around Australia, the wonderful support from all the people involved. The Navy have been with us for many, many years, and they particularly love this event because it's also been a happy hunting ground for people going into the Navy.
Yeah, I'd like to have one of my girls jump into the Navy after just being around this kind of environment, and she's happily off on a ship somewhere, sailing the world, and she absolutely loves it. And what a great service they do for our country. I love when they do the fly, but I hope it happens actually this carnival again. I
don't know that because of other things, because of COVID and their role on in helping. I think we're restricted to what their involvement is this year.
Right, okay. Fair enough.
No, they weren't.
Important things.
Oh yeah, well, pretty well. Look at COVID, what it's done to our sport over. We've had at Lawn our open men, 3 of them, and then we had all sorts of different problems.
Oh, stories of people not being at carnivals. The first question you asked, COVID? Yeah, COVID. But
Yeah, that's right.
We're all getting through it, and everyone's adjusting. And I think that from a local carnival level, people are allowing rule changes to accommodate it. I know the Northern Beaches allowed mixed crews, so we didn't miss out on anyone racing at all. So here we go. This is a great lineup again. We've got the 260s. So
yep, 260 mixed. We've got Bernie from Tasmania and again, second bird crew they got. Yep.
I'll give them a massive wrap actually. It's a big hike to get up here, and I can't wait to go and have a row in Tasmania one day. The surf down there looks amazing.
Clifton Beach. No, the highlight of my life, Clifton Beach, medal country.
That's on my bucket, definitely on my bucket list. That and the Lawn Pier, Frank.
Ah, yes, the Lawn Pier.
Yeah,
that is.
I've got to have that wave that goes for forever.
It certainly is one of those.
It's going to get heated.
Oh, my. Sorry, we've had a bit of a mic problem. They're away in this race, and let's have a look. Bit more slower getting off the beach this one.
Yeah, mate. I was watching the Gerringong Weary Men training the other day. I'm living down the south coast now, and I took my brand new juniors down to watch them race, and then we took them in the surf for the first time. And geez, they were good blokes.
So what club are you in?
Yeah, I've moved down to Kiama Surf Club now.
Kiama. What a beautiful place.
It's the club's been amazing, and we're starting right from scratch again. They've always had surf boats, and sadly lost John Ford, their president.
Yes, I heard that.
A few years ago, and the boats have been sitting there waiting. And I was lucky enough to move back down there, back home, and
you go to the old blowhole and watch the water come up?
Yeah, that's the name of my new junior boys crew, the Kiama Blowholes.
That could be an interesting terminology for some people.
They suit it.
You're up against the blowholes!
Yeah, they're good kids. But, we're just taking it steady as it goes approach, a bit like this race at the moment.
Yes.
But
she's a steady race, isn't
it? Look at the technique on them. You can't fault them. It's just, these guys would have been probably rowing A's in their day. And, look at them go. They're a masterclass in how to row a surfboat.
We've got the Crusties down at Lawn, and I just love watching him. And Jeff Matthews actually rows him, so it brings their age limit down. It really jacks off.
Well, but that's Mal Dunwoody there. He's rowing with the Weary Men, and he's been around for I don't know how long in this sport. But that's what I love about Masters Day is, You come here and everyone rows it with the spirit intended, and it's just a great day to catch up with all your mates that you've seen, and rowed against forever.
It's a sad thing that a lot of the younger rowers don't know much about the history of what these guys went through when they were rowing, the boats they were rowing with, and the conditions. I mean, some of them never had the pumps. Here we go into the turn, Gerringong. They never had the pumps and all that. They had a bucket in the boat, and the 3 and the 4 man used to have to bucket it out.
And what about the wooden oars?
Oh, yeah,
I'm so old, we actually started with wooden oars for a couple of seasons, and I've got a set at home now that I'm doing up, and they're just like a lead weight.
Did you read the history of the surf boats that Bert wrote?
I'm just about to start to.
Unbelievable.
Actually, yeah.
With the number of boat makers, surf boat makers around Australia. And I was staggered, even in Perth. I didn't realise, coming from Perth, I only thought there was Bill Ninham. But we had a number of boat makers. Victoria, unbelievable.
And look how far they've progressed. I mean, the technology behind it now, it's not just a matter of build a boat and go. I mean, I spend a lot of time with Nathan Perry understanding how the boat works, and I've made some modifications, slight modifications to the boats that I've rowed, because obviously being a bit of a lighter sweep and different, being a female, obviously.
Yeah.
But I just love the craft of it now, and love watching our boats when they're being built. It's very special.
And what about your oars? Are they a bit shorter for the juniors?
Oars are a bit shorter for our juniors, yep, just to ease the load on the lower back. And I also sweep with a shorter sweep oar.
Do you?
Yeah. Don McManus, one of my greatest mentors, he got me onto that. He said, Beck, try a shorter sweep oar. It's 2 foot shorter, about a foot shorter than the guys. Just helps with the load on the back.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, in this race, Gerringong going well, but I'll tell you what, Burnie have come back a little bit into it. They're rowing pretty well at the moment. And Burnie actually got the rating up a little bit more than Gerringong, so it'll be interesting to see if a bubble comes along. So we'll see what happens when they come home. But here comes
a bit of a run for nobbies. Look at them work it. Look at that, how they just stay back on it, and they just work it down. You don't need to be frantic getting a swell. You've just got to stay with it and work with the swell, and the boat will do the rest for you if it's nice and even, which it has. So, yeah, a nice win there from nobbies.
Yeah. And what's your thoughts on, because we use cleaver oars, what's your thoughts on that? Have you ever tried them in a boat?
I haven't tried them, no, but I have watched a lot of the Victorian crews use them. Look, I think if it makes your boat go fast, then use them. I think that there's so many different opinions on what's good and what's not, but I think if it works for you and it works for your crew, then by all means do it.
I must admit, I've trained our open crew a few times, and they're just so through the water.
I would imagine they really move.
Oh, they really move.
And I mean, the philosophy of it says that they should move a boat faster.
Oh, yeah.
The downside, I guess, is you've got to be much more skillful when you get into a surf.
We've learned our lesson over the years. I think Jeffrey. Here's the results of the 240s before this. Alexandra Headlands in 1. Wow. South Curly in 2. Wanda Juniors in 3. Yeah, right. Bulleye Gold in 4. And Ocean Beach Old Salt in 5. Yeah, what I was saying is they broke a few, and of course they're expensive.
Yeah.
So now if there's a bubble coming or a chop or things like that, no, they don't use them.
Yeah, that's right. And you just got to weigh up the risk factor, don't you? I mean, I have a couple of sweep oars that, if we're just training and it's massive, or we're just going out to essentially to break gear to try out new things, it gets expensive. So that's where so many of these sponsors you see on club tents and things like that are so important, And they're the unsung heroes. I mean, you don't really get much in return as a sponsor of a surf boat, other than the love of it and know that you're helping a great sport. So. No,
it is wonderful. We've been very fortunate at Lawn to have good sponsors, and we just launched a boat from one of our traditional sponsors. He gave us 7 boats over the years, but his wife sadly passed away last year. So as a thing, we named the boat after her.
Yeah, fantastic.
And
There's a few
just in recognition
boats.
of that, and it's the Helen Stribling, and it's a wonderful gesture you can do for people.
And it's really lovely to think that you're rowing a boat that just carries such special meaning. I mean, a boat launch in any club is a big event. Well, here's a good race again.
Maroochydore Force, they've been around a bit, the old 180 motors. There's unfortunately on the list there's only 4 in this boat race, and we've knocked out Jan Juck have withdrawn for some reason. They
were going all right.
They won the first one.
May have blown a puffer valve. You've got to be careful with these masters.
Yeah, I know. So we got the first 4: Maroochydore, Coogee, Port Fairy, and Morty Alec.
Now, Coogee are last year's winners of this division.
Were they?
Yeah, defending champions, and they were a bit unlucky in that first race just to miss that swell. There they are in the recovery boat. swept by Harvey Barrett. These are some of my greatest mates in this boat, and a lot of these guys have taught me my craft as a sweep. So you've got Matt Leary there rowing. He's a sweep of the Colts crew and the previous A crews, and Dave Smith sweeping our brand new junior girls crew. So great crew there.
Yeah, there they go. They're away. It's interesting to see how this group. Morty Alec will go pretty quick off the beach, but I reckon the force should be really up there, shouldn't they?
Oh, they definitely will. Because they're a quality reserve grade crew as well. I was having a look at some of the Queensland results, and they're featuring in finals and things up there. So in the reserve grade. So look, I think Coogee will have something to prove in this one. They'll be looking for some points. I think they'll start to lift. They've had their warm-up race. And here they come.
I'll tell you what, you notice in this race the different sweeps. You got sweeps Brooksy from Maroochydore, he's way forward.
Yep.
Then you go to the older sweeps, and some way Port Fairy sweeps back in his second chock back. You got another one in between the chocks. I sweep in between the chocks.
Yep.
That's where I go, and it's just different. Bits and pieces. Do you grab your strokes all when you go around the water?
Oh, I've tried that a few times, Frank, and I end up in the drink every time.
I know.
And my rowers row off on me, which is when we first started trying it. So yeah, I just gave that away. I'd like to keep it really simple. I just get my oar out of the water and let the rowers do the work.
Yeah.
And yeah.
You just balance the boat?
I just balance the boat and tell them when we're round and off we go. So yeah. As much as I'd love to think I could do it, I've tried it, and I dead set. I was so hopeless at it, I didn't even continue to try.
Well, it's come so far. I mean, in the old days, with the right-hand sweep, you used to throw the sweep all behind your head, then lean over.
It was like they were doing ballet at the back of the boat.
And the whole thing was you're rocking the boat like anything.
Yeah, there's a few sweeps to look out for. Termite from South Curly, he does this laid-back manoeuvre that I've watched him do it from a drone, and I'm like, wow, that is impressive. But he's got the current A-grade champions and his Colts as well. So
please don't mention the open boat race.
Oh, sorry.
It's a very deep point. Deep point for Lord and Ray.
We've all got those points. Don't worry.
No, but Termite's done. Look at South Curly these days.
Oh, they're just a gun club and a great culture there. They're they're a real family club, and I love it. But look at this tight racing now. Hopefully this time Coogee will get the bubble they need. They didn't get it last time, but they're going to need to put the foot down, because up the top there, that Maroochydore force is really moving through the water well.
I'll tell you what, the Port Fairy, they're a little bit behind. They're coming home real well. And
you can just see Megsy now looking around, looking for any bubble that, he's telling them, push now, just as it starts to come close to them to really get the run out of it.
But look where his hand is on the sweep oar. Now, many years ago when I was sweeping the hay crew, they tied me to the sweep oar because I had one hand off it. They said, you can't do that. But have a look where his hand is. And look how, it's just unbelievable.
He's really trying to get his weight forward down to push that nose down, and that is incredibly hard to do.
Yeah.
I noticed that he's only got one crossbar as well, which makes his job even that bit harder, but the benefits of keeping that nose down coming home will be, could be the difference between a win and a second here.
I wonder how many times the stroke oars hit him. Look at that.
He's really far forward. That's why his hand is so far forward. I would probably be on the strokes lap right now. I can pretty much assure you of that. Coogie's dropped off again.
Yep.
But yeah, this is...
Tell you what, Port Fairy are doing really well.
Here they go. They're just going to work that last little run. It's just sucking right out there, that water. Like I said, great on the way out, but hard to get. Coogie's going to come through late here on this run. They're going to have to really work it hard. Go, boys.
Ooh.
Yeah, tough racing. I mean, these boys, they're training to row and sweep at the same time, most of them, so they're fairly fit. But there's nothing like racing, No. And if you haven't got your race, we always talk about racing is just such great training, and you come into these big events. I mean, the two big events you really want to win in your career now are the ASRL and the Aussies, and the rest are, your state titles obviously is super important, but the rest are just training runs, and this is where you want to make sure that you're fit enough for these. And
here's the results already of the 260s. The mixed surfboat, the Nobbies, Old Dicko Ruse, 260s, Bernie Gold, Coolangatta Magpies, and we have Gerringong in last. Well, that was unusual.
The Wary men, I love it.
But they were Gerringong were going so well in that race too.
They were going good, you know. Again, I think it's just probably the legs got the better of them. But, you know, they've got plenty of success under their belt over the years, and they'll be just here enjoying the day.
Nice picture.
Look
That's
at this,
what Masters
look at
is
this
about.
fine crew, will you, from North Cronulla. This is the, there's Bluey, there's Boffo, he's the North Cronulla boat captain. What a specimen of a man. Check him out.
Unbelievable.
I've got to give him credit. He's been largely the leader of the resurgence of North Cronulla over the last 10 years, and, you know, he got in there as boat captain. They only had 4 or 5 crews left, which for, you know, North Cronulla is small, and he's built it up to be something really spectacular.
Well, they put Jan Juck into this one. I thought they were gone, but anyway, someone must have pulled out of the other one. So you got North Cronulla Purds, the Bronte Berserkers, Wanda Explorers, and of course now Jan Juck.
Juck's
So
gone in
Avoca
there.
aren't there.
Well, that's good, because they won their first race, so we don't want to see them, you know, injured or hurt or anything like that.
Well, they didn't. But I tell you what, the North Cronulla thing, yeah, I mean, Yappy, when he comes miles to train the crews, he's still involved this year or not?
Yeah, he is. So I have a personal involvement with Yap, so he's actually moved down the south coast as well to his farm in Berry, but for the last 9 years he's been jumping on the train.
Yes.
He comes up, he trains his crews once or twice a week, and he also has some training sweeps. This year he's passed on his crews. I believe he's actually might be sweeping today for Gerringong, I heard a rumour.
Is that right? Is his grandson still rowing?
His grandson's still rowing in the juniors, and we've got a few more kids back with a close connection to North Cronulla. We've got young Harry, who's rowing in my junior crew at Kiama, and he's the grandson of the great Tommy Payne. He's rowing in Bow with me down at Kiama. They've moved down there too, so everyone's calling Kiama North Cronulla South right now, which I'm not too impressed with, but I'll go with it, because Yappy's been amazing in helping me get these young kids. So that's a bit of a tough start there. They got their hand up, so we'll probably just wait for the... He took
off.
Not sure if it's a false start or whether it's... but this edge, you know, will start to get a bit trickier as the day goes on, and
then we've got to put up with the afternoon, the low tide.
Low tide and the wind. The wind's definitely coming, so...
but it's coming from a different direction this morning, I notice.
That's it, and it's going to turn and come from the south this afternoon.
Here they go.
Wanda's got that one on their head.
They started off quick last.
Gone exploring underneath the wave. Tell us what it looks like, boys, at the bar this afternoon.
There'll be a few words spoken.
Oh, they're the ones that just kill you. And now what he's got to do is pick his crew up again and go, oh, we're not out of it. Or maybe if there was a big surf on, you'd back them. But that's a big job to get them back up there with the leaders.
Certainly North Cronulla, and I tell you who's come out really, the Bronte Berserkers.
Oh, gone berserk.
They're gone berserk. And
they're gone berserk. Look, they are a form crew. They'll be rowing resis this afternoon as well, I would have thought. But yeah, solid crew there.
And the Jucksters are up there again. They got a bad start, but I tell you what, they're pegging them back as well. So this could be a tight race. Unfortunately for Wanda, they're a little bit behind at the moment. So the sweep will be just saying control. Not much we can do. Just keep your head. There'll be a bubble coming home and I'll get you onto it.
Yeah, and look, those gate cans are fairly well in the middle of the course. So once you hit them this time, you know that that you're halfway through. Usually gate cans are sitting right on the back of the break, but in the absence of that today, you know, they're sitting just in the perfect spot to give the rowers a marker to say, you know, you're halfway there. And this is where the body starts to hurt a bit too. So as a sweep, what you're telling them, you're okay, just keep going, we're almost there, we're almost at the turn.
So you don't call like 10 strokes out and things like that, do you?
Yeah, I will, yeah.
Do you ever miss the numbers?
Oh, I can't count past 5. You ask my girls. You know, and then I'll get my numbers mixed up, or I'll say 10 and go to 12. Like
I had a sweep that used to call 10. He'd keep going past the can if it was short, and I go, "What the hell are you doing?"
I've got to say, some of the rubbish that comes out of my mouth when I'm sweeping, I just can't believe it. But anyway, it's all in the moment. Oh, great turn there. You know,
you
bit slow up top there in alley 1 from North Cronulla.
I'll tell you what, Jan Jucker come back into it with this one, but the crew out in front definitely. It's the Bronte.
The Bronte Berserkers, yeah.
They're doing really well. And I haven't seen Bronte in the open men and open women for a couple of years.
No, they've just been rowing reserves. Their sweep actually lives a fair way away as well, so they take their time when they can train and when they can't. So, yeah, look, I mean, it's just one of those things, you know, you can row open for so long and then life gets in the way. So, but still a very, very good crew. And they'll give it a good run in the reserves, I would have thought.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great to see clubs like that back because, the history of Bronte is they had a very good cruise in the 70s.
Swept by the great Zipper Conlon.
Yeah. And, was that the little short guy?
Yeah, didn't shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good bloke. He's sadly missed. We lost him too soon to illness. And,
Is that right?
Yeah,
we've lost a few this year, haven't we?
Lost a few, yeah.
Nick Ellerkamp,
Zipper was a great character. Yeah.
The great Ken Murray.
Great Ken Murray, and yeah, just some real legends of the sport gone, but left behind.
Look at that.
What a run.
Jack again.
Yep.
He must be touched.
You can just start to see these swells are just starting to form a bit more now, starting to sit up just beyond the gate cans, and you have to work it hard. If you don't take advantage of those swells now, they'll come at you on the line because they're starting to sit up about 100 metres out.
Tomo is touched. He's just...
Nice.
God is on his side, I've got to tell you that now. He's
This will be tight here. I think Jan Juck on the end's got it.
Yep, Jan Juck, and... Wow.
Well, that should see them well through to the final with 2 wins now. The other points I would have thought will be fairly solid in terms of competitiveness.
Yep.
And then Wanda's coming in at the end there. They got that tough start. That was always going to be hard to peg back in the flat. So good effort just to finish that off.
Yes. Right. Here go the results. 180 male. Port Fairy got the chocolates. Maroochydore second. Morty Alec third, and Coogee fourth. Who's sweeping Coogee?
That's Harvey Barrett.
All right.
Yep, he came over. He's a long-term Bondi guy that come and joined us about 4 or 5 years ago, and great bloke. Just a bit of a quiet achiever in our sport, and just loves catching waves. I mean, the Coogee boys would be looking for a surf. They, I think they'd be very proud to say they're not flat water rowers, they'd be begging for a big surf, and they love it too. And Harvey Barrett's one of the masters of big surf as well.
All right, we've got the 200 males here. And we've got Tally Cab Sabs, Dicky Beach Prime Beef, Noosa Head Emus, North Cronulla Bluey Vets, Cronulla Team A, and Coffs Harbour. Now, we've got 6 boats.
We've had a few people miss the start here down the southern end.
Oh no, they pulled it back.
They pulled it back, yeah.
And this is what happens on the line. The starter will say, if they don't get the first 3 strokes in, he'll send the hooter off again, and we restart the race to try and give him a fair. Sometimes it's never happened that they called it back, and a few sweeps get a bit angry.
Yes, well, don't we all know the true blow-up on the sweeps when you miss the start? But at the end of the day, it's your call to go as a sweep, so I think that any kind of animosity towards the starter, you should be buying them a beer after. It's very hard not to sometimes to lose your temper. But you just got to get on with it and get going, because they're not going to pull you back most of the time.
When I start down in Victoria, I just tell them I'm going to put you under one. Don't give me any rubbish.
I'll never start a race because I want to keep my friends.
No,
I hear people talk about things that happened 30 years ago still.
Oh, yeah.
He put me under one, and I'm like, oh, God, I could never be a starter.
Do you want me to tell you about one of the ASRL final at a place in Newport? Newport? You want me to tell you about it?
Oh, because there's not an edge there. There's not an edge there.
I was underwater when he called it.
That's a shocker.
No, I won't say who started it, but...
Oh, look, that's the thing. Why would you want to be a starter? That's why the people who do it, you take your hats off to them. But, look at that stroke just falling out there. I wonder who that is. I'll be giving them a ribbing later. But that's the North Cronulla Vets rowing in their brand new boat. I believe it's its first outing.
Oh, right.
Boff is in that crew, the boat captain. He's our drone. Some of these shots are amazing, aren't they? Like, what did we do without them?
I just find it absolutely... The history of it, when we started doing live stream many years ago, and we were at Shell Harbour and trying to get things up.
And it was virtually holding someone's phone up, and hoping for the best. And now the technology, I mean, the setup that's here, that you guys, everyone on the beach should come and have a look at how great it is. I mean, it's just a credit to the ASRL for investing in things like this, so people all across the country. And big shout out to all our WA guys, who...
it's very sad. I was speaking to
with us, and sadly not to be again. But look, we know you're here in spirit, and we'll certainly be mentioning you definitely throughout the interstates as well. Yeah, no,
I was talking to a mate of mine over there, and they're it's very sad. But I give them credit. They've got the crew still rowing, and they're still doing their racing every week. And I mean, Northcott are still dominating, but the other clubs, City, Scarborough, and all these clubs. And what I do see over there from a distance is the newer clubs involved. A lot of new clubs getting involved over there.
Huge growth over there, and we'll talk about it in a minute, but their investment into developing sweeps has been pretty amazing as well. But this will be a pretty red-hot race, and just got a shout-out from Aaron Lee on the live chat. He would have been here rowing, but he's moved away up to Foster. He's a North Cronulla boy as well. Right. And hi from WA. Hi, Kate. Yep, we're giving you guys a big shout-out at the moment.
Very good. I'm glad you can work that thing. Right, 200 mile, there they go. Clean start this time. The crew's all getting out. That guy's back in his stroke seat, by the way.
Lucky. Well, that is a brand new boat, as I said. It's named after Boff's father, Bill Boffinger, who's a life member. It was only christened a couple of weeks ago. But also sponsored by a fantastic family who lost one of their family members to motor neurone disease. So all their boats are carrying the MND logo on the front, and not only great to sponsor it, but also to continually raise awareness of such a terrible disease. Yeah. But a very special boat for Boff today to be rowing in that. And they look like they're actually out in front.
Well, they are. New boat light.
New boat. Did somebody weigh it before? I'm starting a rumour that the North Cronulla boat's underweight.
Don't start me on weights of boats.
We had a boat once, and we used to call it the light white. It was bang on weight. And it went on to do great things, and the accusations that used to come, I was like, mate, we've weighed it so many times. It was a terrific boat though.
Yeah, I've got to say, I got caught out in Aussies once. I had no idea the weight of the boat, and I just moved to Lawn, and they found lead in the foot chocks. Oh,
the solutions to fix it are everything but, normal, but... if you're underweight, you're underweight, and you've got to fix it straight away. Well, this is going to be a tight turn here.
I'll tell you what, Ali 1's really come strong, and that's the Cab Savs from Tally.
Yeah, the Cab Savs, they are...
Swoops in there. I hope he goes round the right can, and I hope he goes on the right side of his gate can.
If he doesn't, I'll lend him my coloured bands that I wear on my wrist.
You heard he did it twice in one.
Oh look, I will not bag another sweep for it, because
I will.
I always believe that if you bag someone, it happens to you next. So
right, well this is interesting. Ali 4 got out. I thought Swoop was up there, but. They've dropped back a little bit. I'll tell you who's coming home. This Wonder Crew on the...
Yeah, on the southern end.
No, it's at the Coffs, sorry. That's Coffs.
Coffs Harbour, yeah.
Harbour, sorry. Yeah, Coffs, they're coming home.
They're just really working those runs. Look, they just let the boat run there, and that's what I talk a lot in my cruise about. Let the water help you. Don't hinder against it and try and fight it.
It's
they're
also
surf boats. They're meant to surf.
Yeah. It's also the setup of the cans may be a little bit different, because we're not seeing the distance. They measure the distance from the beach.
That's right.
So you might think that Wonder were out of it, going out.
That's right.
When they turn, they're back in it. Oh, sorry, Coffs Harbour, not Wonder.
Yeah, I'm also lucky enough to be on the boat panel and this weekend, which is, you represent the rowers if there's any issues with the racing. And, I've had a chat to a few sweeps already, and they're like, Beck, the course is great. So credit to Tamara and Richard Burst, who's been laying the cans. It's a hard job to get right. But here we go, we're coming into the end here, and all they're going to need is one run for these first three crews to be fighting it out, I think, for the top job. I think LE1 up there's looking pretty solid. They're coming down, but that North Cronulla crew, Bluey's Vets, let's see what they can do here. There's a bit of a lift coming, which I'm certain they should get down. If they don't, more training's required.
Nice one. It's a nice way of putting it, more training.
Coffs Harbour, here they come, they're on it as well. Oh, and I think it's...
are you calling?
Noosa Head Emus, is that them coming through up there?
Oh.
In the orange boat, that's very close, but I'll give North Cronulla the nod there.
Will ya? Ooh.
One of the most important things too in surf boats is you can see here the guys are knackered, but they really have to work on their boatmanship as they get out of the boat. And this is where a lot of injuries
See, look
happen.
at this one here, yeah.
Yeah.
Bang.
There's the boys there for North Cronulla. That's a solid win there. They'll be very happy with that. Yeah, a lot of work on the beach to make sure that the crews are safe, not only on the water but also off. And that's where you rely upon other crews to come down and help you lift that boat.
Here's the results for 180 miles. Bronte, Berserkers, Jan Juck Ram. Jan Juck Ram's got second after they got that.
Oh, that would have been tight.
North Cronulla Purds and the Wonder Explorers. So we...
Oh, we've got some chaos happening here with the drones. Because everyone wants to watch the racing from above, but yeah, we're only allowed to have the ASRL one up, which is what you're watching live. And look at these images. I mean, this is beautiful Cronulla. You know, on its day, it's pretty beautiful. Even though if people from the Shire, they do say they have two heads, but they are. Most people from the Shire I know are really lovely people. I don't know what they're talking about.
I'll be unbiased. I reckon the Shire people have been brilliant for us.
Oh, they really have. And
everyone along here, the coastline and everything else. I just want to say hello to Don Hogarth at the Navy. Hello, Don. Yes, I will have a beer for you tonight, but I won't be drinking. I won't have a white wine. I can assure you of that. But I'll have a beer and I'll sort out that other little issue.
Yeah. And I see that Benny Gill's watching.
Right.
Benny's moved up north and starting like myself. Benny, put in here what club you've gone to. I'm forgetting, mate, but tiny little club. The boat's still got wooden gunnels and things like that. And
he can buy a boat off me if he wants.
Mate, why do you guys always have to sell boats? Why can't you just give them to country clubs?
We gave one of our boats to Williamstown.
Yeah, the big clubs are usually pretty good. Right. We always donate ours to country clubs to get them going again. And, you know, I encourage a lot of clubs. Like even when I put a shout out that I needed some oars and things like that for Kiama, you know, Palmy and South Curly and all the guys rallied to help.
Yep.
And that's what I just love about the spirit of this sport.
All right, we're now going to come into the 220 males, and we've got the North Cronulla Corros, North Narrabeen Fogs. We'll work out what that means. North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts, Surfers Sea Dogs, and the Warriewood Crusties.
I'm going to go with rude word old girls.
Right, okay, I will say no
but
more.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Beck, you can say that, I couldn't.
I think that's it, but I'm not sure. I'll check with them later on. But again, that's a beautiful crew in there. You know, you've got Kerry McManus in there with her dad up the back, and they said that if they had two of them each, they'd make a 220 Masters crew by themselves, because they're both...
Yeah, right.
Well, Donnie's in, you know, nudging towards 80s now, and... Kerry's only 21, so that's okay. She'll get some others to make up the age.
and Beck, while we're speaking, we've got to thank Team Navy again for their wonderful service that we've got. Also, Destination New South Wales. The beach is just covered in Destination New South Wales and Navy signs. When the people are up on the hill watching this race later, they can see everything. We want to thank them. New South Wales has been a brilliant place to come. I keep telling people, and like you, the south coast of New South Wales has been absolutely brilliant place to visit. And here, along this coastline here, it is just brilliant. So anyone that wants to go for a trip, you can't go overseas, you can't go to West Australia, come to New South Wales.
That's it. And Destination New South Wales as an organisation, I've done a lot of work with them over the time in my professional career. We've got another bad start here. Maybe the starter's starting to get a bit jumpy. Got the nerves on. Just fire the gun, mate. Fire the gun. But yeah, they pour a lot of money into bringing events like this to New South Wales. And yes, it's for the benefit of the local business, and it's for the benefit of the local community and for the competitors as well. So, you know, they're a fantastic organisation. I can't speak highly enough of them, actually.
Call out the results of that one.
So first place, Coffs Harbour Trainwrecks. That was a brilliant row down there from Alley 1. Alley 6. And North Cronulla Blueies Vets came home strong. Noosa Heads Emus. Tally Cab Savs. I think they'll be disappointed with that one, but they'll make a comeback. Cronulla Team A, and in 6, Sticky Beach Prime Beef.
Yeah. Now, the other people that have been really good to deal with, and Surf Life Saving Australia have really helped us out in supporting this. They've got on board with this event over the last number of years. They really see it as a very important event in their program.
Absolutely. This event is kind of your marker and your time to put the line in the sand and say, where am I at? You know, this is a mini Aussies.
Well, you're getting 300 boats to this event, and in reality, it's probably the event that most people go, well, see how we're going, and if we're really not good enough, they don't go to Aussies and things like that.
That's right, and it also gives the organising committee a chance to try new things. So as a sport, we must continually evolve, and we have, and I think a lot of those initiatives have been tried here, like the finishing line. That was a first here, and I think that being introduced now has saved a few people a gold medal at the Australian titles, and so it's a chance to be innovative and really push the boundaries of our sport, which I think the ASRL does really well in consultation with SLSA.
Here they go. Call her off the beach as we see it, or the crew in...
Oh, we've had the bowman miss the start up there. That's your worst nightmare. That'll be a shout at the bar tonight.
Oh, yeah, well, that was, I think, North Cronulla, wasn't it?
North Nullacoro as well. That will definitely be...
North Narrabeen. See Big Don in the back there?
There he is. He's just a masterclass, Don. He's been such a great supporter of me as a sweep, but also he's mentoring another new young girl, Grace. She's sweeping as well. She's about to go for her S3, which is great. Can you imagine having anyone teach you how to sweep? Don McManus, it's pretty special.
Well, you'd be happy. You know, like I've been fortunate enough over the years when I was sort of a learning sweep and I was having all sorts of problems.
Oh, we've got a crab there in the boat, though.
Which one?
That's Donnie's crew. Just got a bit of a crab there.
Good
That'll
eyes.
be $5 in my boat.
Gee, you must make a foot. No wonder you have to move south.
We do. We have a jar, and the money you must pay. So there's late fines. There's crab
late
tax.
fines. What's late fine?
It depends on whether you're an open crew or a junior crew. You know, the juniors don't have any money, so
Here they go. Through
the gate cans.
Yeah, well, we do 6 cans for being up to 10 minutes late for training, and a slab if you're any later than that.
Yeah, the boys generally do that. We save up the money and we put it over the bar at Aussies.
No, the sweeps get that. Bugger the crews.
Well, you can't do it with the juniors. It's a bit harder because obviously you got to find them for the thing that hurts the most, and that's their $2 pocket money.
I was going to say they'd be.
Or you know, there's a few things we'll introduce this year down at Kiama. We'll see how we go.
Well, look at this. How relaxed does that look? Just running. It's going
effortless.
Effortless. Just tap it along.
And trying to teach people this, you know, people and the kids do it too. When you first teach them, as you know, they get in, they want to rip it, and they want to rush down the seat, and you're like, okay, here we go. We've got to teach you that this is, you know, meant to be smooth.
Oh, look at that.
There we go. Hold on.
See you grabbing the sweep board. Don't fall out.
I would be absolutely in the drink right now.
There you go. They've come back well, haven't they?
This will actually be a tight race. If they can hold on here, that crew out in Alley 2, is that the North Narrabeen?
North Narrabeen are doing really well.
Yeah.
And the crew that I think I'd be worried about, I can't see, there's only 4 in it. So who's missing?
Pretty sure some of these blokes in that North Narrabeen crew are ex-Aussie champions. I know Brendan's in there, and he's got a gold medal as a rower. Yep, they rode for Bulgola. I think they won their medals with North Narrabeen. I can't be sure of that. But yeah, they're just all back having a row again, which is pretty amazing. I thought someone had stopped at the cans there out the back, but they're just having a warm-up.
You gets a bit like that as the day goes on.
I was going to say, yeah, I thought someone had blown a puff about.
Yeah, the vision here is so good at the moment, and the seas look so good. The wind's dropped quite a bit actually from this morning.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think probably a lot of these crews would have been hoping for a bit more of a wave, but you know, it's the luck of the draw. That's what surfboats. You've got to be good in all conditions, and amazingly, you start to see crews winning that can win in every condition possible.
Well, over the years, it used to be the reserves were the crash
test dummies, yeah.
Crash test dummies, and now you've got the masters over the last number of years have been caught out on a number of occasions with
That's right, yeah.
Here we go.
This racing will be so great for the Interstates. I'm so excited to watch that. I think that is going to be red hot racing.
And I reckon, watch out for if Queensland don't win it, they'll never win it, because they've had no interruptions to their season.
No interruptions, but I've got to say, like, you know, my dark horse will be the Victorians.
Like hell.
Dark horse, I'm giving you a bit of a rap there.
No.
But I tell you what, that New South Wales team is strong. You know, but honestly, it's going to be who can work the little bits. You know, they've all got the same boat speed. It's going to be who can work the little things.
Yeah, well, Donnie came home there strong, and I think that's Surfers Paradise next to him.
Yeah, great to see them back on the water too. I know they made a bit of an appearance again last year. Mike Chepp got things going up there, and yeah, it's just really good to see they're really focusing on getting juniors as well. So having a masters crew around really helps with that. You know, having some old experienced heads around just helps keep the kids in line, and also teach them the craft, and more importantly, the culture of surfboats.
And that's the big thing that people, you know, like unfortunately with the world we live in, it's so time like training and all that.
Yep.
I don't know how you feel, but in the old days you'd go to training at 4:30 in the afternoon, and you know 5 o'clock you'd be off the water by 6:30, and away you go.
Right.
Now it's in the morning.
It's mainly in the mornings. Yeah, a lot of my work's done in the mornings when I'm at full throttle with full competitive crews, because you know you get caught up at work and it disrupts training. So yeah, you just got to make it work. You know, one crew I remember sweeping that I don't think we ever trained in the light. It was always in the dark, and you know, every now and then we'd go and do a beach session, but we got there eventually. You just make it work.
Oh yeah, you got it. But you also need assistants like Jeff, our sweep. He's a fireman, so sometimes he's doing night shifts. So I do his morning sessions on that. And you just got to be adaptable. You've got to have people around. And
this is where it's so important to really invest in your sweeps, even if they never compete. What you're looking for is to have that training sweep, and I'm so excited that the Navy have, team Navy ASRL have announced the Sweeps Academy. There's going to be so much talk about this over the weekend, but this program is absolutely brilliant, and it's a 12-month commitment. It's not just come in, spend a day, learn to sweep, go.
Yep.
You know, it's a proper mentoring process, and the sweeps committee that's been led by Phil Clipman has been really engaged and put a lot of work into this, and there's still more work to do. But I would encourage anyone who is thinking about sweeping, and I'm talking to the 30 girls that I'm currently working with at the moment. We've got 30 girls as a part of a female sweeps development squad that, you know, they're not signing up for this and they're not fair income, you know, because it's a fantastic opportunity.
Oh no, that's brilliant what you're doing. Also, this race has just gone away now. So who have we got in the race? We have Noosa Heads in 1, South Maroubra Snuggle
Puss out in front again.
Out in front again. See, Kilda Angry Dogs. Where are the dogs?
They're not. They're there. So South Maroubra has got away to a really solid start, which is what they're good at.
North Cronulla, are they? I don't see they're there, are they? And the last crew is Bulleye, is it? Or was Bulleye missing?
I feel like this is. Is that Nobbies? No, it's North Cronulla.
North Cronulla.
Yeah, that is North Cronulla there,
so
just second from the bottom.
Bulleye aren't in it, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So,
look, this South Maroubra crew will be hard to beat. They train really hard. They got Phil Stefano up the back, who will be, you know, into him. You know, he's a really big motivator in the boat. He, you know, people joke he doesn't shut up, but it's actually good.
I gotta say, you listen to Phil after a day of sweep, he can't talk.
He can't talk to you. Yeah, you've got to whisper to him.
Yeah, have a look at this sweep. He's just sitting back. So look at the relaxed finish. Oh, look at the finish on them. They just hold the finish.
It's just about efficiency.
Yeah.
You know,
which
we're
crew
not
is
trying
that
to
one?
break a world record here. It's really hard to see with the sun, but yeah, the
that's North Cronulla, isn't it?
It looks like a darker boat to me. So
it's not the Angry Dogs, and it's either Noosa or the. It won't be Phil because he'd be screaming.
No, it's not Phil. Phil's a little bit more animated than that up the back. Although, given it's a bit flat today, he'll probably try and keep nice and still. But yeah, these veterans.
I reckon it could be Noosa, that one. Here goes Phil into it. Around the turn. How good is his turn?
Boys. Now give it some power out here. This is where you want to get a jump here. This is where a lot of crews, you know, especially in the ladies division, they'll come around the turn and be like, oh, God, it's so heavy.
Yeah.
You know, if you can commit to those first 3 or 4 strokes out of the turn, you will gain. And you can start to see the runs here starting to pick up. So the wind's starting to pick up a bit. These little bubbles, as we call them, they are gold.
Yeah.
You know, they can be the difference between another quarter of a boat length or not. So that's Mick Hawkins up the back there.
Yeah, that was the North Cronulla crew, yeah.
I'm recognising now that he's turned around.
But have a look out. See, what you're saying is true. See that little run there? They're just milking that for all it's worth.
Yeah.
Just get onto it and milk it.
And all they've got to do is put pressure on their legs.
Yep.
You know, they don't need to do anything else. It's just pressure on the legs just to give it a bit more. We talk about a heavy stroke. Give it now, it's heavy, you know, because it is heavy on the legs. And a lot of the girls, you know, they can nail it. And the guys, I mean, there's nothing better, and I'll say it, there's nothing better than sweeping a good open men's crew to feel
Have
that.
a look at them coming home now.
Yeah, they are really working those runs,
They are absolutely milking it.
They're here practically on their home beach, so they'll know how to work this water. You can just start to see the ripples coming up a bit more now, which is great.
It's very noticeable, but the crews in this alley, although the crew out in front, by the way, we're not seeing it from the vision. If you look across at the beach.
There's Phil now. They're out in front.
Yeah.
So again, you've got your bowman just really pulling that down. That's Steve Vesper there in stroke.
Look at these guys go now.
That's North Cronulla. If they get over this, they're going to take the win here.
Yes, they're going to do it.
That is beautiful running of that.
Yeah, got it. Oh, poor old Phil.
Keep him running, Mick. Keep him running. That's it. And that's just the lay of the wave now. Like, so that's a bit unlucky for South Maroubra, but great, you know, great surf work there from the North Cronulla guys to work down that little run. That's hard to do after a long race, to keep that discipline. But well done.
must be going through. All right, here's the Heat 1 results, and we had the North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts, the Warriewood Crusties, North Cronulla Corros, Surfers Sea Dogs, and the Warriewood Crusties.
Well, they've definitely been eating their coffee and donuts, those boys, after that win. That's pretty good. Now, listen, we're actually coming in from, I want to say shout out to Bob Branson in Las Vegas, who's watching us.
Wow.
I did see a note there from someone in Croatia who's
Is he
watching
winning?
us.
Is Bob winning a bit of money for us so he
Bob,
can donate?
let us know if you're all going to put it on, put it all on black or red.
Yeah,
black or red, isn't it?
And
Oh, you can tell I'm not a gambler.
Yeah, please give us 20%.
Yeah.
Results here coming through now from the 220 males. And it was the North Cronulla Hooko Vets, South Maroon Snugglepuss, and the St Kilda Angry Dogs. I don't know what happened to the last group.
Now, this will be interesting now because North Cronulla and the Snugglepuss will be on equal points. So this is just a round. Is this a round robin one? 220s?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. So they'll be tied on points. So their last race will be literally. Oh no, they've got 2 heats. Sorry, they've got 2 heats. So that'll see them through to the final.
Yeah. Well, now we got coming up. This is the 160-200 female. Now there was a couple of crews that dropped out of this. I think Bernie's Risk are there. I think there should be an alley one. Yeah, they got the Allura
they'll be
boat.
rowing the Allura boat there.
Nobby's Golden Girls. I don't think are they there.
No, they've pulled out, unfortunately, due to work.
Wonder Kessels.
The Wonder Kessels are rowing really well, so this will be a competition.
They're at 200.
Yep.
And then you got the North Cronulla Young Ones.
Yep.
They're at 160, and finally the Coolangatta Lip Jip 200s.
Yeah, the Coolangatta guys aren't there, but I just want to give a
your
massive shout out
are
here.
out, and you reckon Nobbies are out.
So this North Cronulla crew here, they've got a debutante, first ever row. Her name's Donna Hargraves, and Donna's one of our greatest officials in the sport, and she has finally taken up the long oar and had to go. So she's rowing in second bow there for the North Cronulla girls. So welcome to the Jungle Girls. You know, they've got the North Cronulla Young Ones because Dave Young, apparently they're his favourite crew. He's got some pretty, they tell me it's his favourite crew, but look, I just think it's terrific. And Donna's sister-in-law is also in the boat. She was seconded because they need a rower. So, you know, masters rowing for women at this time in their lives, I just think it's brilliant that they're actually having a go. And look at this is her first race and she hasn't caught a crab yet. I don't want to jinx her, but she's going all right.
Tell you what, Beck, we haven't mentioned another state that's been doing really well with their events, and it's very difficult, the Northern Territory.
The Northern Territory,
They've been doing they travel miles to go to events. Broome,
absolutely.
Places, they're unbelievable up there.
Absolutely.
So hello to everyone up the Northern Territory. We do miss you down here, and I hopefully somewhere along the line you'll get down to one of these big events in the near future.
Yeah, certainly the Broome girls I know have been training well, and I think they've attended a few WA events, so that's great. Look, this is really good. These Bernie girls, they're actually a bronze medalist, I think, from Aussies last year.
Right, okay.
And they just love their rowing, so they'll
Do
be...
you know what the risks...
I'm not sure, but I will ask because one of the girls I've coached for a while now, that's her sister in the bow, so I'll be sure to ask. You can just start to see these bumps. I'm just getting a bit excited about this water now because as we start to move through the day into the interstate, you'll start to see the water really start to chop up a bit, I think, once the wind comes. And, you know, it'll be runs for days on the way home, which is one of my favourite things, is catching runs. But yeah, some good rowing from the girls here.
Yep, they're again, a really settled race. He's got them really nicely sitting back, just control. Sweeps are generally relaxed at this point. He's looking around now. Where am I? Probably telling him, look, you're either your position you were in, and let's look for a bit of a bubble. If we get a bubble, here we go.
And
Put
just
a bit
keep
more
working
pressure
hard
on it.
now. Don't let the foot off the pedal, you know, because in surf, you know, you can have this kind of lead, and it's gone in an instant, you know, because someone will come through from behind. So, you know, I'll be really continuing to push the girls right now just to make sure that they're working on their race fitness as you head into the business end of the season.
Yeah, well, there's certainly distance between first, second and third. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. But they'll continue to improve. This North Cronulla crew, as I said, you know, debutante in there. One girl's only rowed probably 3 or 4 times at a carnival, so they'll continue to improve. Like they're just like junior crews, any new crew. You start from scratch and you've got to learn your way. But look, Wonder Kessels will be up there, I think, with a bit more competition at Aussies. They'll definitely be up there for a medal chance for sure. Yeah, good rowing there from the Burnie girls. Nice and long and strong.
Yeah, did it well.
Nice little lift for them to bring it home. These little lifts, though, you know, they can be tricky there on the edge. You know, you just have to make sure you keep your... And there we go. Talk about it right now. Your oars will get caught. You need to get out of that boat really quickly and get it up off the beach.
Absolutely. You know, you just don't relax until you get out of the boat and get the boat up on the sand.
Yeah, you're not finished your race in my boat until you're up and off that beach. You know, because crews will be coming from behind, from the side and everything else. So you just want to keep people as safe as possible.
Right, we're going to go into the 160 male. And this should be fairly quick because you've got the Evoca Blue Pills, Wonder Thumpers, Freshwater...
What are the blue pills for, Frank, do you think?
Hey?
What are the blue pills for?
I could say ask someone that I know, but I won't.
Hopefully they've taken them.
In the 70s, I used to take a few.
Well, actually, no, I don't. I hope they haven't taken them, to be honest, given what they're wearing on the beach. But, great name for a Masters crew. I love it.
Anyway, Wonder Thumpers, the Freshwater Magoos, and the Allura Great Men with Timmy Nesbitt and Big Steve. You've seen the size of Steve that rows in that crew? He's the caretaker here.
Oh.
He's a massive man. It was brilliant. He helped us over the last few days. Strong as an ox. And you look at this bloke and you go, good Lord, wish I was like that.
But the great men are the great men. Like Timmy Nesbitt, arguably the greatest man ever to row surfboats.
Has he ever been on time for anything?
No. No. Has he showed his party trick? You don't want to see it.
I swear.
I saw it very early on in my rowing career, and it's certainly not something that...
I'll say hello to Tim's best mate down in Melbourne, Jay Parkin.
Yeah.
Jay.
So you were lucky enough to have Tim at Lawn for a while?
Yeah.
Lucky you guys.
Well, we taught him how to sweep down there, and he came back up here. A lot of effort gone to nothing.
It's the Shire thing, you know.
Oh,
it's the Shire thing.
Got to go to the Shire. Yeah. Yeah, but also, one of the sponsors we have here, I don't know much about because I don't do this sort of stuff. Therabody, what are they? Therabody,
if I'm guessing correctly, they are the guns that help you, relax your muscles. I've actually got one at home.
I haven't got muscles, so it doesn't matter. So.
Well, nor do I at the moment. They're looking a bit tuck shop lady arms, but look, it's just really good gear to help with recovery and things like that. So, yeah, we'll try and get one up here later on if they're on the beach at all. No,
want to have a chat.
Yeah. No, the go. Have a go of one. If it's the Therabody stuff that I'm thinking about.
Is it actually a machine?
Well, I know mine's called a Theragun, but I think they do a lot of sort of, we call them the stretch bands and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, right, okay.
Yeah, it's for the real athletes.
Oh, sorry, that's why it wouldn't involve me.
We're elite athletes. They're the real athletes. We're the elite athletes.
I'm just
There's some good-looking fine specimens on the beach there.
I'm just a walking croc these days. I did at the beach on Wednesday, right? Measured how far I did working up and down there.
Yeah, how many steps in a day?
I was 8.5 kilometres.
Wow, that's amazing. When I used to work in the theatre and we'd be opening a show, so I looked after Lion King and all that sort of stuff. Yep, toured the country with that one. And in the setup, we would do something like 15 to 20,000 steps a day.
So what do you do now?
Theatre. I'm actually the CEO of Judo, New South Wales.
Holy moly, I won't say anything bad.
Yeah, well, I can assure you I've never done judo in my life, but geez, it's a terrific sport. So helping them. We've got our big kind of ASRL next weekend up at Blacktown, the Sydney International, so got athletes coming from all over Australia for that one as well.
All right, so on this one we've got Evoca, Blue Pills, the Wonder Thumpers, Freshwater Magoos and the Allura Great Men. And here they go. This is going to be a hot race, this one. I tell you what, the crew from Allura, the Great Men, didn't get a great start.
Well then, we'll have to go back and watch the replay on that one to see who stuffed that one over. It could not have been Tim Nesbitt. There's just no way.
Yeah, Timmy Nesbitt.
But look, that was a great.
Timmy Nesbitt comes in off the beach.
That's a great start out there from Alley 3, and I'm looking at that. That's a Freshwater Magoos. So. Look, again, they are a solid crew. They featured in the reserve grade final at the Sydney Northern Beaches last weekend, branch titles, and that's no easy feat. But there's Nathan Perry, one of the great guys of our sport. A lot of people on the beach today rowing his boats.
Yep.
And our next commentator coming in right next to me is one of the other boat builders in Jace Bean. So, look, each boat, I've rowed them all now, and they're all terrific. They've all got their they're great strengths. So it's just about what makes you comfortable.
Well, every top crew in Australia's got one of the boats, haven't they? So it doesn't matter. You can talk to you. It's what the crew are comfortable with and how they row it. In the end, it comes down to that.
Yeah, I've just jumped into a climber actually after years of rowing a Perry, and my first experience wasn't so great. I ended up in the drink within 2 seconds, but I've got the hang of it now. So yeah, they're all different, but they're all great surf boats.
Right. So we're going out here, and I tell you, the crew in Alley 3, which is the freshwater Magoos, Nathan's really got them going. He's got them going. And
he loves to hammer his crews on the way to the can. You know, you get to the can first, and it's first opportunity to get home. So, it's terrific, and I think he's got some pretty solid rowers in here with plenty of experience, which they're showing right now. Great turn too.
And his son's rowing in the New South Wales team with South Curly this year.
Yeah, he is. Yep, he's a brilliant rower. He's loving his stillwater rowing career at the moment as well. But I think Nathan's really proud, as is Kel.
I bet you Kim's very proud.
Oh, Kim, proud granddad. Yeah,
very proud granddad. I think he's coming to watch this, but he's sitting. He's not going to come down, and he'll watch it from a distance.
He's not allowed to interfere.
No, not allowed. But must be a proud moment. I mean, anyone that doesn't know, Kim Marsh is one of the greats of our sport. He wrote a book years ago on sweeping and rowing and the techniques we use, and over the years has been a great man. His kids and grandkids have been involved in triathlons. Right, yeah.
And so much of that content will be forming part of the new ASRL Sweeps Academy as well. So really good content there, and I've read that book back to front a million times over. But you can see Nath here has really got his weight forward again, holding onto the end of that sweep oar to keep it steering well, but to just get that weight out of the back of the boat.
Nath never has not worn budgie smugglers.
He is the king of the sluggos, and he's one of the last bastions. Although I'm starting to see a few more creep back in. I feel naked if I sweep in Cozzies. Just what you get used to, but no, he's a fan. So keep going, Nate. They look amazing.
Yeah, well, in Victoria we have wetsuits.
God.
You got it, yeah.
I'm always in a wetsuit. I feel the cold.
Yeah. Here we go. There's a crew coming up from behind. Have a look at this. Oh, no.
Have a go, boys. Get over that. Get over that. They're going to destroy the spirit here of Freshie. Oh, they're all on it. All three.
Oh, no. Freshie's...
Avoca's got the better run of it. Oh, Freshie's going to end up third there. That's a heartbreaker. God, I hate this sport. I hate it.
No.
I can't handle it. That is just so disappointing when you've done all that work. And you can see Nate there. He's bit of a back slap there on the back, but
wow, the only crew. That is unbelievable.
It's what you love about this sport, but it's absolutely what you hate about it as well. You can be the best crew on the beach, which they in that race were the best crew rowing wise, and it just gets taken from you.
Oh, absolutely.
It stings, as I say, absolutely stings. But anyway, they'll bounce back. They should go into the. Is that a round robin, this one? No, it's a round robin point score. Point
score, so they've got another chance.
Oh, that one will.
I don't think they won the first one either, so that could hurt them, that one.
Yeah.
Could hurt them bad. So the next race we've got is the 180 females. We've got the Allura Salties, North Narrabeen Refried Beans, Bateman Bay Banshees.
Banshees, yep. Going for their 11th gold medal.
Oh, that's right. That's a good crew. Queen's Cliff Reality Queens and North Stain Penguins.
I think the North Stain Penguins have had a bit of a couple of crew changes, given that they swapped the day. I know one of the girls couldn't row today, but it's good to see them still here, still going. Look, this crew from Bateman's Bay, they'd be up there with one of my top 10 favourite crews of all time. I've watched them, since I started rowing, and they're just a brilliant bunch of women, and especially with Nearliness at the back.
Right, here we go. The Bernie. In the 160-200 females, we can see from this is the Avoca Beach Blue Pills, Allura, 160 male boat race. The Allura Great Men, Freshwater Magoos, look at that, a third, and the Wonder Bumpers were fourth.
That has got to hurt. That's got to hurt, that third place. But anyway, look, I think they know they're on the pace, and they've certainly got the work to do to.
Well, the way I look at it, I think the Allura won the first one. I can't remember who won, but they were right up there. So it's going to be interesting, the points.
Comes our Westpac helicopter.
Do a great job on the coast there, don't they?
Yeah, and they've been working really hard the last few days. So, look, it's really send our best thoughts out to those first responders who were there for that incident. It was, I'm sure it must have been pretty tough.
Yeah, it's not a nice thing. It's, as I said, it brings home reality to what the ocean's about. And we've got to respect the ocean.
Yeah.
We've got to respect that the creatures in the ocean, it's their ocean, it's not ours.
And how beautiful, though, can the ocean be? Like, I took my juniors out for the first time. Do you want to we'll read out these ones first.
Yep.
The Lure Salties, North Narrabeen Reef Fried Beans, probably hoping for a bit of a better start this time. The Banshees from Bateman's Bay. The Reality Queens, a solid reserve grade crew, probably just having a hit out this morning, and the North Stain Penguins.
Yep. No, what we were saying before is, yeah, it's just the seas and all that. You got to respect. I mean, you go out. I was looking. I don't know if you ever saw that 100-foot wave on.
Yep.
Unbelievable documentary.
Unbelievable.
I just couldn't get it, but I thought the finals episode where he says he goes back to Hawaii and he's surfing on a little tiny wave.
Yep.
And he said the thrill you get on a tiny little wave is as good as the thrill you get on a 100-foot wave.
And that's why when you're starting out junior crews, you just got to start them small and you just build from there. I mean, we took the kids down to Druoa the other day. It was, 1 foot, maybe 2 on a big wave, and but it was unreal. It was, and now they want more.
Well, we're lucky because we got that pier wave.
Oh,
if you get kids that say, I wouldn't mind trying, I want to come down and lure.
I'm on a promise to some of your female sweeps down there to come down for the weekend, and I said as long as I can have one of those waves. So I'll jump in a plane. If you tell me it's working, I'll be on a plane down there because I cannot wait. And one of those waves at Jan Juck as well.
Yeah, whatever you do, right?
Yeah.
The first wave, don't go where Jeff tells you to go.
Okay.
He'll take you around a Point Grey, which is a little bit different. On it, there is a solid.
Is he going to stitch me up?
Oh, it's a nasty one. Oh, it is. Jeff goes out there because he can hold him. He's as strong as an ox. He can hold him. But we go straight off the pier into the middle. And
I just want to go forever. I don't really care about the size of it. It's just that. The 1 kilometre wave I watched on a YouTube clip once, and that's exceptional.
I still reckon the last ASRL Open was the funniest when Yappy goes out there and I know where to go, I said, Yappy, whatever you do. See that big road up there? He said, stay right of that.
Oh.
What did Yappy do? Go left of it.
Left,
What did he do? Over the falls, bang over.
We did that. We went to Avoca for a weekend and for a training camp, and the local said, don't go in front of the pine trees.
Yep.
We
They're away in this
pine
race now. So we can see going out through the middle, the 2 middle crews, which is Ali's 3 and 4. They've taken off very, very quickly now.
Yeah, Bateman's Bay. I mean, they are just such strong girls, and Queenscliff, I would have thought, would be right.
Queenscliff are holding them, I can tell you that now.
Yeah, 2 really quality crews here.
And the crew coming third is not too bad. Actually, 3rd and 4th still close, and the one behind at the moment is the Allura Salties.
Yeah, this is a very competitive division. Like I said, a lot of these crews will be lining up in the reserve grades, and they're just here for a bit of a hit out first up. The Banshees have had a name change. They just because they've got a new rower in there this year, but they're still making state finals in reserve grade at the moment, and they've got a really competitive open crew as well at the moment down at Bateman's Bay. So success breeds success.
Well, the 180.
I think they'll be hard to beat today, but these Queenscliff girls are giving them a red-hot run.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know that Tamara Braun would love to be rowing, and I think she rows in the 160s, if I remember.
She does, yeah.
And they've won about 3 or 4 of them in a row too, so but she would love to be rowing, but she did a bit of dancing a few months ago and did her ACL.
She's got one of the best dance floor injuries I've ever seen. She's currently walking around in a fairly good-looking knee brace. Well, she's not walking around, she's sitting down, so when you get down here for everyone else still coming to compete, make sure you go find her.
Oh, which crew's that one? No, that was very tight.
Yeah.
He went into his can very tight.
He's gone in pretty tight there and probably lost a little bit of boat speed as a result. But look, Neil will get it back, and you can just see the swells starting to build out the back a bit more now. There's run in them, but you just got to have to work them really hard. There goes North Narrabeen around, that incredibly special crew.
They're just nice and strong now, aren't they?
They are.
Looking very controlled.
There's a lift here, so they'll put the legs down, and push those legs straight into the seat, keep their bodies back, and let the boat run.
Yeah.
This is going to be close here coming in because they're not... Bateman's Bay's probably just got a boat length or so on them. You can't really see it on the screen, but just a boat length or so on them. But, if one of these waves sits up, and it's not going to take much for this Queenscliff crew just to rate it up a bit, and then they could come through from behind. So we could see another repeat of what just happened with the Freshie guys. And that's the danger now with the tide coming in, is it's going to sit up right on the line, so you're never over and you've never won it to cross the line.
He's now encouraging him even more. Look at that. And it's just like riding a surfboard, the way they stand in the back like that, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And this is one of the things you look for in new sweeps, is that ability to be able to hold the balance.
Yeah.
You know, some people stand up and they just can't stand up. I encourage the kids to get up really young now, just to give it a go, because they've got no fear.
I encourage. I know the old wave skis that I've got. I've got the old.
Yeah.
If you want to learn to go out through the surf, learn on one of those.
On a wave ski, yeah.
Because you've got no speed, and you get out through the break.
Yeah.
And you've got to work it to get through the break.
Yeah, that's a good win from the Banshees there, and Queenscliff coming through in behind. Yeah, when I first started to row, Macro, who was our sweep, he actually took us out on a few boards, just to, you know, because I'd never rowed a surfboat or anything before, and just to get the feel of the wave. And quite often I'll sit with Macro or sit with a couple of sweeps and just, you know, look at the waves to go, that's when it's lifting, that's when it's going, and that's when you've got to go to, or instruct your crew to go. So a lot of sweeps will, you know, won't sit in their tent. I don't sit in the tent. I sit down on my boat the whole time, just watching the alley that I'm in next, because as you know, the alleys change.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, you can be in alley 1 minute, and you know it's different in alley 5, and then you're in alley 5 and it's different again. So you've really got to keep an eye on the surf. If you've got a good crew, you're watching those things, because that's your job as the sweep.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Right, Beck, you've got 2 more rounds, and then we've got Jace coming in.
Yeah, Jace Beam's here.
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of transition as we go, so you might want to have a chat for a bit.
Yeah, no worries. So the next one is a 240 mixed. We've got Alexandra Headlands Brass Monkeys, the Bulleye Gold, Wonder Juniors, Ocean Beach Old Salt, and South Curly White Bread. So we're going to be ready for a start, and hopefully we'll get away clean off the beach, and away we go.
Yeah, I love when South Curly start. They're one of the best starters as a club off the beach. If you watch their jump starts, they spend a lot of time and effort teaching their crews how to do it really well. So, you know, this is a tough start now. You can see the sweep just trying to hold them back.
So what would you call off the beach? You call in fives, or what do you call anything?
I have to remember now. I generally just call it we're in and we're away. You know, a lot of my crews in more recent years, they know our drill.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's just get that boat moving. Those first 3 strokes are so important, you know, just to get the boat moving. And then
here they go.
we've got a...
Oh, gee, we had a bit of a Barney there.
An incident in the bow. You know, if I was to sweep now, it's like, get up, mate, get up, let's get going, and let's get, you know, just get on with it. Well,
certainly that crew come from behind. I think that might have been looked like the Wonder.
It was a Wonder crew, yeah.
Yeah. But at the moment, Alexandra Headlands, and I'll tell you who's got away, you're dead right, South Curly.
Oh, they are just brilliant starters all round. And, you know, if you're out in front in a race, you know, you've got the mental advantage as well. So now it's their job just to hold it. You know, in A-grade racing, I think that's incredibly tough because they're all fast off the beach. But, you know, any kind of mental positivity you can take from your start, I think that it's better to be out in front rather than chasing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Even sweeping the A crew and training and all that.
Yep.
The difference between an A crew, an open men's crew, especially today with all the technology they use.
You get
in a boat and they've got everything in the boat ready to row. And I'm going,
I was really lucky for a while to be able to help train our A crew at Coogee, and they were a good crew. You know, they were silver medal to Northcott, which is no slouch. But I remember one day Macro said, we'll do some starts off the beach. You take the boys and I'll take the girls. And so I was like, great, I'll get to sweep the A crew for the first time ever. And they left me on the beach. I was standing there and they were gone. I was like, okay, bit different to an under-23 girls crew.
Well,
look, some of these athletes here, and I call them athletes, they are athletes, rowing in the Masters, they've all had their day in open crews. You know, I'm looking at some of those faces there of that South Curly crew, and they've done an outstanding job in their rowing careers, and now they just do it because they love it.
Is that termite at the back?
I don't think it's termite at the back, no.
No, it isn't. I was going to say, because the guy's sweeping right at the back.
That's ribs there sweeping, I mean...
That's not ribs, is it?
Yeah, that's ribs there.
Sweeping?
Yeah.
I didn't think he stood at the back. Anyway.
It's you can tell by they crouch over the South Curly sweeps. They got this thing, you know, it's all aerodynamics, I think. That'll just been the way they taught, but they're very low. They stand very low to the boat. I'm not sure my back would hold up for that. It's
That boat going out, by the way, is not racing.
yeah, we certainly hope not. Otherwise, I think they're just having a bit of a row down. That's the Queensy girls. But here they come, coming home through the Cairns. You know, we've got 2 boats, Sally's 1 and 5. Actually neck and neck at the moment. So
Very much neck and neck.
Alex Headlands, they actually had a great race in the first race. So
Certainly.
they'll be nudging for the final. Well, this is a point score, so they'll be probably pushing along with South Curly to make sure they get the points here.
Yeah, they've come home pretty strong, Alex, and South Curly. The noise in the background's the helicopter, so we'll just keep it going here. I tell you what, Alex is certainly trying to get over the top of South Curly.
And it just feels like Alex rode into some really dead water there, but you can just see that South Curly are just starting to get a lift.
There's a lift for him.
Here it comes.
There's a lift for him.
Give it a push, boys. There's one coming out the back too, which if these guys miss it, they might be in a little bit of trouble there. They're going to have to put their foot down though and get in front of it.
Alex have got it. Alex have got it.
Yep, bit more work to do though. Bit more work. Yep, they're going to get it. Good work, boys. That's solid. It's really hard. I call them fat swells when they're not sitting up.
Yeah.
They've just got that bit of fatness and you sit on top of them for too long and it's really annoying for the rowers more so than me. But, yeah, fat swells, they're not my friend.
All right, we're going to 260 mix. This is the end of round 2 in the Masters 2022 ASRL Open. Who have we got?
So we've got the Nobby's Old Dicko 260s, the Coolangatta Magpies, Bernie Gold all the way from Tasmania, and the Gerringong Weary Men all the way from the beautiful south coast.
Now, we reckon the Gerringong Weary Men were really unlucky in the last race, if we remember.
Yep, they got a bit of a nudge off the start, so hopefully with a better start this time they'll be a bit closer to the field.
All right, the results for the 180 females: Bateman's Bay, Banshees, Queen's Cliff Reality, the Lure of Salties, North Stain, Penguins, and poor old Donny with the North Narrabeen refried beans, whatever they are.
They'll keep refrying them though. I think that's the idea of it, is that they, you know, they've been fried a few times and they just keep refrying the same
Why
crew.
refried beans?
Well, beans are naturally like the way they are, and then you have another go at it, so you fry them again. So I think they're just going to keep going.
Beans are naturally...
Yeah, don't you eat beans natural? I don't eat them.
Hell.
Yeah. I don't even eat baked beans for the obvious reasons.
Beans.
I don't even cook. You need to ask my sister that. I don't even cook. Really? All right, well, I've got one more race with you guys, and then I'm going to be back for the Interstate.
Done a great job, eh?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's been really good fun. I could talk surfboats till I'm blue in the face. I think that's why they asked me. So.
Why are you blue in the face?
Not yet.
All right. So we're going to have this one, and then
Jace Bean's going to jump in, all the way from Queensland.
Queensland.
We'll let him in for now, and I'll...
Oh, the rivalry starts at this hour of the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Who was the motivating speech for the Queenslanders this year?
Corey Stern.
Well, you might do well then after all the money you spent on different motivators over the years.
How about the motivation is get in the boat and row hard? That's what New South Wales does. Yeah, we don't need anyone to tell us that.
I remember they got the what's a great New South and Queensland coach at Stockton. Hey? Wayne Bennett.
Full of personality.
They got him the night before, and I was up there with Peter Hickey, and Victoria. You know, we were okay, and Queensland all come down and they're all motivated and all that. Ended up getting 4th or something or 3rd. So that was a good investment, wasn't it?
Got to row hard.
All right.
Here they go, the old men of the sea. Geez, there'd be some stories in these boats, wouldn't there?
Oh, yeah.
It's one of Jace's boats on the end there, the South Coast boats. Gerringong are massive fans of Jace's boats.
Has done very well in the South Coast of New South Wales.
Yeah.
Well, that's where they were born, weren't they?
Yeah, I'll have to read the history of that one in the infamous book.
Oh, it's brilliant. Oh, look at this.
Oh, this edge is going to start to create a bit of havoc for the Interstate, I think.
Geez, it reminds me of the old Scarborough.
Yeah. God, Scarborough. I think I'm still scarred. Nobby's Old Dicko's in Alley 1. Coolangatta Magpies, Bernie Gold and Gerringong Wherrymen for the 260 mixed surfboat race. Yeah,
What a great
everyone
deal
loves
that
an
is,
edge.
eh? Look at that.
Well, I learnt my craft at Coogee, so I'm used to an edge, but that Scarborough edge is something else.
Oh no, you haven't been to City Beach then, have you?
No.
You wouldn't want to do that one.
I don't know what was worse, as a rower or a sweep. So as a rower, I was a bowman, so I was 10 foot under. Here we go.
Oh, gee.
Bit of a running start there from Alley 3.
That's the way we used to start in Perth. Get a run in, get in.
What are the check starters doing? Not even checking to see there was creeping
that was
there.
a classic.
That was a run and jump
Yeah.
from the Allura guys. Wilco, turn it up. Geez, you know when you're in the opens, when you're on the line and you see crews creeping and people are screaming and yelling, stop creeping and stuff. I think the Masters just gave a great display of what creeping looks like.
I'll tell you
The
what.
Wherrymen are a bit better that time.
Yeah.
There they go. Oh, long and strong. Long and strong. You know, some of these blokes are granddads, you know, and, you know, it's a great family club, Gerringong. That is Yappy standing up the back there.
I was going to say that, Yappy, yeah.
Yeah, he got seconded in, I'm sure, the other day when we saw them rowing. Yeah, Yappy and I are going to start the new boat rowing empire down at Kiama Surf Club. I'm starting a rumour
Very
that
good.
he's transferring into Kiama.
Well, the South
I think
Coast,
the day
well, the
I'll eat my
South Coast
shorts
has
if he
really
ever
dropped
does.
off over the years, hasn't it, with a lot of clubs?
Yeah, it has. But there's a bit of a resurgence going on with a few of us down there now. So, you know, we just got to get the kids on the water. That's where the focus is. And we'll get there. And Yappy's been tremendous in helping that happen too. So he's on a farm down at Berry now.
Yeah, I know. He told me how he milks the cows
Milks the cows.
and then gets on the train and then goes to training. He used to sleep overnight and train again and then go back.
Yeah, well, he's worth it though,
I
isn't
said,
he?
why did you do it? He said, because I love it.
He loves it. He loves it. And yet he sweeps has been sweeping some of the best crews in the country and still gives his time to come and teach brand new juniors how to row with me down at Kiama. So, you know, and that's what a lot of these sweeps do now, is they invest back into the sport. And, you know, Jace will talk about it more too, the new ASRL Sweeps Academy. A lot of these really experienced sweeps will be part of it, and they want to give their time.
Now, I know people are watching back at home, but those that are watching are coming down over the next few days. The big news is we've got stacks of prizes at the ASRL Open. The ASRL Open, new prizes. Surf Safety have donated a set of 5 helmets, which we'll randomly draw out from under 23 male-female crew entrants. So you go to the Surf Safety Australia website to have a look at what it is. All crews with four first-year rowers will go into the random draw to win a set of Rolex. First-year sweeps, this is a great idea, will go into a random draw to win a brand new sweep oar.
How good's that?
And the ASRL are continuing to invest in new sweep development, and Beck is the person that's really taking this forward with a lot of the female sweeps. It's a great initiative. The other thing is the under-19s get a beautiful kit of gear coming to the ASRL Open.
That's
So
right, and they also get free entry, which is just amazing.
No,
not
we
anymore.
doubled the price.
All right, that's COVID. You can blame COVID for that.
No, we doubled the
but,
price for them.
But look,
Kids,
you know,
no,
whether
no.
it's free entry
Yeah,
or
free entry.
or the backpacks
No,
or whatever it is, over the last few years, they've been massive supporters of
Oh,
juniors.
that's right.
And
But no, we thought this year...
I think the kids would probably like the backpacks better, to be honest.
These kids just want to go home with wearing an ASRL jacket and whatever they've got.
Well, I cleaned out my drawer and gave all our new rowers the Team Navy, and they call themselves Team Navy. That's what they walk around going, look at me, I'm Team Navy, like, you know, bunch
Here
of
we go.
idiots.
Here we go.
Oh, there's a run down the end.
This is your last
Here
call.
it comes.
Go for it.
Who's on alley 1? It's Nobby's. Nobby's coming down there, and if they keep rowing this down that wave, they'll get it. But Allura's going to give it a crack just at the end. You watch. There they go. Well, I think Nobby's is going to get it with the lay of the wave. I'll back Nobby's on that one. And on that note, I'm going to leave you be. Thanks.
Right, we'll see you later.
Been a
Enjoy
pleasure.
this Interstate. You'll love it.
All right, mate.
All right?
Thanks very much.
Done a great job. Thanks, Beck. Right, while you're also back there, there's Ohana Ocean Athletics will have some wonderful merchandise on sale up at the club. They've got a lot of shirts, hats, all with ASRL on them. So get up there and get in early because it'll all go. And don't forget the COVID information. For those that feel as though they want to have a drink, there is no limitation on going to the bar. It's been lifted, luckily enough, last night.
perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Yes. We've got to thank the New South Wales government for being so helping, accommodating. And the other thing is, if you're seeing on the screen, you see the new shirts, the wonderful. Now, Jace, you're welcome aboard.
Morning, Frank. How are you?
I'm good, mate. How's Queensland?
It's been indifferent start of the year. We've had a cyclone, we've had a tsunami, we've had floods, we've had a little bit of everything. COVID, of course.
All right. Before the next race goes, tell us a bit about your background, and if I have to stop you, I will.
Right. Okay. Well, mate, I started at Mollymook.
Sorry, I've just got to give the results of this. First of all, the Nobbies were right. They won. Bernie was second. Coolangatta third, and the Gerringong Miri men were fourth. Right.
Yeah. So, I started in rowing at Mollymook with a mate of mine, Grant Conran, in '92. Which I think Aussies was at North. Was it Collar? We was moved to Collaroy from North Narrabeen. It was massive. Did 2 years of juniors with them, then moved to Met Caloundra in '95.
Right,
Yeah.
95 before the big one.
Yes.
Here we go in this. The Coogee in this heat. We've got Coogee, North Cronulla Purds, Bronte Berserkers, Maroochydore Force, and Wonder Explorer. So what are you seeing from there?
Mate, I think it's Bronte in the third alley. Is it? They're looking.
They were
right
very
at the
good in the
moment,
previous race, Bronte. They really flew out.
Maroochydore,
is it?
Maroochydore there on the right of the screen they're rating really low and slow at the moment.
It's right.
Yeah.
There's only 4 in it, isn't there?
So we've got a non-starter.
Yeah, we've got a non-starter.
So Wanda, we believe, is missing from Alley 5.
Yeah, by the looks of it, Wanda. Right.
So they're through the gate cans now and they're heading out to the turning cans.
Yeah, they're heading out there, and these guys are pretty hot on. I tell you now, the 180 males. You got my mate from the Queensland management team rowing in the in Mr. Stone, Corey Stone.
Corey Stone, I've known him for a while now. He's in the bow of the Maroochydore boat on the right-hand side of the screen, doing his thing.
Well, you want to push himself along a bit because Bronte are sort of walking.
Well, they are a bit behind because we've got Bronte going into the cans there in first position, followed by North Cronulla, and shortly after them, Coogee and Maroochydore just hit it now in fourth place.
Well, it must have been his secret training that he did leading up to the
lack of it.
Lack of it. Should have had that bloody beer in the.
You should have went to bed a bit earlier last night, Corey.
Yep. Right. So. Mate, what do you think about the Interstate coming up? How do you think the Queenslanders going?
Oh, Interstate, yes. It's exciting, isn't it? It's flat today, so you've got to be fast. You've got to be on your game. The crew that makes the least amount of mistakes is going to do well. Yeah. And it's about accumulating points. We've seen Queensland in the past, they focus so much on New South Wales and beating them, and sometimes they let their guard down and let the Vics through or South Australia through. So, and of course WA, but unfortunately they're not with us this year.
No, it's very sad because WA were the last time they were in it. Were right up and they were in leading it. They were the winners, I think.
They've always had some fast crews, particularly in the A's and men and women.
Yeah,
very, very fast.
23s are good. But here we go. They're coming home. I tell you what, they're moving through now, and the crew that's still really working it through here at the moment is the Bronte Breakers. But I tell you what, there's a bit of a slow haul in the drag, and now the crews in alleys 1 and 2, Coogee and North Cronulla Purds, they're coming through. Look at North Cronulla.
North Cronulla's flying. They're going really fast.
Look at him. He's pushing them through.
Just the tiniest of bubbles. They're still on it, but Bronte is now got the better of it.
Yeah, Bronte have got back.
Bronte were that far in front, it took a little bit longer for the runner to catch him, to get up to him, and then once they found it, away they went. They put the hammer down and took off.
Now, while you're here, Jace, surfboats, you build them and all that. Did you read Bert Hunt's history of surfboats?
Bert Hunt got some information off me for that about our business, South Coast Surfboats, when we started. Haven't had a chance to sit down and read it yet.
I was just absolutely gobsmacked as how many boat builders there were in the country.
Over the years, yes, back in the earlier 50s, 60s, 70s, there would have been an awful lot, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even Bert didn't know that Roger Ninham was actually a West Australian. His father was Bill Ninham that built boats in West Australia.
I've just learned something as
There you go.
well.
Bert's
Yes.
going, no, he wasn't. I said, yes, he was. I said, because we used to buy Bill Ninham boats over there. And I mean, the other famous boat we bought when they first came out was one of the best wooden boats, was the Claude Boyd.
Boyd, yes.
A brilliant boat. It was a bit of a banana boat. You didn't
Had a lot of rocker in it. Yeah, a
you
lot
didn't
of
have to
rocker
put
in it.
sandbags in it in the flat.
And then Lofty
Lofty,
Richardson,
yeah.
Kevin Richardson from Maroochydore took over and kept building those. Lofty was great with what he could do with that boat in some crazy conditions. But what have we got coming onto the water next? There's a few crews lining up. I can see what looks like a Wanda boat there. We've got
Right.
which one are you up to, Frank?
With this one here, mate. There, right there.
Righto.
Sorry. You've got Mordialloc E. Coli, Port Fairy Shearwaters, Avoca Beach, The Tails, and Jan Juck. Now, this Jan Juck crew have been amazing. They start last, but all of a sudden they're up in front.
Well, hey, if you've got a good start, get into it.
Yeah, they're doing really well. But I tell you what, the Port Fairy guys, they must have been doing secret training. They're going really well at the moment.
Well, you know about those guys, Jan Juck and Port Fairy. They're down your way.
Yeah, I know. Port Fairy guys have been together a long time. Magnificent place. Yeah, but Port Fairy is a beautiful beach.
Never been that far, or to Port Fairy. The furthest I've been down is to Anglesea and Point Road Night.
You've never been to Lorne?
No, I haven't.
Jeez.
I know, I didn't go there in 2007.
Ed, you want to step in? Right.
I just lost a bit of credibility then. But no, it's on the list of places to go, so maybe if we talk to the ASRL, we might be to go back there.
Yeah, well, well, that's, yeah. Everyone asked me about that. Go there. Here
So
we
it looks
go.
like, is it
Well, at the moment, I would
Jan
say...
Juck in a Wanda boat?
No, Jan Juck
No.
got their own boat.
Okay, righto.
That's... The Jucksters are rowing... But that's...
That's a Wanda boat.
It is too.
Yeah,
What's
that's
going
Wanda.
on?
Anyway, they're looking good. Looking in control, looking smooth.
Well, that's
They've
not the
passed
Jan Juck sweep.
They've passed the gate cans, and they are moving out to the turning cans.
That's Wanda.
Rather controlled. So Wanda in lane 3.
Right, okay. So we don't have Avoca.
Right, Jan Juck are in 4.
Yeah.
They're looking rather smooth and in control. A very, very nice, calm rating there with Wanda. They're just about to come in. You can see the sweep angling, the boat pulling the oar to himself just to bring it around. Now he's dipped it out of the water. He's helped grab the strokes oar to turn. A very good turn. Look at them all coming around together there. There's not much splits the field there between first and last.
Yeah, they're coming out pretty quick now. As I said, you watch these crews come home now, and look at them go. I tell you what, the crew in Alley 1, Mordialloc, picked up a long way.
They are. There's not much splits the field. Like you got from first to fourth, you've got the length of 2 surfboats, and Mordialloc up the top there are really starting to put the hammer down. They might be able to sneak a runner that comes through. There's not a lot of assistance out there, but when you feel it lift the back of the boat up, the nose goes down, that's when you want to really push it. Get that nose down and get it running.
Yeah, look at Wanda. They're rowing well at the moment. They let the other pack catch up, and then a runner came, and they took about 3 or 4 strokes and just sit back and let it run, and they've got out to about half a length on the other crews. Look at that. And I tell you, I told you about this Jan Juck crew. They come from the clouds. Look at them.
Yep. Well, we've got Wanda edging in front by half a boat length, and the other 3 crews are dead level. So it's going to be a tight finish, particularly if we get a little runner to pick them all up.
Well, it's Victoria versus the Wanda.
Yeah. Wanda's flying the blue flag, the light blue flag.
Here we go. Is there any bubbles out there I can see? Not much.
You're doing it the whole way to the end, boys.
Oh no, over in alleys 1 and 2. Little bit of a left. Here we go. Look at these crews go. I'll tell you what, it's the E. coli. E. coli, they're onto this. Oh, Wanda have come back. They've got it. Wanda have got it.
Just enough to get them across the line there.
Well done. Well,
lovely.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of young, beautiful Edwina.
Thanks, Frank.
Sorry, Jazz. I know you're not beautiful.
It's a good trade-up, I'll give you that.
All right, have fun.
So that was the 180 male surf boat.
Yeah. Do you want that? Oh, yeah. You'll leave that. I did get it.
Next up, it looks like we've got 200 men to hit the water of their third round. That shorey is causing a bit of trouble on the changeovers. There's no room to move the boat, and if you take it out too deep, you'll get crunched. It's not helpful, that shorey. But Eddie's just about to join me. Here she is.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello there.
How are you, Jace?
Warm.
Yeah.
It's really warm in our little bunker up here under the tower, but we're having a great time.
Oh, you're
We've got surf boats.
You're fortunate you're in the shade. I'm in the sun now.
Let's move over.
That's all right. Okay, so who have we got on the line at the moment?
We've got the 200 males, round 3.
Yep, so we have Cronulla Team A in Alley 1, Coffs Harbour, Trainwrecks in Alley 2. Alley 3 is Noosahead Emus, Dicky Beach, Prime Beef in Alley 4, North Cronulla Blueies in Alley 5, and Tally Cab Savs in Alley 6. As you can see there on screen, it's pretty cool to have these graphics this year with the caps, so you can distinguish them as they go out throughout the race. Obviously with this glare it's a little bit challenging, but later on throughout the day it'll save us, won't it?
Oh, it's the next level. It's just so professional. It's great what we've got this year with the coverage.
That's absolutely brilliant. It's great to have this beach cam as well as a drone throughout the day too. It's awesome coverage, even though it is a little bit flat.
It's a sporting edge.
It is.
Very sporting edge. If you get caught by one of those, it can really throw you around. We've got the flags up, so the check starters are happy with the line. Just waiting on a suitable time to set the gun off. And
yep, there it goes. Pretty even start so far. It just seems like Noose got caught. Someone's put their hand up as well. Noose have put their hand up. Not sure what's happening with the emus there.
Looks like Cronulla's got a reasonable start up in Alley 1.
Very even at this stage. Quite. It's always interesting to watch the Masters rowing, isn't it? I mean, they've been doing it for so long, but the bodies eventually get stiffer and tighter, and
muscle memory's great. It's just.
But the technique can sometimes.
You know, they're doing a great job. Hey, I'll be happy to still be rowing. It's 50, 60, or however old these
75?
guys are. Well, 75. Who knows? They might have to make a new age division when I get there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks quite even at this stage, with Alley 6 Tally Cab Savs up with North Cronulla Blueies in Alley 5, as well as Cronulla Team A in Alley 1. Obviously, with this drone footage, it is a distorted perspective, so the gate cans and the turning cans are the best reference for us. So as you can see, Cronulla Team A going through first, along with Coffs Harbour, Trainwrecks, and North Cronulla Blueies Vets, with Tally in the back, along with Noosa Heads and Dicky Beach Prime Beef. It's quite tight in this racing, but I've heard on the beach so far it's long and painful.
Well, it's fairly flat. There's not a lot of assistance. There's a slight breeze, which is rippling the surface a little bit. So it's not as clean and easy as you might think it'd be, but it's flat. That's the hard bit.
Yeah, there's not much to work with as well, it seems, in this arena. So we're working out of the North Arena so far for today, and that'll be for the Interstates as well. For when we go to 2 arenas, there'll be North and South, and from what I've seen so far from training, the South Arena has a bit more to play with. So this is a change significantly. North Cronulla Blueies, as you can see on screen, Tally coming into their turn now. A little bit of a different turn here. So Don Cottrell's stroke, apparently Tally's greatest stroke. There's a debate about it. Does it by himself. Really good pick-up out of the turn there with North Cronulla Blueies Vets. Really playing on it. So Tally currently are sitting in 3rd place.
They were a long way behind.
Yeah.
They were 4th at the gate cans. It's either the gate cans are out of parallel with the turning cans, or Tally just smoked them.
Let's go with that. Boost their ego.
Well, it's your club. You know, you're going to say that no matter what.
But they would say that too.
Yes,
you know, they've
I
got
know most of the boys in the boat there. They're going to talk themselves up.
Yes. So obviously it's a bit challenging, as we've seen. They're getting very close to the line, and then a wave would pick up for about 3rd or 4th place and come through and take 1st and 2nd. So timing and placement is crucial for this racing today.
Many races being won from behind.
Yep.
With a little bubble coming through in your alley at the right time, right place, right time, changes everything. If you're leading and you're leading and there's nothing to come, well, it's just heartbreaking when you get run down with 3 metres to go.
Exactly.
And it looks like North Cronulla putting the pressure on
They
Tally
are.
there.
They're getting quite close.
Little lump coming too. They're running that nicely.
Yeah.
Tally will get their shot at it shortly.
Yep.
And North Cronulla just off the back of it.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a little runner coming up behind too, just
Here
going
comes the line,
underneath
yeah.
Dicky Beach. So,
These two are
close
going to
up.
be hitting the line together. And there's going to be nothing in it.
So that's a good close-up of their technique. Swoop in bow, breaking his arms as he takes the catch. We've been trying to work on that. Not doing too well there.
Well,
He's a better sweep.
we can put it down to the reason. That's why they lost the race.
So I
Swoop in
think
the bow.
North Cronulla might have just heard that one.
Yep.
But we'll wait for the call from the
They
officials.
had a much better run home, so we're going to say North Cronulla Tally looked like Alley 2,
I think
Coffs
Coffs.
Harbour. Then the Prime Beef came through, I think.
Yep.
Noosa, and then Cronulla finishing in the up the back there after what seemed to be a great start off the beach. We've got some results coming through shortly, I believe.
Yes. So these are the results from the 180s males race just previously. So as you can see on screen there, Wonder Explorers taking out first place in Alley 3. Very well done to that team. So the Masters here today are only doing 3 rounds on points.
I believe there are some
Yes.
finals for some.
Right.
For some divisions, depending on how many starters we had, due to a day off yesterday with an unfortunate incident on Wednesday afternoon.
Yes.
Super
Yes.
tragic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so we're here, we're racing, but now we're good to go. We've got some crews, Palm Beach there doing a warm-up. They might be having a row later on. In the state team, are they in the state team? Do we know, Eddie?
Depending on which Palm Beach crew it is,
Yeah,
yes.
it's hard to say. All I can see is that Spencer's at the back of it.
Yes.
There he goes, stepping over his quarter bars just to get the weight, trim the boat, get the weight further to the bow. He's not a big fella, but all that sort of helps. Little stepping forward. So what are we doing?
So we're waiting for our next race, which will be the 220 males.
220 miles, yeah.
Yep, coming up. So we're still waiting to hear back about the 200 males race that's just gone through. I think that'll be quite tight because they're only doing 3 rounds on points as well.
Yep. So we're getting a few messages come through from our friends in Queensland saying they're loving the coverage and not going to get a lot of work done today because they're vibing on what's going on with the live stream.
Good.
It's a great atmosphere. Not everyone's at the beach yet. We've just got all the masters doing their thing. We've got a couple of other crews doing warm-ups on the southern area, getting ready for their opportunity to have a race later on. Some in the state team, some just getting ready for the reserve grade this afternoon.
And under 23s as well.
And under 23s this afternoon. So yeah, we got a with a day missing yesterday, we've got to jam a bit more racing in, but we got great conditions. Should be quick turnarounds between races, and we can make it happen. So it looks like we've got some boats on the line to start the next race.
Seems like we could be missing one in this next race, as there are only 4 so far. However, we'll see what happens there. Some pretty tired fellas, it looks like, after that last race. Hands on hips, puffing.
The Dicky Beach Prime Beef, they are puffing.
No, that's Tally on the screen there.
Yeah.
Yep. So, 200s coming up. What have we got, Jace?
We've got South Maroubra Snagglepuss, the Hawko's Vets from North Cronulla, the Wanda Explorers, North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts, and then the Noosa Heads Condors. Well,
So as you can see on
no,
the
we've
screen,
lost.
Wander's come off. So originally that was... actually, that's not correct,
Warriewood.
sorry. So should have been Warriewood. Warriewood have dropped out of this race, did not start. So we've only got 4 so far. Alley 1, Alley 2, Alley 4 and Alley 5. Pretty great start so far. It seems like it's between Noosa Heads Condors and the North Cronulla Hawkos Vets. And up with South Maroubra Snagglepuss.
nice and close off the start of the beach. There's a length or two separating the whole field. The drone footage is so good. I wish we had this back when I was racing, but just get a different perspective. Years ago, they'd have a camera on the back of a jet ski, just putting along beside you,
Yes.
and then you really only get the coverage of one crew, unless
Yeah.
there was one. There's a couple in the screen, but yeah, the drone footage these days, the technology we have is
Oh,
Makes
phenomenal.
life amazingly good.
Yep, so we're praying that the weather stays like this for the whole weekend so we can actually have this technology available to us as well.
What sort of wind conditions can they fly in?
Well, I think it depends on the type of drone you have. Obviously, the really high-tech ones are quite like sports. They can go in anything, really. But I think it's more so rain. That's a problem.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, weather. So far, coming through the gate can, obviously that was South Maroubra Snagglepuss that were going through, along with North Cronulla Hookers, Vets, Noosa Head Condors in Alley 5 and North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts just behind. Maybe they're having too many coffee and donuts. I'm not quite sure.
You know, it's a possibility. Coming into the gate, the turning cans, we've got Alley 1, they're out in front by a good boat length. They're coming in, the sweep's changing angle to hit the can. They're in Alley 1, Alley 2, Alley 5, Alley 4. Yep. So it's still pretty close. Noosa had a really good turn there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they picked up half a length there easily.
Kept it very tight as well. So what's your preferred style of approaching into a can? Are you more of a wide shoe, horse kind of thing? Or?
Honestly, it depends on each race, wind conditions, but if I can, I would like to swing it in from a wider angle, keep the speed in the boat. I'll pull the oar up, pull the boat, turn the boat in. As we get to the can, I'll push my oar out of the water, reach forward and grab the strokes oar to pivot on that. Stop the boat from with that way angle, get my number 3 rower to take 2 long, slow strokes, and then hopefully on the third we all hit it together, and then take it away. Then you go back to like the start of the beach, start of the race off the beach, short, sharp, aggressive, get it going again, up to full speed, and transition out to long. Yeah.
So there's been a bit of a break in this part here. So Noosa Heads was through the gate cans along with North Cronulla and South Maroubra and Alley 1, but it seems like South Maroubra is just dropping off here as they're coming into the beach. And North Cronulla seems to be on a little runner. As you can see, it just changing their stroke rate in that period, dropping off the back now, slowing down as it goes into the trenches. But there's not a lot to play with at this stage. Noosa Heads Condors are doing quite well. They're keeping it long and consistent, haven't really changed too much throughout the race.
I think that's Mick Gardner in the Noosa Heads boat, looking over his shoulder to see if there's anything coming. He can rev his boys up and give him some hopeful motivation, say there's something coming, or just scream out at them saying there's nothing. You've got to do it all yourself. Yep.
So North Cronulla Hookers Vets have got that pretty easily, I believe. And then I think it'll be quite tight between Alley 1 and Alley 5 with South Maroubra Snagglepuss and Noosa Head Condors, along with North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts up the back. Ooh. There could have been a change there.
That could have been. We could have had a Snagglepuss may have caught something right on the end there just to bump them in front of the Condors.
So we'll get those results to you later on. Alright, as you can see, these are the 200s. That was the race previously. So North Cronulla Blues Vets just got onto tally. So tally in second place, Coffs Harbour Trainwrecks in third, Noosa Heads Emus in fourth, Dicky Beach Prime Beef in fifth, and North Cronulla Team A in 6th. So that's it for 200s. They were only doing 3 races today on points, and they'll be getting their medals later on in the ceremony. So on screen you can see Tally Team having a big debrief for the morning. They're also racing reserve grades, as are a few other masters today, because it's pretty limited. If you're only doing 3 races, you might as well stick around for the whole weekend and have some fun.
If you're travelling, you might as well get your money, bang for your buck, and double up and do reserve grade, and then that way you get 6 races at least 6 races over the weekend, which makes it worthwhile. Yeah, well, I'm not sure how much Millsy was vouching on them getting through the resis. I think he's booked his flight for Saturday night. Come on. Yeah. Who knows? Anything's possible. Exactly. I know. And if Millsy does go home and they are successful, I'm sure we could find another sweep to jump in and take him. Yeah, you. I don't look good in maroon. Oh, I thought you were going to say you don't look good in a climber. Well, that too, but you know. We'll see how we go. All right, so we've got Heat 2 of the 220s male, as you can see on screen. We've St Kilda Angry Dogs in Alley 1, Warriewood Crusties in Alley 2, in North Cronulla Coros in Alley 4. So we've got a little bit of a different list so far. So obviously there has been a redraw. Yeah, we've got four crews in this race. Yeah, and the alleys have changed as well. So, and we'll see if we can call it for you, make it up as we go.
Yeah. So it is a little bit challenging, of course, doing the draw system in the back of house. I mean, things happen throughout the day or the event and COVID, things along those lines. So we've got an amazing team working in the back of house, updating the draws, redoing them.
Yeah, North Cronulla in the white boat there, they've got a great start on them.
Yep, absolutely.
So they've definitely punched it off the beach. We've got, I'm going to say that looks like South Maroubra.
No, they were in the previous race.
Anyway, that's North Cronulla.
Yep.
We can confirm that one.
That we at least know one boat in this one.
When the cameraman pans around, I'm sure we'll be able to confirm it. It is a bit hard to see in the glare, that's for sure. We're commentating from a tent underneath the lifeguard tower. We've got a screen set up in front of us.
So you know what I'm going to do?
The coverage is absolutely amazing. So Eddie, being as intelligent as she is, she's jumped onto the ASRL app and found out that we've got the Surfers Paradise Sea Dogs in Alley 1, the St Kilda Angry Dogs in 2, Warriewood Crusties in 3, and
North
Cronulla. I'm illiterate. I can't even say their name.
Yeah.
So that's what the ASRL draw says.
Yep. So obviously you can access that information immediately through the ASRL app. It's something that they developed over the last few years, and it's great to have as a resource for us throughout the weekend. So coming through the gate can now, it seems like St Kilda Angry. Oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry. St Kilda Angry Dogs, as well as North Cronulla, are coming through together. A lot of speed has been taken off North Cronulla at that point. Warriewood Crusties doing quite well in their turn, along with Surfers Sea Dogs in Alley 1, flicking out the back, it seems.
And the field is spread way, way apart. Like from the first boat to a fourth boat, we've got 6-7 boat lengths, which is the first time we've really had it this morning. A lot of the race has been close and hard. The old boys are fighting it out. They're going nuts.
Definitely.
It's their time to shine again.
Yes.
There are some lumps out there for assistance. There's not much, but you try and make the most of everything that comes through.
Yep, try and keep your weight in the bow as much as possible. Okay, and so we're aiming at this stage that the Masters will finish their racing at 10:45 to 10:50, and then leading in for 11 o'clock for the Interstate and opening ceremony as well.
Yeah, two of the biggest things of the day, the opening ceremony and the Interstate. Yes. Everyone, no matter what state you're from, you want to represent it.
Yes.
It's something to strive for.
Which colour did you bring down, though?
Well, I did say earlier, I don't look good in maroon. I'm originally from New South Wales.
Traitor.
How can I be a traitor?
Because you live in Queensland now. Well, you're one of us.
Well, you can say that. Oh, look, there's a lump under North Cronulla. You can just see it.
Yep.
They're pushing hard for it. Now, Alley 1 is going to get their shot at it shortly as well. North Cronulla's on it, but they are coming all the way home. That's going to be a first place for them.
Oh, that's pretty close with St Kilda, though. St Kilda pulled up easier beforehand.
It's hard to say where the line is from up here, looking down.
It is.
And then there's also a wave under the third boat there. They've got a nice little one right at the finish as well.
So Warriewood Crusties coming up the back along with Surfers Sea Dogs. Very tight racing for those two, for first and second.
Yes. Righto. What have we got coming up next?
So going back around then to 160s 200 women's mixed.
We've got some results coming through from earlier races.
So this is 220s males heat 1. So North Cronulla Hawkers Bets came first as we predicted. South Maroubra Snugglepuss in second. North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts in third. I thought they came fourth. And Noosa Heads Condors in fourth.
Close at the finish there. Yeah, the Coffee and Donuts boys got up. Maybe they didn't have as many as we thought. So we've got coming up next the combination of the 160s women, 200 women. they'll combine them together when there's not enough to fill a race. So there's no point sending 2 crews around for one race. They'll put them together with another division with the least amount of numbers to make it happen, make it worthwhile, and cuts down on time. If you're sending out a race with 2 boats in it, well, there's another 8 minutes you're adding to the day. And with a tight time schedule, we've got to get going. So flags are up on the line for this race. You see Wanda just pushing their boat out there to avoid getting punished on the line by the shore break. That's a hard spot for the bowman. They've got to make the call whether to push it out and go over it or drag it back so they don't get filled up on the line. It is very difficult. And the beach is very steep this year too. Doesn't take much to get in over your head. You just see the Wanda girls there. They all crouched down. The flag, the gun must have went up, and then they're having a few issues. One boat's left on the beach, didn't even move. They jumped in and stopped there. But that's good news to Allura. They've taken the opportunity and ran off with it. So we've got Allura and Wanda are the 2 boats that have made it out so far. And that looks like North Cronulla, I'm going to say, in the other alley. They're off the beach now after their little bit of a mishap at the start.
Yep. So at the moment, we've been given the incorrect draws. Apologies. So going off the app now, we've got Bernie Risk, which is 200s, North Cronulla Young Ones in 160s, and Wanda Kessels. Well,
there you go. Bernie is borrowing a Wanda boat. I did hear them asking Wilco for the access to a boat earlier on, so that's what's happening there. That's why I called. That's why I called the locals and not the Bernie people who've travelled from Tassie. It's good to see the people travelling from a long way to get here. It's a lovely day.
It is.
Wonder what it's like in Burnie right now. It could be cold and windy. They're here enjoying the sun.
Here for a holiday.
Warmer water. It's glorious.
Definitely.
Good day to race.
Absolutely. Yep, so it is quite challenging at this stage to make a definite call on who's first, second. But at this stage, I reckon it's Bernie leading up the pack in alley 2.
They're looking good. They're looking really good. It's hard. We don't have a bird in the sky at the moment, so there's no drones up, so we've got a call from the screen, and Bernie are looking rather good at the moment.
Yep.
They're just coming. You can see the sweep. Left-handed sweep this time. He's pushing the oar away from him. They've hit the can.
And giving assistance, it seems, there as well.
Yeah, he flicks the oar a little bit to help get it around, and off they go. Wanda have hit the can now, and Bernie are out by 2 or 3 lengths. They're flying. They're going really well in their division. Wanda have come out, and we've still got North Cronulla heading in. So just 3 in this race. And we have got 2 divisions in there. We've still got the 200s and the 160s. The North Cronulla ladies are from the 160s. Bernie and Wanda are from the 200 division.
Yep. So this is even getting broken up for their race results into their division as well. So no discrimination in this area.
Fantastic.
All fine and divided.
So North Cronulla are still going to get a first place.
Yes.
That is just that's what you want. And there's a runner for our crew there in second place. You can just see it in the water. A little bit darker as the swell comes up, so there's now Bernie's got their chance. There's a little lump behind them, the nose will go down, the bottom will come up at the back of the boat, and away they go.
Yeah, it seems like there's a few more runners starting out from the gate cans, which is quite nice.
And the tide's coming in too.
It might not be any beach, sand on the beach, but at least there's a runner.
I think they would take a runner over sand on the beach any day. I know I would if it was this flat.
Me too.
Definitely be looking for a runner.
Yep, slugging it through there. A little bit challenging.
Bernie are way out in front. Now the drone's up in the air again. We're getting some great shots. Bernie coming home. They've fallen off the back of that little runner, so they do have to work the whole way home now.
Yeah, but they can just take off the pressure as well, which is really nice.
Well, they have. Look at that. Yeah. They're not pushing it.
No.
They're just taking it easy, just floating across the line, ship oars, feet over. Suck them in, get some air in, away you go.
Wander on screen there, coming in very nicely and controlled.
Same thing, they've turned it off. Just float in on that little lump.
Yep.
Take it easy. Oh, don't take it too easy.
They got complacent.
Don't take it too easy. Anything can happen. If you're not watching your blade and the blade spins around the wrong way and it catches that water,
Yep.
you get a shot in the ribs you're not ready for, and that can lead to all sorts of drama.
Absolutely. So coming up the rear now is North Cronulla Young Ones. Very good there.
Nice work, ladies. So, what do we got next?
We will have the 160s male.
These blokes should be still active in reserve grade, really.
Yes.
I think you find most of them are.
Yeah.
Beck was talking earlier on about the freshwater magoos. They flew. We saw them with Nathan Perry in the back. Allura, great men. They're going to go well. It's hard. They're all fast.
All right, as you can see the results on screen there, so as we said, one moment.
Look at that.
That's stunning.
It's a great shot of the beach. I think that was yesterday. There's no boats. There's no tents.
No, so we arrived here early. And we got all the preview, all the nice shots of the surrounds.
Yep.
So Prime Beach.
Prime Beach from the Dicky Beach boys.
Nice dogs. Great name.
Might be past their prime.
I reckon. so 220 males, North Cronulla in first, St Kilda in second, and Warriewood in third. Not bad.
The rock pools.
We need them in Queensland.
You do need them in Queensland. There's something we do not have up there. Most beaches in Sydney and New South Wales have got them. Where I grew up at Ulladulla, we had a rock pool sea pool down there. It wasn't a rock pool, just a sea pool.
No, but you have so many more like rock hinterlands as well.
Yeah, Queensland's straight, flat and boring on their beaches.
So boring. Okay, results on screen for the 160s, 200s. So Bernie Risk, as you can see, is in first, Wonder in second, and then North Cronulla in third. But North Cronulla, as they are 160s, they are first for their division.
Yeah, fantastic. So they're all accumulating their points.
Yes.
They might be the only one in their division, but that doesn't matter.
Yes,
you don't
they
tell
are.
anyone that.
Yep.
You just say you came to a carnival and you rode well and you won.
Yes. Exactly.
So the boys.
Yep, flag is up for the 160s men's.
We've got the locals, Allura. We've got Freshwater Magoo, Wanda Thumpers, the other locals, and the Avoca Blue Pills. Matrix fans? Blue Pill, Red Pill?
Yeah, potentially. It's a good reference.
Well, I'm going to go with that. I don't know of any other kind. The boys have got their little Australian flags up there as check starters, their whistles, they're ready to go.
Yep, on screen now, as you can see. Unfortunately, no cap for Freshwater Magoos, but we will let you know which alley. Obviously, they're in alley 2.
And they're away.
Yep, guns are off. Racing here. Freshwater doing really well with their start, picking up the front, and there's Avoca on screen. Nice rhythm so far, still quite quick. Haven't settled yet, just as they come through the break. But Allura in the back, just taking it quite steady at this stage. See, there's the drone perspective. It changes everything, doesn't it?
It's great. Nathan and his boys from Freshwater out in front there. You can also see that Nathan has climbed over his quarter bars to get his weight trim the boat as far forward as he can straight away. Being a bit bigger guy, it's all to help with the run of the boat. The faster you can make it, the more efficient you can make it, the faster you're going to go.
Yep, and bobbing with the boat too, to just get that momentum going as well, to not disrupt it.
Like Bruce Lee said, be water, be fluid with it.
Be water.
If you're stiff, it shocks the boat as the boat moves.
And
So
we've seen a
flow
few
with
people,
it.
haven't we, do that. It's normally custom with brand new sweeps.
Yeah, as you're learning, and that's all a part of the Sweeps Academy. We teach them everything. So they'll be taught how to stand in a boat, how to talk to their crews, how to steer the boat, how to control it in all situations, how to pick technique. that's very important. It's not just a matter of standing in the back of a boat and steering it, which is difficult. You need to pick a technique you want your rowers to use and execute it. You've got to communicate with them. There's so much to it. It's so in-depth, it takes years, and you could ask the great guys, even Don McManus, he would tell you he is still learning. So we've got them coming into the cans now, Eddie.
Yeah, Avoca as well as Freshwater coming in together, as well as Allura Greatman. Just Wanda coming up the back there, but Freshwater has had the best turn so far out of those three. Avoca just losing a little bit of momentum at the can, and then Allura at the back. So I think it's absolutely brilliant to be able to see this footage that you can see in comparison to other boats, what the technique is, if you get stuck, things along those lines. Obviously it can be a little bit challenging if you don't have this footage to be able to refine those turns. You're only going to gain effort on the starts and the turns, and that's so crucial, especially for open men and open women.
On a flat day, the least amount of mistakes is going to put you in a better position.
Yep.
They're all moving about the same speed. It just comes down to the finer details, that extra little bit of run in the boat, the cleaner turn, using that runner for one extra stroke, which Allura has got a little one under themselves now. You can see they've changed a little bit. The nose goes down. They're running it now. It is Avoca's turn to use it down the bottom of the screen. Them and Freshie have dropped off the other two crews. Nathan's looking over his shoulder. He's waiting for someone. He's motivating the boys, trying to drive them onto something bigger and better. You can do it. Push it. There's a little runner underneath them now. They're doing well.
Well, hopefully he doesn't get taken out like last time. I think in his previous race he was coming first.
And they just got pipped. And look at that, Allura.
Allura's trying to do it again. Avoca's as well.
Got it. They are on the runner. Nathan's at the other end of the beach. They've missed it. But they need to keep going, otherwise Wilco's going to sneak up there and pull his pants down for second place.
Yes.
But Freshie have done it for second.
Yep.
Allura third, and Wanda coming in fourth.
Yep. So I did hear a few cursed words coming from Perry as he was initially coming first and then became third.
Yes.
I was on the beach.
I was going to say we didn't hear it from up here in the commentary tower, but if you're on the beach, it's possible to hear some of the sweeps motivating their crews. Some use colourful words, some use
encouragement.
Encouragement, yes.
Well, you'll certainly know when Peter Spence hits the water from anywhere on the beach.
He's noisy. And then, look, there he is right there.
Yep.
Speak of the man, and you'll get him on the TV.
Yep, so he is just coming back in from a warm-up as well. He's got, I think, about 6 or 7 crews over this weekend, so pretty busy. Yep, but apparently that wasn't that many, and I was like, oh, I don't know, it's pretty impressive.
Spence is always busy. There's always a lot of clubs at Palmy. I don't know how he does it. Don't know how he works full-time and fits it all in.
Exactly.
And possibly have a family as well, but someone's missing out there at the moment. But
nah. You just have the kids in the boat with you and it's family time.
Are they old enough to row?
Nah. I'm just making that up.
Like a little backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works.
Yep.
It works. So we're actually getting a few more private messages come in from our friends all over the country, sending us messages saying they're enjoying the coverage. So we've got some more results coming in, and that was from that race, the Avoca Blue Pills. They got in. They just pipped Freshie, and then the Great Man from Allura third, and we had the Wanda Thumpers coming in fourth. Nice tight racing again.
Yep. Absolutely. So we have next 180 females. Not on the line just yet. They'll come in soon. But I just wanted to ask you, have you heard about our Theragun story promo at the moment?
No, but I do know a friend who's got one and they swear by it.
Yep. So do I.
Do tell me more.
So your crew can win 4 Theragun Pros.
Do my crew have to be here for this carnival?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, they can win then because they're not here.
Yep. So every story tagging Therabody AU and Team Navy ASRL count as an entry. T's and C's must be following both Therabody and Team Navy ASRL to be in the draw. Winner announced on Instagram at 12 p.m. Sunday, 20th of February.
So this is an Instagram thing.
Yes, it is an Instagram thing.
My little girls may have a shot at this because they love Instagram and all that sort of stuff. Not as much as some of the crews I've seen getting around. Wow, they
thrive
go
off
nuts
it.
on social media. I think it's... Some people think it's more important than rowing.
Palm Beach Pumas.
They're there, yeah, I've seen them,
Yep.
quite a bit of them. Yep. And the best part is the Navy app, or who are they? The Navy Insta page, they do a lot of reposting. So if you don't want to follow all these crews, because there's a lot of them doing it, if you just want to follow one page, jump on and follow the Navy.
That's the one to follow.
They do a great job of posting information about upcoming events. Ooh, that sure is working really well. Some of those boats will be filled before they even get off. Like Bateman's Bay Banshees just got belted by that first wave. It possibly filled him. Neil, you can see Neil Interstate has got his hand up there, just letting the check starters know he's got an issue. Boat's full of water now. He's got his pumps running.
That was quite a tongue twister you said, Ben. Bateman's Bay Banshees.
Got belted.
So who else is in this race?
Righto.
As we're waiting.
The Queenscliff Reality Queens, alley 1. The Bateman's Bay Banshees, that is a mouthful. Alley 2. Allura Salties, 3. North Stain Penguins in 4, and the North Narrabeen Refried Beans.
So I believe
We've had a false start.
We've had a false start. So give us the ins and outs of a false start. What happens?
False start, so that could be where the starter has fired the gun and the crews have been hit as it's happened. Someone could have been on the sands, someone could have been pumped full of water like Neil Ennis was earlier. So then, to try and get it right, they will stop the race and restart it, just to make sure everyone gets an even start. That's the whole idea. You don't want to disadvantage anyone off the start. They're hard, they're heavy, they're big, they're hard to get going, so as evenly as possible as we can. You can see the refried beans there, just back-chocking it. Don's seen something coming. Just row the girls just out a little bit, because here it comes. This is what he saw. Didn't want to be rowing backwards with that thing coming at him.
No, definitely not. It is a little bit challenging.
So now they're going to back-chock it again. Just rowing arms only backwards. It's a hard thing to do, particularly when you're in a rip. Still waiting there. They're going to get it going shortly. There we go. Too deep to get out and turn it around. So while Don's getting his stuff sorted out there with the North Narrabeen refried beans, the other crews are back on the line. The drone's giving you a great shot there.
Absolutely, it's absolutely
Clears
stunning.
that water.
So at this stage, you've only got 6 races left to go, and our finish time is probably pushed out a little bit to about 10 past 11. We'll then follow by the Masters ceremony of getting their presentation and medals.
Yep.
Go in their glory.
Get up there, get some photos done. It's always good to stand on the dais.
Yep.
One guy I rowed with years ago, back in, well before you were born, Eddie, he said if you ever get the opportunity to get up on the dais, have a good look around, take in the colour, take in what you see, who's around you, and just remember it, because you're not sure if you'll ever get back up there again. Make the most of it. So yeah, something to think about.
Yep.
Because some of us can row all of our lives and never actually get anywhere near the dais.
Yep.
So if you ever get that, if you're ever lucky enough to, make the most of it.
Yep. So it's always about the journey in this sport, isn't it? You have to enjoy what you're actually doing, because that is a very true fact.
Well, I started with my mate Grant Conrad. He asked me to row at school. He said, I need one more rower. I said, what have I got to do? He said, you got to get your bronze and the season finishes in April. I said, 3 months I can do that. If I don't like it, I don't come back next year. We went well. We missed the final by 1 place. We finished 4th in the semi-final at the Aussies and the under 18s back then. I said, mate, we'll get out of it. We'll win this thing next year. He said, so you come back? I said, mate, I am coming back. So my second year with Grant.
Yep.
We led the final in the under 18 juniors all the way. We were at Kurrawa, 93. We led the race the whole way home over Swansea Belmont with Daiso and his boys. They pipped us on the line with about 3 minutes to go.
Great.
Second place. So,
yeah, I've got a few silver medals because of that as well, actually.
It was such a thrill. And still mates with all those guys that I rode with all the way back then. You build brilliant friendships, and like Eddie said, it's a journey. You want to be rowing with the people you enjoy to be around, because
there's a lot of time together.
You spend a lot of time together, and you'll make great friendships.
Yep.
And keep them, and then that's when you get the old boys come back. Yep. 220 plus. They've been doing it
for a very long time.
For ages. Righto, we're away. Whoa, we've had a few little incidents there.
Yeah, North Narrabeen not having a great time with their bow rower. As you can see on screen, she's managed to recover and pull it back together.
They're going.
Yep. Getting in some pretty big strokes there from the second bow. She's jumping up to try and put all the power onto her legs.
The Northstone Penguins, they look, is that right?
Yes.
They look like they've had a little bit of an issue getting off the beach. Whereas Queenscliff, the Queens have bolted. They're out in front.
Bateman's Bay as well.
The Banshees, they will fly, they'll go fast, they'll be right up there at the end of the race. They're nice and long, you can see how long Bateman's Bay is rowing, a slow, controlled stroke.
So with Neil Innes as well, really great sweep. He had a phenomenal
Neil Innes had an amazing season last year at the Aussies.
Yes, absolutely.
From memory, 4 silver medals.
Yep.
Open men, open women, reserve men, reserve women. I may be wrong, but I think that's what he achieved.
Silvers, yeah.
That's quite phenomenal.
Yep.
But, yeah, great bloke. My brother rode for Neil back in the late 90s. He's a great man, lovely to talk to, always give you the time of day. But they are now chasing the Queenscliff ladies, the Queens. They're out in front, clear first and second there, and then we've got the 3 runner trailing the field, and the Salties, the Penguins, and the Refried Beans. The Refried Beans have caught up from their little mishap on the start line there earlier.
Yeah, they put in a lot of effort, didn't they? They're doing quite well at this point. But there is a bit of a clear divide between alley 1 and 2 and then 3 to 5. So it will be a race to at least to the turning can at this stage.
Oh, Kelly Marsh is in the Queen's boat there. Kelly Marsh is Nathan Perry's wife and daughter of Kim Marsh, who we were talking about earlier. The man who wrote the book about rowing, about sweeping, been around for years, quite a well-known gentleman. Neil has an interesting turn there with the stroke sweep oar from Bateman's Bay. He ended up with the thing in his hand by himself and pulled it all the way back to himself, I think I saw.
Yeah.
But look what happened.
Yep.
Some
sweeps do take it off completely.
Yeah. They were 2 lengths behind. Now they're 2 lengths in front. So whatever Neil did then, I'm going to say it worked.
You're going to study that now?
Now I can, yeah. Yeah, he's flying. They've jumped. They've jumped out of the gate, the turning cans, and taken off. They've put 2 lengths on them.
Yeah, that really did divide the field just then as well. So Allura Salties in 3rd place, followed by Northstein and then North Narrabeen too. So as you can see on screen, that's Bateman's Bay in the foreground, along with Queenscliff in the background.
Neil's wife Tracy rows in the boat with him there as well. She's in number 2 seat there, which is second from the pointy end. So the boat is numbered 1, 2, 3 and 4. Then the sweep, the pointy end is number 1. Going backwards, of course. I'm sure there's new people listening to the coverage this morning, or watching the coverage, that don't know much about this at all. They've just stumbled across it.
The terminology of it all.
Yeah.
Yes. And then, of course, there's different types of equipment too. So squarebacks, rounds, if you want cleaver oars or
have you
just
been talking to Bob Stone?
Pardon? Oh, my goodness. No.
He's a great advocate for rounds, but there is Bateman's Bay. They're using the squares, Rolex. They are flying. I believe Neil's got a timber sweep oar. Or is it no, it's a carbon fibre sweep oar. It's a little bit hard to see in the glare. So we've got carbon fibre and fiberglass have made their way into the rowing oars. They've been around for years. Some guys still do prefer to use the timber oars. So we've got our 1st and 2nd places there with Bateman's Bay and the Queenscliff Queens. We've got the Salties coming through for third.
Yep.
The Penguins from North Stain in fourth. They've got a little one under them now to finish off. They're just sitting there on the runner. And then the refried beans, we're waiting for them to come home. They will not be far away.
No, as you can see on screen, they're coming up. Good race. So they got there eventually after having a false start.
Yeah, that one did take a while. It was a false start. But hey, that's going to happen. On a shorey like this, it cannot be easy for the starter to get 5-6 boats away safely and cleanly all the time. Have we got 2 races left?
No.
Yeah. Possible. So that was a 180 females. They're finished. We've got the... it appears we've got the 240 mixed on the water next. I can see a North Narrabeen boat there. I think I can see a Bulli boat there.
Yep. So 240s mixed, correct?
So if we're running off the paperwork and the app, which we're going to double check. Boats, all the boats are on the water, they're ready to go in this race. We're just waiting for the check stars to put their flags up. Everyone's down here, even the seagulls are hanging around today.
So we've just had a bit of a fun fact come through about Bateman's Bay girls. So there's actually a bit of a combination change up in the seating arrangement.
Okay, so we've also got results come through from that race. We've got the Queens. Queens in first.
Yep.
I thought I saw the Banshees.
Yeah,
that doesn't matter. We've got Queenscliff, Banshees, Salties, Penguins and refried beans. That actually looks like the start of the race. Well, that's how they lined up.
Correct.
Fantastic. So, Eddie, you said we got a fun fact come through about the Bateman's Bay ladies?
Yes, so what have I had?
From a former Queensland rower.
Yes, so we've got Beck, who's in the Open Women's
She's
crew.
infiltrated the Bay's crew.
She has. She's now stroked, so she changed side from where she originally
she made an Australian final with Palmy, with Arnie from Palmy at
a few years ago.
Yeah,
yep.
I do believe.
Yep. So while they were rowing reserve grade, they did extremely well.
That's well.
Yep. So obviously she's rowing for the Bay now, and then has been winning at OT recently too. So she's saying that they had a change of seats with Ali now rowing in stroke. And
Ali Wayman.
Yep, and Neil's wife Tracy's up in second bow.
I do believe Ali is the wife of former St George player, get out of my Wayman, Michael Wayman. He's a Maruya boy, so that's the connection down there geographically. Maruya and Bateman's Bay are close together, and he played for New South Wales and Australia, I do believe, yeah. And he's probably rowed for our mate Gavin Hunt a couple of times as well over the years at Maruya. Next race is away. Guns going off. Crews are getting in.
Yep, doing quite well here. So
okay, so yes,
Ocean Beach, I believe Old Salt has been left on the beach. They didn't have a great start from them, but maybe they can pick it up, as we've seen a few crews do. So South Curly, Whitebread look like they're leading at this angle, along with Wanda Juniors too. So that's Wanda on screen, as you can see.
Bulli in the background. Bulli Gold, the brothers in there of Chris and Rod Mercer. Rod is the father of Heath Mercer in the Open Men, Bulli Gold. Those boys represented Australia back in the 80s with Robbie Meyer. They were a smoking hot crew back then, and hey, still going around.
We'll see if they can hold it together.
Yeah, well, yeah. Hey, they're out there, they're doing it. Chris Mercer makes Rolex as well. He's quite a talented man with a welder and a bender. Yeah, makes some great Rolex and equipment for the boats. Yeah. They are, I'm going to say they look like they're in about third place. So we've got the Whitebread from South Curly out in front, I'm going to guess. Then we've got Alex, the Brass Monkeys, second. Bulleye Gold. They looked like the Wanda Juniors are catching Bulleye.
I believe so.
Yeah, that may have changed order there.
Yep.
In third and fourth there, and the Old Salt from Ocean Beach, they're doing their thing. They're out there having a row. So that's the lineup from the Brass Monkeys. That's my mate Justin Stewart there in the back of that boat. John Dunn, John Titmus, and I wasn't fast enough to read it all.
Oh goodness.
Being illiterate doesn't help sometimes. We're going good.
Just make it up. It's fine.
So the boys will be heading towards the Cairns shortly. You can see Ali One has gone in there. Yep, the white bread they're in. Alex is turning there with Justin Stewart. Wanda, the juniors there, they've gone into third. They've gone past Bulleye.
Yep.
Bulleye coming in now with Lincoln in the back of the boat there.
So still quite close between South Curly, Whitebread and Alex Heads at this stage in Alley 1 and 2. Wanda Juniors didn't have an amazing turn then. It seems like Bulleye actually has caught up a fair bit to them from this angle.
Nice work. But they have, the juniors have jumped up from fourth to third. They've gone past the old boys from Bulleye.
Correct.
Such a nice day out there, isn't it, to row?
It is, but there has been a bit of a wind pickup as well.
The wind has picked up. There's a little bit more chop on the water, not as clean and clear as it was earlier. A little bit more sparkle in the water there. Justin's firing at the Alex boys. I heard him earlier on the beach, rather vocal. I'm sure I wasn't the only person who heard him on the beach. There's a little lump under him now. They're pushing for that.
Yep, really picking
trying
up
to
the
catch
rating.
the white bread.
Yep, so that's South Curly Whitebread on screen there, as you can see, picking it up, just trying to get as much as they can of the runner, but falling off the back.
There's something that Beck picked up earlier too when she was commentating how low the guys are standing in the back of the boat from South Curly. Aerodynamic, yes.
Sure,
it's
just
not
posture?
very windy. He's not the tallest of guys either, but no, you get down low. If you're standing up straight, can you be a bit rigid? Justin, here he comes with the Alex boys. They've changed swaps. They've swapped lead as well. So the Brass Monkeys are out in front. Justin's got a little runner under him now from Alex. Brass Monkeys are pushing for the line. He's looking over his shoulder to check where the line is. There you go, boys. He's turned them off.
Very nice. Good rowing there. They should be happy with that.
So, the white bread, the Brass Monkey, we think the juniors are going to come in from Wanderoo third, Bulleye Gold fourth, I guess, and the Old Salt coming in for fifth place there. Like I know if the Bulleye boys are finished now, I know exactly where they're going.
To the bar.
They're going to go and have a sherbet for sure. For sure.
So they're only going off rounds and points as well, so that'll be them for the day.
Yeah, they're done. So I believe we've got one race to go. So this is the 260 mix. Wow.
When are we going to get to 300s, do you reckon?
So 300 divided by 4. Is that like 80, 75? 80? Okay, we've got results coming up from the 180 females, which has the Banshees in first place, the Queens in second, the Salties in third, the Penguins in fourth, and the Reef Ride Beans in fifth. There we go. Slight technical issue there with the graphics, but hey, the boys are doing a great job, and it's awesome to have the graphics too.
Yeah.
It's so good this year.
Absolutely.
That sea pool again. I'm nearly finished. I think I'll get the sub out shortly. The ceremony in Interstate is coming up. Can't let the new guy do the big gun, the big show like that, so I might go down and have a dip.
Better be careful.
In the pool?
Oh.
I can touch the bottom there. I can't touch the bottom.
Have you got your floaties?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I borrowed them off my nephew.
Oh, that's lovely.
So, well, look at that. We've got some Queensland high-vis shirts on the beach. And here comes the 240 results. So the Brass Monkey from Alex in first, the South Curly Whitebread in second, the Wanda Juniors in third, Bulleye Gold in fourth, and the Ocean Beach Old Salts in fifth. Fantastic. It's so good today. one more race to go, I believe.
I believe so. Yes, so that'll be the 260s mixed.
Going. That looks live shots there down the beach of Currumbin.
Yep, so that's David Dwight. He's the
boat captain.
Oh,
isn't he?
no, sorry. That's Steve Purcell.
Steve Purcell.
You can't really tell when they're all wearing the same shirt,
they're all
can
wearing
you?
the same gear. It's hard
Anyway,
to say.
so Dwighty obviously is a boat captain, and he's
Currumbin.
managing a
There's
cast
Maddie
of thousands
in the
down
blue
there.
shirt from Coolum.
Yeah.
She was originally from Ostermere, rode under Jack Pato in the 23 division. She's a member at Met Caloundra now, my club. I'm teaching her to steer a boat, and unfortunately her crew fell apart, so she's jumped in with the Coolum A-grade ladies to finish off the season.
Oh, lovely.
So she's doing a great thing for the community, helping out another club. So it's a great day. Sun's out. One more race, then we'll have the ceremony, I believe.
I believe so, yes.
The welcome to country, the smoking ceremony. We've got the start line for the 260 mix there on the line. Gerringong Wherrymen, Bernie Gold, Coolangatta Magpies, and the Nobby Beach Dicko 260s. And I did see Gerringong with a guy in the boat for the start of the race.
Right.
So he might have
An injury of some sort, do you believe?
Of some sort, and they will allow you to start in the boat, which isn't easy because the boat's then
out of weight.
Out of weight.
Out of balance,
it's unlevel, so the bowman is in there ready to go. He's got to be careful, and the rest of that's Anglesey going for a warm up by the looks of it. I did hear a rumour that some of the Anglesey state team had their flight cancelled this morning. So there's been a mad rush to get them here on time. Righto, the old boys in the 260s are away. Gerringong, LE1, Bernie Gold, the Magpies from Coolangatta, and the Dicko from Nobbies. That's Nobbies, is that right? I was going to say it looks like Dixon Park. But they're out there, we've got a red boat on the screen. They're taking it easy. Well, not really, they're having a push for it. They're racing.
Getting some nice weight into the bow there too, really sending it back.
Yeah, long in the bow, isn't he? You probably find he's a tall fella anyway. There is the Coolangatta boat on screen now. They've driven down the other day from Coolangatta. That's Sean Smith in the back of the boat there doing his thing. It's such a good thing, the ASRL Open, to have all the crews come from around the country to
aside from WA.
Well, apart from WA, but it's great. It's a great initiative. It's been going for years now, and it's well supported by sponsors and crews. It's great. So we've got the overhead shot there. Nobbies and Coolangatta, I'm going to say, they look like they're out in front. The view does distort the field. The Bernie Gold, they are in the Allura boat, the blue boat in the middle there. And then we've got the Gerringong Wherrymen up in Alley 1 on the top of the screen.
It is quite tight at this stage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's even, very even. Gerringong did have a bit of a mishap at the start. They were sort of left behind, but we'll see when we get to the turning cans, we get a better view, a better idea of what's happening. Bernie are making a charge. They're putting it in. They've caught up. We've definitely got a line of three there.
Absolutely.
They're going to turn really, really close together.
Well, Nobbies has really picked up as well, haven't they? They've kept
yeah,
the
look at
momentum.
this. All three crews hitting the cans together. That's spot
nice.
on. That's good. You'll get the idea who has the best turn there.
So Nobbies were quite tight through that, weren't they?
Nobbies and Bernie.
Coolangatta coming out a little bit wide.
They're a little bit wide. Gerringong's coming in and out. They were quick up the top there to turn. Very quick.
So this is what we were talking about, that you can just gain seconds or anything.
Meters.
Yeah, by doing a really nice, quite tight turn.
You get a nice turn. As long as it's nice and smooth, you can hold. You want to maintain your speed through the turn. If you can go around the turn 2 kilometres faster, that's 2 kilometres less you have to try and find and get it back up the speed. You're away. You're gone.
Absolutely. Keep the momentum.
And we've gone from 3 crews bang on the cans together to being a race of 2 now, where Coolangatta sort of, the wheels have fallen off just a little bit, and Nobbies and Bernie are on the fire.
Absolutely.
Flying.
It's also been very challenging because Coolangatta, they're based right on the border between New South Wales and Queensland too, and so half the crews or anything along those lines, they haven't been able to cross and actually have much competition exposure.
Yep.
So for some crews potentially here this weekend, it could be their very first event.
Well, they've got a border that runs through the middle of the town, so I can't imagine, even daylight savings would be a nightmare for those poor people.
Yeah.
Bernie looking good, Sweep's looking over his shoulder. That's actually Wilco,
so that's,
helping
Wilco
out with
jumping
the Bernie boys. I think I heard the same thing again this morning. They needed a boat. They also needed a sweep, and there he is. Local knowledge is obviously helping them out there too.
Well, you would, wouldn't you? Of course you would jump to, and of course it's Wilco.
He knows his stuff.
Oh, beyond.
They're on a little runner. They're working it. Nobby's is on it too. Nobby's got the better of the run.
Absolutely.
Nice and smooth, coming across the line, first and second. Coolangatta's
just dropping off a little bit there.
Yeah, there. And here comes Gerringong on a little runner. Gerringong.
They might get pipped.
They could. Well, that's going to be close. I'm not even going to try.
No, I don't think so.
We don't know where the line is. The flag you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen is indicative of the course, not the finish line. The finish lines are on the towers. We're using video footage this year, again, as always, to work out where the line is. So if there is a dispute, we can always go back and check the video footage to say, hey, this is what happened. So it's a great introduction of technology into the sport as well.
Absolutely.
There are a lot of close calls, and using the human eye can be fraught with danger sometimes.
Bias?
No, I'm not going to say that.
Sure.
No. Everyone is out there doing their best.
Yeah, as you can see on the tower
camera
there. Yep. Especially when it gets to high, the stakes are quite high for these national events as well. And emotions.
Oh, my goodness. That is all about boat safety. That guy has been flattened by not watching what his oar's doing.
Or having it feathered.
That's dropped him. It's come out of his rollick. It's hit him in the head. That's... we've got, in the water, we've got Morty Alec in alley 1. I'm going to say Bronte, number 2. Maroochydore, Force, number 3. I think we've got Jan Jack, number 4. Port Fairy, number 5. It's a Masters division. So Corey Stone will be in the boat of Maroochydore again. He's having another row, so I'm going to guess 180s. We don't actually have the paperwork for this one, so that would be Morty Alec E. coli in alley 1.
Yes, correct. So we're going
Bronte
into
Berserkers
the finals.
alley 2. Oh, is this? Oh,
Yes.
That's why we don't have paperwork.
Yes.
So this is finals.
180s.
So this is serious,
finals.
and they're away. The gun's gone. They're in. The bowman from Morty Alec has recovered from his little whack in the mush there.
It's a wake-up call.
Oh, definitely a wake-up call.
Come on, pull your act together. So yes, Morty Alec in alley 1, and Bronte Berserkers in alley 2, Maroochydore Force in alley 3, alley 4 Jan Jack Rams, and alley 5 Port Fairy.
Well, they're away. Port Fairy probably the slowest off the beach of all the crews there. The 3 crews at the other end of the beach got a good one. And I'm going to say the leader of the race is going to come from up the other end of the field at the moment. With who's that? That is the
potentially Bronte Berserkers, I think, and lead with the Maroochydore Force in alley 3.
Yeah.
It seems quite tight from this angle as well.
The Rams are there. The Jam Jack Rams. They're going to be close to it as well. So they're not going to let Maroochydore get away from them. They're going to keep the hammer down, stay on it. Sort of Morty Alec look as though they've dropped off up in alley 1.
Coming through to the gate can now, so Bronte Berserkers are well ahead at this stage, followed by Maroochydore leading with Morty Alec. Hitting the can there on the side.
Megsy's hugged the can there. So we've got Christopher Pike in the back of the Berserkers boat from Bronte. Out there in front, you'll see on the bottom of the screen there, we've got an actual, we've picked it as their current race leader, which this one is easy. They're out in front by a long way.
Definitely.
In the final, doing a great job. Just keeping it cool, keeping it control. It's so much easier to race when you're in front.
Yeah. Well, it's also constant pressure as well. You don't want them to gate up behind you.
No. but it's much easier to dictate terms from in front. So Bronte is coming into the cans.
Quite wide, it seems, in their initial
Crystal's
approach.
hit it wide. Maroochydor's in for second. The Rams are in third from Jan Jack. Morty Alec and Port Fairy, they're very close for the fourth and fifth places there.
Yeah, so Rams got a little bit caught up on their can too at that point, so Port Fairy have come up on them.
But the boys from Bronte, the Berserkers, they're out in front. They're doing it pretty easy, I'd say, at the moment.
Yep, nice, consistent, calm, picking up a little bit of a runner there. As you can see, the rate change coming up, falling off the back, so they'll bring it back down as the weight comes up.
The sweep will feel the swell under the back of the boat and lift the back of the boat up, and then it's like running downhill. It's so much easier to run downhill. The nose goes down. You want to keep the weight in the front of the boat, keep it running. Stay on it for as long as you possibly can. Maroochydore Force, Megsy from Maroochydore there. These guys are rowing round Rolex. They swear by them. They reckon it's the fastest thing you'll ever do in your life, is row with a round Rolex.
Yeah, you can't convince them otherwise, that's for sure.
I started rowing years ago at Mollymook with rounds. I've used both. I can row with both. It's personal preference, I'm going to say.
I think it depends on how much your forearms blow up as well.
Oh,
if you can tolerate it. So obviously with the rounds you have to over feather while taking the catch.
You scoop it, whereas with the square blade you flick it, it's there. You're just setting your two positions, square and feather. But the Bronte boys, they're looking calm, looking smooth. They are blowing, but they're doing what they need to do. They've got a little runner under them now, heading for the line.
Yep, milking
They've done it easy. Megsy's going to pull in second there with Maroochydore Force. Oh, the race is on for third.
Yep.
Morty Alec. Oh, I think Morty Alec's done. Busted the Rams there.
Yep.
The Jan Jack Rams. So third place will go to a Victorian crew, I'm going to say. Safely.
That'd be very nice, won't it?
Well, yeah. Travel a long way. It's always nice to go home with a little bit of jewellery. So that was a final of the 180 men. So that means we've got another final coming up shortly. A race of 5. And we're also getting closer to our ceremony. At the start of the day, there's a few more beats for the start of the state racing. So we've got 260 results coming up. Here we go. Look at that. We've got Nobby's Old Dicko, Bernie Gold, Coolangatta Magpies, and the Gerringong Wherrymen.
Oh.
Red on the right is a saying that comes from Gerringong about their cap. Red on the right. Otherwise, you'll not dress the same as everyone else. What a beach. So how many times have we come to Allura for the Open?
3 times in the last 5 years. So they won an award for that as well.
This is the 4th time. So we've been coming here since 17, 18, 19 and 22. The 2 years between we were at Mollymook, just down the road.
Oh, I wouldn't say just down the road.
In the
Fair
grand
drive.
scheme of things,
Fair
it's 2.5
drive.
hours.
3.
God's country, Mollymook. If you haven't been there, go there. You'll work out why. So Anglesea, it looks like they did make it off the plane. So what happened, I believe, was their flight from our airport, the Avalon airport this morning, was cancelled. So we had the Victorian A grade, Victorian Open women, and we've got some results coming up as well. So the final, Eddie.
So Bronte Berserkers came in first, Maroochydore Force in second, Morty Alec in third, Rams in fourth, and Port Fairy in fifth.
Well done. So
Very nice.
There'll be some medals handed out to some of those crews. Well done, boys.
Yeah, and some of those crews we also backing up into reserves as well. So
yeah, you come this far. So yeah, the Victorian team, we had 3 of them, 3 of the state representative teams on a cancelled flight this morning.
Ugh.
Jetstar bussed them to the Melbourne airport. They jumped on a plane and obviously made it here in time. So
My goodness.
I believe they were looking for backup crews to fill the spots in case they didn't get here on time. But it appears as though they didn't need to do that. So we've got,
I believe
on the water,
this is the 220s male final. So it has North Cronulla in Alley 1, St Kilda in Alley 2.
and the gun's gone off.
Warriewood in Alley 3, North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts in Alley 4, North Cronulla Hawkers Vets in Alley 5, and South Maroubra in Alley 6.
Alley 2, looks like they've jumped out. and gone. But we've got South Maroubra on the screen there at the moment. That's Phil. He was doing the commentary last year, I believe. Part of the team.
Yep, Phil
For the
Stavano.
last couple of years.
He's a very passionate man too.
Loves his boats.
He gets right into it at finals time.
Oh yeah, he does. He does.
So a nice high rating for these guys off the start, settling now.
Looks like a nice even line, and there it is.
Yep.
Alley 1 is probably the crew that's been dropped off the worst, so that's one of the North Cronulla crews.
St Kilda Angry Dogs, I reckon, are in first place at this stage,
Yep.
along with South Maroubra.
Yeah.
Second.
What about the Snaggle?
Yeah, second.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
reckon
there.
second.
Yeah, of course.
Potentially up with Warrawood Crusties as well, but it's very tight for
It's
the
tight,
last.
but
Yep.
I'm going to say the North Cronulla crew in Alley 1, they're not going to let them get away.
No, definitely not. So coming through the gate can, as you can see. So St Kilda Angry Dogs, North Cronulla Warrawood Crusties, along with North Cronulla Hookers Vets, South Maroubra, and then following at the back, North Cronulla Coffee and Donuts. Just there though.
The coffee and donuts.
Maybe the coffee's finally kicking in.
Their morning burst is happening. Away they
Yes.
go. So we're coming up to the turning can shortly. Not quite on the screen yet, but as you know, we'll get a good go of that when they do arrive. Here they come.
Yeah.
Who I'm going to say Snagglepuss.
In second?
Yeah, second.
You reckon? Oh, I reckon Hookers Vets, North Cronulla.
So they're racing off the black can. So you'll see Alley 6 is turning the white can. Normally the Alley 6 will turn the yellow can. Around they go. It's even. It could be anyone's from here on in.
So St Kilda is still in front here. They've managed to hold their ground at
The
this
Angry
stage.
Dogs?
Yes, but North Cronulla Hookers Vets and South Maroubra have definitely made a bit of a change in their position there. So North Cronulla Hookers Vets are coming up in second at this stage.
The Angry Dogs are using cleaver blades.
Interesting.
So-
Expensive. Interesting.
Well, yeah, they are.
Very lightweight too.
Lightweight, but they've got a lot more blade on the bottom of them. So that you can grab more water.
It's the same surface area though.
Oh, because it's a shorter blade. Yeah,
correct.
it's crammed into a much... It looks
More of a square.
shorter,
Yep.
but deeper.
Have you ever rode with them before?
No. Oh, years ago. Sorry, years ago.
Very flicky. A lot of flex.
Like the shafts were a lot different back then. There is the Snagglepuss charging on, hoping for something to come home and lift them up into first place or to challenge the Angry Dogs. Ooh,
North
it's a race
Cronulla
of two.
Hawkers Vets.
Hawkers Vets.
They've picked up a
They've
lot.
turned it on, and I think they're going to take it away here.
They're on a
They're on
runner.
a little runner.
Yep.
Away they go.
St
They've
Kilda.
just dropped St Kilda off.
They don't have a lot to play with, it seems, up in the
No.
northern end.
There's not a lot happening. And South Maroubra might even dust them and take second place off the
St Kilda.
Angry Dogs. Hawkos across the line. They're looking good.
Yep.
They've got it wrapped up. Oh, that second place is hard to call.
Well, there might be a
That
rush for
is hard
third
to call.
too.
Yeah, well, here it is. The donuts are on there. The crusties are on there. Oh, I don't know.
North Cronulla didn't have a win then, did they, for Alley 1? They just couldn't bring it back.
No.
Taking their time coming in as well, safe as possible.
One on the back door there to mess them up on the line on the way home. Well, that was a close finish. Hard to call, but actually first place was easy to pick. Hawkos Vets flew across the line there. They left everyone behind. Second place between the Snagglepuss and the Angry Dogs. Hard to call.
It's very challenging because you're following the whole way through, as you were saying, and you feel that you're confident in your position, everything along those lines, and then someone just comes up and takes it from you.
Yeah, like a thief.
How dare they report it?
Well, they do that. Anyway, it happens.
At a protest?
A protest?
No, there's not one. No.
Oh, sorry. I'm hearing things.
That's
We've
how
got
some
it.
people get it back.
Yeah, they do. We look like we've got... That's it? Is that the last final?
Yes, so warming
There's the
up
Glenelg
now.
ladies having a row. Their warm-up row for the SA team. They look... I'm going to say they look like the 23 crew. Having a great time. It's always such a pleasure and thrill to represent your state in the sport you love. So they've come across from the greater city of Adelaide to do their thing. Right, results. Hawko's Vets took it out. The Angry Dogs just pipped the Snagglepuss for third. Coffee and Donuts came in fourth. Krusty from Warriewood got the fifth. And the North Cronulla boys, I'm sorry I can't pronounce your team name, they're in sixth place. Righto. I'm going to say that's the end of the finals.
Definitely, yes.
So the good stuff's just about to happen.
Yep, so we've got a pretty jam-packed day today, obviously with interstates and then under 23s and reserve grade as well. Because of our delay in racing from yesterday, we have had to condense it down to 3, which is... obviously, we can do it in 3 days. This is what we've always had as our program.
We have done it in 3 days before. This year we did implement the idea of doing the surfboat relay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that is the event that's had to be cut.
Yes.
To allow us to fit the rest of the program in. Unfortunately, the last couple of years we haven't held the interstate relay or the interstate racing.
Yes.
We missed that at Mollymook once, I think.
And it was very controversial as well.
It was disappointing for all those crews that got the gig to represent their state. The fastest crew in each state racing against each other is something else. It's something different to see. And then you put a relay on the end of that. It was just great. But I think it's a great idea to give the clubs an opportunity to do the surfboat relay. Another avenue with the surfboats. It's unlike the rest of the carnival where if you're an Ironman you can do a board, a ski, a swim, the Ironman. You get plenty of opportunity to do a lot of different racing. This is just a great initiative for the ASRL to introduce this into the format, the team relays, which is great. So we're just waiting here. We got a little bit of time to kill before the ceremony starts. We're at beautiful Allura again. We love it down here. It's always a good beach. Even when the surf's on, it's a safe place to have it. We're going well. So it's just a couple of years ago. It was 17, I think we were here. Allura 17. Surf was up for the finals. It's great.
Yeah, and it's just so memorable as well. It's phenomenal, so clean. Obviously there was a lot of carnage, but no injuries actually occurred that year too. And it's just eggs everyone to come back.
Yeah. Yep. So we've got a few more boats on the water now warming up. So you'll see the state teams out there warming up. You'll also see some of the reserve grade crews warming up as well because they're racing straight after the states. They've got a time slot this afternoon to come and do their thing, showcase their wares, their skills, and try
in this condition. These conditions.
Their fitness out there today. It is going to be a battle, a slog. You've got to push it the whole way to make it happen.
Unfortunately, not enough help. So.
Yeah, but looking forward to it. It's always close racing when it's flat.
So you can see on screen too, we've even got weather conditions as well. So the wind has picked up this morning, which will, give a bit of support coming back in.
So the surf height there, surprising.
Is that just the shorey though?
That is just a shorey, yeah. The swell is there's a little bit of a lump out there to use for the crews, but I wouldn't rely on it. Do it yourself. Make sure it happens.
So what are you most looking forward to this weekend? Any particular crew, division, or just anyone in your boat?
I just want to see some fast, hard racing in the flat.
Tight.
Would love to see a wave on.
Yeah.
And see crews showcase their wares, their skills. It's quite an ability to steer a boat in a big wave. You've also got to have a crew that knows what they're doing as well to complement the sweep. It's a hard job to keep a boat straight on a big wave. It's even harder if your crew's making mistakes. So the skill, every seat has its job to do in the boat. Everyone needs to know what their job is and execute it when the sweep says so. just to make life a bit easier. But unfortunately, there's no swell, so it's going to be flat, hard, fast racing. I want to see close racing. I want to see people hurting themselves to make it happen. Go as fast as they possibly can, which they will be. Everyone, this is a great carnival to come to take a medal away from a carnival like this, where you've got most of the best crews in the country. Okay, we've just been told we've got the opening ceremony coming up. So, Eddie, thanks for joining me this morning.
No, thank you, Jace, for joining the team this year. Absolutely fantastic. So we'll be back on the beach and in commentary later on today.
We will. Have fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honour to welcome you all here today at Allura Beach for the 2022 Australian Surf Rollers League Open, with a Surf Lifesaving Australia Interstate's about to kick off. My name's Aaron Tannehill. I'll be your MC for this proceeding. And we'll be starting off by please welcoming Auntie Deanna Schreiber to complete a welcome to country. Please make Auntie Deanna welcome.
Got the note.
Just got a camera here looking at you. You all good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hi everyone, what a beautiful morning it is today. And looking around, we're going to have a great competition. An acknowledgement to country is a means by which people can show respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's culture and heritages, an ongoing connection to the land and the sea. I acknowledge and respect the contribution the Gweagal people of the Dharawal Nation and language group have made. I did have a secretary, don't know where she is. I pay my respects to elders that have passed and the sacrifices they have made for us. My respect to all elders who are here today. To my non-Indigenous brothers and sisters who have supported us and embraced our culture, thank you. To our wonderful, dedicated lifesavers who keep our beaches safe, thank you. When I see the boats coming into the shore, I think of my ancestors bringing in the fish. And what a wonderful place we have. And we are doing it today after many thousands of years. Have a great weekend and good luck to all of you. And I hate to say this, but up New South Wales. Thank you. Now I think Dean's going to do us a smoking ceremony, and he will explain exactly what he is doing. And it's very, very important to do this, and it's a wonderful thing you're putting on today. I do 9.
You got 9.
When?
Yeah. And leave the mic. Just do that now. Yuan Wulbanja Duriga Garanji Wawanyampa. Hello, my English name is Dean Kelly, but as a cultural man, as I've just spoken, I'm a Yuan Wulbanja Duriga Garanji Wawanyampa man, and that talks about my responsibilities for country through my father and my mother. And no disrespect to anyone here, because I've been taught a lot about working with spirit and understanding spirit. And one thing my old teacher taught me, Jayala Dalamunmun, my old teacher, who passed away recently, he taught me that spirit has no colours, shapes or sizes. He taught me that spirit doesn't discriminate, and that you people here are human beings just like me. And the reality of that is we are brothers and sisters. We come from the land and we go back to the land, and that's a guarantee. Today they call the land a cemetery when they put you back. It's important to share these things with you people so you understand me, so I can understand you. You brought things here to this land that are important to me. I'd come here in a motor car today, and my old people had to walk, but that motor car saved me a lot of walking, and I'm grateful for that. The cameras, the phones, the computers, they help me take shortcuts. So I don't live in two worlds, I live in one. And that's the way the old people looked at it. No ownership. How can you own something that births you and then consumes you when your time is up? I'm talking about this here, the land. So look, my job here today is to create some awareness around this smoking ceremony. I streamlined it today. If I was with my old teacher, it could take 16 hours to do a smoking ceremony. And that's about respect, patience and tolerance, learning those lessons. Today, I wanted to work with you people and give you enough so that there'd be questions in your mind, so that the mind opens and that we take away the fear and we learn about respect. My culture is your heritage, and I believe that. If you're on this land, I don't own it, you don't own it. We have a responsibility to look after it together. And this beautiful ocean, Gadu in my language, this sand, Mara, is important to our survival, from the littlest thing in the world to the biggest thing in the world, the whale to the ant. It's all connected and we are part of it. We are not separate. So the smoking ceremony that I shared with you today was about clearance, cleansing and healing. We can use smoking ceremonies for many things, many different purposes. At the top of the ladder is burial. We can work with that human spirit and pass it over so it can continue, not end its journey. See, in my culture, there's no death. It's like putting a piece of wood into the fire and you can't pick it up because it'll burn you. That wood is not dead. The energy that creates that life and that energy where it comes from is grandfather's sun that's burning you now. Solar power, same thing. So we can use smoking ceremonies for a lot of things. It's not just about getting rid of bad spirits. If there were so many bad spirits in the world, we wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be here. They would have got rid of us all. It's your spirit and how you look after that that's important. So again, this smoking ceremony today was about clearance, cleansing, cleaning your spirit. When the smoke passes over your body, it cleans your spirit. And then healing, because we need to do that in this country. We need to sit face to face and have a look at each other and find somewhere where we understand each other. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your respect. Because I can feel the respect because you're quiet. You're listening to what I'm saying. Any of you people want to come to me at any time and learn the deeper parts of this stuff, I'm in the Shire. I live in the Shire. I work in that beautiful bush over there. I work for New South Wales National Parks. But this stuff is my culture. It doesn't belong to New South Wales National Parks. So if you want to come and sit and talk and find me, come. I'll sit with you at the fire and we'll talk and we'll start to understand each other and create a proper future for our kids. That's what it's about for me, leaving the legacies that are good for our children and our generations, not destroying country, mother. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Deanna and Dean for that ceremony today. Firstly, I'd just like to welcome all of our special guests today from Allura Surf Lifesaving Club, Surf Lifesaving Australia, Surf Lifesaving New South Wales, the Sutherland Shire Council representatives and the sponsors of Allura Surf Lifesaving Club. I'd also like to welcome all of the competitors and officials and supporters that you've come along today and given so much time up already, and we're looking forward to a fantastic racing over this coming 3 days, and we can't wait to get into it. Lastly, I'd just quickly like to acknowledge our sponsors, Team Navy, who have been a partner for over 14 years now, the New South Wales Government through its tourism and major event agency, Destination New South Wales, Surf Lifesaving Australia, Sutherland Shire Council, and Therabody. Thank you all today. Good luck. Go New South Wales.
That wasn't part of the script. This year for our racing singlet and official shirts, we celebrate and acknowledge our Indigenous heritage. Our singlets and shirts tell a story of courage, commitment and connection to country. And we would like to thank Rihanna Lotta for collaborating with us on this project. Please put your hands together as she cannot be here today. Another wonderful group who can't be here today is Team Navy, who have supported the Australian Surf Rollers League for a number of years now. And our ASRL Secretary, Natasha Tunney, has a few words on behalf of Team Navy and Don Hogarth.
Okay, welcome everybody. On behalf of the Navy, unfortunately due to operational commitments and the unfolding situation within Australia currently at the moment, they're not able to be here with us this year. So I know Don's desperately missing this event and he's keenly watching the live stream at home. So just a few words through from Don. The Navy and the ASRL share many common attributes and values, including teamwork, resilience, courage, loyalty and service. Just as we protect our shores and seas, you, who are all volunteers, patrol and protect our beaches in some of the world's roughest waters, providing an essential community service. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Sadly, we are unable to attend the Open this year for the first time in 14 years. The Navy's operational tempo across the world, our humanitarian aid to Tonga and our Pacific neighbours, combined with the Navy's contribution to COVID and most recently the aged care support around our nation, has stretched our resources and our ability to attend. To the competitors, the officials, families, supporters and volunteers, thank you for your efforts this season, and the Navy wish you a safe and vigorous competition with great surf. And in closing, sorry to all, but there are no sunnies, sunscreen or other goodies this year from the Navy. We do have a few little pieces that Eddie's going to put out as well. So that's from Don, and go SA. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please remove your hats and be upstanding for the Australian National Anthem. Supporters, VIPs, thank you very much for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, you're under the direction of the event referee. Let's get it on!
1, 2, 3. Anyone hear me now? Still can't hear me. We need volume here in the presentation area, please. We need volume now. Okay, righto, we're back to where we were. We've got some volume, we lost the music, and I'd now like to call forward the 160 female gold medalist for 2022, North Cronulla Youngs. And I should add, they've only been rowing for 3 weeks. What a great effort for them. So I said before, the medals will be presented by George Shales, the President of Surf Lifesaving New South Wales. Thank you, girls. Great effort. Our next presentation will be to the 160 male. The 160 male, and in third place, the winners of the bronze medal, Freshwater Magoos. Bronze medalists, Freshwater Magoos. And winners of the silver medal in the 160 male division, Allura Great Men. Allura Great Men, silver medalists. Well done, Allura Great Men. And in first place, and winners of the gold medal, and ASRL champions for the 160 mile, Avoca Beach Blue Pills. Avoca Beach. Congratulations, Avoca Beach. Yeah, well done to the 160 division of male surfboat racing here today. ASRL 2022. Thank you very much, guys. Our next division we'll be presenting is the 180 years female. 180 years female. And in third place, and winner of the bronze medal, Allura Salties. Allura Salties, bronze medalist. And the 180 years female division in second place. And winners of the silver medal, Queenscliff Reality Queens. Queenscliff. And in the 180 years female 2022 champions for this year and gold medalists, Bateman's Bay Banshees. Bateman's Bay. Put your hands together for the Bateman's Bay girls. Well done, girls. Great to see them up and coming young rowers. Okay. The next division will be the 180 years male. And in third place, the winners of the bronze medal, 180 years, Morty Alec Ecolai. Morty Alec, Victoria. And silver medalist in the 180 years division of the 2022 ASRL Championships, Maroochydore Force. Silver medalist, Maroochydore Force. And the 180 years champions for 2022 Masters here at beautiful Allura Beach. And gold medalists, Bronte Berserkers. Bronte Berserkers. Back to back for Bronte Berserkers. Congratulations, guys. Well done for a back-to-back effort. Next division will be the 200 years female. 200 years female. And winners of the silver medal, there wasn't a bronze medalist. Winner of the silver medal, Wanda Kessels. Wanda Kessels, just up the road. Well done, Wanda. And in the 200 years female and gold medalists and champions for 2022, Bernie Risk. Bernie Risk, all the way from Tasmania. Well done, girls. Okay, the 200 years mile. 200 years mile, hotly contested division in any racing. And in third place, and winners of the bronze medal for 2022, Tally Cab Savs, bronze medalist. 200 years mile. Talabudra. 200 years mile, and winners of the silver medal. And coming from just down the road, North Cronulla Blueies Vets. North Cronulla, second place. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Interesting enough, the gold medalist was a shared gold medalist. I didn't realise this for the moment. So the gold medal, I'll call forward the Coffs Harbour Trainwrecks gold medalists, but they're sharing that with North Cronulla Blueies Vets. Equal points. They both finished on 28 points. Both gold medalists. Well done, Coffs Harbour Trainwrecks and North Cronulla Blueies Vets. Righto, down to the 220 mile. Hang on, the boys are coming back for another picture. 220 mile of the Masters Division. In third place, South Maroubra Snugglepuss, South Maroubra. 220 mile. And in second place, winners of the silver medal, actually last year's champions, but not to be this year, St Kilda Angry Dogs. St Kilda Angry Dogs, 220, silver medalists. Only had one bloke. They're out of here. They're already gone to Victoria. Okay, but winners of the gold medal in the 220 division, and champions for 2022 ASRL North Cronulla Hawkos Vets. North Cronulla, just down the road. Okay, two more to go. 240 years. So 240 years. Some of these are the ancient mariners just about. And the 240 years division in third place were Wanda Juniors. Juniors, what are they doing around 240s? Bronze medalist for 2022, Wanda Juniors. 240 division. Good on you, young fellas. In the 240 division of Masters boat racing here today, and in second place and winners of the silver medal, South Curly Whitebread. South Curl. Good on you, Ribs. The South Curly crew have got an amazing track record. It'd be nice to be able to, I'd be here all day if I rattled off all the medals that they've won. But winners of the gold medal for 2022 in the 240 years division, Alexandra Headlands Brass Monkeys. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Photo opportunity. He's a good photographer.
You've got your notes next to it if you want.
Righto, thanks, guys. And the final presentation today is the 260 years men. Hang on, we've got more photos.
Well, thank you very much for watching the live stream wherever you are watching around the world. We are here at the Australian Surf Rollers League Open and it's time. We've waited a bit of a delay, but we're here and we are starting the interstate racing. My name's Aaron, Beck Hamilton here, and it looks like we're getting into the youth relay.
Straight away, mate, straight into it, and the wind's starting to come up, so a little bit more challenging conditions for this racing, but this interstate is going to be absolutely red hot.
Absolutely, top to bottom. So we're starting with the under-19 relay mixed, so it's the under-19 male and female, the under-23 male and female. We'll keep you updated with the points as we go, but we're starting at the top, and that'll be New South Wales in 1, Victoria 2, Queensland 3, and the South Australian crew drafted Beck from North Cronulla.
Quality crew, medalist at the recent Sydney Branch Championships and state and Australian finalist, I believe. So yeah, quality crew to draft into your side.
So we've got 4 legs of this relay. So this is the youth relay. As you can see, bottom left-hand side, under-19, under-23 relay mix. So at the top, once again, let's go. The Collaroy Redbacks, the under-19 females are in 1. That'll be Paddy Gatecan Spinazzola with the Lawn Badgers there. In 2, on-screen, North Cronulla Boffs. And we've also got Alexander Headlands ABA Wedges. And they're making their way out now and they're going to have a turn shortly.
That's it. That's a solid start from Ali 1 up there, and you know they'll be hard to pull back from that spot.
Okay, we're just on screen there. The South Australians, of course. We want to thank Team Navy and Destination New South Wales through the New South Wales Government for their ongoing support, Sutherland Shire Council and the Allura Surf Club. And Becky, got the Boffs on screen. Just talk us through what the sweep will be saying here.
Well, I think he'd just be pushing them really hard, you know. He's got a really good, strong position there, sitting in second place. You know, coming up to the turn, he'd be telling the girls to drive their legs and keep their composure. So Boff's a pretty calm sweep. He's been going for a few years now. So he'd be definitely be having a look, letting the girls know where they are at, and just telling them to keep it on. Certainly when you row for an interstate team, your effort lifts. There's a certain amount of pride that goes with when you put your state cap on, and just because these girls have been drafted in, it'll be no different. But coming up to the turn now, he'd be asking for effort once again. And he'll be instructing them, we're 5 strokes away, 4, 3, 2, 1, and turn. And it's a very tight turn there on the bow there from Buffo, and he takes a sweep oar there, gets it out of the water, and this is where we're asking for power. Just power out of that turn. With these young girls, this is where you can get a boat length on the field.
Yeah, and the under-19s came into the equation at a national level probably 6 or 7 years ago through the ASRL Open, and this has continued to develop. We've got some super strong crews. You can see Collaroy have just exploded as a club in the last 24 months, Beck, and it's great to see them in the state team.
Absolutely. They have absolutely been dominating the performances on the Northern Beaches, and I was talking with some people before about the fact that, you know, the Northern Beaches is like rowing in an Australian final every weekend. The quality is so strong, and they absolutely dominate the New South Wales team in terms of the clubs represented.
Looking on the screen at the moment, you'll start to see the tides going out, which means we might just start to see that back bank, you know, maybe come into the equation in an hour or so, as you can see. Here we go.
This is a dream run from that middle crew, and well done from those young girls to pull down that wave. That's really good surfboat work there. And they've got a dream run now to get their breath, but they've got to have to keep working at it across this middle bank.
Oh, Queenslanders, get excited, because it's Queensland who are going to lead at the moment. So they're going to take a few more strokes. Oh, they'll take this one to the beach. Epic start here for Queensland. This is the youth relay on screen, Alexander Headlands. So they'll make a transition. I would assume coming in next will be another strong crew in the Currumbin Berserkers, but it's Queensland.
You'll see the rowers here too, Aaron, start to jump out. They'll keep the boat nice and steady. Someone will go up, run around the flag, tag the next team, and off they'll go.
Great drone shot here, you can see. So they'll finish more than likely on the left-hand side. They'll make the tag, as you can see, and the sweep will make his run down for Currumbin. So second place, top of screen, New South Wales, Collaroy. They'll make a transition. Bottom of screen, South Australia and Gatecam with the Lawn Badgers there. Pat Spinazzola there, you can see, Boff's on screen.
That run from the Alex girls
was
filthy.
Long run.
Absolutely what you dream of in a surfboat race, I've got to say.
You reckon? I thought you meant the actual run up the beach.
No, I'm talking about the run in the boat. That's unreal. That's what you dream of. That's what you practice for, and that was exceptional work from those young girls.
We are here live at Allura Beach. This is the second leg of the relay mixed surfboat for the juniors under 19 23s, and on screen the Currumbin under 19 men. So Queensland probably 5 boat lengths in front, and now it's time for New South Wales to make a play. South Kilburly.
Yeah, the Currumbin Berserkers, maybe inspired by the Masters crew that just won, called the Bronte Berserkers. But look, these boys are big boys, and for under 19s, they've got tremendous boat speed. But geez, look at New South Wales coming up the top there. New South Wales are represented by the South Curly Burley, and they will not die wondering about this one. They will give it everything, and to be honest, I think they're actually starting to make a bit of ground on them.
I definitely think they are. Just out of screen on the left, you'll want to know that Victoria probably made into third place, half a length to a length in front of the South Australian crew, which would be West Beach. So they're on screen at the moment. We got Currumbin.
Oh, here you go, you good things, New South Wales. Get up there, boys. They're just tough boys, and you can see, I'm not sure who's standing in the back of this crew, but it's a typical crouched over South Curly sweep stance. I think that might be Gus by the looks of it, but yeah, ripping stuff here from these boys. This is a solid row. They've pulled back at least 2 or 3 boat lengths.
Yeah, it could be Gus Mysterio at the top there, crouched over, yelling at his troops to catch up. It's still quite a long row. You can see the tide's still up, and the tide really hasn't dropped much since the high beck, so it's a decent row at the back.
Definitely a decent row, and they're heading into a bit of an east-southeast wind now, but here we come up to the turn. This really needs to be tight. This is when you're racing with the big boys, and the under-19s boys I class as the big boys, you need to really use your skills now to get every advantage you can. And here comes South Curl, New South Wales team around that can.
Coming in at the top of the screen, top left-hand side will be Victoria, and just out of shot at the bottom will be South Australia. So they're just probably, I don't know, 10 or 15 lengths off, you can see there, but there's still a long way to go. But at the moment, Queensland, they'll make the transition into the under-23 females, which we were just talking about before. The Palm Beach Panthers, consistent for a number of years, but the Dicky Beach Tushies, a couple of their rowers, this is their 5th state team in a row.
That's amazing. I've watched those Dicky Beach girls come right through from junior girls over in Perth to watching them now. They've really improved, and they just keep getting stronger and stronger, and I look forward to watching them as an open crew one day.
Coming up next will be the Open and Reserve mixed relay, but at the moment this is the second leg of the under 19-23 relay mixed surfboats live here at Allura. Join in the conversation, get on the hashtags and put the comments in. Let's get involved and support. Yeah, that's definitely yeah, that's Gus at the back there. You can tell by his very unique sweeping style, but he gets down low just to break the wind draft. But these boys will be working hard, and I tell you what, I think if you wanted an alley right now, you'd want those middle alleys. It's just starting to sit up a little bit more on that. Just sitting there right now. That's a bit of dead water there, but it's just sitting up out the back a bit more. We've just seen with the Alex girls, so I think I'd be favouring the middle alleys at the moment in terms of if I had a preference, but don't discount anything coming from anywhere. And Beck Hamilton in the box, not Natasha Tunney.
So that's our Currumbin team, the Queensland Clean coming in now. You'll see the bowman jumping out. You'll have someone on the beach waving their guts out, ready to tag that next person. And New South Wales also coming in up the top there. There's nothing in this at the moment, you know. Not the best start from the Queensland girls. You don't get to choose when you go in a relay, you've just got to go. But these girls are big and strong, and like I said, the improvement of these girls has just been amazing. They've been outstanding to watch. That's some great rowing. Look at the drive through the legs. I mean, under 23s and the younger girls rowing these days, the improvement has just been exceptional, and some of these under 23 girls will transition into the open cruise in the next coming years, and these girls will do a great job of that, I have no doubt. Look at that streak through their legs. Real composure and just pure effort. You know, that's great rowing there, and you know, if you've got some young girls out there wanting to see what it really looks like at full speed, take a look at this right now. They're a masterclass. Look at that.
That's right. Floodie's had them training for a number of years together. I know that, as I said, 2 of them have been together for 5 years, and they just continue to get a couple more in and just top it up, and they're always at the top of their game. So you can see Floodie, they're really urging the girls on, and as you said, look how long and strong they are. But here we go, the third leg, and New South Wales are just clawing their way back.
These Palmy Panthers representing New South Wales are just an absolute standout crew. Spency works these girls really hard, and I'll tell you what, they have nearly got this boat back in front. It's hard to see there with the lay of the cans whether they're actually dead straight or not, but these Palmy Panther girls are quick. Almost as quick to be on TikTok after their race, but they're pretty good on the socials.
I like it.
I love it too. They're good-spirited girls, and they can row too, so they back it up. But come on, New South Wales, get up there. Come on, Spency, bring him home. He'll be really, really pushing these girls now, like he does every single session. I taught Spency a lot about how he trains his crews, and he just trains them hard, so they race hard as well. So, yeah, this will be good. It'll be who can do the tight turn here. I think Dickie Beach has still just got the nod on him, but let's see what happens at the turn.
Just out of shot at the moment. We'll just touch base on the South Australian cruise. So, Maddie Filkey, this is her 4th, maybe even 5th state team in a row. Peter Tidswell's a sweep for the Glenelg Grenades, and we've also got from Victoria St Kilda Salamanders, and it's their 4th state team in a row, and I know that they're 5 times state champions in a row. So although they're not in shot at the moment, there's definitely a great tussle at the moment for 3rd between those 2 states.
Yeah, and I've loved seeing the improvement of the younger crews from the interstate, like South Australia especially. You know, they've really come on, and I think we've been really fortunate the last few big carnivals to have conditions that will suit the South Australian crews, you know, with the flooded conditions, because that's what they're used to. But, you know, these Glenelg girls have just been consistently around for a while now too, and I have no doubt when we get to the single races, they will be right up there.
There you go, the Glenelg Grenades on screen. Pete Tidswell making the turn now. At the moment, they're 2 lengths behind Victoria, so it's going to be a great tussle there for 3rd at the moment, Beck.
And here we come in now. You can just see that Dickie Beach really came out of that turn stronger. You know, the drone tells you the story. It's about 2 boat lengths between them. But I tell you what, Palmy are just starting to get a bit of run over that side in alley 1. But there's a bit of a bump coming here for the Dickie Beach girls. If they can work this run and keep their composure, they will push this all the way to the beach. But I tell you what, it's starting to sit up over in New South Wales. Ali, if Spency can work this and work this hard, he will bring them up and draw level with them. Have a go, Spency. Here we go, girls. Work it now. Work it hard. Stay back on it. You give it some drive. There we go. Give it some legs, girls. They're very hard to get over these swells because they're big and fat, as I said. You know, they're hard to get down the face of them. But there we go, girls. Well done, New South Wales. Drawn up even. You'll see the bow girl get ready to go. It'll be a quick sprint up to the next boat, and now we've got an even boat race yet again. That's an outstanding row from New South Wales and the Dickie Beach girls, because that's a long row out there. It's not easy to keep up that kind of momentum, but they are really improving and really doing a great job. Here's the Vic girls on the side of their boat there, the Huddle boat from Victoria, the St Kilda Salamanders. So well done, girls. That's a big row to get close again like that.
All right, I'm back. I had 4 ears in my... 4 earpieces in 2 ears, but I'm back.
Like
so here we go.
then.
This is the last leg of the youth relay, and it's tight, but New South Wales have hit the lead. They're 1 length in front, but I'll tell you what, this Maroochydore Force crew, I think they're saying they're one of the hottest Queensland crews leading into the ASRL Open, and look at the lean back, Beck.
Look at the lean back. Look at the all
Bang.
pushing through the water, and that boat is just not moving. I believe they're last year's definitely Australian finalists. Winners,
yep.
Yeah. And look at that. I mean, this is the stuff I get excited about. This Colts division in racing will be the hardest division on the sand this weekend.
And the South Curl Sneaky Nuts out of shot at the moment, but they're a length in front. We know that they've had a remarkable career as a crew in the last couple of years also. Back in 3rd place at the moment, Victoria is about a length and a half in front of Kite and Rocks, who are making not just their debut as a state team, this is also their first ever ASRL Open. The South Australian crew from Kite and Rocks with Hocko sweeping. They're a small club down in Victor Harbour, and it's great to see them with a boat here this weekend.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the way they've moved off the beach there, you can't see them on the screen at the moment, but I'll back them to get to the cans in probably 3rd position, those boys.
There they are.
That's a solid effort, and they are pulling back the Victorian team as we speak.
Got them on screen at the moment. You can see Hocko crouching over. But we're back on, so here comes the turn. Oh, how tight's this, Beck? Take it away.
This is great. Look, really what you're looking for is a 2-stroke turn at the very most at this level. I mean, these guys turn as quick as the A-Crew guys, if not quicker. So, you know, I might be having a word to Tamara about those cans. They're might need to pull them a little bit tighter.
That's right. We got you on the boat panel, so you're allowed to say that.
I'm allowed to say that because I'm seeing about maybe half a boat length's difference in that can right now. But and that's because it's affecting New South Wales.
Well, they're 2 lengths in front at the moment. Michael Brooks, the ex-ASRL president, you can see on screen. He's got the sweeper nice and tucked up high. He's 2 lengths in front, you can see there. So in this flat water, they're going to need some assistance from Huey, I think.
That's it. And just look at the composure of the boys. They're not panicking. They're not changing anything. They're just believing in their stroke. They're just doing the work. I mean, you can see how hard their bodies are working right now. You know, a bit of a unique setup there with Brooksy at the back with no second bar in front of him, which takes incredible balance to keep that. But he's really staying as far forward as he possibly can. He's gone old school. He's got the old sweep oar, the old wooden sweep oar. Some guys like them. But look, that's a great row from these boys. And here we go now. They'll probably just fall off the back of this one, but there's one behind, which will probably just go under South Curly as we speak, but no doubt there's a little bubble here that Maroochydore will easily pick up.
He'll be saying take 2 or 3 deep breaths, and look at him now really try to charge down. Michael Brooks at the helm. This is the last leg of the mixed youth relay.
There we go, there it is.
And it's going to be maximum points for Queensland. Queensland will be first, New South Wales second, and in about 1 minute's time, right at the back, we have a huge tussle for 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, here comes those boys from South Australia. That's a big row from them. They've gone from 4th place and rode that into 3rd. That's really solid effort. So is their first year rowing?
Who's that, sorry?
The South Australian boys?
Kite and Rocks. Yeah, I think it is. Mate, they might have started last season, I guess, in the development stages. But like I said...
It just goes to show the improvement you can... If you put the work in, the improvement you can get in one season alone.
Great shot there of the drone footage. And you'll start to come into shot here. So Kite and Rocks, a remarkable story. And also the Victorian crew that'll come into shot shortly. The Port Campbell Rockets, another club there, smaller club there on the Great Ocean Road, just near the 12 Apostles. But it's going to be 3rd place Henley, obviously pending any DQs or Mr. Cans. But
you'd have to turn one up for the books to have any issues today, wouldn't you? Like, you know, what on earth could possibly go wrong today? But yeah, here we come. South Australia's over the line, and a great effort from Victoria over there. They've got some new crews coming through there, so you know, every so often you have to, you know, not quite as competitive as what you'd hope, but those kids they'll grow from this experience, and they'll be back, no doubt, bigger and faster next year. Or to the head. That's got to hurt, mate. That's why we wear helmets sometimes. So that's the end of the younger relay. Now we step up to the senior relays, and boy oh boy, this will be a tussle. So for the New South Wales team, we've got the Palm Beach Projectors, the South Curly Shakers, North Bondi Blade Runners, and North Bondi Shredders. All of these crews, bar South Curly because they've made a comeback, were Australian finalists, if not semi-finalists last year. So, and will feature heavily in their divisions without a doubt. Everyone's talking up the Queensland crews as.
Everyone being the Queensland team?
Being the Queensland team in most instances. But you got to give them a rap. You know, they've had a full season of training. A lot of these crews have been getting ready by Ocean Thunder and various things. Represented by the Mermaid Open Men, Mermaid Kennards, Open Female, Currumbin Concords, Reserve Grade Male, Currumbin Krakens, and Reserve Grade Female, Coolin Beach. That's a solid team on paper, I've got to say. And I just want to give a shout out to the WA guys at the moment. We know you're not here, guys, but definitely here in spirit. And lining up in this race would have been Northcote White, Northcote Critical Business, Northcote Blue, and the Scarborough Sunset. So shout out to you guys.
We'll give them some love in a minute. But for now, we're going to start going down to the beach interviews. I know we've got Edwina Wright, Libby Bradley, and Frankie Fisher who are going to help out here. But we're going to see if we can go to transition down to the beach shortly.
Yeah, just on the other cruise for South Australia, we've got the Henley Mac Dogs, Somerton All Sorts, Moana Mongrels, and the Glenelg Gunnel Runners. And bringing it in from the south, the Anglesea Pirates, Anglesea Lightning.
So we're just going to go down to the beach. We'll revisit shortly.
Flood, how are you? You are the Queensland captain so far for this year, and you're winning. You just won the relay. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It's a long day, and we've got a lot of races to get through, but it always gives you that little bit extra if you've won in that first race.
So how are the Tushies feeling today? This is their 5th time being a part of the Queensland state team. How are they?
They're feeling really good. It's always brings up the nerves when you come to these events, and I like it that like our under-23 girls, which are the Tushies, and the under-23 boys, both made Australian medals last year. So, we've got a good combination in that young relay.
So how was your motivational speak, to the whole team? What did you say?
More about the tricky edge. We had to really just try and calm down, do everything right. We've done all the training. You can row fast. Just keep it right. Don't make mistakes. Always go for the positives.
I'm sure you told them which can to turn at as well.
Yeah, well, we questioned that with our managers to whether it's short course or long course, because we get different stories every year. So this year it's long course, so we know that now.
Well, that's great to hear, and good luck for the rest of the day today, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, great work. We've got Edwina Wright down there with Floody, 5-time state team for the Dicky Beach. And we're just reading a few of the comments. Tara Coates, I know Beck Hamilton, I'm trying to keep her in rain, but she's got to show some love for New South Wales.
Turn it up. Like, one-eyed commentary, I'm a big Blue supporter, but I'm just a fan of watching surf boats go fast, so I'll go for anybody.
We'll revert back to what we were doing. Apologies, we're just going to engage with the beach as much as possible, but continue on.
Yeah, so I just wanted to introduce the Victorian team, the Anglesea Pirates in the senior relay, Anglesea Lightning, swept by your old man, which is great, Scotty down there, and St Kilda, half a tonne of meat, let's hope they're not carrying it, and Mordiliac Mischief, no doubt a bit of mischief around
there. Was a bit of panic in the Anglesea camp this morning when a few of the crews flew up this morning and had their 6 a.m. flight cancelled.
Yeah, a bit of a rookie error there coming in the morning of a carnival. Goodness me, that's enough to make Brent Bilkman, keel over and be very stressed. But look, they've made it. I think a couple of the junior kids might be still on their way, but they make it to the line for their main racing. That's amazing.
You can see in the bottom right-hand side, coming up now is the Open Reserve Mixed Relay, and then we'll move into the individual races, starting with the under-19 female surf boat and making our way through the categories. And just going back on the Victorian crew, so we've got 3 from Anglesea. So you've got the Pirates, who have been racing now for 7 or 8 years together. Started in the under-19s and they've progressed through to Opens, which is fantastic. The Anglesea Lightning, formerly at Torquay, have done amazing things and made numerous finals at the ASRL and also Aussies. And then the Anglesea Storm, the young kids on the block, but it's also good to see, the Lawn Badgers, Pat Spinazzola, St Kilda with their 4th state team in a row. Mordiliac Mischief back after a couple of years at the national level, and it's good to see Maddie and the girls here, and Port Campbell, a fantastic club down on the Great Ocean Road.
Yeah, it's unreal, and that's what I love about these team events. It's a chance for the younger crews to really mix it with the bigger crews, the senior crews. And a lot of these clubs might not have an A crew at the moment, and they're building towards it. But this is a chance for them really to be around, almost a team of excellence, and it'll inspire them to potentially be that team one day.
Just down here this weekend, we've got Malcolm Trees taking photos. He's done an excellent job for the ASRL, and he'll be uploading his photos later. So get on the albums on Facebook, upload them on Instagram, join the conversation, let us know about your posts, hashtag Team Navy ASRL, and we'll be resharing as much as we can later this evening and throughout the day. And of course, thanks to Team Navy and Destination New South Wales, the tourism arm of the New South Wales government. And what a beautiful shot here at the Shire, Allura Surf Club. And of course, surrounding areas, you've got the city in the background on the top left. Beautiful part of the world.
I tell you what, this drone shot does an amazing job. It really does look really beautiful, and it's equally as beautiful just being down here on the beach today. The sun's shining, light winds. You know, we would probably have hoped for a bit more surf, but you know, you can't do it all.
Light winds at the moment, but it's going to start to pick up, and you can really feel the swing and the wind at the moment. So, you know, we might see conditions change, you know, even within the next hour. So to make the relays interesting later on in about 1.5 hours' time.
And even better this afternoon when the resis are rowing up to 20 knots that wind, east southeast. So, you know, it'll be a bit of a slog to the cans, but I always tell my crews, you know, when you've got the wind coming home, if you get there first, you'll be first home. So
great shot there of the area. So this afternoon, after the interstates, we'll move into the two areas, and we're pleased to announce that we're going to do our best for the first time on the live stream, definitely in my time, that we're going to try and do two areas. So we'll alternate between the north and the south, probably on a half-an-hour alteration to ensure that we cover both areas. And I know Johnny Cotchell and Frank are going to head up the commentary for this afternoon for the reserve grade, and it's going to be a long day in the stream. I think we're looking at about a 6 o'clock finish. I think a few of those reserves might have to wait a little bit longer for their afternoon evening drink.
We might have to have a few deliveries, I think, as well while we're sitting here.
We make it a bit of fun there.
It'd be a shame not to.
Great to see. You can see on screen North Bondi. So North Bondi are the state team representatives, I believe, for both the reserve male and female. Great story for them.
Yeah, they've been rowing really well, and they'll love these conditions. Sydney Branch champions last weekend. Again, it got moved from here. It was a bit absolutely out of control here last weekend, so we moved it to the flat water. So they're coming off the back of a win there, but look, their boat speed is exceptional, and they'll be really soaking up these conditions.
I just need to do a bit of a shout out while we've got a bit of a pause. My lovely fiance, who is 36 weeks pregnant, just has jumped on the stream to watch and make sure I'm behaving myself. So it's a bit of a shout out to her, and it's going to be a bit of a life changer for me. Hopefully not in the next couple of days, but
well, definitely, hopefully not in the next couple of days. But I think there's an Uber up there waiting for you, mate. If it's ready to go, we'll get him home on time. Don't you worry about that.
Yes, no, so good to see. But we do have viewers all around the world. I know South Africa were commenting earlier, and it's quite interesting, South Africa surfboat rowing. We know that New Zealand is quite prominent, but the South Africans, they're actually developing quite strongly, and I know they've tried to get a couple of boats over there in recent weeks.
Yeah, and definitely getting the gear over there is the main thing. So shout out to all the clubs who have donated boats and got it over there. But it's one of those things, you've got to build it and they will come. So I think it's only going to be a matter of time before we see some South African crews joining us here at the ASRL Open. I think that would be terrific. And we're away here with racing with the senior relay. And again, I'm pretty sure we're in the same alley. So
here we
go. We are there with the New South Wales boys. Shaw and partners are away. And like I said, they've got tremendous boat speed. That's Bluey up the back there. He'll just be telling them what to do. They're very well disciplined. Here comes Anglesey. You can just see coming into shot there. That's Scotty Tannehill up the back there, and these boys must have just got a little bit of a check off the start, I'd say. We didn't quite see it here on the live stream, but I would imagine it won't take long to pull that back.
Those Currumbin lads, nice and strong and long. Lyle Clark there at the helm. So Currumbin have done, I think they had one of the seasons to remember. 3 gold medals possibly at the last year's ASRL Open, and I know that at the Aussies as well, they just tore it apart with South Kirkor. So Currumbin's another club, I guess, like the likes of Collaroy, that have just built over 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the old saying is success breeds success. You know, they've obviously got some really good training programs going down there. They've got some really great sweeps. Really and experienced, successful sweeps, but really top blokes at the same time. You know, they've taken on some new rowers this year and last year as well. So, you know, shout out to them. I think when clubs work that hard, they deserve the success.
Absolutely. So good shot on screen. So this is the Open and Reserve relay. So we've just had the under 19, 23, I guess, junior relay. Queensland first, New South Wales second, South Australia third, Victoria fourth. And at the moment, bottom of screen, that will be Queensland 1. And you would think New South Wales possibly in 2. That is definitely Anglesey in 3rd place as they're making the turn now.
Yeah, so North Bondi's just gone in there, just half a boat length in front, but they'll need a good turn here, which they've just, yeah, that's not too bad. They've come out pretty straight and they're away. So about half a boat length in this one, but let's see what happens on the way home. Who can work these little bubbles? I mean, these senior crews should be expected to work these bumps as hard as they possibly can. And you'll see the more experienced crews, this is when they can make up half a boat length in a few strokes. It's absolutely amazing to watch.
New South Wales first, Queensland second, back to Victoria in 3rd, South Australian 4th. This is the second relay, and coming up next will be the under-19 female individual races. Can you just explain as a sweep what you'd be looking for as you go through the gate cans? Obviously, you want to hit it, but you want to watch the conditions around you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're making sure for first and foremost you're on the right side of it. So you must have your gate can on the right-hand side coming home. And sometimes you can get a bit distracted by things going on around you, and you can miss it. But look, these crews are fairly well disciplined. But look, you know you're on your way home, and you're just looking at your rowers and trying to keep them positive, but also looking for any little bubbles behind you to make sure you're giving them enough preparation time to go, guys, there's one coming, get ready for it. So, but really just trying to keep your composure here, because this is when they're really hurting, and you've just got to try and keep them super positive, keep their heads up. And there we go, that's a lovely little run there, and they just pull on to nothing, you know, these big boys. I don't know if you've ever stood up the back hours with a big A crew, and you know, the Resi's crews like this, it's pretty amazing.
Well, definitely hard. I used to train my old man's crews and the Southern and A guys as well. But yeah, great work there by them. So this is the first leg of 4 in the open and reserve grade relay. So they'll make the tag, and then it looked like a Palm Beach boat there ready to go. That might be the projectors. And then we can see coming in, this is Queensland second place.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to see just with the colours of the boats.
There you go, Victoria third.
But look, you know, up in alley 1 there, they've had that humongous lead, and they've just got a bit caught there on the start, and it's gone. So, you know, you'll see here the Queenslanders will jump in, and all of a sudden they're only a few boat legs behind. So it's as much about a skill and that really tough transition. But look, Palm Beach up top there, they're pretty quick. I find them very hard to beat from this spot.
So what's an interesting point to note is they can pick their order by the looks of it, because that's a Palm Beach boat making their way out the open males, and then the reserve grade females are in the water now for Queensland. They also unfortunately didn't have the best start, which means that'll be the Victorians coming up there in third place, just going over a bubble now. So looking on screen, Palm Beach, and that's of course Peter Spence at the helm.
Yeah, he's had a few disruptions. He was telling me before, like many crews on the beach over the last couple of months. He said he hasn't, since December, had a full crew on the water due to COVID and everything that goes with it. But look, his crews are always in great shape for the ASRL, and you know, he's had great success over the past few years here and at the Aussies. But look, these boys will clear out here. Interesting to put them in. I kind of like the story of putting your big crews in first and try to get that lead and then just hold on. But other states have gone for something else. So we'll see if it pays off once the bigger guys get in towards the end for the other states.
It's a great initiative, Surf Life Saving Australia and the ASRL working together to continue to deliver the interstates, and it's a great event and a really great part of the program here. And you can see Davey Toomer there. You can always see the distinctive green vest that he loves to wear. And once again, another young, well not young, younger sweep, you might say, Davey, but yeah, really he has... wherever he's been, obviously he's just moved clubs, but he just brings a whole ball of energy that we don't really see. He really
does, yeah, he really does, and he brings a great culture to any club he goes to. You know, he's a really down-to-earth, super polite, lovely guy, and you know, and people will migrate towards that because not only does he, you know, make it a very welcoming and friendly environment, but he's also a great sweep. So you know, he's got a recipe for success there as well. But this interstate has just evolved, and you know, there was a time there when we thought boats weren't going to be involved at all, and kudos to the ASRL, like you say, working with SLSA to keep it alive and to make sure that all divisions are represented. You know, it used to just be one crew, usually the open males, that then transitioned at times to open female, and now we have all the crews. So you know, it's just such a lift, and you know, some clubs really chase this, so it's something to aspire to. I've never actually been able to make a state team in New South Wales. It's that hard to make it.
Really saying that, you do have an Australian medal that a lot of sweeps have aspired to be. You will take that any day. The bronze medal a couple of years ago at the Big Cave, which was an amazing final.
Yeah, I wish we had that surf here today. I know a few people will be begging for it, but yeah, look, here goes these Palm Beach guys. They've done a great job here. They've put a big gap in the field here. So really now it's up to the girls' crews. And I tell you what, with the South Curly New South Wales girls coming in, the credentials in that boat are pretty amazing. I find it hard.
So what's happened on screen, we have the reserve females from Queensland have just been overtaken by Victoria, and that will be the reserve men of St Kilda, half a tonne of meat. Great name. Look at the gap though, but it could be deceiving because obviously, you know, some have put the open men in and some have the reserve females. So it's just going to have that gap in the field, which means it might close up later on in the race. But we're approaching the halfway mark here, and it's at the moment New South Wales in first, Matt Silker there sweeping for Victoria in 2, Queensland 3rd, South Australian 4th.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, the 3 crews at the back here on the screen right now, as to how that mixes up, because they're actually really close when you think about there's men rowing against women and vice versa. So Look, New South Wales need to get away here pretty quickly because they're going to have some open men and reserve grade men chasing them.
Here we go, nice little bubble for St Kilda. They'll get down this one too, which, although it doesn't look like much, it'll just be that little bit more advantage as they make the transition into the turn, and they'll make the tag. Queensland third, South Australia fourth. This is the reserve and open relay mixed surfboat at the ASRL Open. And now we're going into the South Curl crew.
Yeah, now this is a pretty special crew. They've been doing really well at Ocean Thunder. I believe they've got one of the girls who rode at the London Olympics in here. But, you know, she's an amazing roller, but it does take 4 rollers to make a crew. So, you know, they're all exceptional athletes. You see them walking on the beach. They've got a really nice, friendly presence about them. But, geez, they look fit and strong. And there's a lot of experience in this boat. And with Gus at the back, you know, he just produces good crews. It's as simple as that. So when you can see here Victoria's coming out now through the middle there. They're currently in second place. But here comes that Queensland crew as well. And these Currumbin girls, well, they are just a cut above. I believe they're the girls, if I'm correct in saying they won the reserves last year, so they would have come up, won the reserves at the ASRL and at the Aussies. So I think they've come up and they're rowing ace now. So good on them girls for having a crack at that.
Matty Wildman, the sweep there for the Queensland, is definitely one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet. He's always got a smile on his face.
I tell you what, it's hard to compete against him because he's so nice. But yeah, always really friendly at the end. He's got some of the best crews on the beach, but always has time to, have a chat at the end of it, as do his girls. So yeah, look, people like that, that's why boats go fast, because they're good people at the back of it.
Absolutely.
So,
look at the lead.
This is a solid. This will be really a good tussle between the back three now. But New South Wales are going to have a hard time here holding on because remember, I think Queensland's still got their Gun A crew men's Mermaid Beach coming in. And tell you what, they've been rowing really well in Ocean Thunder.
Join the conversation, jump in the comments, let us know wherever you're watching from around the world, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook. This is the Open and Reserve Relay. Coming up will be the individual races, which we're really looking forward to. And then the big one at the end, the Bonanza, the 8-leg relay. But this is the 3rd leg at the moment. And you can see at the bottom, Queensland now making a play on Victoria, and they'll probably turn second. So New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria. Don't forget about South Australia at the top of screen. They've got the Henley Mac Dogs, Summit and All Sorts, Moana Mongrels, their first time ever at the ASRL Open, the first time ever for a state team, and the Glenelg Gunnell Runners, and it's an interesting story with that crew.
Mate, I'm looking forward to what's the interesting story, do we dare ask?
We definitely can. So they had they lost a rower originally who's got their wedding this weekend. Then we had, I think there might have been...
Where's his commitment? Or her commitment? Where is it?
Absolutely. And possibly an injury as well. So Susie Gunn, who was rowing with Natasha Tunney back in 1998 together, are both now rowing together 24 years later at the young age of 52.
Natasha she wasn't giving herself much of a rap, but here she is rowing in a state team and she's going all right. So I'll give all these girls a massive rap. It's a huge effort to get out here and compete at a state level like this.
Yeah, so Gina Bell, which is great to see.
Now. As you'll see that, they'll take this all the way through the beach. These girls do not miss runs.
And how strong are they?
Yeah, well done, girls. That's a great row. They'll have to have a rest now before their next race, but they'll be looking for the chocolate in their main race as well.
Making the transition, so it looks like a bit of a one-way race at the moment, but we're going to pan across. As you can see now, Queensland bottom of screen in second place, Victoria into the picture third, and South Australia making a play at the top. So
here come the South Australians. How good. Have a go, guys. So I'll back them to come in maybe second or third here because I believe they probably have got their A-grade men's crew coming in. Can't remember who went first.
Yeah,
I need to know the order.
Definitely Glenelg in the water at the moment by the looks of it, looking across. But here we go, down a runner now. Currumbin will get this.
And here comes Queensland in there. Those girls too, they don't miss those runs. They just go. And these are the reserve grade girls, the North Bondi Shredders. This has been one of the better transitions I've ever seen from a 23 girls crew into reserves. They've first year rowing reserves this year. Young Kuzi, I swept her for a season when I was at South Maroubra, and Bluey's sweeping his daughter, I believe, in this crew as well. So look, they've just been training hard as well. They love a bit of the TikToks, love a bit of the social media action as well.
I saw one last night. It was epic.
It was epic. Two of the girls must live together. It was pretty funny.
We shared it. It was funny.
It was pretty funny. And, get a bit of shred on. I'm not sure those raw eggs will be going down too well right now, but look.
Now, I'm just going to make a bit of a call here, and we're going to watch how interesting this will be. The open men for Queensland, the Mermaid Beach Kennards, have hit the water,
it paid off?
And they are humming.
Can you see the backwash coming off the back of that boat?
Top left-hand side.
They are literally going so fast. They've got the biggest bow wave, and there's a wave coming off the back. Now, these shredders, they are going to need to shred.
I think they will. Marty Fletcher at the helm there with the Mermaid Beach crew, but leading the way. You can see that's the gap. And then you can look back to the field. That's South Australia in third and Victoria in fourth. It's just a boat.
Can you imagine? You're out in front of a relay. You're a young, reserve grade crew, and you've got one of the best open men's crew
Here
chasing
they come.
you down.
Look how good they look.
Talk about a lift. Come on, Coos, you can do it. Lift them, Bluey.
I'm speaking to the state team manager. I can see Lovey there in the crew. I think it's his first state team. So good to see Lovey. And look at Marty. He's really rallying him on now because he knows there's a chance
Look at
here.
him go. One of the last bastions of wearing the sluggos sweeping. That's got to be good for the aerodynamics. But, look, I don't know.
I'm going to make a call here. They're going to get him.
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, girls. Bit of girl power here.
We've got Frankie here also shaking his head. They're making the turn now. There's a great shot there of the Victorian crew there. That's the Anglesea Lightning.
Yeah, great rowing girls. Those Anglesea girls, I'll back them in the open division once they get going as well in their racing during the weekend. So, look, it's a huge effort. Oh,
yep, telling you, here we go.
Come on, Shredders, yep.
Marty Fletcher's gone, guys, we can get this. So let's see if the reserve women for New South Wales can hold on. But I tell you, Marty is going to be absolutely getting right in there here. What an exciting finish we got coming up. And the Queenslanders, I know that Donnie Cottrell's on the beach commentating. Beck's shaking her head. This is going to be an epic finish.
Mate, this will be a massive row from the Shredders if they can pull this off. But, God, look at that A crew go. That is just steam train material. Look at them. They're like creating their own bow wave.
You can see about 4 lengths behind them. There is a little bubble underneath now. Won't do it much, but you can tell that the open men, they'll sniff this out. Look at the rate lift now. Look at the rate lift now. Here we go. That'll go under them. And what that will mean if it's a pretty decent run.
And how close. He's just hugged that. So he's just trying to chase that run as fast as he can. But I don't know. Maybe they'll hold on here. They're going to need a run up that northern end. Otherwise, oh, come on, girls. I've got goosebumps just watching how fast that Mermaid Beach boat's going. That is ridiculous.
Back in the field, out of shot at the moment. South Australia is third. Victoria is fourth on screen at the moment. This is Queensland. Here we go. He really knows there's a chance. But I think the reserve women for New South Wales are going to continue to hold this, I think.
Oh, look, there's a little bubble coming under Mermaid, though. Look at this. They won't let this go. They'll work this hard. It's as little can be, but they're just getting a lift out of it. But no, I think... Come on, girls. That is a massive row to hold on to that. Hopefully they haven't blown the valve for the whole weekend after that row. That's humongous.
Here we go. It's strength for strength here. Stroke for stroke, but it's got to be New South Wales top of screen. Here we go. You can see at the bottom. Queensland bottom, New South Wales top. New South Wales have hit the beach first. Here we go. He's gone for the early run. Oh, watch this on the live stream. They've gone too deep. New South Wales top of screen. They're going to get it. New South Wales first. Queensland second.
And what about this for a massive effort up in Alley 1? I think it is the South Australian team coming in. That is a huge effort to knock off Victoria there. So, sorry Victorians, but yeah, South Australia, that's massive. A lot of these guys are rowing in their first ever state team, so well done to the South Australians up there in Alley 1.
Unofficial results, New South Wales in a great finish first, Queensland second, South Australia in third, and you can see the Anglesea Lightning on screen now, who will just be telling them to switch off, not much more they can do, and they'll save their legs now for the open women race. So that's the relays.
That was red hot. Well, looks like the strategy paid off for New South Wales there, but that was a massive row from those reserve grade girls, and they'll certainly be one to watch for the rest of the weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've just got a beach interview being lined up in about 10 seconds. You can see a great shot. Join the conversation here on the live stream, but for now, it's down to the beach with Libby.
We're the Morty Mischief.
The Morty Mischiefs. Now, it's some tough racing today, girls. Some tough conditions, that flat water grind. Tell me, how did you feel about your race?
It was a tough row home with no surf assistance, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is tough, and it really is on that technique and leg drive. Did you have any pre-race nerves? Feeling good about it?
A little bit. We haven't had a chance to race this morning with the reshuffle of the draw. So yeah, that was our first race for the day. So it was, yeah, a little bit nervous.
Well, congratulations, girls. You did great. Great racing. Look forward to watching you throughout the day.
Thank you. Go Vic!
Go Victoria!
Yeah, it's thank you very much. I thought it was Libby. That was actually Frankie Fisher. She's an under-19 rower for Currumbin. She was at Surfers Paradise. Just made the change over to help. Yeah, so it's good to see Frankie. And we've also got Libby Bradley, another under-23 rower, who's also been helping out. So here we go. The provisional point tally we have, we might need to do a little bit of work on that.
Maybe a little bit of work on that one.
There we go. Hey, never doubt these guys. I tell
Asking you shall receive. There you go.
Big Voice Media we've got this year doing a great job. So you can see it's tied at the moment. New South Wales and Queensland, they've had the one win each. South Australia in third, Victoria in fourth. And what an amazing program we've got coming up.
This is going to be red hot. Like, I've got my picks for each of the individual races now, and had a chat to a few people on the beaches. So we'll see how close I get. But look, let's kick off with the under-19 girls. I think let's just have a chat about them for a minute. I mean, New South Wales, you know, those Collaroy Redbacks, I don't think they've been beaten this year. They've had a solid effort in some really tricky surf, but also on the flat water as well. Those Alex girls gave it a really good nudge in that relay then, so let's see how they go. South Australia, North Cronulla Box, you know, they were up there with those girls, drafted into the South Australian team, so nice work there bringing those girls in, and the Lawn Badgers. And shout out to the Northcott Young Guns who would have been over here as well. So, look, I'm going to back the New South Wales team.
Yeah.
You know, someone who hasn't been beaten yet, but as my smoky in this one, I'll probably go with the Alex girls.
Yeah, and I'll just talk a bit about the Lawn Badgers. So Pat Spinazzola is, I guess, in his late 20s as a sweep. He's young and enthusiastic, and he's just made a club change, but he's brought with him, you know, 8 to 12 under-19 and under-23 girls, and he's really one of the leading sweeps in junior rowing in Victoria, so it's great to see him make his, I think it's his first state team.
Yeah, good on him, and, you know, I love seeing new sweeps get the opportunity to race at the top level like this, you know. It's that's what I said, what's so good about this interstate team is it represents all divisions, so it's not just the big guys and the same people over and over getting the spots. It just provides such a good development opportunity for not only the rowers but the sweeps as well. So, you know, all good luck to him. I hope he does well, and I hope he comes second to the New South Wales.
We're down here in the Shire, and a great shot there in the city. Of course, we were just mentioning some new commentators that were getting involved this year. So we got Frankie Fisher, Libby Bradley down there with Edwina Wright getting involved, a couple of rowers who want to give it a crack, and we're going to support them to do some on-beach interviews. And I know we've had Jace Bean this morning, and we'll never get rid of Frank. He'll be here for another 20 years, but it's great to see some new blood get involved.
And that's the thing about these events. There's always things you can get involved with without just rowing, you know. So I'm not on the long haul this year, but enjoying the commentary spot, being on the boat panel, you know. There's so many things you can do. Like, if you're doing something at university that's relevant to event management, get involved in this kind of stuff, because this is where you actually learn your craft, and there's so many opportunities to do it. So, you know, I say get amongst it. But it looks like we're lining up with the boys first, so we might have a look at the Beck Hamilton form guide. So,
we call it the Herald Sun Racing Lift Out.
Yeah, that's the form guide. I sat down last night and had a look at everything I could. So New South Wales, we've got South Curly Burleigh, Queensland the Currumbin Berserkers, South Australia West Beach Sand Sharks, I think that is, I can't even read my own writing, and Victoria the Anglesea Storm. So Scotty Tannehill back up the back, and shout out to the Northcott Moose who were selected as well for this event. Look, I haven't really been, I've tried as much as I could to have a look to see who's been kind of the form crews, but Frankie Veltman tells me that South Curly Burleigh will be hard to beat in this one.
Yeah, all right, so we're just waiting for the start. You can see on the starting line now the under-19 females getting ready, or is it the under-19 males?
Under-19 males, I think we're going with. So, but look, how can you go past the Currumbin crew with their current form? And, you know, but look, Anglesea, let's give them a shout out. You know, you probably know a bit more about them, but I think that what we're looking for here is just a really solid start. You know, these boys, these under-23 boys, under-19s boys are probably just on the cusp of moving into 23s, I'd say, but that's a great start. Well done.
So here we go. Yeah, the Anglesea crew, they're a bit of a 3-4 year project, like a lot of these crews are, but you can probably see the nose in front, that yellow front of the bow, that would be South Kilkeel.
Look, so, they just fly off the start, these South Kilkeel crews, and there's no surprise that they've got a couple of crews in the state team here today. But yeah, I reckon that's Gus Patiri at the back again there, just looking at the way you can tell from how sweeps stand.
Yeah.
you know, this must be he must be in 2 teams in the state team, and it's just a credit to the South Curly club for the work that they do, especially they're just so good at bringing on young kids.
Team lineups at the bottom: Queensland, they're in alley number 1, South Australia in 2, New South Wales in 3, and of course, great story, Sam Malloy, the sweep in New South Wales. This will be his time here, our first time here. Would have got S3 a year or so ago, so it's great to see. And you can see Jake Campbell, Oliver Edwards, Ned McKay, and good old Buttercup in that crew as well, with Scott Tannehill sweeping. But at the moment, a half a length in front of the gates, Beck, South Kilcoe and New South Wales.
Yeah, look, there they are. So all the rumours are true. They are a pretty good little crew, and like I said, anyone that Gus is standing at the back of, he usually produces brilliance. But look, that young Anglesea crew, I look forward to watching their development over the next few years. There's nothing better than watching someone come out and be pretty good in their first year and then watch them just get better and better and better. And I dare say they'll be one of those crews to watch over the coming seasons. But look, these crews out in front up top, this is not over yet. I mean, this is, you know, just they're really settled into their racing now. And whilst South Curly probably got a boat length on the field, you know, it's only a run in it and someone will come back at you pretty quickly. So I dare say Gus will be really pushing these boys to put some distance in between them right now as they come into the turn.
New South Wales first, West Beach Sand Sharks for South Australia in second, Currumbin third, Scotty Tannehill at the helm of the Victorian crew at the bottom of the screen, but it's only 2 or 3 lengths between the 4, but New South Wales 1, South Australia 2, top of the screen, Currumbin in 3, and Anglesea, not the best turn by them, but let's see what they can do on the way home. You're watching live here at Allura Beach as part of the 2022 ASRL Open, and this is the Interstates making their way home.
Yeah, here comes the New South Wales fan. That was just so solid around the turn, and more importantly, that first big 5 strokes out of it, that was super strong, and you can see they've just put about another half a boat length. And when the boats are going this fast, half a boat length is a lot. You know, it's a lot to get in front, but it's also a lot to make it up. So, look, those boys out in front are doing a great job. But this second and third battle, I think that'll be one right to the line.
Yeah, West Beach, I know they've had a number of crews for quite some time. They didn't really make it, I guess, too much of an influence at a national level, but this is the crew that West Beach will be putting, I guess, a lot of faith into, and it's good to see them dedicated enough to make the trip with Sam Malloy. Here we go. There's a little bubble under them now. Let's
this will
see
be
what
a
they
bubble
can do.
that'll, yeah, probably won't get it, but look, you can just see the alleys 1 and 2 now have just really pulled back up to South Curly on that, and that's a bit of heartbreak for them because, you know, with this sport, we always say you can be the best on the water and still not win because the surf will have its way with you. But, geez, that's a great row from those West Beach boys there to be right up in amongst it as well from South Australia.
Drone shot here, New South Wales 2 lengths in front, top of screen, Queensland, and here's a lift. So you can watch Victoria just dropped off the back, and that bubble's now going to hit South
Curly's going to have to go here.
Here we go. We're going to bring it down to the line. Beck, all yours.
Yeah, South Curly's going to take this one pretty easy, but I tell you what, that is a great row from those South Australian kids, and I think they've got the nod there just over that.
Oh, that's a pretty big call.
Oh, I think
that's
they
a
did.
very early
I'm gonna call the West
vision
Beach.
Doesn't lie.
No, I'm gonna call it. I didn't even look at the beach.
Oh, love it.
I'll mark
I love
it
the
down.
confidence.
I love it. You got to back him. I just love the underdog coming through. I mean, that's a solid row. I mean, these crews that they're racing, I mean, these boys have been in Australian finals, and in comes West Beach. I'm going to keep my eye on them over the course of the weekend because that was a massive row from those boys. I'm not sure what they've been doing at a local level, and my apologies for that because I couldn't find any information on them. But that's a solid row, and I love it when a crew comes out like that. I think they're my smoky for the weekend, mate. Or did I just give them the commentator's curse?
I'm just waiting for the results in my ear.
Oh, here we go. Did I get up? But yeah, great row from the South Curly guys, and they'll take a bit of confidence.
Unofficial, you can see that the judges there, they're still on that lean on the gutter, but they do have a camera in front of them. So unofficially, on both ends of the tower, New South Wales first, Queensland second, South Australia third.
To turn up. Turn it up. Don't need to go to the camera for that one. I backed South Australia in that. I'll stand by it.
Camera doesn't lie. Your biased might. It's great here. We're having a bit of fun at the ASRL Open Interstates. We're going to move into the under-19 female. We were just talking before about that Colorado crew. They've had an exceptional, I guess, boosting, surfboat culture over the last 2 years. The numbers have just grown. I guess really Pebbles has been one of the main drivers down there. A lot of, Gavin Scott and a lot of others.
Yeah.
How's the finger?
Whose finger?
Pebbles.
Do you lose a finger?
Oh,
Nicking his nose.
Oh, I'll have to show you some photos of that. If you're on the socials and you would have seen Pebbles' finger last week, I hope I hope you found the other end of it. I hope you're all good, mate. But
Pebbles. No, I've been lucky enough to be in a boat, or unlucky enough to be in a boat where someone's nearly lost fingers, so I don't engage in all that sort of stuff anymore. I just can't look at it. It makes me sick. But, good luck, Pebbles. I hope you found it and I hope you're onto it.
We're going to go into the point score now after that one. So progressive point score, New South Wales, Queensland, SA and Victoria. New South Wales now 1 point in front after a bit of a boosted result then. And I think now we're going to go down to the beach for an interview after another exciting race here at the Interstate Championships. Just waiting for them to get ready. Good to see also a bit of a battle here between South Australia and Victoria for third. And it's all exciting stuff here. Great shot there of the rock pause. But we're going to move back into the racing because we've got at the moment the under-19 females are not quite on the screen, but they're racing. We'll get that sorted shortly, Beck. We've got the 4 crews at the moment.
Yeah, here they go. Who have we got in the under-19s? We've got the Collaroy Redbacks. We've got Alex ABA Wedgies, the North Cronulla Boffs and the Lawn Badgers. And yeah, like I said before, shout out to the Northcote Young Guns for this one. But yeah, they didn't probably get the best start there, the Collaroy. I've definitely put the mocker on. I'm not going to talk about crews anymore being good because I may put the mocker on them. But look, it's a long row and they've got great boat speed, so I'll back them all away. But look, Alex have got away very well. You can't see them on screen. They're probably up there with Ali 1, and if Ali 1 is South Australia again, I'm going to say that that's Glenelg or Lorne up there. We don't have a copy of the draw,
that'll be the Victorian crew in 1, Queensland 2, South Australia in the 3rd, but at the moment it doesn't matter because on screen is New South Wales still, and it's a great shot there. Nice low rating there for this crew.
Yeah, Collaroy have been a bit renowned for this, just long and strong, but look, we'll see how we go. Sometimes I find with the younger kids keeping the rating up because they're so light and just keeping the oar in the water, but it's what works for them. Every crew's different and everyone's got an opinion on it. So, look, like I said, they've been going very well all season and they'll only get better. But that's a solid row from Alex out in front there as they come into the cans first.
Great shot there, so that'll be, yeah, that's right, Queensland turning first. Top of the screen also Lorne, great turn there. New South Wales, bit of work to do in 3rd. We'll see how they go on the way home. And the North Cronulla crew representing South Australia as a drafted team, so this is nice and close. But the Alexander Headlands crew in alley number 2, they're probably a length and a half in front, equal second, probably Victoria and New South Wales.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, Alex come out of that turn really, really strongly and they've just jumped that little bit extra in front again. But look, Collaroy will row back into this a bit more. But I tell you what, for under-19s girls, I've just watched the improvement of these crews at the top level so much. I mean, when they first started, it was a bit of a hit and a giggle and no one was really sure if it would really work. But the people who really push for under-19 women's, I mean, we're watching girls now at this level rowing with the boat speed they have, and amazing skill. I mean, I remember a couple of seasons ago when we put them out in the big surf here and they just handled it with ease. So, well done to the young girls for showing them that you can, and it's the biggest growth area of our sport. And I mean, look at them. I mean, they just look like they're big girls rowing, big open girls. Here comes Boffs. Boff won't let a run go under him without giving it some effort, and he's pulled his crews back up into 3rd as a result.
Great shot there. So you got Queensland closest to camera, the Lawn Badgers in the background for Victoria, but it's Queensland still leading the way. A little bubble again. They'll lift the stroke rate for 2 or 3 strokes, drop off the back and reload. He'll be telling them, make sure we just see what's going on here. Focus on your oar, most importantly. Under 19 girls, I've swept them for years. I can look around and get a bit edgy, but if that sweep tells them...
Yeah, they love a look around some of the girls, but this is where the discipline comes in, and this is what the girls will be training for at the top level. So, here comes Boff's girls again. They won't give up here, and look, I tell you what, they're all coming into the wave zone, or what little waves there is, but there's little runs, and I think Alex will get the best of it there for the win. Collaroy, I don't know, Collaroy will come in second, or they might get over this, and give them a nudge on the line. Dare I call it again, but Alex has got that one. Collaroy coming in second.
South Australia 3rd.
South Australia 3rd. Victoria in 4th. Great rowing, girls. Well done. That's a solid effort. And it's a long row out there. That's not a short row. I know it's 400 metres on the measurement, but that feels like a long row when you're rowing right to the very end.
Yeah, especially with the high tide. There's not much wave assistance, but as the tide continues to go out, which it is, and the wind will pick up, we will hopefully see some surf activity throughout the afternoon here. We're going to be racing all afternoon, so we've got the Interstates here at the moment. Thank you very much for watching wherever you are around the world. And following the Interstates, we'll have reserve grade 3 rounds, reserve male and female for the 3 rounds. We'll be here till about 6 o'clock. It'll be a great day of racing here at Allura. And then tomorrow we've got the under-23s first, followed by the open men under 19s in the combined block, and then the reserves are going to finish tomorrow. And as you can see, the nice deep starts there. And I guess, Beck, as you know, you've had obviously a lot of crews in the bow rolls. It's quite a difficult situation, especially if you're a little bit younger and shorter.
Yeah, that was me when I was rowing. So I'm, as a sweep, always sympathetic to the bowmen. Here come the results of the under-19 female surfboat race. We've got Queensland up there in first. That was a solid row. New South Wales in second, South Australia in third. They're coming on, the South Australians. They're getting closer. In Victoria in fourth.
Yeah, so we're just waiting. But as we were just saying, it's quite a deep start. So, and the points, we're just going to put it up as we can see. So, hello. It's tied at the moment, 38 points. New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia in third and Victoria fourth. And once again, we've said it, we do want to acknowledge the Western Australian crews who can't be here. I think 6 of the 8 crews or thereabouts were North Cottesloe crews. And but it is good to see some development from the likes of City of Perth and Scarborough.
Yeah, and they're doing a lot of work on their sweeps over there in Western Australia to help bring on more crews from other clubs. So that's great. And we're away in racing here, and I'm just having a quick look at the boats.
So top of screen will be New South Wales, and it's going to be followed by Victoria, Alley 3 Queensland, Alley 4 New South Wales. So the way that this works is after each race, they move down one. So it'll stay in the same, I guess, order, but they'll just move down one. So top of screen, that's South Curl there in Alley number 1. Then you've got Queensland in second, Port Campbell there in third, and then in fourth place at the moment there is Henley.
Yeah, and a traditional, really strong start from the South Curly guys, but this Maroochydore crew, they are full of class. Look at that. But look, I don't see the gap probably being as big on this one, and we're starting to see the Chitten Rock Monsters come through. I mean, what an experience. They're racing the best in Australia right now, or some of the best in Australia, I should say, because there's certainly more to come. And they're holding their own. Well done, boys. I mean, you're only going to get better with more experience and growth and work in the gym. And, they're rowing really well. That boat's moving and sitting in the water really nicely.
They'll say that a lot of the under-23 crews, if they're at the top of their peak, will be as fast as the Opens, especially in the later part of their years when they're hitting that 22-year-old mark. So we do have the under-23 males at the moment, so we just had a bit of a change in order. So we're watching the males at the moment, but we've got South Kirkall at the top, New South Wales in first. Great here, Queensland, they're not too far away. Then we got the Victorians, Port Campbell in third.
Yeah, this division, I think, is the most exciting to watch. I mean, watching A-grade racing is pretty amazing, but I've just watched this division over the last 3 or 4 years. We've got some mates in there from Coogee, and they are just outstanding, these crews, and I cannot wait to see them progress up into the open ranks over the coming years, and I don't think they're too far from it. They've had a few years together, these crews in this division, and it's just been so tight every single carnival. But look, Maroochydore, they've absolutely come out of that can absolutely firing, and you can see the strength through the legs here. They're not doing it all with their arms. Rowing's in the legs, and people say, I'm not strong enough up top. It's all in the legs, and they are really pushing. You can really see them pushing their legs down into the seat and just grabbing that water and pushing the boat past the oar. It's just magnificent to watch it.
Queensland on screen there, Victoria on the top right-hand side. So Queensland, that's Megsy once again sweeping them. So they're about a length and a half in front of New South Wales. Are we going back? You can see it's pretty close there for third place. We've just got a few of the comments here. Fitzy is watching there. Well done, Kyneton boys. It's good to see them. Kevin VD, mate, we don't have you here this week. Happy birthday for earlier in the week. It's unfortunate that you weren't here, mate, but we'll see you next year, definitely at Aussies, and there's some support definitely for the South Australians as well. And on screen there, we can see New South Wales. Just talk about, I guess we've got so many different stances that sweeps do, and I guess it's pretty much a few reasons for that.
There's a few reasons. I think it depends on the size of your crew. I think it depends on the type of boat you row, and I think it depends what feels comfortable.
Great shot there.
Yeah, look at that. This is a great tussle. I mean, like South Curly just don't miss runs, and there they go. Up they go. They'll up the rating just to get that nose down. You'll see Gus really push them over, and I tell you what, they've got a better run of that. It's starting just to sit up a little bit more.
Megsy knows it too. He knows it. He's throwing the arm up. He's gone, Huey, what are you doing?
It's heartbreaking, this sport, sometimes. But, look, I mean...
Oh, he knows it too. New South Wales
where's the line? Why is he given... Oh.
No, they're well back.
All right, fair enough. Well, that's surf boats, unfortunately, and it goes like that sometimes. But that'll nudge New South Wales in front just by a point. But again, there's the South Australians just giving it to Victoria on this one.
Victoria did come third in that one, and South Australia fourth. But yeah, South Australia, that was Hocko at the helm there. It's a fantastic achievement by Kyneton. and we'll just wait for official results, and then we'll move into the next one, the under-23 females, Beck.
Oh, yeah, this will be a good one. So, you know, look, the Palm Beach Panthers, they've been going great guns. I think they're last year's Australian champions, if I remember rightly. I went to look for all this stuff, but I couldn't find it. But I tell you what, that Dicky Beach Tushies crew, they are moving. I'm going to give a rappy to the Glenelg girls. I think that they've been in this division for a while, if they're the same girls, and they've got some pretty good boat speed on them. So, and the St Kilda girls, look, I think this one will be a bit closer than we think. And shout out to the Northcott Jewels on this one as well.
Yeah, so we're just the results coming through. New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria 3rd, South Australia 4th. So we're just awaiting the next race to get started. It'll be the under-23 females.
So that'll just push New South Wales up on the points. So not too many changes in terms of the overall standings. But yeah, this is going to be tight. Here we go. We're away with the under-23 girls. You can notice that there's not as much power off the start, but I tell you what, there is some pretty good power. Oh, Dicky Beach has just copped one fair on the head there. That's really annoying.
Yeah, they definitely did at the ASRL Open last year. They got snotted, I remember it, which was unfortunate. But looking at the top of screen, New South Wales, great start. The bottom crews, that would be Queensland and also Victoria, but it's SA at the top and also New South Wales. So the SA crew from Glenelg, Maddie Filkey, it's her 4th state team in the row. Pete Tidswell is also the sweep of that crew, and a bit of a changing club for them, and it looks like it's paying off. But at the moment, Palm Beach, New South Wales in alley number 2, probably half of a length in front of South Australia, and it's going to be an even race, Beck.
Yeah, this is going to be an even race. I'm really enjoying this one already because you know that the Dicky Beach, you've got boat speed to pull them back, but Palm Beach won't give up. They'll be out in front. He'll be absolutely into him, Spency, at the moment. You know, telling them just to not give up, just to keep going, and they're tough chicks. Look at them, you know. If you want to row surf boats, you've got to have a bit of nous about you, and you know, you can't just jump in and think it's going to happen. You've got to work really hard, and you see all these close-ups of the crews, and that's what I love. The good crews are the ones who they just dig deep, and they really just have some real guts about them.
I'll tell you what, they row bloody well, but their Instagram game is strong also.
Oh, they are exceptional on the Instagram. I got to give them a shout out. I told my young juniors that we have to outdo them, so I don't know how that's going to go for us because they are pretty good. But I tell you what. Up the top there, I told you, don't rule them out. I think that's the
South Australian crew.
That's the South Australian crew, those Glenelg girls. They've been around for a while and they just seem to always be there. So, you know, getting those seconds and thirds and sometimes firsts. But yeah, I'll back those girls. I think they're a bit of the smoky of this division.
Yeah, you got Ella who rode with Maddie last year, and got Siobhan there. They're on screen at the moment. Siobhan Rowe and also young Millie as well. So they've got. One or two newbies, and obviously with a lot of river experience, those two girls, and it definitely pays off, and it'll definitely pay off in these conditions as it looks like they're making their way into the turn now.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's as tight as it gets. I mean, Dicky Beach have really done a great turn there, and the power out of the turn has brought them right back up to Palm Beach. But, you know, Palmy are very quick on the way home. They love to rate high, and, you know, and they've got the boat speed to match it. So these Glenelg girls can just stay in touch. As they get closer and this bank starts to form, and one sits up for them, they'll be right in it.
We were talking about Matty Wildman being one of the nicest blokes on the beach. This guy's definitely out there as well. Floody is just an absolute gentleman. He's got a kind soul, and he definitely looks after these girls and makes sure they stay fit and strong and dedicated to their sport, and they're great members of the community, as all of these rowers are. They're all volunteer surf lifesavers, and they're definitely looking good at the moment. He's got them trained well. Right behind there, Matt Silker there. He had 3 crews in the Australian finals last year for St Kilda, a bay club in Melbourne. They've only got about 80 or so active members, and a lot of them are boaties, which is great to see.
Yeah, and I love to see it when surf clubs massively punch above their weight in terms of membership and doing well, you know. But boaties bring, you know, such a richness to a club. I want to do a test one day to see that, you know, boaties bring higher retention to clubs, and I just think that, you know, once you get involved in a surf boat, you generally don't leave it for a long time, or you go and have a break and come back. So you just got to get yourself in a crew. But there's those Queenslanders. Geez, they're good rowers, and look, they're on the cusp of being ready to make a big step towards the Opens, and I look forward to it when they do.
Yeah, they definitely have. It's between them and on the left-hand side of the screen now, Palm Beach, so Queensland.
Oh, this is a tussle. Look at this one. I'm not even going to call this one.
They're sitting on top of the bubble at the moment. They are probably a quarter of a length, a half a length in front. Queensland, as you can see on the screen, they're going to look the goods for first place. Yeah, he's going to fist pump.
Yeah,
bloody, we love it.
Great finish.
New
there
South Wales second,
Beach
South
girls.
Australia third, another third place for them. Congratulations,
yeah,
strong
well done.
row.
That's a great row from the Glenelg girls, and Victoria coming in.
4th place, Victoria.
Well, that evens up the point score yet again. We're looking to make sure that this is tight right to the end, and the way we're going, I think we're going to be coming right down to the final relay. But look, great rowing from all the junior crews and the under-23s at the moment. I'm just so impressed by the level of intensity that these young kids can row at, and the physical pain that they can put themselves through and not fall apart. And that's what takes a good crew. So. And yeah, big shout out to our IRB guys here from Allura and all the other clubs around who are helping out. We can't run these carnivals without you guys, so massive shout out to all our IRB drivers and jet ski guys. And I'm looking out there now, and there's a judging boat sitting out there to make sure everyone goes around the can. It can get a bit lonely out there in an IRB, but just sitting out there all day. But we can't do these carnivals without them.
There's a few people watching here around the world who obviously can't be there for numerous reasons, and we just want to have a bit of a shout out to Johnny McLeod from the Port Campbell Surf Lifesaving Club, mate. I know you're going through a bit of a tough time at the moment. You'd love to be here, but you'll be extremely proud of your club being Port Campbell. It's you've had a bit of a torturous run in the past couple of years, and I know that the incident of Easter Sunday a couple of years ago really motivated the Port Campbell club to re-engage and boost their surfboat rowing. So mate, we're thinking of you, and thank you very much for joining the stream. It's great to see.
Yeah, welcome aboard, and a shout out to all people. Like, I think it's been what's so nice about the vibe, I think, on the beach at the moment, and certainly around surfboat rowing. But as we just have a quick look at the points, there we are, neck and neck, New South Wales and Queensland. Giddy up, here we go. South Australia there taking the nudge over Victoria. So it's a battle of two at the moment, 2 and 2. But we'll see how we go. But yeah, great vibe being on the beach. I think after everything, all things COVID and everything that goes with it, when it gets taken away from you, you realise how much you love it. So, yeah. Just on screen, the Surfers Paradise. The Masters lads, I know they made the trip down in the bus, probably stopping at every pub along the way, but it's some great vision of them just rowing out to row their boat probably either around to the trailer or down to this area for reserve grades. And I think about 30% of the Masters are going to double up, so it's probably 6 or 7 races for them, and that's what we're all about. We want to engage and give everyone great racing experience. Yeah, that's right, and some of those Masters rowers, they're solid in the resis. The experience counts, and they're still keeping themselves fit and strong. But here we go. This looks like the reserve grade men, I'm going to say, because definitely is reserve grade men. We've got Currumbin up there for Queensland, South Australia there, New South Wales, and Victoria in Alley 4. This will be red hot again. Like this racing, as the divisions get older and more experienced, it's going to get closer. I just want to do a shout out to the South Australian crew. It's the first time they've ever attended the ASRL. It's the first surfboat state team from Moana. So Jamie, congratulations. Good luck there in Alley number 2. But at the moment, New South Wales just go bang. Wow, that's a flyer of a start from New South Wales. But and geez, also Queensland. Look at Queensland and who's that in the middle? How's that Alley 2? That's the South Australians. Yeah, mate, that's a solid start. And our club has great memories of Moana winning the A grade back there, way back then. Paul Beale and Lemo and all the Coogee boys have great memories of Moana. So we might have to revisit there one day. Yeah, definitely. Bottom of screen there, New South Wales, the team list there. Victoria, of course, Matty Silka there. Good to see a couple of those rowers been around for a number of years. And Jamie Hull, good luck to him with the 4 rowers. A lot of them brand new, so they've come over and just doing some great things. But at the moment, it's equal between Queensland and New South Wales on the point score. But in this race, New South Wales probably half a length in front. Yeah, look, this is a pretty good performance by these North Bondi guys. They've got a really strong stillwater background in some of them, so these conditions will absolutely suit them. And look, Bluey trains them pretty hard, so... but I tell you what, up in Alley 1, that is here comes Currumbin, I think it is, and look, the Krakens, yeah, they've been around for a while as well, and got various bits of chocolate tucked away in their metal cabinets. So I don't know, you can't be far enough in front still in these conditions. As this bank comes into play, as you've talked about, they're going to start sitting up a bit further out, closer to the gate can. So what we're going to do is start to see crews that are just sitting, maybe on the tuck of a boat, really start to be in with a chance if a bit of a swell comes through, because these big guys don't miss swells, or they shouldn't anyway. But around we go with North Bondi going around. Bit of a slower turn, but he comes out dead straight. You can see the difference. Some sweeps like to come out on a bit of an angle and keep the momentum going. Bluey likes to take them right around and come out at a perfect 90 degrees to the can. So, does it pay off? it's obviously paying off now, and just different, again, techniques of different sweeps.
Join the conversation wherever you're watching around the world on the Facebook or YouTube stream. It's a great shot there in New South Wales, and behind there, Jamie Holly's probably got the biggest beard on the beach, Santa Claus himself.
Yeah, what about the aerodynamics there? I don't know about that. I'd be having a bit of a chat to him, I think, but look, you know...
Strong crew.
Look at them, big, tall, strong, long rowers, and good on a lure for lending them a boat. Makes it a hell of a lot easier when you can just jump in a boat when you get here rather than having to tow one over. So lots of clubs sharing boats at the moment. But look, North Bondi really starting to clear out now, but in surf boats you can never be far enough in front.
Queensland second, South Australia, and then just out of the picture there are the Victorians in fourth place. So coming up next with the reserve females. So after this we've got 3 more individual races. And then the big one, the party, the 8-leg relay, and it's absolute chaos.
I think it is actually going to be a bit of a party because, look, we're going tit for tat at the moment with New South Wales and Queensland, and tit for tat with South Australia and Victoria. So I'm actually pretty excited about that relay.
Double points as well. So here we go. A bit of a wave coming here. This will be New South Wales looking the goods. You can see they just start to lift the rate for 3 or 4 strokes and long. Look at that. Extend, stretch right out. It's good rowing there, Beck.
Yeah, you just want to get that bow over, and he'd be out the bow and, you know, get that blade in front of the swell. Get in front of it, you know, when we're going down a swell and generally on the bowman, chase it, you know, and try and get that blade right in front of it. So, yeah, great work there. And here come the South Australians again. Yeah, I'm giving the South Australians a massive rap. We're starting to see real improvement here and a far more competitive level, which is unreal.
Victoria there in fourth, Matty Silker at the helm. Matt Silker, I think he's got 5 crews this weekend. He's always got a 5 or 6. He's got an enormous workload, young family, full-time work. You know, the dedication that a lot of these sweeps undertake is just out of control, really.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, some of these sweeps are doing it because they're the only sweep in the club, or if, you know, they just love it. But yeah, really starting to get behind now the new concept that the ASRL are launching with the Sweeps Academy. You know, this is going to, more information will come about this over the next couple of weeks. But look, I've had a big part to play in this, as well as the sweeps committee of the ASRL, and you know, seeing the help I got as a sweep and seeing that it can be done. We're taking some of those good things and just different things from bits and pieces that are going to make a 12-month program really, really great for any budding new sweep coming through, either being at an S1 level, S2, or even S2 to S3, which is what we're really looking for.
Yeah, we'll definitely have you and Phil talk about that in depth over the weekend on the live stream. On screen at the moment, the Glenelg crew from South Australia. Natasha Tunney, the ASRL Secretary, good luck in the stroke seat. As we'll mention, Gina Bell still doing a bit of river rowing and also jumped in at late notice of an amazing woman who's done great things for women's surfboat rowing, especially in the 90s. But looking at the point score at the moment, New South Wales 1 point ahead of Queensland, and then, as I said, double points for the relay, which will make it very interesting. And South Australia third, Victoria fourth, just back on that crew there, talking about South Australia. With Glenelg, definitely great to see Glenelg with 2 crews here in the state team this weekend. They held the Life Saving World Championships back in 2018, which was an amazing achievement for that club in the state of South Australia.
That was a great weekend.
It definitely was.
Yep. Broke my arm in the flat.
There you go.
How does that happen?
It was pretty chaotic.
That edge.
Here we go. We're getting ready. You can see Davey Tulma there with Queensland, top of screen. Morty Alec, Matty Mulcahy there sweeping them at Bay Club out of Melbourne. And just waiting for the swells to come through. Bottom of screen once again backing up the sweep there for New South Wales. So it's a good group of crews here. It's a good mix. We got a couple of bay clubs for New South Wales. Apologies for South Australia and Victoria. Then you obviously got Coolum on the sunny coast, and of course North Bondi.
Yeah, look, I love the reserve grade division. It's always a bit of a mixed bag because what you've got is young up and comers, like, you know, the New South Wales crew there, but then you have crews like Tash and that who have rowed for a really long time and are still competitive. So, you know, you've got experience versus youth. But here we are lined up. Here we've got Victoria in Alley 1, Queensland Alley 2, South Australian Alley 3, and the North Bondi Shredders for New South Wales in Alley 4. I'm not sure how this one will go. I'll make a call 5 minutes before the line. How's that sound?
It's great to have Beck involved here. A wealth of knowledge, obviously in the surfboat field, but also women's sport, a great advocate. So it's amazing, and we're very thankful for Beck joining us here. Hopefully we can get more people in like you so I can step out, which would be good, but hopefully I'll be in the back of a boat here next year. It'll be exciting.
I'm hoping to be back in the boat too.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll put the microphones on us that you don't want to hear me in the boat. I'll tell the girls, we spend many a time laughing about the stuff that comes out of my mouth from the GoPro, but Look, like I said, there's lots of opportunities in surf boats beyond just sitting in a boat or sweeping a boat. You know, there is things like if you want to get involved in commentary, and there's lots of courses out there now that you can be a part of too. Like I know the Sports Australia runs a media commentators course and things like that. So if you ever want to know about that sort of stuff, come and have a chat to me, because you know, my professional life in the sporting world, I get access to a lot of that sort of thing. So sometimes you just don't know they exist, and especially for females, there's a lot of stuff that you know, a lot of opportunity now to get things going. One of them they've just released is the AIS Executive Women in Sport program again, which I was lucky enough to be part of a few years ago. And what they're looking for is, you know, more women to be in leadership roles in sport, which as a direct result of that, I'm lucky enough now to be the CEO of a state sporting organisation.
Judo,
and, yeah, judo. As most people know, I've never done judo in my life.
Doesn't matter.
But I do know what a submission is now, and that's when you pass out on the mat. But it's been amazing to learn about a new sport.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. We're just going to go down for another beach interview, which is great to engage with our competitors.
Good work. Good work.
Puffed. How was it? How was the long slog?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It feels like a long race. It'd be nice if there was a bit more runners coming home, but you know, we did the job, got the win, so we're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, we got to the boys from over here. Are you excited for how New South Wales is going so far?
Yeah, looking strong. Everyone's doing their piece. Everyone's giving it their all, and we'll see how we go at the end.
I don't know. I'm Queensland. I'm saying go Queensland. But what do you guys say to New South Wales?
Go New South Wales.
Go the Blues. Let's go.
Okay, thank you guys.
Here we are. Thank you very much. Great atmosphere here. We're just getting ready for the next race. So at the ASRL Open, we have stacks of prizes here. So the ASRL are proud to announce a bunch of new prizes at this year's event. Surf Safety Australia have donated a set of 5 helmets, which we'll be randomly drawing for our under 23 male and female crews. And for more information, visit surfsafetyaustralia.com.au. All crews with 4 first-year rowers will go into a random draw to win a set of new Rolex. And finally, all first-year sweeps will go into a random draw to win a brand new sweep. Or that goes along with the other engagement we've had. All under 19s got a youth pack with a backpack and a few other goodies and a singlet. And it's the ASRL will continue to invest in sweep development and new rowers, and we look forward to the exciting draws at the event.
Yeah, how good's that? I mean, they are the stuff that you need in your clubhouse. It costs money, but you know, no one wants to buy because you don't get a sticker on it. So, you know, they are awesome prizes to be giving away. So yeah, massive shout out to the sponsors for helping out with that, and massive shout out to the sponsors in general of surf boats. I mean, so many companies sitting on the front of these surf boats, on oars, on poddies, on rash vests, and you know, Team Navy have just been absolutely exceptional, and I think they're just renowned for being in boats, involved with surf boats now, and a lot of other sports are quite interested to know how it came about. But when you talk about the connection between the two, it seems so obvious. But you know, big shout out to the smaller companies on the front of the surf boats. You know, we're looking at $35,000 boats in front of us, and you know, just have a good look at the sponsors on the front of the boats and get behind them. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
It's a big deal.
And just talking about sponsors quickly, win your crew a set of Therabody Theragun Pros valued at $4,000. So post an Instagram story showing us why your crew needs to win 4 of these Theragun Pros, and they're absolutely fantastic devices. Every story tagging at Therabody_AU and Team Navy ASRL counts as an entry. Get on Instagram and have a bit of fun with that.
Yeah, love my Theragun, seriously. I'm addicted to it.
Top of screen, here we go. Reserve women, Morty Alec representing Victoria in alley number 1. Coolum, Davey Toomba there at the helm of Queensland in 2. Then we got Glenelg, the South Australian reserve women in 3. Bottom of screen, New South Wales in 4.
That looks like young Elton down there on the flag as a check marshal. So, mate, he is one of the strictest guys on the line you'll ever see. There's no creeping when Elton's on the line. He'll get stuck into you. But look, not a lot of opportunity for that sort of stuff today, given that we've got a fairly good shorey here, so you don't want to be getting too close to it. So, look, these girls will be guns up, crouched and ready, hearts pumping, and in.
Here we go. It's all yours, Beck.
Nice start there from all the girls. Just a little bit of a bump to contend with, but won't slow them down too much. But these girls really just want to be lifting this boat up and out of the water now, and to really get it moving before they settle into their long rowing. You know, it's such a mental advantage, I find, with crews to get that nose out in front early. And, you know, lift your spirits. I talk to the girls a lot. I'm probably giving away all my secrets now, but you want to lift your spirits and break the spirits of the crews beside you.
Great start here for the Victorians. It's probably the best start they've had in one of the races there at the top of screen for Morty Alec. There you can see, so they're right up there, probably 3 boats in a line. Glenelg, a little bit of work to do, maybe a length off first place, but great start for the Victorians there. Morty Alec, a bay club in the peninsula there in Victoria, so they'll be loving these conditions at the moment.
They are well and truly up there. I mean, the boat speed of these two crews here from, Queensland and New South Wales, they're good boat speed. I mean, we're seeing crews that were in Australian finals last year, so I would be very pleased if I was the Morty Alex sleep right now.
Well, it's definitely a good reason why this crew got a good start, because watching the TikTok last night, I saw the start into the bed that the two girls did, and it's definitely getting lots of practice.
Mate, turn it up. Seriously, they are so funny, those girls, and they embrace the full spirit of surfboat rowing, and they've got good results to back it up. So, you probably have a go at them for mucking around too much, but they're backing it up. So, but it looks like Ali 1's clearing out a little bit up there for Mordiliac. Can never say that word. But go girls, get amongst it and start to mix up the points here a little bit and make a difference to the overall standings, and give New South Wales and Queensland a little bit of a touch up just to remind them that you're there. So this is great rowing from these girls, long and strong. They're just really powering through those legs, and they look like nice, strong girls as well. Yeah, they definitely are. There's a lot of wealth of experience, and also a great sweep in Matt there in that crew, making the turn bottom of screen. New South Wales just in front. Coolum and Victoria turning equal second, and South Australia, the crew there from Glenelg, probably 2 lengths behind. A little bit of work to do, but a great turn by then. Yeah, and a great turn from the New South Wales crew as well, and that's what I talk about, especially in girls rowing. If you can get those first 3 or 4 strokes out of the turn and really power, you will put a boat length on the crew, which is what we just watched happen with New South Wales and Queensland pulling away from the Victorian crew. Team lineups at the bottom of screen. So on screen there, Queensland, Coolum Beach, David Tilbury at the helm there. Going to move into the next one, which will pop up New South Wales. Steve, he's just got the 2 crews in the state team. A remarkable achievement for the reserve grade crews for North Bondi, moving into the Victorian one. He Jessica Gallagher's like a green wiggle, doesn't he?
Jessica Gallagher, Lizzie Scott, Lara Nicky, and also Manny Mulcahy. And then last but not least, the South Australian crew from Glenelg. Gina Bell, who's come in last minute, 52 years of age. Remarkable achievement. Emma Oger, the young pup there in her late 20s. Yvette Stock, Natasha Tunney, and Paul Edwards. I'll tell you what, some of these women are just like a good red wine. They just keep getting better with age, and I just think that I love sweeping the Masters girls, and the reserve grade girls, because they just bring a certain amount of experience, but also enjoyment to the rowers. Steve barking some orders here for this New South Wales crew, but there is a bit of a run here underneath them, and also probably just out of screen at the moment, Queensland too. So it's another battle between those ones. They're going to need a fairly decent run, I think, because Queensland's just pulled down one. I'm not sure if New South Wales are going to get it. But, sorry, I'm looking the wrong way. But, there we go. Queensland have just pulled down that. That's a great run from Coolum to pull down that one. But they've still got a bit of work to do. Just you can see them sitting in the middle of one now. Brilliant work. Well done. So, yeah, really nice boat work there and blade work from the girls, because it's very easy to Davey
get.
Toowoomba,
fist pump.
Loving it. There's so much passion for these state teams, and the head bows in the bow girl of the New South Wales crew. So Queensland won up on that one in the race there. New South Wales second. Great effort from the Victorian crew in 3, South Australian there in 4. A remarkable achievement for all these crews to make the state team. We're live here at the 2022 Australian Surf Rowers League Open. It's the reserve females. The open males will come next, but coming down now, we're going to go to the beach for an interview.
I'm down here with the South Australian Glenelg Grenades, the under-23 woman. Tell me, ladies, how was that racing today?
Yeah, it was really good. We were really happy with our race. A few things to improve on, but we think hopefully we'll be able to put down some good races in the rounds. Obviously, conditions aren't ideal. It's like river rowing right now. Did you go into the race with any race plans?
Good to get these.
We've kind of all come from a river rowing background, so that was kind of helpful. But we had last night a little session sitting around the table, and we drew out a whole race plan and everything, and it was really cool. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Well, that's great to hear. Obviously got that river rowing advantage in these conditions. Good luck for the rest of the carnival, girls, and row hard.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to see the Glenelg girls there, the under-23 females. Well done, Frankie, on the microphone as well. We're just trying to get the young ones engaged, and she's having a fantastic crack at it, which is good. Those Glenelg girls Great effort by them. They're now going to save their legs and get ready for the relay. But for now, we're moving into the open men.
Oh, here we go. This is exceptional racing. I love it. Not only do I love sweeping open men's crews when I get the chance, but I love watching it because there is no one in these races that are, that don't deserve to be there. They're exceptional rowers, all of them. So, I don't know. After that effort from the Mermaid guys in that relay, I think they'll be hard to beat.
So I'm going to tell you this, the progressive point score at the moment, 76 points between New South Wales and Queensland tied. Third place, South Australia, 62 points and 58 points for Victoria. Now, obviously there's a bit of a breakaway for these two, but there's definitely going to be a battle for third because there's a lot of pride and there's also a bronze medal in an Interstates on the line.
Yeah, that's it. And you can start to see the boats are starting to move out a little bit further now, a little bit deeper out. And with the waves starting to break now, it'll be a bit harder on the starter, but shouldn't be too bad.
Guns up, here we go, away they go. Top of screen, New South Wales. Pete Spencer at the helm in 1. Scotty Tannehill with the Pirates there in alley number 2 for Victoria. Marty Fletcher there, the sweep for Queensland there. Mermaid Beach in 3. Bottom of screen, Hocko there with the Henley Mac Dogs. They're here once again at the ASRL Open. Bottom of screen, another state team for them.
Yeah, and you can start to see just a little bit of a rise in the water happening, but nothing will faze these boys today. This is just pure power off the beach. And look, they'll start to settle into their racing very soon. The sweep will be like, you've bursted off the start. Now start to settle in, get your breath and get your composure.
The Pirates there, they're all in their early to mid-20s. It's probably their 6th season together, maybe with one crew change. So they've done the whole journey moving into opens. And that's what we want to see from our juniors. Push through and give the opens a crack. And they've done that. On screen at the moment, the Henley Mac Dogs. But the team lineups at the bottom, that'll be alley number 1, Queensland. Marty Fletcher there, he's in the helm. Palm Beach at the top of screen there. New South Wales, the lineup. Some remarkable names there. Pete Spence at the helm, but it is New South Wales probably just a nose in front.
Yeah, it is, but this is a long race for open men, and I think Palmy are traditionally really strong off the start too, and shout out to Spency. I think he's got someone jumping in for him because one's got COVID, so this is a monumental effort from them.
There we go.
But those Mermaid boys, geez, they look good.
Yep, it is Marty Fletcher there. Great work there. So they can see the red boat right up there. They're probably almost equal, if not a little bit ahead, but the drone can sometimes be deceiving and we'll definitely have a better gauge at the gates, but also the turn.
And here they come up to the turn. I mean, you watch these boys, they'll go around 1, 2 and off they'll go. They're really just trying to get that boat around that can, and geez, they cut it fine. It's a very, very important job for the suite to know when to call turn. And you want to call it just before it's just about to hit the bow of the boat, which when you're going at these kind of speeds is very hard to do, but they've done a great job. But look at that Mermaid crew just fire out of the can. It's like they've got a jet motor on the back or something. They are absolutely flying home and working every single bubble they can.
Probably a length in front of New South Wales at the moment. The crew in the back there, the Pirates there, Scott Tannehill. I know they went over to Robe to race in the South Australian Carnival earlier in the year, and they were definitely matching it head-to-head all the way through the 5 rounds with the Henley Mac Dogs. So they're really even on pace, especially on the flat. But look at the Queenslanders there, little lift, that'll drop off the back and Beck, they'll start to reload.
That's it, and they'll reload it now. Once you drop off the back, you'll have that bit of a heavy stroke, and that's where you get to make the most difference in the next set of swell coming through. So you'd be hearing Marty yelling at them, go now, give it some juice now. And there they go again, they start to lift again. So any junior crews out here watching this is what it looks like with boats at full speed. And look at Anglesea run that swell.
The Victorians.
That is absolutely magnificent.
Here we go.
And they're going to keep it going.
Yeah,
keep going, boys. Keep working
look
that.
At this.
Keep working that.
Look at this.
Look at that.
Oh, Scotty and the Pirates. Look at this. Fourth to first like that. And I know
the bowman is absolutely pumped he's got over that. That is fantastic work from that.
So they'll sit there, Queensland and Victoria, nose to nose. This is going to be brutal for New South Wales with
absolutely
a third place
brutal,
here.
Yeah.
Here we go across the line. We'll wait for confirmation.
Come on, Victoria.
Hey. I do think Victoria got it. We'll wait to hear because the camera can be quite deceiving. But Queensland, congratulations.
Like we've got a bit of a blow up. We've got Marty Fletcher running up there for for some reason or another. So we'll see what happens after this.
Congratulations there for the Pirates. A lot of younger rowers in that crew. It's great to see. But regardless of the result, a third place for New South Wales won't hurt. That'll put them 2 points ahead.
But what about that run from Anglesea? That's got to be run of the day, I think, and that's you can just start to see the conditions changing now, and which is what makes it exciting for this afternoon's racing, but also for that relay because you know, if you're sitting just off the back of the winner, then we'll, you know, you'll go okay.
Yeah, it's a great race there. We've got one more to go, but for now, it's down to the beach for an interview.
Okay, welcome everybody. I'm here with the Allura Wilco. How are you feeling about having this carnival back on the beach?
Yeah, it's good to be back here, but back on the home beach. Unfortunately, the swell hasn't hit like it did a few years back, 2018, when we had that really nice set of swells come in, and then the banks aren't real great either. So good to be here, but unfortunately not the best conditions.
No, I can understand that. And I've seen that you've been filling in for other crews as well who are missing a sweep or something along those lines. Are you just, you know, first call up local knowledge?
I think I was last on the, no one else wanted to do it or no one else could do it, but that was good. I swept a crew from Burnie this morning, so 260 men's crew. It was good. It was good fun.
That's lovely. And what else have you got planned for this weekend? Just gold, gold, gold.
First things first, just get through the rounds. Get through the rounds and get through the next race and try and get through each race one at a time. So I think depending on what happens with the swell and the wind tomorrow, it'll be, I think everyone's going to be like that, take one race at a time and just see how you go.
Oh, of course you'd have a race plan. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me, and we look forward to seeing you throughout the weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much. Moving into the open females, great work there for Wilco and Ed. We're just waiting for the results. I'll just hand it over to Beck while I wait for that one.
Yeah, we're away here with the open women, and South Curly, just from New South Wales team, just got a bit of a touch up there off the start, which I'm sure they'll be doing their very best to make it up. So for New South Wales, we've got the South Curl Shakers, Queensland, Currumbin Concords, last year's Australian champions in the reserve grade, who've stepped up to opens. South Australia's Somerton All Sorts, who've been coming over regularly to compete in the Ocean Thunder Series, and for Victoria, the Anglesea Lightning, and shout out to Northcote Critical Business as well. But I'll probably give South Curl girls a shout here. They'll come through here and just keep chipping away. But I would have thought by the time we get to the Cairns, we'll probably be all turning together, and then see who can hold it together on the way home and just work those little bubbles.
I'll tell you what, Somerton was the club I was at when I was in South Australia, and I guess it's got to be credit to the All Sorts. They continue to go to Ocean Thunder, they continue to go to events like the national team selection event. So, you know, they put in the hard yards and they continue to chip away, and it's great to see.
Well, and here it is paying off. I mean, they're racing some of the best crews in Australia right now, and they're certainly holding their own. So, you know, hard work pays off in the end. You just got to be patient with it, and I've certainly watched them improve over the last few years, that's for sure.
We are awaiting a result from the open male. I've got the app up open in my phone, so we're just waiting to see if anything came out of that. But at the moment, the open females, and it's a fantastic race we have here, and it's going to be interesting to see how we go at the turn. But on the screen, the Currumbin Open women, and they've had a remarkable year or two for sure with Maddie Wildman at the helm.
Look, the Currumbin women over the last 12 months have absolutely dominated the women's racing, especially in the senior ranks, and I know they've got a few more coming through as well that they're working on, but that's a good boat length lead into the Cairns. So, look, the other crews have got their work cut out here, because this is where Currumbin just come home like an absolute steam train, and you can see that out of the turn. You can see the little bubbles coming off and the swirls off the oar, so the bigger those swirls, you know, the harder they're pulling. So that's what we look for in the boat, you know, trying to really make sure that those swirls are as big as they can be. But look, this is a commanding performance from the Currumbin team, and, you know, their success just comes from a lot of hard work as well.
South Australia on the left-hand side in the Stonecraft boat there. In alley number one, a little bit of work to do. South Curl, New South Wales are starting to make a move. They're really strong at the back end, and you can see there, we're zooming in on the Anglesea Lightning crew from Victoria, but there you can see coming into shot, going through the gates, Currumbin still got a length or two in front. It could be another strong result for Queensland. You can see current race leader on the graphic, Queensland. Bit of a bubble coming out the back, I'll tell you what.
Yep. They've just got to get themselves in another 20 metres, 30 metres or so, and it'll start to sit up for them. And that's what I love about this. You can start to see it just starting to lift now. I think Currumbin's probably in the best spot for it, but I tell you what, these South Curly girls do not give up on a run, and nor does the Anglesea girls. Here they go. You can start to see them lift the rating. If they can get their noses in front here, this is going to be an absolute sprint for the line.
$1,800 wave again for Anglesea Victoria. They've done two in a row, but they've definitely earned that one. We're going to wait to see. We're going to pan out which we are now. You can see on the right-hand side, Queensland, bottom of screen, top of screen. I think Victoria's got a bit of a shoot. We've probably got 4 or 5 strokes to go.
Here we go. For the line, girls. Pump it up. Here we go. Pump it now. Pump it now. You'll be absolutely fighting for the line there.
Top of screen looked pretty good, I reckon.
Top of screen. New South Wales is claiming it. but I'm not going to say a word because every time I do I get it wrong, so I'm just going to shut up.
We are awaiting the call. We've also got the finish line technology, South Australia, there on screen. They had an injury at training last weekend, so they do have a replacement rower in Di Johns from another club, so they had to bring her in due to an injury down at Goolwa last weekend. So a big of a shout out to Tara Clark, who can't be here this weekend, but Di's jumped straight in, another strong rower from South Australia.
And that's the thing, in these conditions, it's fairly flat at the moment and just a bit of a bump at the end, as we can see. But, you know, the boat speed of these girls is good enough that you put a wave on now and they're right up beside each other. So, you know, the surf for us is the leveller in our sport. You know, big, strong girls and smaller, light girls will, you know, really move the boat fast. But once you put the surf into play, it becomes a completely different story. So, yeah, well done to all those crews in that racing. That's absolutely solid, especially those 2 open races. That was so even. But that's the Anglesea Open men's race. That was certainly the dial a wave, and they got it and they worked it hard. So, yep, some good skills there, and certainly you need that when you think it's flat. One will come up and it's yours for the taking, and you've got to be ready there to take it.
I've just got an update from the Open men result that there is a protest underway between Queensland and Victoria, so we will wait now. We got a group or a panel that will go through that proceeding, so what that might mean, there might be 5 or 10 minutes between the relays. So at the moment there is a protest, second v first, Queensland versus Victoria, so we'll wait to see the outcome on that one. So of course, those couple of crews came flying down in those Open men finishes, which was great to see. So we're going to set up some beach interviews in a sec while we're waiting. And thank you very much for watching wherever you are around the world. This is a great shot of Allura. We are part of the Sutherland Shire Council, and we're here thanks to Team Navy, Destination New South Wales, through the tourist arm of the New South Wales Government, Allura Surf Club, and also Therabody. And it's a beautiful part of the world. It's the 3rd event we've had in 5 years at Allura for the ASRL Open. We've had a national team selection event here as well, maybe 4 years ago, and we just love continuing to come back.
It's just such a great beach. I mean, we're so spoiled here for choice in terms of where we can go and what part of the beach we choose to race in as well. And that's going to be the hardest thing for events going forward, is to have that choice. You know, sometimes you get plonked on a beach and you get put up the southern end or the northern end, and that's it. So, you know, we're just so spoilt for choice here, which we're really lucky about. But I think we're just about to line up an interview on the beach. So, yeah, we'll see who we've got there. But I did see the sweep of Queensland jump out of there fairly quickly and straight up there. So, no doubt something's happened on the way home that they're looking at.
Thank you very much for watching. We're waiting for the result of the protest Open men. But for now, it's down to the beach for another interview.
Okay, I'm here with Elise Buchanan from the Currumbin Concords. How are you feeling? You just had that really tight race and a pretty big day so far. How was it?
No, it's been great so far. Obviously, pretty flat conditions, as we're all aware. But from the gate cans, you can really get it on those little runs where you just really got to work for them. That's been the key, I think, in a lot of cruise successes today.
I mean, it certainly has built up throughout the day too. This morning it was flat, so it's nice that it has built up. And this is your first year in Open Women's with Currumbin, last year stepping up from Reserve Women's. How's that change been?
I think it was the change we all needed, to be honest. Like, reserve grade, we sort of capitalised on everything that we could have, and then just taking that next step, I think it's been really good for us as a unit.
And you're proud to be wearing Queensland colours today?
Yes, couldn't be prouder. You know it, Eddie.
Well, that's great to hear. Well done and good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Elise Buchanan, an amazing ambassador for the sport up in Queensland. She's also had some stronger results. She was in the Maroochydore crew 3, 4, 5 years ago with Megsy. She's now down at Currumbin and once again at the top of her game. So great to see another fantastic example of a brilliant rower doing great things here, and wonderful members of their community, which all of our surf lifesavers are, as all of our boaties are wonderful ambassadors for their communities through patrolling and obviously other ways to engage.
Yeah, look, it's just there's some good people in our sport, and I think that's what keeps you coming back year after year, you know, and just when you think, oh, it's time to hang up the oar, or it's time to have a break, you know. I don't know about anyone else, but I walked down the beach this morning with the biggest FOMO. I was like, oh, I wish I was in a boat, but, you know, it's a different way to be a part of it this time around, and a bit different, but I'm sure there's a lot of people sitting at home watching on the live stream that, you know, get back in it, get back in the boat, and if you don't want to row anymore, sweep. That's what I did. I got too lazy to row, so I
got too
started
lazy to
swimming.
row at about 23 years old.
Yeah, I don't think I was far behind you, to be honest, but I kept going for a few years. But yeah, a few people watching on the live stream now, which is really great. I can see Rob Lowry, current A-grade Open men's
He'll be getting
champion.
that chirpy on there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's having a look. He's watching his guys go round. I've got my sister at home, Ash, looking after my beautiful young boys, Bruce and Hank, of the four-legged kind. No children, just got my little French bulldogs. You know, we've got Joe Beale watching at home. We've got Karen Briotti watching over in WA. So, yeah, shout out to you, Karen. She does a lot of work for the SLSA movement over in WA as well. So,
we are just awaiting the results to be published. Apologies there. They're waiting for the results from the Open Male and the Open Female. As soon as we have those and an updated point score, the guys from Big Voice Media will put the graphic up and we're just awaiting there. But just an interesting fact to note that all of our draws and results are actually being inputted from Sandy Clark in Western Australia. So we had a 7:30 a.m. gun this morning. Sandy was up online ready to go at 4:30 a.m.
That's incredible, and you know, I love that technology does this for us, and there's so many people behind the scenes. I know there's a special family on the beach this weekend in the Hargraves family who have got their granddad here working in the work party. They've got their dad here who's officiating on the line as one of the marshals, and their daughter Tash is also sitting here uploading all the results to the Google Sheet so it goes into the app. So massive shout out to the Hargraves family. And Donna rode her first race. She's normally sitting in the tent as well doing officiating stuff, but she had a row this morning. She's probably on the beers somewhere celebrating her debut and gold medal.
Absolutely. We are here at Allura Beach for, well, day two, but really day one of the 2022 ASRL Open. And join the conversation. Get in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Post the stories on Instagram. Tag us Team Navy ASRL. We're having a bit of fun here. We're just in a bit of a pause as we wait for the relays.
So if you were putting together the relays now, what would be your strategy?
It's quite interesting. There's obviously two ways you can go about it. You can hold off and have your opens come home last, or you get the lead nice and early. And it was really interesting to see what happened in the earlier ones with the open men charging home. What would I do? I'm not the team manager, I don't know. I'd probably...
I'd go hard.
Yeah, I reckon
harder
too.
Yeah, because I think that, you know, if you got the lead and you've gone out hard, then I think those younger crews will lift. You look, and, you know, some of those top crews in the younger divisions anyway going just as fast as, or almost as fast as A crews now anyway. So, yeah, I'd go out hard. I'd put the big guns in first and try and get that lead and then ask them to hold on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. So just to kind of explain what we're talking about is I have the belief that they will start with the under-19 women, which they've done in previous years, and then it's I think they just want to do that as a bit of a safety precaution, I guess, and what they'll do is they'll let the remaining 7 legs up to the choice of, I guess, the team manager and the captains and the sweeps of each state, and it really throws in... I guess a whole range of elements, and more importantly, we would have no idea what the orders are because they don't actually have to.
Well, we're going to be guessing, you know, or we know from the crews and the boats what they are, but and it's never over. That's the thing, you know. And I think now that this little wave's coming into play, and as little as it is, it'll upset a few crews going out, and it'll give people a bit of a chance coming home as well.
And it is quite tactical, really, because they don't really need to let everyone know who they're going to have prior. So it's all head games, especially if it comes up close between New South Wales and Queensland, and double points for the relay.
That's right, and I did notice that there was no one spinning the boats. I think that's just a safety precaution as well. Sometimes, you know, you spin the boat and go again, but because all the crews have their own boats, this time you're coming in, you're keeping the boat safe, and then running up around the pole, tagging, and then getting the next boat in the water.
Just while we got a bit of a pause, again, we're just waiting on the open male and open female results. So the ASRL committee announced earlier in the week the formation of a Sweeps Academy as an initiative of the ASRL Sweeps Committee. The Sweeps Academy will develop, deliver and update training resources for training and development of sweeps across Australia. So earlier in the week, expressions of interest went out for the following ASRL Sweep Academy volunteer positions: the Academy Manager and 6 sweep instructors. All the information's on the ASRL website, social media and emails for links and the position descriptions for these roles. Please jump on and have a look. We're about to go to a beach interview shortly, which will expand on this afterwards, and it's a great initiative. We got Jace Bean behind us here, mate. Did you see that one where we got the pretty photo of you? Yes, thank you very much. Jace Bean, one of the fine examples, Beck, of one of the sweeps who's volunteered his time already in Queensland.
Oh, a huge amount of effort from Jace, and not just in Queensland. Jace has been a big part of my sweeping career as well over the years, and always happy to lend a hand. And there's so many of these people around, so I think we're just going to cross now to the down to the beach again.
Yeah, we are. Great shot of Allura. Let's get down to the beach for an interview. Work.
Okay, so I'm here with Malcolm Trees, the man of all of our photography for the ASRL Open. How are you, Malcolm?
Fantastic. Great day. Enjoying all the action.
So you're okay with the conditions so far? I know it's not as big as what you normally aspire to be, but how are you feeling about it all?
Look, I'd like it obviously to be a bit bigger, but plenty of action in all the relays. So it's fantastic.
So which one are you actually looking forward to the most? Not just Currumbin, but...
Well, any of the relays really, where there's lots of close action and people diving out of the boats and doing spectacular dives and spectacular dives at the flags. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, of course, you'll always get those shots. We love your work every single year, and your support throughout the years has been phenomenal. So everyone here, listen out. All the photos are done by Malcolm, and it's amazing. So make sure you tag and say thank you if you see him on the beach. Of course, we say thank you to you too, and hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. I absolutely love it here.
It's great to hear from Malcolm. Malcolm's fast become the most popular figure on the beach, I think, and we're excited to have him back once again for the event to take photos, and we will be uploading his photos on Facebook throughout the event. Normally we try and do it in 2 or 3 blocks, but unfortunately I've only got 2 hands, but we'll get on it later on, and I think he's taken a pretty good photo of you in the last year or two.
Yes, the photo that just keeps on giving. That was with my old girls. We were rowing 200s at the ASRL down at Mollymook, and I forgot to teach them how to come to the back of the boat. They were only a new crew, and never been so high on a surfboat. It's quite a good view from up there. So the photo that just keeps giving this time of year.
He's an award-winning photographer, and it's great to have Malcolm Trees once again. It's probably the 5th event he's done. I know he's just started getting into some branch carnivals here, but also I think he's done his first Ocean Thunder a couple of weeks ago. So it's great that the sport is finally recognising that this is the man.
Yeah, and look, his awards that he's been given are the Women in Sport Awards too, and look, some of the most cracking photos I've ever seen in surf boats, and it's a celebration of the... not only women in sport, but how good they are. And when you look at some of his photos, you really do see such athleticism and precision in their rowing. And it's a full credit to him. I was like, you got to go in these awards, man. You got to get yourself on the map. And I can't believe that my photo didn't get a start. I'm not sure it shows excellence in sport by any means, but we put it in anyway, and had a good laugh. So, but yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, and so many of these photos are on people's walls all around the country. I know I've got a few of Malcolm's and Harvey's and all that sort of stuff around in my pool room at home. So he's great.
Just in a pause at the moment, as you can see, the Interstate Relay coming up will commence shortly. There's just a protest going on which may slow down proceedings. Just before an interview, we were talking about the Sweep Academy and ASRL. Our Vice President Phil Chipman tells us we have a good accreditation process for sweeps. However, there is no national coordinated training for the development of sweeps and the wide range of competencies required. Do you just want to elaborate a bit more on that?
Yeah, so when you become a sweep, it's the kind of the process of it to get your S1 sweep is, go on and do some courses online, and then you're given your S1 sweep, which is a good process and talks to the fundamentals. But what's really important in developing a sweep, and certainly from personal experience I can talk about, is the ongoing development and having people around you who are consistently teaching you the ways of the sweeping world. And I was so lucky to have that for about, a good 5 or 6 years early in my sweeping career. And, people around you that, take the time to teach you new things. And I'm just joined by Jace Bean now, who does a lot of this work in Queensland. And really the program is designed to... once a month check in with people, bring them together at certain times of the year to do physical stuff, but not only talk about the art of sweeping a boat, but also talk about the coaching side of things, and the differences between coaching men and women and coaching juniors and seniors, and the leadership things, and how to tow a boat. No one teaches you how to sweep. That's normally you who tows the boat. So everything that goes into sweeping, we want to make sure that we're covering in this 12 months.
Yeah, thank you very much for the update on that. Just an update on behalf of our producers. We do need to change over the Facebook stream as we are hitting up the time frame. So we're going to be stopping the Facebook stream shortly. All you need to do is go on the Team Navy ASRL Facebook page, refresh and jump on the stream. The YouTube should not be affected. If it is, refresh your page, go back on the home page on either Facebook or YouTube. But for now, on Facebook, please just jump out of this stream, refresh the page on the Team Navy ASRL Facebook and jump back on and you'll be straight in. We'll see how this rolls.
Technology, eh? Mark Zuckerberg keeping an eye on all of us, making sure we don't go over the time limit. What a tight ass.
Yeah, exactly right. This year, the 2022 ASRL Open playlist is set. So we've got, once again, we've got an ASRL Ultimate Carnival playlist that's locked in and voted by the boaties for the boaties with over 11 hours of the best music for a surfboat carnival. So at the moment,
some of this music's questionable, though, I've got to say.
There was a bit of Nikki Webster's Strawberry Kisses, which I took off the list when I was on the plane the other day.
But what about the heavy metal playing at 7:30 this morning for the Masters?
Got to wake everyone up.
Where was, Barry Manilow and all that sort of stuff? Where's, the Titanic music? I was looking for my
we had a bit of Grease in there.
You need some more musicals, That's a bit more my style, as everyone knows. I'm a classical music lover and love my musicals. This doof music, I was like, what the hell is going on?
Doof, I love it. Oh, but it's great to see so many people down here for this event. We've got everyone in the one area. If you're just rejoining us on the stream, thank you very much for that one. We're just awaiting the Interstate relay. We're just in a bit of a holding pattern. And we're still waiting for the results from the open male and the open female, which is going to make it very interesting for the relays coming up.
Yeah, look, I didn't see anything happen not that we can see it here on the screen nor out in the water, but we will wait and see. Welcome back, guys, to those who have just jumped off the Facebook feed and come back again. Thanks for that. So, we've decided that Mark Zuckerberg is actually a tight ass. But here we go. We're right to go for the rest of the day now, so you shouldn't have to change again.
So just confirming, we're doing our best to get results. Sorry, we've just got radios coming through at the moment with some results.
So we sound... Yep, we're going to bring up the results of the open female. We're still waiting on the open men, so and we looks like we've got a new race on the line. We
do. So this is the last race. This is the relay. So I just want to reiterate that although we don't have the results from the open male, as soon as they are made available, there is a protest at the moment. Those results will come on the screen. This is the open female results. New South Wales first, Queensland second, Victoria third, SA fourth. Now, in my view, from my mathematical brain power, not much of it, this is a double point race. I'll be making the assumption that the winner out of New South Wales and Queensland will be winning this, because even if there's a 2-point gap, I'd have the belief that even if that protest was upheld, which it could be, it'll be a 2-point difference.
2-point difference, yeah. So what happens if there's no chance of a draw, is there?
There is a chance of a draw. There was actually a notation made in the local rules this year, which I don't have the knowledge of the multiple pages in my head, but I can find out.
North Bondi Shredders versus Mermaid Beach men's. Let's go.
I love it. Here we go. This is the under-19 females. It'll kick it off. And like we said, most importantly, that the states can choose their own order of racing going forward. But just with the first leg, it's the under-19s, top of screen, Alexander Headlands, Queensland. Alley number 2, South Australia, North Cronulla Boffs. New South Wales third, Lawn Badgers fourth. Here we go. Take it away, Beck.
Yeah, look, another good start again, but you can just start to see that little bank starting to come into play off the start there. So a little bit heavier on the legs and a bit harder to get that boat moving, but and just a little bit of chop. But up in alley 1 there, that's looks like the Queensland crew again. They are away really strong, but Collaroy's got a much better start this one.
So this is 8 legs, and there's a chance that they actually might go around the gate cans, which they normally do. So we'll wait and see. And for those obviously you're watching at home, you might not be able to tell, but the wind is starting to swing and it's actually starting to come a little bit onshore from what we're feeling back.
Yeah, so you definitely want to get to those cairns first. That'll be a real advantage if you're coming home with this wind straight away. But look, I'm really starting to love these conditions now. It's getting a little bit more surfboat rowing rather than lake rowing. I'm sure some of the masters would have liked this morning too. But look, Collaroy, this is what I'm used to seeing, them out in front and dominating the field. But look, I think Ali1 just up there looking at the cairns from the drone, I think they're actually going to hit the cairns first. So that's a solid effort from the Queensland girls yet again.
Wow.
And we are going full racing.
We're going full racing.
Either that or someone's stuffed up.
No, well, I've been in a relay here in one of these before where Floody unfortunately kept going and I was in second place and I made the call to make the turn. But yeah, look, we're going the full race length. So this is 8 legs. So this could be about a good old half an hour. Yeah, good half an hour race. So yeah.
Fill up the coffee or
go get your drink of choice because we could be here for about half an hour. So this is the first of 8 legs here in the all age relay.
About 40 minutes if like by the time you get through all the legs, but with the changeover as well. So look, it is. We'll have to keep talking for another 40 minutes. What are we going to talk about?
Yeah, we'll definitely try and keep tabs, but at the moment it's the under-19 females top of screen. Queensland 1, South Australia 2, New South Wales 3, Victoria in 4, making the turn now, probably half a length in front, the crew on screen, Beck.
Yeah, nice and long and strong, the typical kind of Collaroy rowing. You can see they're going around, grabbing a hold of that sweep oar, of the stroke oar. That's just, some people find that really good to be able to just turn the boat that bit faster. But yeah, it can also result in real disaster if you don't get it right either. But look, they're doing a great job there. Collaroy coming home really well, and that's what they're used to doing. So, look, in second place, we've got the Queensland crew up there. In third place, the South Australian draftees in North Cronulla Boffs and Victoria down the bottom there doing their job. They only just look like a younger crew, so look, they'll develop and spend their time. It's great to see some more crews coming out of Lawn. I've always loved watching the Lawn crews, more so because I love their names. I think they've had some absolute pearlers over the years. So, yeah, Lawn Edge was one of my favourites.
I've just had confirmation from Nick Sampson, the assistant manager of New South Wales, ASRL president, that the winner, if it is first and second out of New South Wales, Queensland, the winner gets it.
The winner
in
gets
the situation
so it's on.
So that I guess the rulings are a bit of a bubble coming up in a sec, Beck, but the winner of New South Wales and Queensland.
On this one, I think North Cronulla will be on it, and Lawn's just fallen off it. But here comes Boff. He'll be screaming at the girls to get down it. They've upped the rating, and they're going to get down that. That is such great work from such a young girls crew, and they've left Queensland up there, so they're going to,
They have too, and what's happening at the moment, the tide's going out, this is really starting to make sure that even though they're only 1 foot waves or so, they're starting to hold up. And
what about South Australia here? I'd be cheering if I was South Australia. That's an amazing effort from those girls to get down that wave, and they were just in the right spot for it too. So
as soon as we know, and we'll do the best of our ability, we'll let you know what the next crew will be each time, and just reinforcing that there is now no set order. The crews can choose the order that they want, and we'll give you confirmation shortly. But I'm telling you, the next South Australian crew is the Moana crew, the reserve men. So the leg now, Moana from South Australia, their first time here at the ASRL Open. They're going to be leading the way.
So the Queensland...
Oh, they've got no water. Dry start. They've had to wait. That's costly. 3 or 4 seconds they had to wait for some water, but they're still going to be leading. There's a bit of carnage at the top too.
It looks like South Curly Sneaky Nuts are going in there. So that's a great move. We've got, looks like 2 Colts crews in the water. So that's the South Australia crew from South Australia 23. Who's rowing in the Allura boat from South Australia?
That's Moana.
So they've got their reserve grade male in. South Curl is the under 23 boys crew, but I'll tell you what, they'll give them a bit of a touch up. They are a very fast crew, that South Curl crew, and we're just waiting to see on screen the other crews that the teams have put in the water.
Yeah, so the other crews involved, I can tell you, the Victorian crew is the reserve women, unless they're...
Yeah, it looks like St Kilda boat down there at the back, so this...
Oh, that'd be Morty Alec, reserve women. Yep, so we're at bottom of screen at the moment. We've got South Kilda really starting to make a play, but South Australia, get excited. If you're down there watching on the live stream, you've got Jamie Hull from Moana and the Moana reserve men leading the way. And how exciting is this? Top of screen, Queensland second, New South Wales third.
If South Australia take out this relay,
they've done it before.
They'll have won the whole day. Like, they will. That's a turn up for the book, seriously, because that is just amazing.
They've done it before.
everything will go out the window if I was South Australia. I'd declare myself the winner.
Yeah, so we're probably 3 lengths in front at the moment. Second place Queensland, a little bit behind New South Wales, and out of picture at the moment will be Victoria. They've got a fair bit of work to do at the moment, but you can see they're not too far away from the can. So South Australia, Jamie will be loving this. It's so great to see new sweeps like him having a crack here, and he's going to approach a turn 3 or 4 strokes out now. What's the sweep going to be saying now, Beck?
Oh, you'd just be saying put your foot down into the turn, but also keep your composure. I mean, you don't want to rush a turn. You know, you've just got to keep your calmness around it and keep the boat speed going. So, look, that's South Australia doing a great job by holding on to this. So, you know, and New South Wales, again, they're going to make another bit of ground there because they're out rowing while the other boat's turning. So you can see that they'll just get that little bit of momentum on them again as well.
We just didn't quite catch it in the camera shot, but something has definitely gone amiss with Victoria at their transition because they're still 10 or 15 strokes away from the turn. But great shot on screen at the moment. South Australia, the Red Caps. Jamie there from Moana. They're the second of 8 legs. A lot of new rowers in the crew, and it's great to see that they're having a good old crack at this top of screen.
Yeah, look at them work those little bubbles there. You know, the sweep's keeping him very composed. He's keeping himself. He's right forward over that quarter bar as well, so he's keeping that nose down as much as he can. This is great sweeping and great rowing from these boys.
Top of screen, Queensland are actually in third. There you go, the shot there, the drone.
Here's a run for New South Wales. Come on, boys, work this hard now and get over this and bring it back up to the lead.
They're more than likely sitting on the top of this. We'll see if they can get down.
They'll get over this.
Still going as hard as they can. Then that bubble is also going to hit Moana. Great shot on screen. Let's have a look at the Moana South Australians. They're going to get down this one. Keep it composed, Jamie, as you come down. And out of shot, we'll see shortly now, is the New South Wales crew.
Yeah. South Curly. I mean, that's a great run, and that's just putting a fairly decent gap on that Queensland crew, which is that's who essentially they're racing now. But look, South Australia, they're racing for pure pride at the moment, and I'll tell you what, they're doing a bloody good job of it too. So you'll see the bowman jump out now, run up around the flag, and then come back and actually run up and tag the person, and then off they go again.
Updated point score, equal first New South Wales, Queensland, equal third South Australia, Victoria. This is going to be an epic battle here. So we're going, the winners out of New South Wales and Queensland will win overall. The winners out of South Australia and Victoria will end up getting third place. So it's going to be great to watch this over the next half an hour. On the screen at the top, that's the West Beach crew. So the West Beach under-19 men against the reserves of New South Wales.
Oh, boys, here we go. Here's my little dark horse crew for the weekend. I'm loving this West Beach crew. I mean, if they give these boys a touch up here or even just remotely finish close to them, they'll be doing very well. And geez, they're looking good already.
Sam Malloy, another newer sweep. He's probably been around 3 to 5 years, but this will be the first time we've seen him at the national stage at this event. So congratulations. Good luck to the under-19 boys.
It's not easy to do, and, you know, he just looks so comfortable at the back there, and you know, he's probably guiding his rowers through. He's just put the pump on to get rid of that water there and make the boat as light as possible. But well done. I mean, you know, when you start to row at this level, the nerves start to kick in a bit, and you have to learn to deal with that. And he's doing a great job.
Out of screen is the reserve women for Queensland at the top of screen there in third place. So they've got a bit of work to do. They're probably 10 lengths off at the moment. But most importantly, as we've been saying, the orders will chop and change, and we can see how much ground an open men crew can make up against an under-19 crew.
If I was New South Wales, I would not be sitting comfortably now. They're doing a great job. But look at this West Beach crew go. They are absolutely rowing out of their skins at the moment, and this is a very, very fast reserve grade men's crew there beside, you know, made the Australian final last year, I think, and current Sydney branch champions and state champions as well. So well done, West Beach. Keep going. That is a solid effort.
Out of shot at the moment, but they've just hit the water now. 15 strokes into their leg is the Victorian crew. So that's St Kilda, the reserve men. So not in shot, but they've got a lot of work to do. They'd be half a course out, really, 150, 200 metres behind. But there's a long way to go, especially as the pressure grows. New South Wales back turning first.
Yeah, turning first, and you'll notice that Bluey comes round and comes out of the turn very straight. He likes to come out of the turn very straight. And you can see the wash off the back of the boat, and even the West Beach boat as well. They've gone around very, very quickly. So he's on a much straighter course home quicker, but West Beach will come and eventually get there. But yeah, this is great rowing. But I tell you what, that Queensland crew is not not that far behind when you think about what's to come in their lineup.
Yeah, it definitely is. So you've got the reserve males at the moment for New South Wales in the water, the under-19 men holding their own, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens, especially as they hit the runners in the wave zone. You know, the reserve men, you know, just obviously got that bit more power. So West Beach for South Australia in the blue boat have just had a bubble go under them, which means we might see an acceleration from the New South Wales crew.
Yeah, and look, anywhere from here now you'll be able to catch a bubble. You can start to see him sitting up. Bluey will be looking behind him saying, boys, there's one coming or there's not one coming. Just keep the pedal down at the moment. So you can see here's a little bubble. They'll just get a nice little run out of this and a bit of a confidence lifter. I'm not sure it'll do too much for them, but, you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes. You're working guts out to get it and it doesn't do anything at all. But here's a bubble behind North Bondi now to bring them home to the beach. It's just a little one and it'll just be enough just to give them a bit of a breather.
On screen, Victoria making the turn now. That's the St Kilda reserve men. So you can see the two crews leading at the moment are hitting the transition now. So there's a bit of work to do for the Victorians. And in third place is the Queenslanders, and we're going to continue to monitor their progress. They've just gone through the gates at the moment, so really critical how they make the transition to the next cruise. So at the moment, this is the third of 8 legs, and coming up for New South Wales next is possibly either the under-23 women, which it looks like it might be.
Like the under-23 women's, and Queensland are sending in Currumbin. So the Currumbin Crankins will go in next.
Yeah, we'll just wait to see who the others send out. Yeah, this is the
Palmy Panthers?
Yeah, absolutely. A great crew for 3-4 years now. An exceptionally tight crew. They've spent a bit of time together. Going up one. Here we go.
Bit of a bump there. Nothing phases them. Just keep going and get back into your rhythm, girls. Well done. The South Australian crew have
That'll be the Kyneton Rocks under-23 men. So we'll just be interested to see how they both fare against each other. So the Kyneton Rocks crew, the first time in the state team for surf boats and the first time in any discipline in the state team for over 50 years.
That is so great. And look, their boat speed, I think they'll definitely give this a very good nudge to be with them at the Cairns, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So third place, they've just hit the water now, is the Queensland crew, as we mentioned, Currumbin, and this is where it starts to get difficult. We're obviously focusing on the 2 leaders in shot at the moment, but we'll continue to update you on third and fourth place. There's the Currumbin crew there on screen now.
Yeah, so they've got to pretty much pull back a quarter of the race to catch up to New South Wales, who they're chasing at the moment. But you know, we're just seeing them go through the gate cans now, the other crews, and this is a big crew, and they've still got their gun to come in at the end. So. And I think New South Wales still have their open men's and open women's to come as well.
Yeah, so just watching, this is the under-19s for Queensland on screen, and at the back, South Australia really keeping up. They probably started 5 or 6 lengths behind Palm Beach, New South Wales, and there we go. So it's interesting to see the under-23 females at the bottom for New South Wales, the under-23 males with Hocko sweeping at the top for South Australia, and they'll almost turn equal, maybe South Australia a length behind.
Yeah, look, it's been a solid row from the boys, but equally a solid row from the girls too. I mean, they really do put their foot down when they get going, these girls. You can see that they probably rate a bit higher than most crews, but they have the ability to do that, so they should. You know, more roar in the water means the boat goes faster. But here comes the Anglesea girls. This looks like the open crew coming through. I think that transition you mentioned earlier, has really hurt them in terms of where they are now, but certainly no slackers when it comes to the boat speed.
Yeah, here we go. So it's interesting to watch. The South Australians, they have won the relay before. I definitely know Bristles will be watching up the top extremely proud, as he'll be watching the Red Caps of South Australia do their thing, really sticking it to New South Wales. But look at the acceleration there from New South Wales as they milked that one.
Oh, these young girls are so great at working any bubble or any swell, and you know, they're so in time, and you can't buy that in a crew. That just takes time and in the boat and everything else that goes with it. So great row there. You can see Spency right over the quarter bars, keeping that nose down. But yeah, this is really great rowing, and I'm sure that they were told before they went in, you just have to hold this lead and the big guys will bring it home.
You're exactly right, you've nailed it. And Spencer is a passionate man, he does such great things for the sport, and he's over the top of these women right now, edging them on. He knows how critical this is, he knows they need to win this relay. And if you are watching at home, this is the 4th leg, and I need to start writing this down and we'll forget. This is the 4th leg, so we're almost at the halfway mark of the all-age beach relay.
Relay. They've got a bit of garden hose in there they're going to bring out and slop over when they do it. But look, here goes the Chittenden boys. Like, well done.
There we go. Oh, South Australia on it. And New South Wales have pulled off the back, so South Australia have hit the lead here, and they're going to get a little bit in front. You can see on screen there. Oh, Hocko is going to do his best to hold it, and he does. So there you go. It's interesting to see they've just gone past, and it's all about the transition. It's so important, Beck.
Oh, I'll tell you what, as much as I want New South Wales to win this thing, I'd love to see South Australia win this relay, just because I think it can show you that anyone, you can do it. It can be done, and I think everyone walks around going, oh, New South Wales, Queensland. But look at this, we've got a South Australian state team out the front leading the boat relay. So, good on them.
This is the reserve women going into now for South Australia. And we got the open women for South Curl. Is that correct?
No, that looks like a men's crew there.
Apologies, you're right. I'm looking at the top still. So we got the reserve.
This might be our young juniors.
Yes.
South Curly Burley.
Under 19 men for New South Wales, the reserve women for South Australia. And if you're still following Queensland, they're just about to hit the sand. They've hit a bit of dead water with that low tide going out, but they'll make their transition shortly. Little bubble here for South Australia over the top, and away they go.
Yeah, that's no fuss for them. These girls look like they've got plenty of experience in that boat. It's just jump up off your seat, pull the boat through, and then get ready for the next stroke. But yeah, look, South Curly boys here, the young junior boys. They're only a young crew, but yeah, really showing some great form. That is perfect unison for a junior crew there. How they get them so good so young. I wish they could bottle it and share it around. So yeah, look at that. They're cutting through. And look how beautiful this water is here. I mean, it's absolutely great.
The Queensland third crew is the Dicky Beach under 23 females. So I think we're hearing this their fifth state team in a row with Floody at the helm, but they're making their way out and on screen there, still rowing in, about to make their transition. Anglesea Lightning.
Yeah, look, the Dicky Beach girls, like I've said, I've watched them come through right from 19s through. I know they've had a couple of crew changes, but to be consistently at the top of their game is pretty outstanding, and it's a credit to their sweep as well and their club for supporting them. So, yeah, but we're back on with the South Curly Burley. This would be, I think, their first state team for New South Wales. Certainly probably won't be the last by the looks of it. They're showing great form, and again, I just love watching the younger crews develop through into the senior ranks, and I'm sure we're watching these guys for a long time to come. North, we've got the South Australian crew, Tash there and the girls. They're doing a great job and holding their own. So let's see if they can hold off this Queenslander coming through. And they're caught on the can.
Oh, they are. Another newer sweep, I guess. Paul Edwards-Eddy there from Glenelg, so it's great to see him. But yeah, they've got a little bit of a hiccup, but don't worry about that. They're just going to continue to extend at the moment, I would believe. Glenelg making the turn and Dicky Beach making the way out as we're in the fifth leg now.
Fifth leg, and this is where the team managers who put together the order of the cruise aero will start to just be getting a bit twitchy, I would have thought. Have I done the right thing? Have I put the right cruise in order? I mean, you could be out in front right now, but still, we know what's coming. So it's
an interesting
point.
Start
to see when you get a bit nervous.
You asked it before, I guess, about the sports psychology side of it. How critical do you think the decision making is in that order? Do you really believe it makes a big difference?
I absolutely do. I think for the later cruise, I actually think if you're out in front, then you will lift to a new level. Everyone just loves being in a team. That's why we love surf boats. But when you're representing your state as well, it goes a whole nother level.
On screen at the moment, that's the New South Wales under-19 crew still sitting on one. It'll just drop off them now, and you'll see the bow lift up, which it has, and then it'll drop back down again. And this will last them to reload, take 2 or 3 real deep breaths, and away you go again. On screen here, second place, South Australia, the reserve women. Natasha Tunney is the stroke. We've got Gina Bell, who's jumped in last minute, so it's great to see that. I think Tash was telling me those two were rowing together in 1998, so it's a great combination. And Eddie there is the sweep, the Glenelg crew for the reserve women. They've got 2 in the state team. Third place Queensland at the moment. Still a bit of work to do.
Yeah, still a bit of work to do for the Queenslanders, but I tell you what, they've got a couple of steam trains coming, so I wouldn't discount them just yet. But I just admire how fit and strong these athletes are, and I look at some of the girls who are rowing now, and they're like professional athletes. They're training 7 or 8 times a week, and really, you can just even look at their bodies, but to see how fit and strong they are, and there's nothing better. So, here we go away, I think, with...
it'd be the reserve women, I believe. The Shredders.
The Shredders, here they go.
Yeah, it is.
They've been asked a lot of in these relays to hold the lead, so let's see if they can hold on to this one, and hopefully they didn't give too much away in their other one. But look, these girls are tough chicks. I love them. You know, they're good knockabout girls, and they won't leave anything in the tank, I don't think, for this one.
Yeah, so you can see top of the screen, there's Dicky Beach for Queensland. So we're finishing their 5th leg, and the other 2 crews, you can see the South Australians going out in the 6th leg now. So it's an 8-legger, and as we said, the winners out of New South Wales and Queensland will win the Interstates for this year, and the winners out of Victoria and South Australia will win the bronze. Great catch over the back there. That's the Open Women. Of course, that's been the Summit and All Sorts there, swept by Gary Fazzolari.
Yes, and we're just starting to see the transition now coming through for Queensland as well. So, look, the North Bondi Shredders, let's see if they, they're going to be up against the Currumbin Concords, which is another big ask for them to keep themselves out in front there. But look, they've held off the Mermaid Beach men, so I think their confidence will be good. Hopefully they've just done the work, which I'm sure they have, to keep themselves out in front.
Yeah, there's the gap at the moment. 3rd place, top left. That's Queensland, so that's the gap they've got to make up in the flight. That's a bit of a daunting exercise, but we'll just see what crews they've got left. But leading the way at the moment, New South Wales, and then in between both of them, it's great to still see South Australia, the Open Women there in 2nd place, and Victoria are just making a transition now, so they're slowly starting to bridge the gap.
Yeah, and whilst it looks absolutely effortless here on the live stream, these guys are rowing into probably about a 10-15 knot wind at the moment. So, you know, they'll be doing the hard work to get to the cans, and then make every bit of advantage off the back of this wind to bring them home. So, not as quite as easy and angelic as it looks them rowing out. They make it look so easy, and that's what makes a good crew when they do that. That here we see North Bondi coming into the can now. And a nice tight turn again, that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, they are. So it continues on. So
I'm just seeing a boat come through the area there. I don't think they're actually in the race.
No, this
they
is...
probably should get out of the area.
Yeah,
I was like, hang on, what's going on?
It's a pretty brave call.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be in the best books of the referee when he gets back.
Turning now, 6 of 8 legs. Thank you very much for joining. You got Aaron and Beck here on the live stream. Get in the comments, YouTube or Facebook. Let us know from where you're watching. We want to continue to engage. So this is the all-age relay. After this, we'll move into the presentations, which we may not have the ability to stream. We'll just see how we go. But then we've got reserve grade. We're going to try and go for the 2 areas. So we're going to continue racing all the way through to about 5:30, 6 o'clock. So get comfortable.
Come on, girls. They're going to have to lift now just to keep this coming home. I mean, they've had a big ask, to row all these times, and they've got to... Oh, no, we go heading outwards. That's fine. I was going to say it's missed the can. I wasn't sure what angle that was on there.
That'll be the Victorian crew heading out at the moment. In the blue boat, it could be Anglesey, could be the Storm, possibly. At the bottom of the screen there. Yeah, the young lads. But on screen now, leaders at the moment, New South Wales. They'll know they've got the gap over Queensland. They'll know that if they don't make mistakes...
Yeah, they've just got to hold it together now, and you can see they're probably starting to hurt a bit now, but they're tough chicks, Young Koozie there in second stroke. She's been rowing since she was 15 years old, so she knows what it takes. Here's a little wave for them, girls. Bring it home. Bring in a little bit more of a gap. Break the spirits of the Queenslanders a bit more. There's nothing wrong with that. And, nice. That's a nice row from those girls.
Yeah, they'll sit here, take it easy, big deep breath, and you'll see what happens here. So more than likely the bow rower gets out, runs up, as you can see there, and they'll tag it's either the quickest rower or the sweep. It really does depend on the crew. More than likely the sweep, which is running down now, taps the back of the boat, calls in, and away they go. And this is the 7th leg of the relay, and it's a South Kilkeel boat, Beck.
I tell you what, being the bowman is such a great role. Like, I used to love rowing up there, but luckily we didn't have to do that run after. That has got to hurt after you jump out of the boat. You've just done a massive race at a monumental effort, and they ask you to get out and then run up and tag a pole. Like, that's got to be a few extra beers, I reckon, at the end of the day.
Looks like the Open Women more than likely here.
Yeah, this is the South Kilkeel girls, and they are just rowing so well. They are so long in the water and so strong through their legs. I mean... It's just so beautiful to watch it. They've been going really well in Ocean Thunder, and look, in these conditions and even in the big surf, I'll back these girls. They're really great, and they're doing a great job here of holding this lead out. We'll see who Queensland put in next.
So Queensland look like they have the under-23 males, the Maroochydore Force, and South Australia possibly could have the under-23 females being the Glenelg crew. So we're just... you can see on the screen at the moment, the left-hand side is Queensland, the right-hand side is New South Wales, and in the middle is that Glenelg boat. Yeah, Pete Tidswell sweeping the under-23 females. And you can see there Queensland, Eggsy will have a good old look there.
I'll tell you what, Queensland have played their cards probably right. They towards the end, they've got their two strongest crews, you know, probably the under-23 men and fastest crews in under-23 men and their open men to come. So these South Curly girls are going to have to really hold it out, and this is going to have to be a really, really big row here from the Glenelg girls. But imagine what it feels like when you see the Australian champions coming up beside you. I mean, that's got to lift you as a rower, and the girls should just really feed off this experience and take it into their racing over the course of the weekend.
So I've got an experienced sweep in Pete Tidswell, which you can see on screen. So he'll be keeping them calm. He'll be telling them to focus on their oar and just continue to do their own rowing and their own strokes. They can't control how fast the other boats are going, but they can control how fast they row, and he knows that. So he'll be just keeping them controlled. And look, he might even be updating them of where the others are. You know, the curiosity will be there, but it's better him telling them than them looking around.
And that's a really good big thing that a lot of the really good coaches and good sweeps talk about, is you can only control what's happening in your boat at this present time. So, you know, they just need to row out of their skins. You know, they're under-23 girls versus under-23 men, and that's a big gap.
Now, I'll tell you what.
Here they come, the Queenslanders.
I'll tell you what. Right-hand side is the open women for New South Wales. Left-hand side is the under-23 men for Queensland. And as we were saying a little bit earlier, some of these under-23 men crews are as quick as most of the open men's that we have. So let's be very interesting to hold this shot for the next minute or so to see just how much Queensland will make up. Because in the last leg, it's going to be very interesting. We'll see who the boats are shortly getting engaged in the last leg of the relay. But at the moment, they're still looking pretty good, New South Wales. Queensland
bit of a
building.
bump here for these girls. Now, they are not very... they are very, very good at chasing these runs. So they just need another one to come up behind them. But I tell you what, there's one sitting up there at the back of Maroochydore there.
I tell you what, they want this one.
If they get this will be all on for the open.
Five of the hardest strokes of their life for the Queensland crew.
Come on, Maroochydore, get over that.
5 strokes. Let's see if they can get it down. Second one there. Oh, I tell you what,
there's a little bump here for South Curly. They've got to have to work this so hard.
Queensland top of screen. They're going to get down it.
Oh, they're going to get down it.
Here we go. Here we go. Last leg coming up of the relay. The winner of this next leg, the winner of this race will be the Interstate champions. Strap yourselves in.
Here we go.
It's going to be on, absolutely. How good is this? And once again, the transition, it's so critical.
She's up and running, the New South Wales girls.
Yeah, so it'll be the open men from Palm Beach and it'll be the open men from Queensland. Oh, here we go.
Come on, Spency, now's your time.
Watch, here we go, left-hand side. Just watch how they get into the boat. Running. Here we go. Let's watch New South Wales first. Good, clean start. Let's see how Marty Fletcher gets in the boat in the red. Good, clean start there.
Bit of a check here.
Yeah, South Australia in third. Bit of a check at the bottom, you're right. Oh, and Queensland, clean start. Big, deep breaths.
Ah!
Here we go.
They've just not been touched up top, which is just the luck of the draw. Look at them go. I
have the belief that New South Wales has won every year. Am I correct? Yeah. So New South Wales.
Oh, this is magnificent. This is A grade at its best. Come on, Spency, bring him home. But wow, that was a big row. Big row from the Maroochydore under-23 men to come back up beside those South Curly girls. I mean, they are certainly no slackers, and they were absolutely motoring as well. So magnificent row, but I think Queenslanders get excited. I think you've just got the jump.
So what they'll see, the bow side will be able to look straight down the other side of the crew, and then when they turn the stroke side, it'll be looking straight at them. So at the moment, half the rowers can't really see what's going on. Don't worry, Petey Spence will be letting them know what's going on, because at the moment, Queensland are 1 to 2 lengths in front, going off the gauge of the gates. Third place, making their way out to sea now, is South Australia, just out of shot, but there it is.
Oh my God, that is a monumental row from that Queensland crew. Seriously, I don't know if there's any boat going faster right now than that.
Fourth place at the moment, Victoria, so the beach will absolutely erupt either way, whether it's New South Wales or Queensland. But
Donny Cottrell will be absolutely losing his mind right now.
He's on beach commentary. Here we go. We're probably about 10 or 15 strokes from the turn, a little bit less. They'll start to langle in. Here we go. Great shot here. and they're going to make the turn. First place, Queensland. Marty Fletcher there. They're 2 lengths in front. Let's see the turn, Beck.
1, 2, 3, 4 strokes behind.
Oh, look at this
But
one.
Geez, they're quick turners, Palmy.
Yeah,
I'll
they
give
are.
them a wrap here. And Marty Fletcher's come around pretty quickly and absolutely stormed out of there. But, geez, there's only a wave in this. And we've got Frank Veltman here on the side. He's looking out the back and giving us the nod when there's one coming, and hopefully there will be one, and takes this all the way to the line.
Queensland staying nice and composed. You can see Marty Fletcher's not even looking around. His vision is straight down the middle of the boat. He'll be definitely lining it up for the flag. Yeah, and
there's
he's...
a run here, and it's going to be sitting up probably better for the Palmy crew, so
Yep,
they
that's
don't miss too many...
That's all right. Let's just focus on the vision at the moment. Top of screen, a length in front, going through the gates. And Marty, he's just going to hit that gate, and he's definitely going to be eyeing off.
Oh, this is going to go down to the wire. This is ridiculous. Palmy they both need a run. They both need a run. Spency would be at him. Just keep chipping away at it, boys. Keep chipping away at it. Here's a run now. Have a go, boys.
Here we go, Mermaid Beach focusing here on the vision at the moment. You can see, look how still Marty is. He's just really rallying up his guys. There's going to be a wave at the back off vision at the moment.
Back of that. It's just sucking them
That's
back
right.
there.
Here's the vision.
Oh, here we go. Have a go, boys, Palmy.
They're going to get down it. I can tell you, they're going to get down it. Now, you're looking here. There's a bubble in front of the bow, though. So there's a bit of a double up. Oh, here we go. Here we
All
go.
the way to the end. Who's the best runner? Don't get out too soon, boys. Either boat. Don't get out too soon. Don't blow it.
So it's a run up the beach. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. He's getting ready. Queensland, New South Wales.
Queensland.
Oh, he's lost it! Oh, he's lost it! New South Wales are going to take
yes!
it. New South Wales are going to take it. He's lost it at the finish, and they know it. New South Wales are going nuts there, top left-hand side.
Check it out.
Oh.
That's pressure rowing, and full credit to that Queensland crew. You know, that happens. That's surf boats, and they're a 5-person crew, so they'll just get up and go again. But
all day, we haven't seen
look
it till
at that.
now.
New South Wales going nuts.
Oh, the heartbreak. Congratulations.
New South Wales, that's an outstanding crew. And let's just have a look who's coming in for third place. That's a South Australian crew, so they'll take third place overall. And Victoria just still coming in there, just turning the cans now. So, you know, outstanding racing. You know, geez, you'd have your heart in your mouth, wouldn't you, if you're the New South Wales team manager then?
And really, obviously, it's not a wet finish. So when it is a dry finish, the sweep's not only watching the wave behind him or the wave is on, he's also watching his crew. He's also watching where to finish. And you just got to have, I guess, 1/2 a second where you're not quite on your game and you just lose it like you did. And unfortunately for Queensland, it's a second place.
And it's happened to the best of us, you know, in big races when that happens. But you know what? You just got to pick up and go again. And look, they are a quality crew, and they'll, you know, they should feel bad for all of 5 seconds and then just get back on the wagon and go again. And their teammates will rally around them as well.
On screen at the moment, yeah, they absolutely will. At the moment, the Victorian crew, 4th place for them. You know, unfortunately, it's not the results that they would have wanted. Great for South Australia to get a 3rd.
Yeah, well done to the South Australians. That was some pretty big efforts, especially from their younger crews as well. They really put themselves in the mix early on to keep them up the front. And, you know, the Victorians, I think, a couple of issues with their changeovers. But, look, I've no doubt we'll probably see Victoria back here bigger and stronger next year as well.
And it's quite interesting. Obviously, the Ocean Thunder Pro Surf Boat Series does have those run finishes, and you continue to have that experience. It definitely adds with your transitions, which your New South Wales and Queensland crews have.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a big job on the sweep too, to make sure that you're lined up as close to where that buoy is or that flag is on the sand as possible. So, you know, Spency would have had a fair bit of experience doing that. He does Ocean Thunder, he does everything with a run finish. So, you know, he would have had that line, you know, done from the can where he had to finish. So, you know, bad luck to Marty Fletcher there. He's obviously, you know, terrific sweep. So, you know, yeah.
You got the Pirates.
That's the way it goes.
The Anglesea Pirates, the Open Menders coming across the line now. So they got a bit of a rich history at this event. They actually made the Open Male Final in about 2018 here, actually, when they were an under-23 male crew doubling up. They made the Open Med Final and got absolutely snotted going out, which a lot of crews did that day. And you can see in the middle of the drone shot, Malcolm Trees just taking the winning shot of the New South Wales.
The cockroaches got up. Giddy up.
And I can know Edwina's down there about to get an interview, which would be great to hear some insights. And you can see Greg Hurd, manager, on screen, getting everyone together. Nick Sampson. Nick Sampson, the assistant team manager there also. Greg's just giving some words of congratulatory measures, I guess.
Yeah, and probably thanks for representing the state. And, Greg Hurd's a fantastic ambassador for surfboat rowing, and he's a great team manager. So hopefully everyone gets around him too. I mean, he would have made the call on who goes when in consultation, no doubt, with his sweeps. But, got one right down to the wire. So, well done, Greg, and congratulations to the New South Wales team.
We're just waiting for them to wrap this up. Edwina's just awaiting an interview. Patiently, we'll get one of the rowers or even talk to Greg himself just to talk about how that was one of the most exciting finishes in recent times.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to see what the outcome of that protest was as well.
So it was not upheld, so it was as per result.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep. So we are not too far away from getting down to the beach to have a chat. As you can see, Malcolm Tree's taking a couple of photos for us. And great shot there of the racing arena. So coming up next will be the reserve grade male and female. We're here all day. We're going to continue the live stream right till the end of the racing here. And tomorrow, under 23s, followed by the opens and under 19s. And I've just got a text message that the point score is final. Confirmed. New South Wales 114, Queensland 112, South Australia 92, Victoria 90. You couldn't have had it any tighter.
That's exceptional rowing, and that's what the Interstates is all about. That's why people strive to be a part of it, and people want to compete in it. So, you can see a lot of crews, it's only one crew per division, but there'll be a lot lining up to represent their state. So give it a crack next year when it's time for the selection trials come around again. Make sure you get amongst it because it's a terrific event.
A great shot here of Allura Beach. We're here thanks to Team Navy, Destination New South Wales, through the New South Wales Government, Sutherland Shire Council, Allura Surf Club, and of course Therabody and Surf Life Saving Australia. But for now, it's down to the beach.
Okay, I'm here with Wales captain. How was that? That was such a tight finish.
Just an awesome feeling for an awesome bunch of people. Really good, yeah. It was tight as we knew Queensland were coming back. They had some red-hot crews at the end. We try and go fastest to slowest. They go the other way, so everybody hung on so well. Awesome job. Just so pleasing.
Yeah, I guess it always does come out to this little final, doesn't it, of where the error or something along those lines. How did you make sure that everyone knew what they had to do, what their job was?
Well, we sat down as a group and we just said, the important things are what you can control yourself right now. That is running through the gate. That is getting in and getting away. That is the tip of your blade is the end of your world. That's what we talked about before the races, and everybody just focused on their job. The four sweeps got together and just talked about where we were going to come, so we all knew what we were going to do. We all handled for each other, so everybody knew what was going on. So that's why, because it was such a good team.
Yeah, really bringing it together. Of obviously making a dream work. So well done today, and I hope it carries out for you for the rest of the weekend as well. Who else have you got?
I got those three crews. I got 19 boys, 23 boys, open women, and the club's got a shed load of other crews, and we'll see how we go.
Well, to you. Thank you so much, Gus.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for that interview. Point score, here we go. We just mentioned it, New South Wales first, Queensland second, South Australia third on 92, Victoria fourth on 90. So what we're going to do now, thank you very much for watching the Interstate Racing. It was great to see an initiative, of course, by the ASRL and Surf Life Saving Australia to collaborate to deliver that wonderful part of the program. What we're going to do now, we're going to move into the reserve grade male and female racing. My name's Aaron, and thanks for having Beck in the chair for that one.
Mate, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to go and have a bit of a calm down after that one, I think.
Absolutely.
But I think I'm back on later on, so I'll jump back in later on for the reserves. And yeah, I'm excited for this one. I've been in the reserve grade division for a while now, and yeah, excited to see some of the form coming from the interstate crews as well.
Don't go too far away. We'll be back after a couple of ads, and when we come back, we'll continue to build up the preparations for the reserve grade male and female.
Right, welcome back to the opening of the reserves. Unfortunately, we've missed 2 rounds, 2 heats, but we're on to the 3rd heat. And in this heat, we've already got the Surfer Sea Dogs in Alley 1. The Bronte Berserkers, they won the Masters just a while ago. And the Maroubra Muppets and the Port Kembla Cutters. How do you see it, Jess?
Mate, well, we saw Bronte go around in the Masters earlier, and they were quite fast. I'm going to guess it's the same crew.
Yeah.
Doubling up from Masters to reserve grade. So, yeah, let's see how they go.
Yeah, look, we were sitting here watching the entertainment in the Interstate. It was magnificent, wasn't it? Unbelievable.
That was a thrilling race.
Oh,
all of it.
Oh, the whole thing, yeah. But here we go. They're ready for the start. Starters are getting away. You'll notice in the areas at the moment, there's a lot of just 4 boats and all that. A lot of the Masters have pulled out. So here we go. We've got away.
Port Kembla, Bronte and Maroubra getting off there nicely. It looks like Surfers Paradise. The Sea Dogs up in Alley 1 are having a little bit of trouble.
Where are they
going? They're going up to Wanda. Check it out.
Might be a better wave up there. So they got out there. Obviously the Bronte boys are just cruising out there now. But the other crews have got their act together. Port Kembla Cutters, they've got their act together. They're away. And the other crew that I reckon is caught up a little bit is the Muppets from Maroubra.
Yeah, I think that's Hawkeye in the back of the boat there with the Muppets. Making the jump up to reserve grade. I think they've had a few new rowers move to Maroubra from around the place, so good to see them with a few more crews there this year.
Yeah, no, it's good. Not bad racing conditions. The tide is having an impact on the banks at the moment. So you saw in the Interstate, if you get caught in that little gully, you get no run off it, but all of a sudden you get a wave behind it in the other lanes, and it's a big help. You can see across in the water. It looks very calm and smooth, but to be quite honest, there is a decent sort of wind blowing out there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's picked up a little bit, it's changed angle a little bit, but it is a big difference from this morning at high tide with the shorey. We're not contending with the shore break anymore as much as what we were, so it has changed the starts quite a bit, and there's a bit more assistance with the runners on the way home.
Here we go into the Cairns. Can we see what's going on in that turn? Yes, here we go. Coming in. Oh, pretty tight. One cruise around. Oh, that was...
Bronte, way out in front.
I was going to say, where's the Maroubra guy going? He was... If I was the Bronte sweep, I'd be saying a few words.
Hopefully it's just the angle of the camera and we're not... he wasn't going to run into him, but...
Well, he looked a bit wide.
The 1, 2 and 3 are in and out. We're waiting on... There's the Sea Dogs in the back there, turning the black can in Alley 1.
I think they're definitely a Masters crew.
Yep, they've come down. Mike Shep is back in the boat again. He's had a couple of years off.
Right.
So he's back helping the club out, and I believe they got a new boat the other week.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so some local guys up there tipped in some money, some sponsors. They had a christening the other day. They got Trevor Hendy down there to help out with it.
Good
Not
work.
a rower, but just a well-known surf icon, surf legend.
Well, they used to have a lot of money in that club with a bloke called Max Christmas who ran the Gold Coast, if you remember.
Yeah, I remember seeing Max's name all over the joint down there.
Right, here we go. Look at this. It's. I'd say from where we're sitting here, it's certainly the boys from Bronte and
Port Kembla. The Cutters.
Wow, Port Kembla, they're doing really well now.
Bronte's on a runner.
Yep.
They're using that really well. It's only a little ripple, but are they going to get the most out of that? You can see Port Kembla's been dropped off because they fell off the back of it, and they might be in trouble with the Muppets catching them from behind there.
I've got to say, the Muppets have gone from Alley 2... No, Muppets Alley 3, they've gone into virtually Alley 5.
It seems like they've covered a lot of distance. Yeah, we've got... so it looks like we've had the Berserkers from Bronte in 1, the Cutters from Port Kembla in 2, the Muppets from Maroubra in 3, and the Sea Dogs from Surfers Paradise. They're going to come across in 4th.
Right. Well, that was the first one for the afternoon. For the thing, I'll just brief you of what's happening this afternoon. We're running 3 rounds of the reserve men. and that's the racing today. As you realise, it's 3 o'clock today. We've had to put a whole big program together just to get to this point. So they'll do 3 rounds, and then tomorrow morning we start off with the big boys and the big girls. They'll be up there. They're open women, open men, and the surf should be picking up tomorrow morning till lunchtime. So we should get quite a bit of action. But in the next round, who have we got?
In round one, heat 4, we got Cronulla Black, the Jan-Juck Rams who went around this morning, the Gerringong Frenchmen, the Flying Frenchmen, and the Collaroy Knights.
I tell you what, a lot of these crews were there this morning, so this will be their 4th row. So here we go.
The Flying Frenchmen from Gerringong on the south coast, beautiful part of the world. About an hour and a half down the road from here where we are now.
Yeah, Steve Swain sweeping them, I believe.
Gerringong?
Yeah, he's filled in for Gerringong today. He was there this morning.
That might have been in the Masters.
Oh yeah, isn't it the same crew?
Yep.
No,
that's Mal Dunwoody,
right.
left-handed sweep in the back of Gerringong's boat there.
Yeah, it didn't look like Steve.
Bit taller, a little bit thinner, a little bit quieter.
Didn't have the nickname Yappy for nothing, did he?
No, mate, that is dead right. So what have we got? The Jan-Juck Rams. You'd know a bit about them, I'd imagine.
Yeah, they're a group of blokes that have been rowing for a number of years, got themselves together. Jan-Juck are putting a pretty good program together at the moment. Tomo, the boat captain down there, they're getting it all together. And to be quite honest, they've got a good bunch of young kids and all that. It's very hard in those areas because a lot of the young kids live in their area, but then they go to university and move to Melbourne, and it's very hard keeping them. But he's done a good job there, so he's certainly, and he's been around. He's I don't know if you ever heard of a guy called Rex Dale, won 2 Australian titles with the wonderful Point Lonsdale crew back in the 70s. Well, that's his son-in-law.
Okay. In the 70s is a little bit before my time, but
sorry about that.
That's all right. It's good to get a history lesson. So we've got the Czech starters flags are up. See the fella on there on the beach with his little Australian flag. He's happy with the line, how everyone's lined up together. All the rowers are crouched, which I'm going to suggest it means the gun is up. So we should get a start shortly. There we go.
Oh, a bit slow that 2-man. There he goes. Collaroy should be a good crew. Oh. Tell you what, Cronulla Black flew out,
good water up there, yeah. Not a lot of interruptions. Gerringong's just copped one on the snout, slowed him down a fraction. But yeah, Cronulla Black, they're looking fancy off the beach there, along with Collaroy at the other end in Alley 4.
I'd imagine Collaroy would be pretty good with the number of crews they've got. They wouldn't be slouches in this sort of water, would they?
Generally, any club from the northern beaches is the one you'd always have to watch out for. They're always on the money. Always fast.
Very long and strong. I mean, they're not a young-looking crew, especially a couple of the guys looking there, but they're very long and strong, aren't they?
Yeah, they're sitting at the back, trying to keep their weight in the front of the boat just to get it to run. Slow with their hands off their chest.
Have a look at Hunty's. Is that Hunty sweeping?
I guess so.
Yeah, have a look at his nice hand movements, just calming him. It's nice, talking to him gently.
It makes a difference. If your sweep is screaming at you and motivating you with some, less than flavoursome words, sometimes you'll hear it. You will hear it. It can have an adverse effect on you. You might put some of the rowers off, but if you're calm, encouraging and reassuring, but also forceful with your encouragement, it can really make a difference.
See, all the crews seem to be nice and long rowing. They're not actually trying to pump up the rate at all. They're just keeping it strong and long, and hopefully they'll get round the cans. Here we go. Collaroy in, and also the other one was the Cronulla Black.
In and out of the cans for Ali for the first 2 boats. Looking controlled, looking smooth.
Look at his hand. He's just saying, keep it smooth. We're doing well. All you got to do is put your legs down and drive through the catch. Hold those finishes.
They've got it running nicely.
I'll tell you what I do notice with Collaroy, they're not using round backs.
No, they got squares, and I'm going to say similar to the collars that Jack had on his oars.
Yeah.
The blue rather than the pink. Gerringong's got the same black. Gerringong's actually using, I'm going to say they are using a set of Jack oars. Yeah, you can tell by the difference in the carbon weave on the oar.
Because Croker makes those now.
Croker did buy out or did acquire Jack oars. And Collaroy, they're smoking the field. But one we don't see in the TV coverage is Cronulla Black up in Alley 1. That's St Kilda on the top of the screen having a warm-up. But I think you'll find it's going to be a tight finish.
Yeah, I've got to say...
Very tight. Gerringong's on a runner.
Yep. Oh, dear me. They're going to come through. Have a look at this.
What a runner from Gerringong. From third to...
Oh, poor old Collaroy. It's like we've done all the work and these guys are just sitting back coming through on us. And look at this. Who's going to get the shoot? Gerringong, I reckon, will.
Hard to pick. Very hard to pick.
Oh, leave that one to the judges.
They're still going all the way to the sand to make sure they have it and try and get that one little last desperate stroke to push them across the line in front.
Now, for those back home and you're seeing the flags on the beach, you're saying, how they feel they're going to finish there? We don't finish on the flags, right? There's a camera out near the stand and that's where the finishing line is. So we don't finish on the flags.
Yeah, the flag is just to denote the... outside of the course.
That's right.
Got to finish inside those flags. There's one at the north, one at the south, and the finish line is set up on the towers. We're using video technology, so can't get it wrong.
No, and now we're going to Heat 5, and in Alley 1 we have the Tallycab Savs, the Port Fairy Shearwaters, Currumbin Pillagers, and the Queen's Cliff Reality Kings. Well, I know that first two I think are Masters crews. They rode this morning, I think.
They went around this morning, both those crews, yep.
So it may be, I would say the Currumbin Pillagers would be fairly handy, and I would say Queen's Cliff.
I'm going to say yes, I agree.
But it's good watching this sort of racing, this sort of water. The length of the crews, that the stroke, they don't try to overrate. They just keep it nice and long because they know the boat, if you rate it up, you're just going to run out of puff halfway out. And on the way home, you just got to milk those runs as much as you possibly can.
We're in already.
Yep.
Away we go.
Oh, Port Fairy, I think they've had their day.
You're not writing them off that early, are you?
Yep.
Well, Currumbin's looking fast. It looks like Chook, Matty Wildman in the back of the boat.
Yeah, they won't be slouches, that's for sure.
No, they'll be fresh because they didn't row this morning in Masters, whereas the Cab Savs up in front, up in Alley 1 with Millsy at the back of the boat, they look like they've got a cracker of a start. They're up there with Queenscliff. Really only Port Fairy that got left behind.
Is that Swoop in the bow there?
Yeah, that's Swoop rowing in the bow.
Oh, look at him. How nice does he look? Hey?
Surprising. And Donny Cottrell.
Donny's
in
big
the
Donny
seat
in the stroke seat, the powerhouse.
Calling the shots.
Look at this.
And
he'd be calling the shots, wouldn't he?
He does love the chat. Millsy be flat out getting a word in. But they do look relaxed, as you can be while you're exerting all that effort.
Yep.
Port Fairy have got it going, so they're making a move.
Great mob of guys, been around for many, many years. Great little beach they've got. The actual beach, if you start on one end, it's flat, and you can move around and goes a big surf. So you can pick any area where you want it.
Is that Port Fairy?
Yeah.
Yeah, righto. Maybe I'll have to get down there in the winter.
Oh, well, you'd have to get down because you've got to ride the wave at the pier, mate.
Yeah.
That's the one. But no, here we go, and I can see the two crews that I thought would be out there. Queenscliff are actually look as though they're going to hit the can first.
There you go. Queenscliff is in.
Here goes 1, 2. He's away. Currumbin, nice turn by Currumbin.
Tullabudgera.
The old Tally boys are doing well.
Not that far behind. Maybe a length or two. And Port Fairy's just hitting the can now.
Yeah.
So they're all around the can, all heading home. I think the ones in front, Queenscliff, the Reality Kings, they are motoring.
And I think the Port Fairy boys are building up a thirst.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Got to do it, you get rewarded after a long, hard day of exercising and bursting your guts, rowing. You should be able to have a refreshment at the end of the day, so they're making sure they work hard for it.
And if you're out near the beach, it's a wonderful refreshment up at the club up there. They've got this wonderful beer called VB and another lovely beer called Carlton Draft, and there's a couple of others which I don't even know what they are because I don't drink them. So, but it's really good. The atmosphere up there is great. We've got a great barbecue tent up there
like
too.
Chooks on a runner, Currumbin are coming home on a runner to challenge Queenscliff for the lead. They're side by side, neck and neck. Look at that, just tapping along. The wave's doing all the work now. They've just got to stay with it. Keep the weight in the front of the boat. You can see Queenscliff starting to fatten up. Their noses are going to drop down again shortly.
They got close, haven't they?
They're very close, and there they go. Queenscliff's down it.
Yep.
So now it's the slog. To see you can get that all-important first place, to take that little bit of extra points, put that in the bank, and accumulate through the rounds.
Well, it makes it, if you've got a 3-round thing, getting a first in your first one makes it so much easier for you.
It does. All points are valuable. The more you can get, the better.
Right, that's the end of round 1. So we're into round 2, which will be... Oh, sorry, we're into reserve female. Sorry, do apologise. Here we go. First of the reserve female. Stockton Austins in Alley 1. Maudie Mischief in Alley 2. Ira Twiglets in Alley 3. And Gerringong Quoobs?
Yeah.
What the hell's a quoob?
English is not my first language, so we'll work it out later on.
I wonder if Stockton Callum is on the big oar at Stockton. Wonderful man, young Callum.
They've been away. We haven't seen Stockton at the carnivals for a while.
Oh yeah, 23s. He had a good 23 crew.
Righto, it was good to see them back. Ira's got a reserve grade women's crew hitting the water. The Gerringong ladies are there. So we'll see how we go. The Maudie Mischief from Maudie Alec.
I think Maudie Alec were in the state team, so I don't think they have to go in it.
They may not be though. Hang on, I've got that here. Maudie Alec Mischief, they were the state team, or are the state team for Victoria, so they get to sit the rounds out, I believe.
Yeah, they get the maximum points that you can get for this round. Here we go.
Righto.
So don't worry about Alley 2, it won't be there.
So just 3 boats in this race?
Yep. Have a look at, well, there's a couple of boats a bit further out. Very hard on the start of that when you've got a boat that far back.
They've just finished the last race, so they might be shuffling for the next couple of races coming up. Guns up, and they are in. Ira's in anyway. Stockton are standing there. Gerringong's in.
Hello, what's going on?
Stockton are still standing there. And Ira are going for it.
Jeez.
And they're going to get one on the nose. No, they've popped over it. Gerringong's... They're going. Maybe Stockton Austins didn't hear it. It is a hooter, not a gun. So in Queensland we're used to hearing a shotgun go off, and there they are. They've left the beach. So we've now got our 3 boats on the water.
Yeah. That's definitely Callum in the back of that boat. You can see his stance.
He's a tall fella.
He's a tall fella.
Yep. And actually the girls look to be rowing nicely. Mal Dunwoody in the back of the boat again with Gerringong. He's having a busy afternoon. He had a row this morning with the Masters, the Wherryman from Gerringong.
Yep.
He's actually in his own boat. This boat's probably 3 or 4 years old, and they named it after him because he's been at Gerringong forever and a day. So quite an honour to have a boat named after yourself.
I don't think it's a very experienced crew looking at that blade work.
I think they're new. But they're here, they're having a go.
That's right, you've got to learn, don't you?
Everyone has their first carnival. I remember mine.
Yeah.
It was at Mollymook, luckily enough.
Was it?
Yes. Ira doing it nice. I believe they're a relatively new crew as well. They're in a sort of a rebuild phase. They had an open men's crew, which a couple of years which were doing the
they were
Ocean
pretty good.
Thunder. They were quite handy. And they are, rebuilding with 2 crews again. So hopefully...
It's a wonderful area, that Ira. in the Bulli Pass there.
I've driven into the national park once or twice. It's quite fantastic.
They had a brilliant junior crew in 1971, and they were going to win everything, but unfortunately they got beaten by the club I was with, City of Perth. But they're a lovely bunch of people.
This could be close. They might go close to clashing blades on the way in and out. Very close there. A little bit wide on the turn from Era coming out of it.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear that.
So we try not to inhibit each other on the way in and out, but sometimes it just does happen. Stockton are out of their can. We've got the 3 boats heading home, and Era are looking the goods.
Right, we just been told the drone's going to be up there soon, so we'll be away again.
Has stopped at the can. Something's happened there. Who knows? They're on their way home.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing at the moment, isn't it? We've got one crew stopped going out, and then we've got one crew stopped. So now we've got Era, who are...
They're well in front.
Well in front. Now you've got, coming into the equation, I'd imagine that's Stockton. But there's Gerringong now.
Red on the right. You can see all their caps. They've all got their red on the right.
Yeah.
Mal's having a look over his shoulder to see if there's any help coming from the ocean. He can call the girls up for it to chase it. Looking smooth for a bunch of new girls. Here's Era coming across the line.
Now look at the difference between the two sweeps. The Gerringong sweep had his hand right, the shaft right back, whereas this guy's got his shaft up in the air and holding in the water, isn't he?
Yep.
It's interesting.
Just got to get a little bit more leverage on your blade in the wave zone.
Yeah.
So we all do little different things. Every sweep is different. There is no right or wrong way. It comes down to a lot of personal preference, but the fundamentals are the same. You can't steer a boat if your blade's not in the water. And we've got a really close finish here coming up.
Coming through.
Floating in on a nice little wave there, and they took it away again.
Unbelievable.
Pushing to the line. So that's good. Great from Stockton to push back from such a whatever happened off the start.
All right, Heat 2. We have the North Cronulla Sweet Chili Billies. We have the Coogee Fruit Baits. We have the Jan Juckanauts. And we have the Port Kembla Ruby Princesses. So I don't really know. I'd imagine North Cronulla, Coogee. Yeah, not real sure about who's been in or who's on the pace in this one.
We'll find out shortly.
We will. Port Kembla.
There they are, lined up. That looks like a newish boat too.
They had a couple of good crews a couple of years ago, the under-23s
The 23s and 19s, yeah, the boys were fast. They actually did win a ASRL, I think it was at Stockton, their 23 boys at the time. But like everything, we all sort of fade away, or we lose interest, or life gets in the way of rowing sometimes, and clubs go through a rebuilding process.
Yeah, I'd like to say also, while we're watching this, the 4 boats, Moose Russell back in Victoria after 30 years of giving me hell about having 4 boat races. This is your ASRL Open. We have 4 boat races for you, Moose, so you'll be happy as anything.
They're away. Clean start from Port Kembla. They got in well. Coogie's looking all right. Jan Jark, a few little issues. Oh, the bowman's oars come out of the rollick.
What the heck?
So there, the bowman's oar has popped out of the rollick as she's gone to get in, and which you can see what happens. If you don't get in and go,
Coogee got smacked.
There's all sorts of problems.
Well, the crew in Alley 1, North Cronulla, Sweet Chili Billies, they got out with the crew from Port Kembla. Very nice start.
The Ruby Princesses. I wonder if that has anything to do with the Ruby Princess cruise ship that came into Sydney a couple of years ago.
Were they on it, you mean?
No, just the name. Well, they're showing a clean pair of heels here. They're flying, the Ruby Princesses. They look to be out on front, ahead of Cronulla, and with Coogee, the Fruit Bats, just behind them.
Yeah, they're rowing nice and long. Look at that. Just setting the boat up. You can see the movement in the water from this vision from the drone. Fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, I wish we had it years ago.
Yeah, but it gives you a better vision of the water, what's happening with it.
Yeah, you can see the dark lines as the swell rolls through the screen. That's what we're chasing on the way home.
And while we're doing this, we've got to say thank you to our wonderful sponsors, the Navy. We've been blessed with having their sponsorship for a number of years, along now with Destination New South Wales. We also are really pleased with dealing with the Sutherland Shire down here. Magnificent effort that they've allowed us to do this. I tell you what, for a Sydney beach, for a Sydney place, free parking on the beach, that's an absolute plus down here.
Wow.
Free
parking.
Free parking
at the beach in Sydney. Well, that's just incredible.
I heard from the boys that when they went to the Queensy Carnival, $40 to park for the day.
That's hey, costs money to live on the northern beaches. Costs a lot of money. Port Kembla a little bit wide coming out of their can there, but relatively smooth. And you can see at the top of the screen there, which is the Sweet Chili Billies. They were a long way off, but they got around.
Jan Jack seemed to be going for a cruise. Maybe the Princess Cruises.
Well, the Ruby Princesses are way out in front.
Well, obviously, Jan Jack got on the wrong ship, didn't they? They should have been in that one.
It's possible there. Port Kembla is just pushing for a little runner there.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to use every single one of them, but you want to get as much out of each one as you can. There's another one coming under them shortly. You see just a different colour of water. There's a bit more white water coming off the bow, and the rating goes up a bit. So they've worked that one nicely, and the next one could possibly get them a little bit closer to the brake zone.
There's a little runner coming for them now, isn't it?
So could you have dropped off? Yeah, this is going to turn into a nice little wave, possibly behind them. That's beautiful.
Yep.
Yep, look at that. The nose goes down.
And what great vision that we picked that up straight away. You could see the swell coming through, and look at that. How good is that?
That's the way you want to finish a race. They'll be able to sit on that the whole way home. They're not rowing. They're breathing. They're relaxing. Their pulse was coming down. They've already started their recovery. Lovely stuff.
Yeah.
And North Cronulla are pushing to use that runner to try and catch Coogee, but I think Coogie's going to stay in front of it and take out second place. Port Kembla, nice work.
Yeah, I must admit, North Cronulla, I thought were right up there in the leading into the cans, but they seemed to drop off on the way home.
They had a little mishap at the can, and looks like they ran out of puff on the way home.
Right, now you'll have a few things in this one. The Noosa Bandits, Mermaid Mischief, Coogee DMG, and the Glenelg Gunnell Runners.
The Gunnell Runners, yeah, what a name. The Noosa Bandits, formerly from Yeppoon. So these girls, the Bandits are the Yeppoon girls, so they had a sweep up there who just couldn't make the next season, so their next best option was to transfer their competition rights to Noosa. So they row with Mick Gardner, he steers them, so he'll travel up to 1770, Agnes Waters. They'll travel down, because Yeppoon to Noosa is about a 5-hour journey.
Oh, right.
So it's quite committed. So there's our results. Oh, no, that's not the results. That's the next race.
Next race that's come through. Yeah, well, no, that's... okay, I saw Yeppoon, training. I used to watch them on a bit of Facebook through the ASRL. That they were training out in Yeppoon and all that. We had a beach sprinter in our old club in Bruce, just trying to think, he won an Australian title with our club back in Perth.
Yep.
And he come from Yeppoon, raved about it.
It's a beautiful place. The only thing is there's no surf.
Well, where he went to was no surf either, City Beach.
maybe he couldn't swim.
Hey,
right, we're in and
hamstring pullers don't need surf.
Here we go. We're away. Mischief.
Oh, look at the swell coming out the back to hit him.
And it looks like Coogie's going to get one on the snout. And Mischief pop over the top of that. Noosa got the best run out there with no interference at all. And look at them go. Actually, they have a new stroke in the boat there for Noosa heads.
Right.
The lady that was rowing stroke is now pregnant, so she's having a little bit of time off and had to call it quits on the rest of the season.
Yeah.
So they've pulled in one of the young ladies from Noosa, I believe, to take the spot of Emma, who's starting a family.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, it was interesting when Dave Tomber left. We didn't know what was going to happen with Noosa because he didn't know, because he put a lot of work into building the club over the years, didn't he?
Yeah, Dave put a lot of work in up there, but he wanted to go back to Coolum. He was at Coolum years ago as a rower and wanted to rebuild because they had sort of, the wheels had fallen off, and so it was time to go back there and put his mark on the club.
John Ellington would have been really happy, wouldn't he?
Don't know. But Johnny's still there.
I know, but he would have been wrapped.
He'd be happy to have more boats on the water.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
He loved it.
It looks like the Mischief here are now sort of dropping off the pace from Mermaid. The Bandits and the Coogee DMGs are taking this one away. But we've still got to turn, still got to come home.
And you see the nice drive from off the legs of the girls, just pushing back, sitting there. Again, sweep looks relaxed.
There's a lot of good rowing today.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone looks composed.
But it's improved. I mean, the training methods we use today and what the methods, everyone's on the same page. I was listening to Beck a while ago, and I was thinking, we all virtually do the same thing in certain, the way we row and all that.
There we go. Coogie's in first. Coogee just gets in first in front of your poo.
Look at that. How good is that on the drone?
It's a brilliant training tool itself. Like, I know I'll take my phone with me in the boat and record and film my girls and boys rowing. Then I can go home and have a look at it. And I'll send it to them and say, hey, let's look at this. This is what you're doing. This is what I was talking about in the boat. So the technology we have today is brilliant. Drones, phones, GoPros.
Rating machines.
Yeah. I've got an app on my phone. Instead of telling someone to count for 30 seconds.
Oh, we don't. We got the guy, our stroke from our open men, he just puts it on the stroke quarter bar and away you go.
Away you go. So now look at Coogee. They've taken off. They've got a nice run out of there. And they've left the Noosa girls behind, who's in the Mischief are still hanging on. They don't want to give up just yet either. And if they get back to the
all he needs a bubble like you did in the last race.
Yeah,
that's all we need.
We've got a little one under Noosa now. Can they use it? But I think Coogee's going to get a shot at the next one.
I think the Mermaid Beach is pushing these girls. Look at them go down.
Yes, look at them go.
So here we go.
Phil's wound them up. Yeah. That's Phil Chipman. They are very close there. That's Phil Chipman, and he's had to call them off. He's had to stop them from rowing when they've fallen off the back of it.
But here we go with the other crew.
Now it's Noosa's turn.
Coogee, you're going to get onto this?
Coogee, they are.
And
Noosa,
look at Noosa sitting on.
Nick's broken his oar.
No, he has.
His handle's busted.
Wow.
His handle's broken. The shot.
Oh.
Wow.
Well,
that obviously had a fracture in it from another day in bigger surf, and he is filthy. He's chucked it. He is spewing.
Unbelievable.
You would not. The girls are working hard to try and get across the line in front of Mermaid, but that's...
Wow.
That would have happened in a surf somewhere. It had a crack in it. He's gone to pull on it, put an extra bit of pressure on it, and it's just let go.
I must admit, I've never seen a crack that high up.
That's where the handle fits into the shaft. Look at it.
It's really, I've never...
That's actually in the handle.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
He could have maybe done something with it if he pulled it through and used the shaft, but, sometimes you just don't think of things.
He shattered. Anyway, that's the name of the game. Let's get into the next one.
That is a busted handle.
Right, now.
That one's done.
We have the Queenscliff Reality Queens, Newport Catfish, Collaroy Killer Whales and the Maroubra Moneybags.
I do believe the Queenscliff Reality Queens pulled a medal in the Masters earlier.
Could be good.
I think Kelly Marsh is in that, Nathan's partner.
She rowing in that one?
I think so, yeah. Yep.
Good Lord.
So, yeah, I believe they pulled a gold medal earlier.
All right.
Newport Catfish, it's all Sydney. Majority Northern Beaches. With the Moneybags joining them.
See how uneven the break is. This is the problem with all these sort of beaches now. You get this uneven break, and the starters must. Yeah, it's a real tough job for them.
It is. It's not easy to start a race that spans 150 metres, maybe 100 metres from top to bottom.
And that's why, as I said, that's why we went to 4 boats, because it just meant.
So the gunner runners must have been there on the graphic there, they must have been a team from the, they were the reserve grade team for state, the South Australian state. That's why they're in there. They will be seeded through, and you can see that Noosa Bandits finished with the last place there.
And they're away. Who we got out? Oh, Queenscliff have got away not quite clean.
Yep.
Actually, they're going through really nice and clean. There's a little bit of a bubble coming up, nothing to stop them.
They've got a lot of deep water underneath them straight away, so away they went. Much easier to row in deep water than shallow
but look
water.
at them. They've got a nice little jump out. Look at you can see on the screen the deepest part that they're in. It makes it so much easier for them to get over. But on the way home, they're not getting the wave.
Yeah, it's a detrimental effect on the way home. So there's the money bags from Maroubra doing their thing. Looking calm and smooth, but I can assure you the heart rate is up and they're going like hell.
Yeah, going through the gate cans now. You see Queenscliff has settled down, but the other crews are slowly pegged them back at just a fraction.
They might tire at the end of the race, towards the end of the race, having raced earlier on, doing three previous races in Masters.
Well, I think the biggest problem they're going to have is when they come home and they've got to go through that deep water. And
the killer whales, they are circling the catfish.
Yes, they're
coming
now.
in.
Yes.
Coming in for the kill.
Oh, yeah, they are too now. Look at them go.
Yep. No, they got their rhythm on. They got bumped a little bit on the way to sea. But Queenscliff are just looking so relaxed, so calm and controlled. That is the big thing. They're in control of what they're doing.
And Mr. Michael King, I can see him standing up in the back of the Newport boat. Been around a long time, Michael. Good sweep.
I had an Australian final with Michael.
Oh, look at this.
That's yes, they're away. Queenscliff in and out.
Yep, and what happened?
They all turned the can. Did you see something I didn't?
No, when you had an Australian final.
No, sorry, we're going back to that one. That was at Swansea Belmont.
Oh, right.
In 21.
That, yeah.
21. Bert Hunt got out in... Yep. And Bert Hunt got out cleanly. It was massive surf. Most crews got cleaned up. Bert Hunt got out with the Browley surfers. We got out second and Michael got out third, and that's how we finished. It was massive shore break, smashing everyone to pieces. But back to this race, the ladies in the killer whales from Collaroy, they are coming up. They are pressuring the Reality Queens.
Yeah, the Maroubra's the only ones out.
And Maroubra just used a swell, used a runner.
Oh, I tell you what, Newport.
There could be 3 on 1 here. 3 on 1 wave here.
Look at this. Oh, look at the little run they're getting.
Look at that. Northern Beach.
Queenscliff are pushing through.
Queenscliff have got the better of the run.
But they now behind. It's going to be interesting now.
See what's coming behind.
Can you see anything out in the sea there?
There is
a little one for Collaroy.
Something's coming for Collaroy,
yeah.
They might get to use it. Here it is. It looks like it's going to pop up under Newport as well right now.
Yep.
So we could all end up with 3 of them on the line again. They're going to catch them.
Yep.
So Queenscliff, good run home earlier. On that use of that runner has just been whittled away by the next wave. So
here we go to the line.
Call that one.
No, thanks. Right, we're going to cross to the south area now, where we've had other racing. We'll have to catch up with who's in the water. No one is it?
No, we've got...
I don't know who it is, but that's the end of round 1 of the females. So we're going to go now to the south area. We've had already round 1. Is that...
Wilco is in one of the boats down here.
Allura
Wilco has
this
finished.
Could be the end of heat 4.
A Palm Beach crew, and we've also have a... Looks like Bernie in a Allura boat. Does that help? The Bateman's Bay.
Palm Beach, you're saying, is it Windang there?
No, it wasn't the Wintangs. Wintang Bintangs. On the line for the next race, we've got Avalon. We've got the Windang Bintangs, I'm going to guess. And we've also got I'm going to say Glenelg as well from SA. Look like they're in this one. In the southern area.
So have you got Coolum?
Coolum were the state team, so they might.
They right. So you got Windang, Avalon Beach, Clusters, and Avoca. Is that who you got?
Oh yes, Avoca. Sorry.
There we go. So we're now round 1, heat 3.
We're on the screen.
Reserve female. All right.
So just 3 in this race because Coolum was seeded through because they were the Queensland rep team.
That's right. So we don't know. Well, we haven't seen this racing on this end here, so we've got a. As you can see, there's. If you look at the conditions here, they are different to the north area. There's a couple of banks round here, and as the tide goes down, it gets very difficult. So here we go.
There we go.
Very good.
So we've got a flag up. We're waiting on the gun. And our first race in the southern area. So we do know there's sandbanks.
Ooh.
Gun's gone. Girls are in. There's a lot of sandbanks in the southern area. Avalon spearing off to the south.
Yeah, well, there's a sandbank that goes across, and between alleys, because they're only using, I think, 4, 5, and 6. Ooh.
Yeah, they'll be using the middle cans, not traditionally off the red and yellow.
Yeah.
There's a nice little green swell coming through, which Windang are probably going to get the worst of that, having to go up and over. The others should row over it fairly cleanly. But Avoca, they've bolted.
Yeah. But it's very... Well, actually, it's not too bad. It's pretty close from where you see. The vision shows you that at this stage, it's Avoca in alley 3. They're heading towards the yellow can. That gives you
look at that.
vision.
Look at that, the drone. It's so good. So, yeah, Avalon are out in front.
No,
Avoca, sorry. Always get those two clubs mixed up.
So you got to call it Avalon Beach.
Avalon Beach.
Rick Miller would be up in the heavens having a go at us, I tell you.
Yeah, he'd be upset with me. Yeah. And the Windang Bintang, probably one of the best names.
Yeah.
In surfboats.
Oh, hang on.
Come on. It's great.
The lawn mowers, the lawn bowlers.
Yeah, the lawn have had some rippers over the years too. The girls are looking smooth and calm. So the Bintang, as far as I can remember, they've been together for a while, and they are starting to peg back. Avoca.
Yeah.
And they're all just edging away from Avalon Beach. Thanks, Frank.
Avalon Beach. And they still use round lorries.
Yes, rounds and climbers.
Yep.
I don't think they will ever change. Got the can coming up, so now we can really work out what's going on.
It's close, isn't it? I tell you what.
You don't get much closer than first and second hitting the can together.
Gee, nice turn too by them.
And
tell you what,
yeah,
Coolum, Windang, Wenches, that was a lovely turn. Look, it's given them a little bit of a lead there. Look at that.
Yep.
So they're going really well.
Oh, they're the Windang Wenches.
Yeah.
Right. Bintang must have been the boys then.
I tell you what,
I do apologise.
They're going well.
Yeah, they've put a length on them straight away, out of the can, just like that. Smooth, calm, but aggressive.
Can't see much to help them out there at the moment, which is going to be, it's nothing.
And when this is our first race, looking at the southern area, we've been focusing on the northern area. The northern area, I would rather be racing in the northern area myself, but the Wenches are well out in front, and they're going to get a use of a little bit of a swell coming here behind them. By the time that gets them, they might be on that sandbank and be able to turn into a bit of a wave. There you go, Avoca's used their runner. They're doing well. But now it's gone. There's nothing there, no assistance there at all.
Avoca have just snuck in front of them.
They have snuck in front.
Now the little throw of the line here we go. This is going to be Windang have got a little bit of water. Oh no. Oh. Avoca have got a bit of a lift behind them. They've got the run of it.
Windang's going as well now. And there's the line.
Oh.
So, yeah, no idea what happened there. We'll familiarise ourselves with the southern area.
Well, the other thing I'm noticing immediately is the wind swinging around.
Bit more east, in it.
Yeah, I'm just going.
Yeah, well, it's blown my bag of food off the table. It's blown my bag of food off the table.
I was just going to say
it's hit the ground. So
yeah, I was just going to say it's swinging around.
The Windang girls there are puffing.
Oh, hang on, we'll get into the next round. We've got the Maroochydore Stingrays, Bateman's Bay Banshees, and Allura Wilco.
Ooh, the Maroochydore girls are flying. The Stingrays are going really quick. Very unlucky not to make the state team.
Well, Bateman's Bay will be good.
Well, yeah, we know that.
Will be good.
And
Allura,
if it's the same girls, they were here this morning doing the Masters, the Banshees, and I believe they won it.
What? I can't get. Sorry, this weather's just changing around. I'm starting to freeze up here.
The Victorian is freezing.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Right, flags up.
All right.
The girls are crouched, so the gun's probably up.
Oh, hello. Yep,
That's the results.
That's the result.
Right, that gun's gone off.
Hope you got that, folks.
Yep.
Here we go.
So that's Raylene Simmons in the back of the boat there from Maroochydore. She's been working on sweeping and getting herself up to speed. She's come along nicely. Using a timber oar, is what she likes to do.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, her girls are going really fast. They are going really well. The Bateman's Bay, the Banshees,
well, they'll be good.
They are going fast. Neil Innes at the back of the boat there. He had an amazing Australian titles last year.
Is this the crew's wife?
This is his wife in number 2 seat. Yep. So she's moved from stroke to 2 seat. Tracy, I think she's a PT, so she's been riding their programs for a number of years now. And Neil, as a team, they get them going flying. And Neil's a great sweep. They
train out of Canberra. Mostly.
No, these guys are actually Bay based.
Oh, his O crew train in Canberra, don't they? His open men?
Maybe.
They train mostly in Canberra, go down on weekends and train in the
Well, they could do. I know Bert Hunt's and Gavin Hunt's boys have all done that in the past. Yeah. They were all Canberra based, a lot of Stillwater boys in there.
Yeah.
The Wilco's girls, you can never count them out either, but it's a very straight looking line. From here, on this angle, I can't pick that. I'm not going to try.
I tell you, one thing is easier this year, working out who's in front and who's not with 3 boats and not 6.
And a drone.
And a drone. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's just unreal.
Well, they'll be starting to angle towards their cans now.
Yep.
So these girls probably would have, the Maroochydore girls probably would have rode Masters earlier this morning if they didn't have Natalie Dean in the boat in 3 seat there. She's only a young one. She's probably still eligible for 23s. And they've hit the can first, Maroochydore.
Well, they're going,
so they're going quick.
Well. Good turn. Come out a little bit wide, but Wilco's come around a bit sharper.
But it is a straight line. So now it's just who wants it more. I'm sure Wilco will be able to find something on the way home. He'd know this beach fairly well. He should be able to find a runner. Very close. Raylene will be urging her girls on. Lift. They use squares, whereas the rest of the crews at Maroochydore use rounds.
Is that right?
Yep. This is true. Megsy dropped 6 oars off to me the other day to re-sleeve for him to rounds.
To rounds?
Yeah.
You've gone back to rounds?
Take the square out of them.
He used to row square years ago.
Maybe. There's our mate Neil Innes from Bateman's Bay. He's got the Banshees going. It's going to come down to who gets away, who gets assistance here. I think Neil's actually hit the lead. The Bateman's Bay Banshees have hit the lead. Yeah. Wilco's got a little lump underneath him. Yeah. The Bay girls are really going really fast. Raylene's got a wave under Maroochydore Stingrays.
Hold on to it.
Here we go.
Hold on to it.
Oh dear. That's not good. So that just makes life easier for the Banshees. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. But we've got 1 and 2 being Banshees and Wilcos. Maroochydore will pick up the pieces. They've proved they can go fast. Simple as that.
Oh, yeah. Look, it's a learning curve, isn't it? Have we all done it? So
most definitely.
All right. We're going to get into the reserve male. It's round 2. And we're going to have your bintangs are finally made.
Oh, wow.
Right, you got the Coff Harbour train wrecks, the Windang bintangs, North Bondi Blade Runners, and the Avalon Beach Pinkies.
Pinkies, right.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. 4 boats.
Oh, we'll see how fast the boys can go.
Yeah.
They're still rolling through the races in the northern area. Reserve grade men are on their way out, but we're focusing now on the southern area. Bintang moving in. Just shuffling boats around each other. It gets a bit congested on the line.
Thank you. Reserve race is what was that?
That was a flash for the points.
Right.
From the
race.
reserves.
Bateman's Bay first, Allura Wilco second, Maroochydore third, and Avoca fourth.
Well, Avoca weren't in that race, were they?
No.
I didn't see them. I only called 3 boats in that race. But that doesn't matter. It's still we have our first, second, and third.
Yep.
Guns up. The boys are in, and away they go. They're pretty much into deep water in alley 3 and 4, and they got it going. So yeah, Avalon and who's in LE3 there, Frank?
LE3 is North Bondi Blade Runners.
The Blade Runners, those 2 have cleared out. We've got Coffs Harbour and the Bintang trailing a little bit. Coffs Harbour, we haven't seen them at carnivals. I haven't seen them at carnivals for a while. I think they could be rebuilding as well. There's some fresh faces up there trying to get it going again, which is good.
Yeah, well, I mean, when the old Coffs Harbour carnivals were on, it was a fantastic weekend. You know, like you go out there and great racing, and we enjoyed the trip up there. And it just sort of unfortunately fell apart over the years, and I think we didn't travel there because of the problems with the air. You had to fly into Sydney and pay an extra tax to go through, and it was just become a nightmare.
Yeah. I remember my first carnival to Coffs Harbour. It was like getting in a bathtub. Going up from Mollymook to Coffs Harbour, the water was so damn warm.
Oh yeah.
It was a huge change, but there we go. We've got the Blade Runners from North Bondi looking in control. They a couple of their crewmates or their crews from their club were in the representative team earlier on, doing a nice job. These boys are looking smooth, and I'm gonna say they're gonna turn first.
Well, I've got to say the conditions out there are going to test a few people now, because that wind's certainly come up a lot more. So it's going to be the long and strong crews that are going to win this.
It's bumped up a fraction, the wind.
It's bumped up quite a bit, actually.
So we've got North Bondi in first, the Pinkies around in second, Bintang around in third, and the train wrecks, are they? The train wrecks from Coffs Harbour in fourth. North Bondi are making it look easy. Nice and long. Wade into the bout, into the stroke, keep it running. But they've got to come in through the big hole. where it looks like there's not a lot of assistance.
Had some good reserve crews over the years, North Bondi, won an Australian title a few years ago.
Pinkies are hanging in there with them, but they don't want to let them go. If they get a little bit of any sort of assistance, it'll put them right back up on their tail. There they are. Nathan at the back of the boat there. He's just called them up. They're pushing for it.
That's what I'm saying. You watch some of these sweeps, the way they hold onto the sweep board. They're a different breed.
Everyone does it differently. Yep. Hands over or under, right at the end of it. Pull it through. A little bit more oar inboard. Nathan's chased. The Pinkies have chased them out onto
they're onto that
far
bank
left,
over there, and it'll be shallow as all heck.
Yeah, they've gone far
Look at the
right.
drag now.
Trying to find a runner, find a wave, but
look at this. Yeah,
the Blade Runners, they're in. They've shipped their oars. Their feet are over.
I mean, he had enough room, but look, he's all virtually stopped.
Yep. I can see it would work. It's not going to work every race.
Nah. All right.
The train wrecks, in they come for fourth. Nice work.
Heat 2, we have Allura T4, Moana Mongrels, the Allura Silverbacks, Timmy in the sweep position, and Dicky Beach Prime Beef.
The Prime Beef, they're up from up my way, Dicky Beach, the next beach round. So we've done a little bit of work with them the other day on our starts off the beach at Mooloolaba. The beaches were blown out to buggery, so we went and hid in the corner at Mooloolaba and did a little bit of work with them. They love to go away for a carnival.
I mean, they've done pretty well with the young crews too over there.
What they've got over there with their juniors is pretty good. Yeah, they've worked hard on the kids, and it pays off. So they've got a good culture for that. And actually, some of these guys in the Prime Beef, they're some of the fathers of the girls, the Tushies. So they've seen the girls having so much fun, so I think they've decided to get in as well.
Results up now. So we had the North Bondi, and then followed by Avalon, the Windang Bintangs, and the Coffs Harbour train wrecks. Right, they're away again. Here we go.
Two Allura crews, and I'm going to say 3 Allura boats, because we have got Moana borrowing a boat. And the Prime Beef down in the southernmost alley.
I reckon the Silverbacks are sitting in first position here. Timmy Nesbitt hanging off the back there. He'd be happy.
Yeah, they've cleared out.
Yep. And I'd say the other two very close. The only one that's not up for it is a T4 from Allura.
Yeah, sort of dropped off right from the start, but they might be a crew that warms into it and comes home hard. The Prime Beef is still in there. This, I think, is John Schwaby's 3rd year of sweeping.
Oh, right.
Coming through, so he's taught himself. I've done a little bit of work with him myself, with some pointers here and there to get him up. Being a left-hander, he's a little bit different to myself, but he's going well. They're having fun. That's the main thing. And Moana, the mongrels, are actually pegging back the Silverbacks.
Yeah.
Look at them go.
Right, aren't they?
Yeah, because they've dropped the Prime Beef off. And they are chasing, and I think they're going to pass the Silverbacks by the time we get to the Cairns.
Well, the Silverbacks, they've got a bit of muscle on them.
It's actually, I'm going to say it's actually very similar to SA conditions here.
What? Yeah.
A little bit flat, a little bit of wind
choppy,
on it.
Choppy wind, bit like the Bay in Victoria.
Look, there you go. Yeah. I think they've got them. Coming to the Cairns, that'll show us.
Look how nice and long they're sitting back on it, letting that boat run through. But I think the Silverbacks are still controlling it. Here they go.
He's missed his can a fair way, so the Silverbacks are going to come out in front. The fella from Moana.
Yeah.
Right, so there you go. The Silverbacks, maybe a little bit more experience in the back of the boat there.
Yeah.
But we know the Moana boys can go fast.
But tell you what,
they've got a bit of mongrel in them.
The crew that dropped off there is a Dicky Beach crew.
The Prime Beef, they are a Masters crew, so they went around this morning.
Yeah, right.
So they could be run out a bit of puff.
Yeah.
But we've got two boats out in front, side by side each other. And Moana, they're just going to need a little runner, little bit of inspiration to stay on it and keep on it through the gate
Nice
cans.
rowing now. Silverbacks are really sitting up there. I tell you what, Moana are really saying, well, we're not going to let you go.
No.
We're going to have you. Look at that, Moana. Look at them. Just,
I reckon Moana's they've got them now. They're in front. Look at that, by full boat length. And they're running away with it. They're on a runner. Oh, the Silverbacks.
Silverbacks.
Being left behind because they've got a row.
Yeah.
Moana's just transferred their weight. The sweep's called them to sit at the back of their seat.
Nice little wave he's got on.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Now he's called them back to sit. Now
row over it.
Getting one side of the boat to row to sort of straighten it up. Now they're all going together. There's so much you can do just by getting your crew to change the weight in the boat, come forward or back on your seat, just to help trim it, run it, stay on a runner. There you go.
That's nice bit of work by the Moana sweep.
Yeah,
as you
well
said,
done.
Probably the conditions he rows in all the time over there, and he knows what he's doing.
If he a little bit tighter on the turn, they would have blew them to pieces.
Right, we're going to the next race. We have the Mooloolaba Diesel, the Lawn Cutlets, the South Maroubra Waistline, and Palm Beach Peppers.
Put some pepper on your cutlets.
Hey, that's not very good, mate.
No.
Yeah, we got the Lawn Cutlets in Melbourne have been not too bad. They're a good mixture of guys rowing. One of the guys unfortunately couldn't make it. His wife had a baby. Well, not unfortunately, but she wonderful moment to have a baby last week ago or so. So he's changing nappies right now.
I'm going to suggest he's probably watching the live stream.
No. He'd be changing
while
nappies.
He's changing nappies.
Yeah, while he's changing.
Not on in the background.
So Darcy,
we're getting a few messages come through from our friends across the country saying they're enjoying the coverage.
Good.
Larissa from the Sunshine Coast, she's just sent us a message saying, "Hey, this is great. Keep it going." Larissa's mother and father are actually officials here. Old Fooge and Carol. We're away. The Dusties are in. Away they go. We've got three that I can see on the screen. It's a three-boat race. And who's that in the...
Cutlets are in the middle. The Cutlets are there. The Palm Beach
Peppers aren't there.
Oh, they have been in the state. No, they weren't. Were they?
No, let me check. No, I think it's the only Palm Beach crew that's not in the state team, mate. So here we go. There, the diesels are just popping over a little bit of white water there on the way to sea. The lawn cutlets, they're in the middle of the screen, and they're going well. And we've also got the waistline from South Maroubra with Phil at the right-hand side of the screen. I'm going to say they're out in front. Yeah. Nice and smooth.
Phil would be giving them a bit of courage.
Well, if Phil wasn't out there in the back of the boat, he'd probably be sitting here with you.
Oh, yeah.
Having a chat, talking boats. So there's not much between South Maroubra and Lawn. The diesels from Mooloolaba have been dropped off a fraction, but they might come home with a wet sail. Aaron Hetherington in the back of the boat from Mooloolaba. He's also recently acquired his S3 ticket for sweeping. Got a heap of kids crews at Mooloolaba. But Lorna closing in as we come to the
yeah, but we could get an angle of the camera
as we come to the cans here.
Here we go. Yeah, I think South Maroubra. Oh no, I'll tell you what, you did right. Well done.
There we go, Lorne. That was a very tight turn from Lorne. He just got the bow on the other side of that can.
I'll tell you what, he got him in front, but
yeah, no, a good turn. A good turn will help you do that. Mooloolaba is just angling off to the south a fraction before they get the power back on, but the race is out in front. It's a drag race now, 2 boats.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's coming.
And Lorne, look at him go.
The cutlets are actually cutting it.
They've put the foot down, mate. They've left them behind. Who's in the back of that boat? Do you know,
Jamie.
Frank? Jamie.
Jamie's he rode for us, and he was in the famous Wazovics crew, Lorne Wazovics, and
that's a strange name.
The reason it was when I formed the crew. There was I was a West Australian. There's 2 West Australians, a South Australian, and a Victorian.
Well, they're using the water nicely, and they're putting more distance between them and South Maroubra. Lorne are going to go down the next one. They're going to use that, and they've just dropped them off.
Well behind.
Look at this. Malulabar's coming through.
All of them.
Malulabar's charging through on it. Aaron, can you hold it straight? He's pulled it back. He's cleaned it up. He's still rowing on it. He could probably sit there and let him run it, because he's going to lose it if he doesn't work on it. They're off. They're gone. So, Maroubra, what can they do? South Maroubra, they're charging home.
Don't look behind you.
Look out. Now, there is the line. I think Lorne may have just been far enough in front. I think Lorne were just far enough in front, mate, but Phil came home, flew home. Malulabar used that runner so well. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a mishap.
Well, that was... how's the way the swell just popped up and just...
It's great. You never know what's going to happen. It's not. It's
miles out of it.
It's inconsistent.
Yeah. Anyway,
and you don't know what you're going to get.
We got Heat 4 coming now. We got the Maroochydore Force, Wonder Explorers, Bateman's Bay Flatties, and Freshie Magoos.
The 3 metre Flatties, they had a good Aussie titles.
Did they?
Yep, they pulled a silver. Neil Innes from Bateman's Bay, last year, I do believe he got 4 silver medals. Open men, open women, reserve men, reserve women. Something that is just madness. To not only to get 4 crews into the final, and he only has 4 crews. So to do that is quite phenomenal. From a small club like Bateman's Bay as well. Well, that's 100% strike rate on your final appearances. Every crew into a final at Aussies in the dead flat. There's our friend Corey Stone.
Corey!
He's got a job with the Malulabar. Sorry, not Malulabar. That's God. I was shot for saying that.
The Force is with you.
The Force is with them. Well, someone in that boat is a big Star Wars fan. Big Star Wars fan.
Right, let's see how they go. I'll tell you what.
And they're flying out.
One's got out.
They've made the jump to hyperspace. They have gone. So, yeah. The crew in alley 2 looks like Wanda, I guess.
Yep.
They have been the ones that have slightly dropped off. Megsy in the boat with Marushal. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, the crew, unfortunately, in alley 2, the Wonder Explorers, they're exploring all right. They're exploring what's in front of them.
They just went up and over one, which will take the run off the boat. So when the boat lands, they've got to lift it up from not very fast to get up and going again. So
it'd be frustrating, but wouldn't it?
Yeah, to get bounced like that on the start over and over and over again, it is hard. It zaps a lot of energy. We've got 3 boats out in front. It's a tight race.
Maroochydore did get off fast, but I tell you now, the Bateman Bay is certainly stamping their authority on this, going out to sea now, with the Freshie Magoos.
Well, the Freshie Magoos rode into Masters as well this morning with Nathan Perry.
Is Nathan sweeping this one?
Well, when we get footage, we'll see, but Neil's got his boys going nicely. Look how big they are. They're long, they're reaching for the catch, they're sitting at the back, looking in control. I'm going to say there's a little bit of Stillwater rower in that guy in the stroke seat because he is looking at the back of the boat. He's not watching his blade.
That doesn't look like Nathan in the back of that boat. The guy is not wearing his...
Has he got shorts on? It's a bit hard to see from this far away.
Nathan, it's not Nathan. It can't be because he stands forward.
Yeah, that guy is.
He stands with 2 feet.
Look, there he goes. Bateman's Bay are in. The 3 metre flatties are in, around. Freshie hitting the can. They've gone past at a fraction. Nice and tight from Marushal Megsy. Nice. Yeah. Look how much ground Marushal made up there.
Oh.
Megsy is a cunning young fella.
Young fella?
Yeah, well, Megsy's I'm going to say Miggs is in his 30s.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, Michael Brooks, former president of the ASRL.
Sorry, Miggsy, if you watch this again, I don't mean to say you're old. Sorry about that.
But that great turn from Maroochydore and that slightly off turn from Freshie has put Maroochydore back in the mix for a contention here for second and third place. The 3 metre flatties are flying out in front with Neil from Bateman's Bay.
Yeah.
He's just Neil he knows his stuff. He's tracking south.
I tell you what.
Looking for something.
I tell you what, Maroochydore. Yeah, I was going to say Maroochydore. After that turn, they seem to have.
Maroochydore.
They're on to it.
Look at them go. There you go.
Oh, look at this.
They're on it. They've worked hard to get on it. They rode Masters earlier too today. So Neil Innes from Bateman's Bay has crossed completely across the front of Freshie. He's looking for that sandbank and the runners. He's thinking he's going to get down there and catch a wave, and the wave will help him across the line.
I reckon he's done the wrong move, because I reckon the crew coming through is now really moving on.
Well, it's close. It's so close. Maroochydore down the other end of the beach. They're all pushing for the finish line. But Neil's either got himself a first or a second there. I think he just pipped out Freshie. Just depends on how Maroochydore went.
Right, we've got another
close racing.
2 races. Then we've got the girls, and we've got Edwina and Beck back up here, and they're going to take over. Beck's probably settled down from her interstate.
That was crazy.
Hey, have you
nuts?
Have you put some water down the throat?
Yep.
Good
Went
to
and
see.
shook the hands of the New South Wales people, the winners. I don't know if I can tolerate this. I know.
I got to say, every year we have to put up with this.
You're only as good as your last race, remember? So.
And didn't New South Wales win that?
Yep.
Oh.
But it's done now. It's over.
Right, in the next race we've got the Avoca Blue Pills, the McMaster Fat Dads. What a name that would be. And Freshie Unknowns. I reckon that could be Nathan.
That could be anything based on the name. The Blue Pills raced this morning in Masters.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep. And they said you had trouble working out what the Blue Pill was.
I don't know what the Blue Pill is. I'm still trying to work that. Is this like
I'm going to say it's from a movie.
Oh dear.
Matrix.
What's it? I don't.
Red Pill, Blue Pill.
I never read.
Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Don't worry about that.
Oh, they're good.
We're away.
I've had enough troubles in my life with surfboat crews. The lawn pounders.
Wow, the guys in the middle there, McMasters.
Yeah,
the
McMaster Fat Dads.
Well, they're showing that they're not so fat. They are flying. They've put a length on Avoca Beach right off the start. Can they keep it up?
Tell you what, where did McMaster get the pink boat from?
I'd say they bought it from some other club as a second-hand one.
Queenscliff, probably.
Queenscliff had a couple of pink boats, I reckon. Yep. But now the Freshie Unknowns at the top of the screen, they are showing there's nothing in the name.
That's definitely not Nathan.
Yeah, he's got shorts on, that dude. And they're going well. They've pulled up and caught, possibly even past the Fat Dads. I'm going to say they are. Freshie's definitely in front of the Fat Dads from McMasters.
Yep.
And Avoca is catching. With every stroke, they're just pegging back that inch or two through the gate cans. Freshie is just in front by a quarter to half a boat.
Yeah, we as you can see with the seas, even now, you can see it's rumbling about a bit more. You can see the boat bobbing up and down a bit. So this is where the control of the sweep's saying control your blade work. You see that little hit there cost Avoca just a little bit of distance.
They lost half a boat length just by bumping over three short chops straight after one after the other. It stops momentum, and you've got to work hard to catch up.
And the trouble
again.
is, there's nothing they can do about that.
Freshie steering in. No, it's just the luck of the ocean.
Here we go.
Freshie's at the can. McMaster's in.
Ooh, nice turn by Freshie.
And Avoca in.
Nice turn by Freshie.
Oh, the unknown.
They got away from there. No worries. They might not be unknown after this race.
I think the Fat Dags caught up a little bit there because they've dropped Avoca off a fraction.
Yeah.
But Freshie out in front, first use of the runners on the way home. With the wind picking up a little bit more, there's an opportunity to get a few more little bubbles between the bigger swells. And we'll see if we can get something for them on the way home. Freshies at the gate cans. And they look like they're taking a different option to what Neil did in the previous race, where Neil went to his south. Freshie is moving over to the north.
Yeah, I'd be with them. Here we go. Oh, I tell you what, they're going to get close to the old...
The fat dads. Here we go. Freshie's got something now. There you go.
He's come a long way over.
Yep, he is a long way down.
But he's got the wave. This could allow Avoca to come through.
Oh, Avoca's put their...
On there, here's the wave.
The fat dads have put their hand up for some sort of protest.
Well, he's come a long way across the Freshie guy.
He has.
He's ended up.
Yeah, I reckon he's got a crew in the next race in Alley 1. He just doesn't want to have to carry the boat.
I was going to say, he's gone from...
But he's finished in Alley 1 where he started in possibly Alley 4. He's cut across the whole field. You can cut across the field
but you
if you're up clear of the boat behind you. You can't interfere with the boat behind you. So he may have had enough distance to do that. But that's one for the referee, because I'm sure the fat dads will have a word about it.
All right, the last one for us before the changeover is Ocean Beach Dribblers, Warhope Bonnie, the 4 strokes, and the Allura Squirrels.
The Dribblers. People might say something about us being dribblers there. So boats are on the water. Warhope Bonnie Hills have travelled down. And yet again, we've got another Allura crew.
Yep.
They're everywhere.
Certainly have.
Got a good boat shed too.
Full of DKG boats. You know, when I picked up my new Perry, I parked it in their boat shed. Wilco
Did you have a word to Wilco about it?
Wilco comes
Did he slash your tyres?
He comes down and he goes, "What the hell?"
Mate, it's well set up in there. All the oars are on the racks.
It's beautiful. It's set
fantastic.
up. Yeah. You just pick up your oar. I mean, credit to them. But I tell you what, they must have a bit of good sponsorship around here too, because the houses at the back of the club,
the trade
towards Wanda,
tradies, the pub, the club tradies, they've always been on the sides of the boats. Yeah. They've always had some good sponsors. Flag is up, gun is gone.
And we see on the vision our great referee Peter Van Duren down there. Right, Ocean Beach Dribblers, Warhope, Allura Squirrels. Who's got out there first?
Well, the Dribblers looked like they got off the beach first, but they had shallow water. Now the Squirrels, the Allura Squirrels, are flying in the deep water.
Yeah.
And Warhope, the 4 strokes, have been left behind just a fraction. But you can see the colour in the water will show you where the sandbanks are, where the deep water is.
Yep.
The Dribblers, they're in shallow water.
Shallow water now, and they're going to drag.
The Squirrels, they're in the deep water, and it's so much easier in deep water.
They're gone.
It's like someone's chucked a bag full of bricks out over the back of the boat when you are in shallow water.
Yep.
Looking smooth and control. That's the biggest thing. Everyone's looking in control today. There's not a lot of franticness about it. Everyone's looking smooth and controlled. So Allura's through the gate cans first by a fair way.
Yep.
The race is...
Geez, they're a mile in front.
The race is for second place with the Dribblers and the 4 strokes.
The 4 strokes, yep. I hope you're really enjoying this coverage. Some of the film is just brilliant. I know that our friends in West Australia get this all the time because it is just magnificent at the moment, what's going on.
Did you hear Sandy Clark is doing all the information loading from whatever time this morning? That's a massive effort. Her husband Stuart was going to come over and borrow a boat with his A-grade crew, but no, the rules got changed.
So
yeah, I know. And Jeff Wilson was all ready to come across, and unfortunately, you know, I won't talk about the fella over there, but
the squirrels are in and out and gone.
They are gone.
Ocean Beach and Warhoe Bonny Hills around the Cairns together.
Have a look at that.
Yeah, they are.
They're out of camera.
Is there a motor in that boat? Because they have left him behind.
Haven't they?
Gotta be. Let's see if he's got this much room in front of him. Let's see what sort of tactics he uses. If he goes left or right, looking for the bank or looking for the deep water.
I'll be rolling blind.
Well, yeah, you can. You can turn. You could relax a fraction, not turn off completely, but they've got a runner.
No, he's got a runner.
They've got a runner. If they turn that into a wave, they can turn off.
He's got a runner there, and he's laughing. Oh, that is flogging.
You just got to tap it home now. Take it easy. Don't have to work. Your boat is on the wave.
Very good.
But they're going to come into deep water shortly, where they will have to keep rowing. But mate, 60% to get home from there. Nice and easy.
They're one to watch over the weekend, aren't they?
Yeah. They are the squirrels.
Squirrels, all right, mate. We're going to give it away. And we've got now the reserve females coming on. And we've got our number one broadcast team coming in. Here they come.
Well, the better looking ones anyway.
Oh, well, the number one broadcast team is taking over. Have fun.
Oh, you did it again.
That's a decent ladies. Rub there, Ed.
Oh, I know. We have a lot of high expectations now, don't we?
Are we going to live up to it?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great.
Monitor your races.
Yeah. That looks like Warhope coming in there. And Ocean Beach, I think it is, just finishing off the last of the reserve grade men's as we start to head into the girls. You've got the draw there. Do you want to take it away?
Sure do. We've got 4 heats in this round 2. So for Alley 1, we've got Avoca Beach, Giottos, and Alley 2, Maroochydore Stingrays, Alley 3, North Narrabeen Chilies, and Alley 4, Lawn Stars. Who's your pick?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to know of the other crews that you kind of see what's around you all the time. But I don't know. I haven't watched these ones yet, so I'll go to my trusty form guide here and see what I've written down. But look, North Narrabeen Chilies are very consistent and they've been around for a while. So yeah, that's about as much as I know about them right now. But we'll soon see.
So that's the following list that we just called out with the corresponding caps too. So keep an eye on that and where they're placed throughout the race. Very helpful for us for sure.
So you can see that boat on Alley 1 is just a bit further out, and that's because there's a bit of a bank there, so they're able to move it out, but they'll hit a bit more water and a bit of a sandbank out the back. So whilst it might look like an advantage, it actually isn't at this stage of the game.
No, definitely coming back into it. So challenging to keep rowing onto that, and there's not much help in that area too.
No, absolutely not. And that's what the area referees and stuff are continually keeping an eye on. You can see that area just north of, out there you can see a bit of a brownier patch. That's the sandbar that they're going to have to row over, so it becomes a bit shallower. So any boat speed they've got because of the advantage of hitting the deep water first, they may well lose if they don't get it really motoring.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good, it's the incoming tide now for the rest of the evening, and we're going to have a hard finish at 5:45, so hopefully we can pump through these throughout the afternoon so we can hit that mark and not get any more disruptions for the weekend. But not sure what the hold up is here. The flags are up on the line, waiting for a clear start, I believe.
I think the starter, Elton's probably just waiting for a latte to be delivered or something like that. It's a tough job, the starting, and Elton does a really good job, but he does like his coffee and along the way, so maybe he's just waiting for one to be delivered. So we've got guns up now. You can see the caps of the Maroochydore girls just there in shot. Guns up, and they're in and away.
And they've been doing really well in Queensland this year with Raylene too. She's improved out of sight this year.
That's right.
Picking up a lot, getting in and getting into finals too. So it's really nice to see how far they've come, those girls.
Yeah, and you grow together as a crew,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
You grow together with your sweep, and Raylene would be continually learning like any new sweep does, but I mean, she's been around now for quite a few years, so that she deserves to be up there. She's been working really hard with the girls, and I hope that this weekend brings her some success. I mean, she was a bit unlucky at Aussies last year. I think they made the semi-finals in dead flat water, so I think they'd be happier to see a bit more chop here today as well, and probably be hoping for that surf to come up as well. So yeah, good luck to the Maroochydore girls, and flying the flags as the only female sweep on the beach this weekend.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Well, next year you'll be back, won't you?
I'll be back
Guns
next
blazing.
year. Yeah, just having a bit of a break, so apparently I'll be back. But yeah, I'm enjoying the break and just developing some new kids down at Kiama who are just not quite old enough yet to compete, but we're just having a bit of fun with it all, just catching waves and doing it the right way with kids as you do. But yeah, so many female sweeps now, and with the new Sweeps Academy being launched by the ASRL, I just want to see so many more on the beach next season.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. Well, we also have seen a fair bit of the growth is just in general across the country, it seems. Obviously with COVID, it makes a few alterations to travel, things along those lines, and they're looking for different sporting opportunities, and thankfully we haven't seen too much disruption in surf boats to be able to do
we're
that.
We're very lucky it's an outdoor sport, and we seem to be 1.5 metres apart in a boat, so that always helps too.
If you're in time.
If you're in time, yeah. Don't anyone get a crab. But look, I think for a lot of people the surf boat was a blessing, to be able to get out of the house and go training when we could. I mean, the northern beaches really copped it last Christmas, and it was devastating for them. But look, they're back on track now and dominating as we go. So we're coming up to the turn now. I mean, this looks really nice and quite calm on the water, but when you're here you can actually see the boats bouncing, and that's the chop developing because of the wind. We've got very much a southeast swell now, so these cans are like the turning point in the race where you think, oh my God, I made it, and now I've just got to get this boat home. And they'll feel like they've got jet propellers underneath them now as they turn the can, and they've just got to really work these swells coming home now.
Sit
and
back
it looks like
with
they are. Yeah, sit back with it.
It's very even as well. So Lorne Stars, North Narrabeen and Maroochydore all turning together in that one, and Avoca just behind. So coming in, it'll be interesting to see how they go into the gate cannon on the line. It's going to be extremely tight, all very evenly matched in this race.
And this is a very tough area for the reserve grade girls. So the splits are done on various reasons. When you actually look at the splits, I said to the girls up in the the north area, oh, it's hot down here. And the racing we're watching, there's some very, very good crews down here and really fast. And I think we're actually seeing probably 4 of the better ones now that we're watching them. They're solid. I mean, look at that lawn crew. They are working so hard just to keep that nose down. The sweep is continually adjusting the boat just to make sure he's on course, that he's not going to take anyone else out. And we start to see a bump here too. So now they're going to have to really work hard for this, because the water will get deeper again. So if they can get a run out of it, it'll get deeper again. But if they can stay in front, and Maroochydore in the perfect spot here. So work it hard now, Raylene, and you'll see them all enjoy this as a party wave. This is great.
Yes, but North Narrabeen and Maroochydore are near clashing oars at this stage, extremely close. North Narrabeen bringing it off slightly, which is good.
You can see here the deeper water, so North Narrabeen's just fallen off.
Avoca's getting stuck. So as you can see on screen, that's Maroochydore on the left and North Narrabeen on the right, neck and neck at this stage. I think Maroochidore's just in front. And Avoca's trying to get around the shallow part there.
Yeah, so Lorne's come over in first place, and just an error from the bowman in the North Narrabeen boat would have cost him that second place. But great rowing from the Maroochydore girls, and I think that's Avoca Beach coming in fourth there. So tight racing in that one. Tight racing, I think. Those crews, as I said, those North Narrabeen girls have been around a while, and the Maroochydore girls are certainly no slouches. So
no, definitely not.
Yeah, but Lorne, I love seeing a crew come in that I don't really know much about and doing well.
Well, Lorne's also a very consistent club, aren't they?
They sure are.
They know how to train, they know what to do, and sharing that knowledge of the experienced crews down into reserves on the 23s, anything that they've got is absolutely fantastic. So it's nice to see how they're going in this race and what they'll be doing for the rest of the weekend as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Lorne just, continues to build on success. And you're right, when you've got role models around you that are doing really well and training really hard and getting the success that, people crave, people want it too, so they start doing the same things, and which is a bit harder for the smaller clubs and especially some of the country clubs. And that's where you rely upon relationships with other clubs to be able to if you've got an A crew and I've got a junior crew, let's train together sometimes. And I think surfboat rowing is really good for that. So here's our next race. Allura Wilco, Bernie Risk, and North Narrabeen Sugar Beans, and Coolum Shockwaves in Alley 4.
Yep, so the Cool and Shockwaves, they were the Queensland State team this year, and they actually were last year as well, just a different makeup. So that's with Davey Tumba. I believe this will be their first race, as they wouldn't have raced in the first one as an exemption.
Yeah, and that's a great asset to be able to have. Is, you know, that was hard racing in that interstate, so be able to have a race off just gives you a bit of an edge. And I believe they take through first place points, which, you know, is great. But they're going to need a win or a second to comfortably see them through in this round robin point score, because whilst you usually have your crews out in front, you know, with your first or seconds, it's so tight around the third and fourth marks, which can sometimes mean the difference between getting through a round robin or not. Which is, if you're above the line, it's great. If you're below the line, well, it's time to pack up and go home, which is not really great.
Yep. So at the beginning of the race then too, we saw Dave Tumba put his hand up as a protest. They did go into each other, Cool and Shockwave and North Narrabeen clashing oars for a period, so he had to pull away from that and put his hand up. So we'll see what the results, if that changes anything at the end of the race. They might come through and it might not be necessary.
Yeah, and that's what the officials will look at, you know, the end result. Do they believe that, you know, him clashing oars actually had an effect on the race? So you can see here that these two crews are clearing out a bit with their boat speed. So look, he could be fighting now for the difference between a first and a second, and if he truly believes that he's been inhibited, then yeah, I would have had a go as well. So, but look, those Allura girls, I think they rode Masters this morning as well. I'm not sure. The Allura Salties, was it? Allura Wilco, sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, girls. These are a very handy crew. They've won the state titles, I think, in reserve grade last year or maybe the year before, and yeah, they're a very handy crew, so don't count them out when the racing starts to get tight.
No, absolutely not. So North Narrabeen leading the way. They're just behind with Cool and Shockwaves and Allura Wilco in third. And Bernie Risk, they definitely did row this morning, and I'm sure they're feeling it on the legs now. This would be really tough this afternoon for them.
That's right. And I think they're a 200s Masters crew or 180s Masters crew, and they go really well in the Masters, and it's great to see them just getting the most out of, you know, being here for the weekend. And Allura's lending them the boat, so they didn't have to worry about that hassle of getting the boat up here. So, you know, good luck to them, and I wish them really well for the Aussies, and because they'll definitely be up there for a medal chance again.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got North Narrabeen doing quite a wide turn, not really hugging the can as much and stopping. Something's happened there. I think they might have got caught on that one for a moment. Coolum Shockwaves as well as Allura coming in together.
Yeah, definitely something happened there, whether a bit of chop just pushed them off or one of the girls oars have got caught. But look, they've come out of that turn so strong, and that's what we talk about. When you've got the wind behind you coming home, first to the cans, it's first one home, because you get first run at those lines. You can see them on the water now, you know, those little runs, and these girls are just working it beautifully, just keeping those bodies back, not rushing down. You know, Allura will be doing the same here on screen. But you can see the constant adjustment of the sweep, you know, making sure that they're not getting blown off course and not going to get blown out of the area, which is sometimes when you're a new sweep as well, it's something that happens. You forget that you've got to actually head towards the beach in the right direction.
And you fall out.
But these sweeps have got it covered. I mean, Don McManus is one of the all-time greatest sweeps in surfboat history, and Wilco's certainly on his way as well to being one of those. So this is beautiful work from the North Narrabeen girls. They'll be loving this choppy, crappy water as it's turning into now as they come in towards the beach.
Yeah, if you can row in conditions like this, you can really row in anything.
Yeah,
because it's just, what can you do?
I'll tell you what, this,
1 in the afternoon, you know,
it reminds me a little bit of WA conditions. Just choppy, you know, choppy conditions coming home, not much surf in it, and I'm sure the WA crews would have been absolutely eating this alive this weekend. So
100%.
They'll be back though.
Yeah. Yes.
They'll be back for world domination.
They will, yes.
They'll be hungrier than ever. I'm actually a bit afraid of how fast they'll be going. You know, they're so fast anyway.
Well,
and they're training by themselves and competing against themselves, and you never know, they might just come out guns blazing.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we'll have them here for the Australian titles.
Fingers crossed. That was definitely something that occurred last year at Aussies. Obviously, the crews had to go into quarantine, and there was a crew that was medal worthy, going to win.
Yeah, I think it was the Open girls, and I remember seeing them race for the first time, and I said, whoa, they're one to watch.
Yes.
Like, you know, we were there in the Opens as well, and I was like, oh, they are fast, and next thing you know, they're in their little caravan and they're stuck, and so we delivered some food to them, and everyone looked after them as best we could. I know we bought them a few beers when they were eventually allowed out, so yeah, it's good. Geez, this wind's really starting to pick up here. going to blow our TV screen over in a minute, so if you see us go scrambling, that's probably why.
Or screaming.
Or screaming, yeah, one or the other. So how was your row today?
Oh, I didn't. No,
you didn't row today?
No.
Oh, that was Tash who was rowing today.
Yes. No, I was meant to be rowing this weekend, and then one of our girls actually got COVID a couple of weeks ago and just hasn't been able to recover in time, which was a bit of a shame. They're all brand new girls as well, so for reserve women's girls, and I was filling in for one of them, and so it would have been fantastic for them to experience this, but you know, they'll collect themselves and get on to states and Aussies.
Here we go here. We've got the reserve grade female boat race up again. We've got Cooks Hill, Nautical Ninja, I don't know what that was.
North Narrabeen Shredders, Bateman's Bay, Banshees and Palm Beach Pippies.
Oh, this will be a good one between the Shredders and the Banshees, that's for sure. And the Cooks Hill girls, they've been going around for a bit as well, so good luck to them. But yeah, this will be red hot in the middle here to make sure you've got the incredible experience of the Bateman's Bay girls who have been going at this for so long, and then an up-and-coming crew in the senior ranks transitioning out of the 23 girls last year, the North Bondi Shredders. So I wonder who's going to show them up.
I don't know.
I know the older girls don't like being these young ones taking them on.
Well, they also rode this morning too.
They've also rode this morning.
Yep.
And the Shredders have also rode in the Interstate, so we'll call it even.
Fair. Yeah.
We'll call it even. But just looks like now, Bateman's Bay just got a bit of a nose in front there, but it's a long way home. But this chop, I think, the Bateman's Bay girls will really love it. And there's the Cooks Hill girls there. They're going well, they're just getting in there, having a massive crack at it. They're beside two of the best crews in the country right now, and they're holding their own, so well done. They're so deceiving here, the water, it really is quite bouncy, and you can see how hard the bowman is working in all the crews to make sure they really reach forward and pull that nose down.
And it makes such a big difference. If the crew is all surging together, it keeps it so much more level and consistent for the bowman not to get bounced around and getting thrown all over the place.
100%. You can have all different rowing styles in the world, but if all four people are doing the same thing, it doesn't matter. You've got to hit your oars together, you've got to drive those legs together, you've got to do everything together, and it's one of the hardest things to teach in a surf boat is that you just cannot do it alone. And I don't know another sport where you actually can't do it with someone missing. So if you miss football practice, you can still train. If you do this, you can still train. A surf boat, you can't.
No.
You can try, but it won't be done very well. So I think it's an exceptional example of teamwork. And that's why, when I see someone come in for an interview for work or something, they've got anything to do with surfboat rowing, like you're halfway through the door.
That's how I got my current job, actually, yes.
Yeah, well, I just had a young intern working with me, Harrison Smith from Coogee, and he did a great job, and, he got what it was all about pretty quickly. So, yeah, surfboat rowers, I would employ them in a heartbeat if I could.
Depending on what seat?
Oh, I think it depends on what role, just depends on what seat.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So going out of the turn there, Bateman's Bay and the Shredders North Bondi were neck and neck, which was absolutely brilliant. But it seems like the Shredders might have just pulled ahead at this point, and Palm Beach Pippies are coming up the back too. Something happened at their turn, not quite sure in that point, but...
Yeah. And this is where you can see Bateman's Bay come into their own. This is just that real strength they've got through their legs and the power. I mean, these girls are training side by side with their A crew, who are one of the best in the country as well. They were silver medalists last year in the reserves at the Australian titles in the dead flat, but these girls would be loving that it's starting to get windier and starting to get choppier.
Yeah.
And you just see how hard they're working through the legs and keeping that composure.
And really milking those runners as much as possible too. You can see the rating come up too.
Here's a little bump behind them now. Now they'll give this a real good push. You can see Neil, he'll be saying it's coming, it's coming. North Bondi's got over it as well, which is great. But they're just going to want to make sure that they stay right in front of this swell. Otherwise they'll hit that dead water again and they'll fall off the back. But they look like they're going okay with it.
Just seems like it might be dropping for Bateman's Bay, so they might have to row all the way to the line.
That's
it
right.
seems.
And you can see there just North Bondi falling off the back and just into that little bit of dead water, which is really gut-wrenching. It almost looks like they're about to go backwards. But, great win there for the Bateman's Bay girls. And a great row again for the North Bondi Shredders. So I dare say we'll see these two crews towards the business end of the racing tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. Palm Beach Pippies coming up on the right-hand side too, finishing quite strong as well. Didn't really have much of a play with surf as much as the other crews, but Cooks Hill just getting caught in the shallow water there, really challenging.
I think we've seen a new sweep there from Palm Beach too, which is great to see. So, just starting out with some newer, fresher rowers, and it's really great for any rower to get in a boat with a new sweep, whether you're experienced or not, because the more sweeps we have, the more people we can get on the water. So
definitely,
great stuff there from that young man. I'm not sure of his name, I'm sorry, but I'll find it out.
So for our final heat today of the Reserve Women Round 2, we've only got 3 in this one. So Avalon Beach Cluster, Allura Power and Wendang Wenches.
Oh, the Wenches. They've been around for a while now and made their first Australian final last year at the Aussies, which was absolutely terrific to see just a small club like Windang do so well. I know everyone from their club was pretty excited from a local perspective. So yeah, just the 3 boats. Look, Allura Power will go here with Mick McBain up the back. Windang will certainly give them a run, but don't discount Avalon Beach Cluster as well. I think they will definitely give them a run. There's plenty of experience in that boat as well.
Oh, absolutely. So you're a fan of rounds or squarebacks? Because Avalon have got rounds and I think the others have got squarebacks.
Oh, the age-old argument. Yeah, this is when you need to sit down with a good glass of wine to discuss this. Look, I started rowing with rounds and I thought they were fine, and then I got told to swap to squares and they are fine too. So I don't really have an opinion other than, we got told to row with squares, so we've done it ever since. I think rounds are harder to row with. But yeah, look, again, as long as all 4 people are doing the same thing, it's one of those things. What about you, a round or a squareback?
I've definitely had more time with squarebacks as opposed to rounds. When I first got into rounds, no one really told me how to use them properly, so that might be a bit of a...
And the grease, you got to put grease on them, and you just get covered in grease.
Yep, I'm not really mad about it.
When before squarebacks really were a thing, you could always spot the new person on the beach because they'd always lean up against the rollick and they'd have a big U shape on their butt. You could always spot them.
Been branded.
Yeah. But yeah, there's the Windang Wenches out in front, and that's absolutely no surprise there. So, they are a very strong, powerful crew. Been together, like I said, a few years, and
they look really calm. Really
calm,
nice.
yeah, and really nice in the water. And that's just time in boat and time together as a crew. You can't beat it. I was just talking with one of the sweeps up in the north end about how relaxed their crew looked and how in time and grown up they looked, and we just agreed that it's just the time together and you can't beat that. And it's hard to get with girls' crews, to get a crew to stay together for 3 or 4 years because various things happen.
Absolutely.
But when you can get it, you hold on to it very tightly, that's for sure.
Yes. They want it to sing together. Allura Power coming in second there, and it seems like Avalon might be creeping up, making up a little bit of ground coming into the turn eventually.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to sweep some of these girls when for a session, I think, when we went out and we took Rick Miller's Ashes to sea. It was absolutely massive at Avalon. And
isn't it always for Ashes?
Oh,
always.
It was dead set Rick Miller's dream. It was so nasty. But anyway, we got the boat out and we went out. There was about 10, 15 boats, and it was one of my best tombstones coming back in because we had no pumps.
Oh, that's right.
We were full of water.
Yeah.
And but anyway, here they are still rowing, so I didn't kill them. But yeah, it was certainly an adventure, that's for sure, and an old boat that I thought was going to sink at times. Yeah, great turn there from... They just spun that boat on a dime, those Windang girls, and that's what you need now. So you can see here, they'll get a good 2 or 3 boat lengths out of that turn because they've got to the runs first and they've got the wind up their bum first. That's what you want.
Yep, so that's Nath Daddy, Sweet Feet, apparently. Used to be a foot model.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's one of the best guys around, Nath.
He's brilliant.
He's super competitive and taken over from Rick. Rick was the stalwart sweep at Avalon, and for a few years even before we sadly lost Rick, Nath was learning his craft from him, and he's just picked up the boats now, him and Pete Carter, and they're just taken the club forward without skipping a beat, and Rick would be incredibly proud of them both. I'm sure of that.
Well, they've really picked up here. They've gained so much on Allura Power and coming in second now.
And you can just see the different angles of the boat. So Nath is really working that run as hard as he can, and they almost look like they're coming towards each other, so they're trying to chase it. It looks to be favouring a bit more of Avalon, but look, it's a great row from the Windend girls out there in front. They would have just missed that swell, but look, there's one just now behind them. They'll stay long and strong down it, and in they'll come.
Yep. Avalon and Allura. Allura might be falling off the back of this one. Hopefully they can row onto it, which
so the key here is to keep rowing. Don't stop rowing here. You know, you might think, oh, I'm on a wave, I'm ready to go, but it's going to get very deep, about 20 metres in front of them now, that water, and if they're not got the tuck of the boat right in front, they'll fall off the back. We've got a bit of a collision here, so
that's
thanks for
challenging.
coming. Just a bit of a love tap there.
Yeah. It seems complimentary.
No one will worry about that too much. The Allura will get second there, and because Avalon came over on them, they'll take the third place. So, yeah, just a bit of a love tap. That's quite acceptable in our sport. It's when you get a big punch to the head on your boat. That's when it gets a bit.
When you have to pay for it. You have to pay for repairs.
Yeah, and what a sport it is where someone else causes the damage,
and you have to pay for it.
Yeah, so the old love tap sometimes can cost you, but what goes around comes around, and we make sure that we, we look out for each other, and all it takes is an apology at the end, and usually a beer after, and we're off and running again. So we're just going to switch to the northern area now, and we're with the reserve grade male surfboat. That looks like Era in Alley 1, North Cronulla in Alley 2, Surfers Paradise in Alley 3, and Cronulla in Alley 4. We're just looking for the draw at the moment, so you're going to be with yours truly for a bit. But the northern area doesn't probably have as many sandbanks to have to deal with up there, so it's a bit more even. So there should be some good racing. Certainly the Resi's men up here are pretty tough. So it looks like I'm going to say Bluey at the back of that North Cronulla. Cronulla Black. No, it might be Dave Young. Sorry to the North Cronulla guys, I'm getting the sweeps wrong, but I'll get their crew names in a minute. But that's a great start from Era there. They come out, just when you least expect it, around Branch every year and do really well. But yeah, Cronulla's also flown off the start down the bottom. And the Surfers Paradise boys, they're the Masters boys with Mike Chep back there at the helm. They're just here to have, a great row. They did very well in the Masters this morning, and so they'll just keep rowing today and probably have a few quiet ones tonight, and then head back to Queensland.
Quiet. When are Masters ever quiet?
The best night at Aussies is a Masters night, I swear to God. It's just such a fun night. But look, Cronulla has really started to open up here and stretch out their stroke. They're really pushing there. That's Gary Allman at the back there. I think his boat's actually named after him, the 7 News boat there. But up top, who have we got in Alley 1? That's Era Bucks, yeah. No slouches in that crew. Like I said, they come out every year about branch time, and they always do such a good job. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them mixing it up in the finals at the end of tomorrow.
No, that'll definitely be good to watch. And the Cronulla Black, they're just trailing them as well. And North Cronulla Purds, they're normally really up there.
Yeah, they are. I think they might have had a bit of a blowout in the Masters this morning, if that's the same crew I'm thinking of. But, look, all the North Cronulla crews are really strong, and these guys are probably just going around the can to get a bit more fitness and a bit more race practice for their Masters racing or something like that. But, look, I think what we're seeing is two really good crews out in front as well. Well, that's not Gary Allman. That's a new sweep there, so that's great to see there that we've got some new blood at the back of the boat for Cronulla. So, good work there. I wish we had a list of who the sweeps' names were. I'm trying to find them, but I'm getting a bit stuck, so I'm trying to find the reserve grade men. But, yeah, that's great rowing. Look at that, straight out of the cans and straight into the runs.
They're doing a really good job here, but it is quite divided, and it seems like Surfers Paradise and North Cronulla Purds they're very close when they were coming in and out of their cans then.
Yeah, that's Ryan Wood up the back. Ryan, I think, must be a new sweep, and look, he's holding it really well. He's got some good balance there, and this is tough sweeping today out the back to keep that boat just nice and straight and on a trajectory towards the finish line. So, well done, Ryan. You're doing really well, mate. And over that front quarter bar too, which is a skill in itself to keep that nose down. And look, the rowers are doing a great job here, and it certainly makes your job a lot easier when you're starting to sweep and race, that you've got 4 blokes in the boat who actually know what they're doing.
Yeah, very calm. There's no hustle and bustle in that one. But it seems like Ira Buxton might be coming up just behind as well, milking a few runners. So this could be quite tight actually coming into the...
Yeah, I think Cronulla's going to get it's got a bit of a bubble underneath them up this end. You can just see it there on the live screen, and Ira just rowing into a bit of dead water there. So yeah, that's a really good race from those Cronulla boys. Well done. And like so with Ira as well, it's they're swept by Shane Howe, so that's a really good job there too. So up next we've got the Heat 5 of the reserve grade men up in the north area. So we've got the Gerringong Flying Frenchmen, the Coolangatta Shepherds, North Cronulla Hawkos Vets, who had a great session this morning, and the Port Fairy Shearwaters. So
who also raced this morning too.
They did, yeah. So I think we've got a couple of Masters crews in here who will be rowing for pride, and I'm keen to see these Flying Frenchmen. I'm yet to see the Flying Frenchmen out locally in the surf. So.
No, me too. I think that it's a fantastic name as well. I love it.
Fantastic. I wonder if there are any Frenchmen in there. If anyone's on the live feed and knows if they are actually French or want to be French, give us a shout out on the feed. We'll be sure to clarify that for you.
They could just have a twizzled moustache.
A twizzled moustache, or they probably like the croissants.
Oh, true, fair.
Of which I did this morning.
Or baguettes, yes.
Don't tell the dietitian that one.
No, it's fine. It's dangerous. It's dangerous when you're not competing, because you're able to eat as much as you want, drink as much as you want throughout the weekend, and it catches up with you. Sorry to say.
I can't do the drinking anymore. It's killing me. I know people will be laughing their head off hearing that Beck's not drinking anymore, but I barely touch it, and I'm looking forward to having a good session with all the rowers, but for now I just can't handle the hangover. I'm getting too old. There's Mick Hawkins on the long oar there with his fabulous Vets crew. Here we go, here's the line-up again. The Flying Frenchmen from Gerringong, Coolangatta Shepherds, North Cronulla Hawkos Vets, and the Port Fairy Shearwaters. I think Hawkos Vets will give this a good run here.
I think so.
And we're away. Nice start there from the starters. They've been doing a really good job. I mean, it's got a bit easier as the day's gone on today, but this morning that edge was absolutely pumping, and we did see a few people coming back. So
yes,
it's just enough here now to just sort out the start, and Gerringong's got away quite nicely up there as well, swept by Mal Dunwoody.
No, it is quite even, especially between second, third, and fourth at this stage. I'm not really sure who to call it, if it's going to be Port Fairy or Gerringong.
Well, it's a long way to the can, and you get those little checks off the start, and because these boys, got a bit of power in them, you can get half a boat length or a boat length off the start, but then you've got to be able to sustain it, and you can start to see now the North Cronulla crew, and also what's the crew beside them there, the Coolangatta Shepherds, just starting to come through on Port Fairy, just with their basic boat speed, which is awesome. There's the Port Fairy guys. Lovely coloured boat, looks like the Purple People Eater. I bet you they've got some good outfits, some good club kit with those colours on their cat, but
hopefully it has a tutu to be a fairy.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Well, I can't believe the sweep hasn't got one on. Let's sort that out, mate. Who's sweeping that Port Fairy cruise?
It's not aerodynamic.
I don't think much matters when you're rowing in Masters and Reserves at the same time. Although it might be good, you could just put your tutu on and come flying home.
True. Yes. Absolutely.
I haven't tried it. I'll try it out and let you know.
All right.
I'm not sure it's going to work.
We'll call you Mary Poppins or...
Oh, my favourite movie of all time, Mary Poppins.
So Gerringong really holding the pace there. It hasn't really changed too much, but Coolangatta seems to be coming up on Port Fairy with North Cronulla just falling back a touch. Could be the lactic from this morning, but coming into the turn now.
Yeah, so Alley 1, they've gone in first. Now you see the advantage they'll get just by coming out that 2 or 3 boat lengths in front. They've now hit the water that's moving back towards the beach really fast, and you can see now they're actually all starting to really drive those swells. The swell's coming a bit from the northeast at the moment around these cans, but then it straightens up pretty quickly. So, that's Mal Dunwoody there showing us how it's done. Be a great rowing up there from the Gerringong Flying Frenchmen. I don't think there's had too many croissants in that boat, not yet.
No, they're lying. It's not fair.
Yeah, they're really working those runs hard, and you can just see the nose just stays down. They just keep at it. keep chipping away at it, and you can see the other crews really trying to, but they just get that advantage out of the turn, which is going to be absolutely crucial for crews who want to be out in front on the way home today, is to get to that can first.
Yeah, definitely. So we're still in the lead with Gerringong and then Coolangatta coming up. Oh, it seems like Port Fairy might have had a bit of a surge on a little runner there and catching up on North Cronulla. Coolangatta on screen.
Yeah, Coolangatta on a bit of a run there, but Gerringong, if they can give this some now, they'll actually really give that a good nudge to get over that, and that should see them through to the line. But they're going to have to work hard for it. It's not as easy as it looks, but once you get that nose down, you start to feel the tuck of the boat lift, which is what's happening now. And Mal will just be saying, just roll us down, just keep us in front of this. Don't do anything stupid. Don't get a crab. Please don't get a crab. And he'll probably stop them rowing just like he did then, just to see them over the line and have a bit of a breather before their next race.
That was good. Very clear finish there.
This will be close at the end here, so I think Coolangatta's coming in now. Oh, North Cronulla's gone sideways and so is Port Fairy, so it's going to be about who can recover the quickest. Now remember, they're racing for points here, so Point Fairy's got that purely because they were going straight, but who knows? North Cronulla depends on the lay of the beach as well. So well done to all those rowers. That was great rowing. So that'll be the last. We're back to the girls in the northern area. I love this division. Got some very good girls rowing in it who I've swept for a long time, and here they go in now. They're swept now after I moved away down to the south coast by the great Paul Beale macro, and they really just, when I walked up the beach before, I was really proud of them. They've had 2 wins so far, so they might be hard to beat in this one. But they're just going about their business today. So this actually will be a pretty good heat, actually. We've got the Jan Juckanauts and Coogee DMG, which stands for the Daily Mail Girls, because they were paparazzi'd once. So the Morty Mischief and the Collaroy Killer Whales. So yeah, let's see how we go here. This will be few crews in here, I'm not quite sure on their boat speed, but Coogee DMG in the early racing of today has been the one to chase.
Good to have some local knowledge.
I've swept these girls since they were babies, and the stroke of the crew was in my very first Curls crew I ever swept, so they're very special girls, and
that would have been extremely difficult to leave as well.
I think there's a time when I was ready to move down the south coast, and look, they've only ever had me, so it's great. And look, you're handing them to one of the best sweeps in Australia, so they're hardly slackers. And Macro was my first sweep, so we still have a fantastic relationship. I'm still very involved in everything that they do, and it's great. I've definitely got FOMO sitting here though, without a doubt. Yeah. So we'll see how they go. I think this Collaroy crew might be one to give them a bit of a test, and we'll see what Jan Juck's got in store as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tight race for this one. Flags up, waiting for the gun to go up. It's a lot more even in this course area too. There's not many shallow patches, so they're all starting off on a line together. Makes it a lot easier for the course officials to judge it. And the gun's gone.
There we go. Good start from everybody there. That's solid. That's a really good start from the starter. Nice and even. Jan Juck just in a little bit of trouble down there going sideways. Once they get that boat straightened up and their timing sorted, they'll be right. But yeah, you can see the Coogee girls there. They love their starts. They're really quick off the start, and it's one of their greatest assets. But Collaroy, as I mentioned, just waiting to see how they go here. I think that they are definitely a form crew. Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
And that's what you want. This is what you want now, is just to get a gauge on how you're going.
Yep.
Today, both crews, I'd say, will make it through to tomorrow. So they've just got to get their job done today. And then progress through to have a good rest and be back tomorrow for the finals racing.
Yeah, definitely. So we can actually, everyone at home can check where the point scores are for all of these crews here today through the ASRL app. If you go through to results, check on today's racing, and then go through the division you want, and for points, that's where they'll be. So there are cuts for today for both reserves, men and women. It's quite tight too because of the amount of them. So just pray that your crew gets in.
Yeah, to be really confident to make it through, you really got to be in first and second every race. After that, it just starts to get a bit a bit muddled up and you're kind of hoping as opposed to being confident. But look, these two crews out in front, Collaroy looking really, really strong there, and I'm not surprised. I mean, Collaroy girls crews at the moment are just absolutely on fire, and
well, they have a very strong reputation as a club too.
They do, yeah. They're one of the just such a successful club for such a really long time, and so many medals hanging up in their shed, but also just a great culture as well. I think they all get around each other, and that's what you want in your surf club is a really good culture, and they've got that as well, and it's no surprise that success will come from that. So it's hard to sell you, but I think they're pretty much sitting side by side. I dare say from this angle on the camera it looks like Collaroy's got the jump, but it's not until they're going to hit the cans that we're going to be able to see.
So they're coming into the turn now, so you can see the angle of the boat's changing. It's quite a wide approach to the can, it seems.
Yeah, I dare say they're being really blown off the can now.
Definitely.
So they've hit the cans together, Coogee and Collaroy going around together. There's our Pebbles sweeping in some pretty interesting sluggos there, mate. I think he's matching the girls, which is a bit of a trend. Bit of a trend we're starting to see happening with the old school brigade wearing their sluggos. Now this is where good crews come into their own, who can really work these swells and just block out what's happening beside them and just work the runs home really well. And this is where a bit of fitness will kick in as well. So both these crews are doing an outstanding job, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
No, it is indeed very tight. And then Collaroy just falling off the back of a little runner there, but starting to get pumped up for the next one. Coogee trying to milk as much as possible on the smallest bubble underneath them. Coming into the gate can, it seems like it's neck and neck at this stage between the two crews. Collaroy just crossing ahead, but coming into a bit more swell, it'll definitely be close to the line.
Yeah, this is great racing, and this is what you want to see at this stage. I mean, it doesn't really matter who gets first or second here. They'll both transition through fairly easily, but a bit of pride on the line here and just testing yourself. Now here comes a bubble for the girls. These girls should get this, both crews. Macro will start to call them up now and start to get the boat speed going. You can see Collaroy have gone as well, and here goes Coogee. They've upped the rating. The stroke will be really giving it to it. That's Tarina Chan in the stroke, and nothing phases Tarina. She'll just up the rating when Macro says go up. She'll bring it down when he says come down, and the other girls will do their job. But great job here from the Collaroy girls as well. They've just got a better run of that swell, and Coogee's just hit that dead water. But look, no slouches there, and I think Macro and Pebbles will be very happy with both their crews rowing in that division.
Definitely, very consistent, and as you can see, we got Morty coming up the back as well. Not too bad. They came back in that one, which was quite good, milking a few runners on the way home.
Yeah, it's great racing. We've still got a crew out the back there. I think they're the Morty Mischief, is it? Just still coming in the back there. Oh no, it's Jan Juck.
Yep.
Sorry, it's Jan Juck. Come on, girls, get this boat home. They've done really well.
So you see the second stroke's really trying to sit it back here, but the bow
She's having a bit of a giggle. She's having a bit of a laugh. I don't know if the sweep's laughing with her or not yet, but she's
trying to set it up to make them stay back.
She's trying to do something. I'm not really quite sure what it is, but she's having a good chat. She'd be fined in my boat for that, for having a chat. No one talks in our boat, and unless it's to rev up people, but there'll be no talking in our boat. But look, they're having a good time, and that's really well done.
We have about like a 3-word limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a sentence, then you're
not trying hard enough. You're not trying hard enough if you're talking. And Macro, the sweep who just swept the Coogee girls, he taught me that. He goes, if you're talking, because, we've got a crab there just to finish it off, that's even better. But, she's gone right out. That's a full exit.
That was a cartwheel.
Double twist. Yep.
10. I'll give her a 10.
I don't think it was a 10. I think it was close, but usually you've got to be stuck there for a bit longer to get a 10. And then you've got to have the boat go over you for a 10. That was a great exit. She'll love watching this back on the live stream when she gets a chance.
Yep, so next round we've got Heat 2, Mermaid Mischief, Maroubra Moneybags, Noosa Bandits and Stockton Austins.
Yeah, so I'll give Mermaid a big rap here. I think they did very well rowing this morning. In the Interstate, I think they rowed the Queens. No, they didn't. I'm sorry, wrong crew. But, they were pretty quick in their first race. I watched up there today, so And so were the Noosa Head's crew. They were very, very quick off the beach. The first race was Noosa Head, Mermaid and Coogee, so it was a red-hot race first up. So, yeah, they were quick off the beach and then just needed a bit of work coming home, so I'm sure they'll address that in this race.
So these are the Noosa Bandits, obviously hailing from Yeppoon with a stroke fill-in because one of their girls is happily pregnant, which is lovely.
That's awesome.
So the girls have continued on with Noosa, obviously, with Mick Gardner as the sweep. Unfortunately, he got a bit stuck in his first round. Did you see that the sweep oar broke at the handle as he pulled up?
Oh.
And so I'm not sure what the result was, if they came second or third in that one, but...
And he still swept with it?
Well, it was coming in. It was just on the approach coming in to the
shocker.
line. Yep.
That's your worst nightmare.
Yep.
I've had that happen. I got one of the guys to row a boat around for me right before a state final. And he goes, I'll roll it around for you, Beck, and put it in position. I was like, oh, great, thanks, boys. That's really lovely. And as he went out, the sweep oar just fell apart in his hands. And I was like, that is the greatest thing you've ever done for me, because that would have happened in the race.
Oh.
So, yeah, he was feeling really bad that he'd broken it, but it didn't break. It just literally fell apart for some reason. But, yeah, sometimes it can be fortunate.
Yes. I don't know how often that actually occurs, though. It's fortunate for a sweep oar to break
so fortunate, I can't tell you.
Yeah.
Because the girls actually went on to win the state title, and all I kept saying to was, thank God you actually broke my sweep oar.
Definitely. So Noosa doing really well in this start here. Had a brilliant start and just catching over those waves really nicely, having a really solid lead to begin with Stockton Austins just trailing at the back along with Mermaid and then Maroubra Moneybags too.
Yeah, they really shot off the start in their first race as well, so really pleased to see them out in front again. And look, I think that they look better in this race already. So I think that maybe on the way home they just maybe a bit of nerves or something's got in the way. But look, they are a really solid crew, these girls, and I definitely think you'll see them come the end. But the Maroubra Moneybags, they've got a great sweep up the back there, and these girls train hard as well and been together for 12 months. So watch this space over the next couple of months there. I think that they'll start to develop and really start to come on as well. So they're holding their own there with boat speed, which is really great. Trace has been in this boat. She's been riding for a while now. So yeah, good luck to them. I rate the Maroubra girls. They train in surf. I mean, they'll be hating that it's so flat, but they'll be loving that there's so much chop. So yeah, it's good.
Don't know. Mermaid just seems to be dropping off at this stage. They had quite a good start to begin with up with Noosa, but Phil, I'm sure, would be giving them a lot of encouragement here. So Phil Chipman, obviously new to the ASRL committee this year, has come on with a lot of ideas, a lot of energy, and it's been fantastic to see what he's been able to gather together with obviously you yourself doing the Sweeps Academy and what that'll come into form.
Absolutely,
for this
he's
year.
been a real driving force, corralling kind of 30 people from all over Australia to get together to talk about sweeping and how we can improve it. He's been the driving force behind that, so it's a real credit to him. And he will, continue to be a part of that program as we go forward. So, he, like so many of us, just want to see new sweeps because it creates longevity in the sport as well. So, but what a shot that is from the Noosa chums. You can see how hard they're working. And those puddles that are coming off the blades, that's the blade locking into the water and actually pushing the boat past the blades. And these Noosa girls are doing a really good job of it.
Yeah, the Bandits doing really well. They're really sending it, having quite a hard finish too. Just making sure they keep their weight back and try not to come up to the oar. It will be really fatiguing at this stage. See Mermaid in the background, really solid finish. Having a few looks around there. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, it depends.
We get shot for that too.
Yeah, no looking in my boat. That's a $5 fine.
$5 fine.
Yeah, we take money from people when they make a mistake and put it in a kitty for the Aussies. But look, different clubs have different things. They might be trained to look for swells coming on behalf of the sweep. So it's hard to know what's right and wrong. You kind of just know what you know. And, but it works for some and works for others. But that's quite a nice win there for Noosa. They'll be very happy with that.
Absolutely. Stockton Austin's also making a bit of a lead too, getting in front on a runner before. But it seems like Maroubra Moneybags and Mermaid are on something together. It might be quite tight to the line, and Stockton Austin's might just miss out.
Yeah, this will be tight for the miners here. You can see they're all on a wave, and Hawko's got to hold that wave, otherwise he's going to... he's gone sideways there, which is a bit of a shame. But look, Stockton's coming through, and I think Mermaid might just have a jump on him up at the northern end.
Which is something we'll have to get back to with the results later on to get confirmation on those final three. But fantastic for the Bandits. That would be just so reassuring after their first race and having that mishap.
Oh, look, their first race was great, and it was a red-hot heat as well.
Absolutely.
But, I think that they're kind of showing now that they are here to mix it with the big girls, and they definitely will. So this Port Kembla crew is a bit of a dark horse coming in. It's got some really quality rowers in there. Some of the girls I've coached before from Sydney, and they've moved down to the south coast as well. So Elise, this is her first, she's in the bow. This is her first carnival back after having a beautiful little baby boy. And Lara, who's in the stroke seat, she's been helping with the kids. We did a joint rowing academy with Port Kembla and Kiama, and it's really been great. And Nathan, the sweep there's got 2 new junior crews out of it too. So some fantastic inter-club kind of work going on down in the country areas, which is really great.
It's necessary. It really is, to join forces and to build each other up.
Yeah, and here's another Coogee crew swept by Harvey Barrett, one of the true gentlemen of our sport. And, he's a bit like some of the more experienced sweeps. He's super quiet on the beach, and once you get in the boat, he doesn't shut up. So, Harv's great. And, some of those girls in that boat, we've also, I've coached since I was 16 years old, and I'm just so pleased to still see them here giving it a good go. Steph up in the bow and Amelia, and 2 newer girls in the middle of the boat, and look, they're absolutely exceeding expectations in terms of their ability at the moment. So watch this crew. They're a developing crew, but they'll certainly be there at the business end too, I think. So
that's Coogee Fruit Bats in Alley 1 and Port Kembla Ruby Princesses in Alley 2, Glenelg Gunnel Runners in Alley 3 and Newport Catfish in Alley 4.
Yeah, Newport Catfish just got a great start away and then just got that check right on the head, which has slowed them up a bit, but it does look like their boat speed's pretty strong, so I dare say they'll get that back. So they might be in a little bit of a tussle here with the Coogee girls, which will be great.
It does seem quite consistent at the moment between the 3 at the back. The Gunnel Runners they are the state team rep for SA as well, so they've had a few races under their belt. It would be quite challenging. And Natasha Tunney, who's our ASRL secretary, she's in that boat too, so this is her first Open actually to ever attend. She's organised a lot,
and I think she's really enjoying it too, and I just love that she's actually out there and doing what she loves. I mean, she does such a good job, organising everything, but there's nothing better than being out there on the water and mixing it with all the other crews. So
hate to say it, but I think it's easier to row at these events than be off it.
I tell you what,
I got my steps up today.
Yeah, the hard work that you guys do year in and year out is I just admire you so much, and can't say thank you enough on behalf of all the competitors. It's just massive, and I hope a lot of people just walk up and say thank you to the people who run this, and especially the workforce. God, they're putting up flags, they're putting down flags, they're moving cans, they're doing this. It's just it's an exceptional job that happens, and we just rock up and row our boats. And I just really hope all the competitors and get behind the officials and say a huge thank you. But this actually ended up being quite a tight race. I think that.
Seems to have broken away at this stage with Coogee coming into the can.
Yeah, this is a much better row from the Coogee girls. They weren't so happy with their first row. They had a bit of nerves in there, which is common for newer rowers. But Harv just calmed them down. Said, girls, let's do what we do. They love running home. So again, they've gone around first and they've come out that 2 or 3 boat lengths in front, and you'll be telling Harv, sit back on it, girls, stay back and let the boat run. Let the boat do some work. This is where experience comes in. So when you look at the bigger crews like Bateman's Bay and things like that, they don't need to be coached through this, but Harv will be helping his girls and continually teaching them, the ways of the swell, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, and so much of it just comes through feeling as well, and being able to replicate that and communicate that is so challenging. I find for a sweep, if you don't have a rower in there who knows what they're talking about, to actually translate it to the new rowers.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the sponsor on the front of their boat, Recovery, is a place in Coogee which if you ever get a chance to go to in between carnivals for your legs, it's a fantastic place that a lot of the elite athletes go to now. They've got ice baths, and oh God, we were so lucky to be sponsored by them last year, and I don't think the girls have ever felt so good because they get a chance to go in and properly recover like elite athletes do. So fantastic sponsor there for Coogee in the Recovery boat.
So Newport Catfish have just dropped off a little bit, it seems. It could just be the angle though as well. They did come through second at the gate can and the turn. But Port Kembla has definitely caught up. Unfortunately, Glenelg Gunnel Runners I've just fallen off the back here, so hopefully they can get something to help them on the way home.
Yeah, and here comes Port Kembla. Look, there's just a little bit of a run there, and Coogie's going to probably cross the line first, but geez, Port Kembla have given it a red-hot go for their first time rowing together as a crew, so I think watch those girls. I think they'll, you know, now that they're back competing again and remember how much it hurts, that the training will probably kick up a gear, and yeah, that's a great finish there from the Newport girls too, who copped a bit off the start. But a brilliant row from the Coogee girls up in Alley 1 with Harvey Barrett at the helm.
Very good indeed. So we've got one more heat for round 3 for the reserve women. What is it?
We've got the Era Twiglets.
That's cute. That's
very cute. Yeah, very cute. Let's see if their rowing's cute.
Yeah. No, we want it to be
We want it to be hard.
Yeah.
We want it to be strong.
Yep.
Cute's all right to a certain degree. The Queenscliff Reality Queens, a very, very quality reserve grade crew. Really excited to watch them go out. Oh, how on earth do we pronounce this? The Gerringong Quoobs?
Sure.
I'm going to go with it. Sorry to the girls from Jezza. I'll get that corrected next time I see you on the beach. And the North Cronulla Sweet Chili Billies, which is a great, fantastic name for
They're getting a
crew
bit
as well.
long.
Yeah, apparently they're getting too long.
I did see that.
Yeah, they're getting too long. So we got all the rude names out at first, I think, and Megan on the Northern Beaches, who does such a terrific job with all the draws in New South Wales. Yeah, I think you know when Megan's had enough, because she just goes, right, no more of this, please. And everyone goes, okay, Megan, sure. But yeah, no, too long. And you can understand why now, because it doesn't fit in the spreadsheet.
Yeah. They've changed the whole formatting for us.
So this is the last round of round 3. After this, everyone will be anxiously waiting for the point score to come out. I think the reserve men are done as well up in the northern area. Have we got another round
correct.
up there? Yeah, they'll be sitting there waiting for the ASRL app to check where they finished above the line or below the line to see if they've made it through to tomorrow. So good luck to the crews who have, and massive thanks to those who haven't for just even coming along and competing, because we can't do it without you. Anxiously just trying to have a look. So the reserve male boats are up. If you want to have a look at that, there's some quality crews in there, and also some quality crews not in there. So yeah, a few of those crews. I think the Cab Savs will be very happy to have a Cab Sav after this. They did very well. They got a Masters medal this morning. So
True, but you know the egos do fly, and they want to stick it to the young reserve boys.
I think some of those boys have been around long enough to know that ego lasts 5 seconds in this sport, and
they want the glory.
They do want the glory. They just won't get it.
No, they won't.
They won't get it.
They did this morning, so let's be proud of that.
I think anyone who looks for glory in our sport, other than when you cross the line after an Australian title win or something like that, it's just not that kind of sport. I love about this sport, it's very humble. And,
it is.
Yell and scream as much as you want when you win the big ones, and but everyone I know who wins has that beautiful degree of humility about them, which is great.
Absolutely.
And Gerringong just copping a few over their head here, but look, Mal will be just teaching the Flying Frenchman, if that's who we've got. Oh, the Quoobs,
Yeah.
sorry, the Quoobs.
Yep.
They look like a newish crew, but look, they'll get the hang of it sooner or later. But keep at it, boys. Don't give up.
Girls?
Girls or boys?
Girls.
Oh, they're girls. Oh my God, I've had enough. That's it. Last race of the day. I'm done.
You can have Cab Sav. Anyway, Queenscliff on screen. They're doing really well. They had a great start actually in leading this one so far. And I think North Cronulla Sweet Chili Billies are going to give them a bit of a run for their money as well.
But yeah, they're a solid crew, this one. We've got Kel Marsh up in the boat, in the bow of the boat there. Nathan Perry is her partner, I'll say that. She's not Nathan Perry's partner, because that's what everyone always says. But Kel and Nath do a great job with Perry Boats, and are really passionate people about the sport, and there's nothing they can't do for you to help, whether you're rowing in their boats or not. And yeah, Kel's going great. I think she's got a bit of a late call up to this crew. She's been paddling a board and a ski for a while. But she's a tremendous athlete and comes from great pedigree, with her dad being obviously Kim Marsh, who has done a lot of work in the sweeping world as well for freshwater.
So I think the Era Twiglets, the cute ones, they're doing well. They've come up. So, they might be cute, but they've got some mongrel to back it.
Go the Era. See, so they come out every time. It's like, competition time, championship time, out comes Era. So they've probably got it right. They seem to go really well, but yeah, good on them. I think that a few of these girls might have an Australian title tucked under their belt for North Cronulla in the Juggernauts a few years ago over in Perth. I did hear they'd moved down to Era. Great girls, and just great to see them back rowing again, but they've had a bit of a shock around that turn. I've jinxed them.
Yes. Queenscliff definitely getting the best of that one, Queensland.
Yeah. And there's Jeff Lloyd going around the can with his girls. Jeff's just recently retired as the New South Wales Deputy Police Commissioner after a long time. So, geez, he had a big do the other day that I was talking to him this morning about it. He said it was really lovely and, he just loves his sport. But after Aussie, he's going to pack up the camper van and go for a bit of a trip. But, yeah, Jeff's a lovely bloke as well and done a lot of work for not only the surf club but also the community in general in his role with the New South Wales Police Force.
No, that's fantastic. Well, I hope he enjoys his trip, that's for sure.
Yeah, he gets to sleep a few more surf boats now, which I'm not sure his wife's so happy about, but, he's doing a great job. He's just one of the quiet achievers of our sport, Jeff, and, if ever there's a crew to take, Jeff will take it for you. So, yeah, he's a great addition to the North Cronulla Club, and some great runs coming off that boat there for the North Cronulla girls. But, look, Queenscliff doing the business. There's a run underneath them. Here we go. We've got Era and Queenscliff. They should be able to get this if they give it a good tug now, but
it might be a bit fat too, but I think
fat swells, I can't stand them. Look at that, it's just flattened down on top. I call them the flat top fat swells. And
sometimes there's a little cradle in it too, though. I'm not sure what's happened here. North Cronulla just seems to have slewed on that one, unfortunately.
Oh, Jeff, I've put the mocker on you, mate. Sorry,
You're seeing a lot of crews in this one.
I shouldn't talk.
So this one's going to get them right up the bum.
So they just need to give it a bit of leg drive now.
It's always challenging.
You might even call him up the back. Yep, there he goes. Good call there, mate. That's really good. But maybe did they get down it? Oh, no.
Not necessarily.
It just flattened out again. But, look, a good tussle here for the line. I think Queensy just got the nod on the line. There's a camera finish on there. It's not the flag. It's not the finishing stand. There's a camera on there that'll give it to it. Up you get, girls. Finish off your race and time to pack the boat up and go home.
Yep.
And here come the quoobs at the end. So good girls. Maybe just learning to row or learning the art of it. But, well done to those girls. And Mal Dunwoody out the back, super patient, super polite, just bring the girls home nice and safe and sound. And that's what you want.
A nice little runner too. Really controlled and just smooth. You don't want any dumping ones. And thankfully this afternoon it has evened out, even though it's coming in tide. But tomorrow morning it's going to be another challenge.
Tomorrow morning that edge will be back with a vengeance, without a doubt. They are predicting a bit more surf tomorrow, but geez, that high tide's going to wreak havoc on the edge. So they're going to need really strong boatmanship. Otherwise, that's where people get hurt. But look, most of the crews who are through to tomorrow will have the experience of that in some way, shape or form.
I think it's more so just the juniors and under-23s that are going to face the challenge.
Yeah, that's right.
Be safe on the edge, people.
Be safe on the edge. But look, the ASRL and SLSA carnivals will now allow most crews to have a handler in the interest of safety. So, even at some senior titles, we get the handlers out just to make it safer, and I think it's a great rule. Yes, we're going to move the camera back down to the south area now, guys. So that's it for the northern area. As I said, they'll be checking the point score to see where they're finished up and going home for a good rest. Hopefully the girls are off to recovery from Coogee. They're very spoilt for a good ice bath, and they'll be ready for tomorrow as well. So yeah, the northern area is looking pretty good. There's plenty of banks in play here. And we've got out in the water now the reserve grade female surfboat race. The Winged and Wenches in one. North Narrabeen Chili's, the Shredders and Allura Wilco. This is a red hot race, so that's why they've all gone around the can pretty much together. And I think once we get the drone shot up, we'll be able to see that a bit better. But they're definitely coming home. It looks to me out there that they're pretty much in a line, and I think maybe the Shredders in the middle have got the...
I think Allura Wilco. I reckon in alley 4 to the right of the screen, I think he's just ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty even, which is great. I mean, as soon as I saw the lineup here, I was impressed by who was on the water. So I think that with the Wind and Wenches out in alley 1 as well, they're giving it a great nudge. But look, Wilco's dial away Wilco. He'll find any swell he can find. But there you go. There's how close it is. You're right. Allura Wilco out in front there. But the Shredders will work these runs as hard as they can. And remember, they're vying for points here. So a third place here.
It might get you through. Keep it consistent throughout the day.
That's right, yep. So they're really looking for a top 3. Top 1 and 2 finish is comfortable. Top 3 is pretty good.
Acceptable.
Acceptable, but anything. And here comes South Narrabeen, or North Narrabeen, sorry, I should say, through there. I think that's the North Narrabeen Chilies, and Don McManus will find anything if that's him up the back there. I'm not sure if it actually is. He's not wearing boardies, so
he could have had a bit of a change of heart.
I don't think I've ever seen Don McManus sweep in boardies, sweep in dickies, sorry, but that's definitely not Don at the back, but whoever it is doing a great job, and I'm sorry, my apologies to the sweep for not knowing your name. You're just a bit far away at the moment, and my papers are blowing everywhere, so... But yeah, that looks like a good win to Allura Wilco, and North Bondi Shredders coming over. But we've got a tussle here for 3rd and 4th. The Windang Wenters, I think, just getting the nudge.
So.
Yeah,
it might have come in a little bit straighter on that one, as opposed to North Narrabeen. There's a slight change in direction of the bow. Who knows?
Yeah, no, some really, really great racing there. So they will be crews to watch tomorrow as we get into the finals as well. And here come the Bateman's Bay girls. Again, this is
going to be a
tough.
tight one.
Yeah, this northern area is really tight. You know, it's I think a lot of these crews will be here at the business end, and I just really hope that a lot of these crews, because it is so tight up here, don't miss the point score cut. So in Alley 1, we've got the Bateman's Bay Banshees, the Lawn Stars in Alley 2, Coolum Shockwaves in Alley 3, and Allura Power in Alley 4. Just waiting on a start now. Got a few ski paddlers in the area, which is not always so great, but they'll be quickly moved out. We've got a guns up, and they're in and away, nice and quick start.
Yep, Lawn very fast with their bum start there. Well practiced. Good start.
A little bit of chop there. This is a tricky start. You can see that the girls from Bateman's Bay will just do their thing. They'll just push it through like all the other crews will. You can't really get in and do much else, but you can see a little bit of a backwash there that bit of
takes
a rip
out
heading out, and that's glorious on the way out. But geez, that's tough to row back into. But I'm sure Neil will keep an eye on where that is, so he tries to avoid that on the way back in.
Because obviously, once they come through the cans, they can kind of go anywhere they want to go, as long as it's clear either side.
That's right. Yeah, as long as you're not inhibiting someone beside you, you can generally chase the runs. And the key to be able to do that is be out in front.
Yes.
Be out in front by a long way, and then you can pick and choose whatever you want to do. So, you know, that will certainly be the aim of a couple of these crews. So I think the Coolum Shockwaves, they've got off to a pretty good start as well.
Yeah, they found their rhythm more so in this race as opposed to what we saw before. But Davy Tumba leading up the Coolum girls, so they've all recently jumped from Noosa to Coolum to restart that boat section too.
Fantastic.
And it's good to see another club on the water with a couple of crews and doing really well so far this season.
Yeah, and Allura Power on the end there, swept by Mick McBain. He's been really coming on as a sweep the last few years. You know, sometimes when you've got a sweep in your club like Wilco, you can get a little bit overshadowed. But Mick's had some really good crews and over the past few years, and you know, I'll back him to be on the dice very soon. I think at the big events. It won't be long.
Well, who knows? It could be this weekend.
Could be this weekend. They're rowing really well, so. You know, this is really choppy water now. This is a hard slog to the can, and because there isn't much surf assistance, it's pretty much a row from the beach all the way back to the beach. If you can jag one, it's pretty good, but this is tough rowing.
Yeah, and at this stage, it seems like it's evened out a little bit. I think I might even call it Bateman's Bay Banshees could be in front with Lawn Stars. I think, especially coming into the turn, you'll see who will come in first, but I'm not so sure that Coolum has got their lead as what they initially did.
No, I think Lawn's going to come into their can first with Bateman's Bay.
Yep.
I think they're going to hit their can together, and they are. So it's very deceiving from this angle to be able to see. The drone shot gives you the best shot of where they are side by side. But Coolum going around now, and Mick McBain taking the Allura girls around. But look, this is where, you know, if Bateman's Bay have got a sniff of victory, rowing home is where they really go hard at it. And, you know, being beside them in a race, it's, you know, they're going to row home harder than they row to the can. And that's just pure hard work and a lot of experience in that boat. And pure determination. So,
yeah. And really milking the wind as much as possible too. Like, it is helpful in this direction too. So, you know, use it as much as you can. Sit back as much as possible. Keep the blades on the square as much as possible.
And that's what we like to do with, you know, the good crews will train in all conditions. So when we get to a race and it's like this today, remember that session when we trained in that remember this session when we trained like that, that's what you're looking for, is variety in your training to be able to be ready for any condition that can be thrown up at you at a surf carnival.
Yeah, so as you can see here, as we spoke about before, Bateman's Bay with Neil, he has changed direction slightly to try and milk it and avoid that shallow section, but Lawn Stars are really milking that runner beside them. It's going to be tight on the line for both of those crews.
Yeah, so Neil pretty much has to keep his line now because he has a crew beside him, but he is going to hit this dead water in a minute. You'll see the boat start to slow up and possibly Lawn come through on him. You can see now the boat just starts to slow. They're probably both going to hit it, but Lawn, I think, will actually come through on them here because they're just out of that rip, but it's still going to be very, very close.
I think that Lawn might have just got that.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Coolum coming up the back too.
Yeah, great row from Coolum to get back into that, and Nick McBrain bringing the boat in. But you just see that rip that really gave them an advantage going out. But look, they didn't give away too much coming back through it, and that just shows the strength of those Bateman's Bay girls. 2 to go.
Yes, 2 more to go, and I can put a jacket on because I am chilly.
It's getting a bit chilly down here, even though the sun's out, because we're nicely tucked in under the shade. But it's been a great day of racing, and I think, the amount of racing they've got through as well. It's a credit to the officials, but also a credit to the crews who have been there ready to go on the line every time.
Probably the conditions too, that no one's rolling.
No one's rolling, yeah, that always helps.
Makes a big difference. It will be nice for a change not to have to move.
Yes, that's right. The last few years have been really unlucky, having to move from Mollymook and things like that, but yeah, look, I think we're going to be blessed with a great weekend of weather. I think we're going to have some good surf. And do you want to take this one?
Yep, so Palm Beach Pippies in Alley 1, Avalon Beach Clusters in Alley 2, Maroochydore Stingrays, Alley 3, and North Narrabeen Sugar Beans in Alley 4.
He goes to Stingrays. He comes to Raylene with her girls. So the only all-female crew on the beach today, which is fantastic. And hopefully there'll be some more next year as well. As we start to see more female sweeps coming through the ranks. But yeah, they've got a nice little start away there, and Raylene's got in that boat well and got them away. So just a lot of power off this start. That's what you're looking for. And if you can, again, get the jump off the start, get that psychological edge.
Well, their stroke is also an absolute weapon. She is a weapon.
They are big, strong girls, and I dare say I'll probably back them on this one. But the North Narrabeen girls beside them, there's plenty of experience in that boat and plenty of success. So they know what hard work looks like as well. So look, if they can stay with these girls at the Cairn, it's going to be who runs those swells home better.
Yeah, absolutely. Very close between first and second and third and fourth with Avalon and Palm Beach. Very close, neck and neck. Palm Beach just getting a little bit of a hit in the shallow bank, and it would be really tough at the moment.
And I think they probably look like they're a young crew, the Palm Beach girls. They've probably just come up out of 23s, or they've just started to learn. And yeah, another hit over the head there. That's a bit unlucky, girls, but just keep going, get the boat back up and moving again. The pumps will do their job. But there's Donnie McManus at the back, one of the greatest people in our sport. Certainly so encouraging of new sweeps and anyone who wants to row. He's got all the success in the world. He doesn't need much more.
Yeah.
But just loves giving back to the sport, and he's been a great mentor of mine over the years as well. So I'm sure he's probably out there keeping an eye on Raylene as well. I've been on a wave beside Donnie, and he's been telling me, "You hold it, Beck, you hold it," and I'm like, "I've got it." But how good's this? I mean, to be racing beside someone like this, for Raylene, that's a real buzz as well. And giving it to him. Her girls are rowing terrifically there, nice and strong through the water.
Yeah, doing very
well.
Grabbing
it, really good. And you can see Raylene just keeps adjusting that sweep oar. She likes to use the wooden sweep oars. It's a bit heavier in her hands, and she likes that. So, that's great. Whatever works. And she's a left-handed sweep as well.
Yes, not naturally left-handed, but did make the adjustment.
Yeah, learnt to row sweep left-handed. So yeah, that's massive. And hopefully you'll start to see the advantage of that round the turn when the sweep doesn't have to do as much. So she'll probably just get those girls around, give it a bit of a push, and off they'll go. So here's where we're going to see the difference between the power out of the turn. And there's the North Narrabeen girls. Lost a little bit of speed there, but geez, it's a hard turn at the moment, so you are going to lose that speed just with the wind as you start to get the bow around. So Donnie now will start to bring them home.
Avalon having quite a nice turn initially, not losing too much momentum out of that one, had a really nice spin.
Yeah, and here come the Palm Beach girls, a little bit wide on the turn there, but again, that's just going to be experience from not only the rowers but from the sweeps. So don't worry, mate, we've all done that. Probably still do it too often. So, but back to the leaders, you can see North Narrabeen, they just love swell. they love running chop, and they're showing their experience now. But Jesus, Maroochydore girls are really giving it to them. So, you know, there's probably only a swell in this, and if they both hit those cans, well, they both hit the cans. There we go. They've just got to stay back on it, those Maroochydore girls, which they're doing now. And every time they do it, they see the boat run.
You can see that the North Narrabeen girls are really hitting their weight at the back, trying to keep it in the bow as much as possible in comparison to the Maroochydore girls, probably sitting up a fraction too much. Who knows? But look at the power. Look at all the girls flinging their weight into the bow, trying to get onto that runner, and that's the difference of catching the runner, isn't it?
And equally the power comes at the catch. You know, you've got to be really 100%. Committed to take it and take the load through the legs. And if you can find girls who do that, which I'm watching 3 girls on the screen who are doing that, you know, really commit to it, and it hurts. There's nothing about surf break that doesn't hurt, and the better you get at it, the more it hurts because you're getting better at it. So, look, this is a great row from the North Narrabeen girls. They'll be happy with this to finish off their day. I'm not sure about their other results, but I dare say they'll be there again tomorrow as well. But great row from the Maroochydore girls, just getting the job done. Yep. They've had a win, I think, already, so they should see through to tomorrow very well.
No, very good racing from both of those crews, with Avalon as well, actually picking up a bit of room there. Yeah. They did bring it back a fair bit from the initial turn.
Yeah, they've got some great experience in that boat. You know, the girls in their time, I think a few of them rode, you know, top grade rowing, so, you know, now they're probably more interested in the Masters and things like that. But, look, they're still competitive, and you can't buy experience in a surf boat. It's, I wish you could buy it, because I would buy it and give it to a few of my newer rowers. Yes. But, it just takes time and effort and dedication, and a lot of these crews you'll see tomorrow have got all of that.
And willing to get a few bruises too.
Oh, the bruises.
I think that's probably been one of the biggest things I've noticed of having new, older rowers in comparison to young, new rowers. That the young ones are willing to get knocked, bruised, anything, while the old ones aren't used to it. Not used to getting a bruise or getting shunted, anything along those lines. So it's bringing that back to having a bit of a push too.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, one of the girls fell over, one of my new girls fell over in the boat the other day, and I had the shin bruise from hell. And I said,
are you right?
Are you right? And she goes, I think so. And I went, you're okay. And up she got, and she's got a cracking bruise, and she's super proud of it. So, yeah, Alley 1, we've got Bernie Risk. Alley 2, we've got Cooks Hill Nautical Ninjas. I think it might be nautical. I don't know. And the Avoca Beach Jodos. So the Jodos will go all right here. I think the Jodos, from memory, are a young under-23 girls crew that have maybe made the step up to 23s. I'm not sure.
Great start.
23s, yeah.
Brilliant start.
So I know they've got the Avoca Beach Zenith, and they're currently rowing in the Open division, and they are just a cracking crew as well. So I'm pretty sure the Jodos have come through from the ranks of the juniors and the 23s, and it's great to see them if they have. If that's those girls, I'm not surprised to see them out in front, because I've used these girls a few times as an example of girls who rode tough.
Right.
Yeah, they
bring out the mongrel and really get into it.
Yeah, they bring out the mongrel, and Avoca crews all do. They rode technically really well, but they're tough crews, and you know, Richard Bridie and the guys up there, I'm not sure Richard's actually sweeping anymore, but in their day, and now still, you're still seeing it, that they're doing a great job.
Really consistent, drawing all the way through to not cutting anything off at the catch or the finish, which is absolutely brilliant. Sometimes when crews get a little bit fatigued, they start to chop off and shorten up the stroke, which can be quite detrimental as well.
Yeah, and especially in the chop, you know, it's very easy to want to pull up on your oar there, but you know, it's hard to do, and that's where the discipline and the, you know, really teaching the girls to take the load through their legs and push off those foot chocks. You know, we had an old sweep once who told us to stand on it, stand on the foot chocks, you know, and feel like you're going to push your feet through the foot chocks. You're pushing that hard, and then the boat just moves. If you get your oar in connected well, that's what will happen.
No, it is always very challenging to try and teach a new crew to not use their upper body to take the catch and actually use the legs to generate all the power.
Yeah, and that's Matty Mitchell up the back there sweeping the girls, so I'm pretty sure he's brought them through the ranks of the juniors. So if I'm incorrect, I'm really sorry. I've probably said 1,000 things that are incorrect today, but that's what's in front of us. So yeah, Matty doing a great job there, and look, you watch when they turn the can here, they'll do a fantastic job coming home. And Cooks Hill, you know, they're going well as well. You know, they're holding their own here. You know, I'm not sure if they'll progress through to tomorrow. I'm not sure what the points have done, but there goes Avoca round, and look at them. They will absolutely be loving this, that they're now on their way home. They'll have 2 or 3 boat lengths lead coming out of the turn on Cooks Hill, and they'll be very, very hard to catch from here, rowing at home. And Maddie will be into the girls. Just keep back on it. Keep back on it, girls. Just get those oars in, place it in, and let the boat run. Let the boat do the work for you. That's what surf boats are meant to do. They are meant to run. They are meant to surf.
There might be a bit of a drag off that sticker, though. Do you think they'll pull off that sticker after that?
Yeah, the stickers. You got to get them on before the boat's wet.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the key to it, because you can dry the boat off and you can do all sorts of stuff, but you've got to get them on before it's wet. But look, they'll sort that out before tomorrow.
They could protest if they weren't coming first.
Yeah, that's it. The drag on the boat. God, you'd have to be desperate to be protesting over that one. But there's no desperation here. Look at this. This is a commanding win, and yeah, they're doing really well. So
easy.
Yeah, that's a great row from the girls, and. If they have come up through the junior ranks and they're now rowing in resis, you know, that's a big confidence booster. It's a big step to come from the under-23s up into the opens, and you don't see a lot of crews doing it anymore. They'll generally break up and then come back a few years later, but, you know, seeing these girls still rowing together, and, you know, the North Cronulla girls in the open division now, they're another crew that are just outstanding in terms of transition through into the opens.
Killer.
Yeah, it's an absolute credit to them. So, you know, these girls won't be far behind, I don't think. They still look like they're fairly young, so good luck to them. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky just through this messy part here, but Maddie won't have too many problems with that.
No problems at all through that whole race, it seems.
Yeah, and here comes Coolangatta. Is it Coolangatta? Cooks Hill, sorry. I was looking at the red and white boat. That's Coolangatta boat. But yeah, no, Cooks Hill will bring this in. Well done to those girls.
No, really
That's a good
job.
way to finish the day, yeah. And people take for granted to get out and back in a surfboat race is actually very hard. It's not as easy as what people think. So whilst we always congratulate the winners, I'm a massive fan of just getting out and back around the can sometimes. So
Me too.
It's a huge achievement. And some of these girls today, like I know Donna from North Cronulla, first ever race. You know,
really?
Has taken up rowing. You know, I don't even know how old she is, but she's not old. But you know, her daughter's rowing in the under-23s,
cool.
and now she's
Very
rowing
cool.
in the North Cronulla young ones, which is great. And I love seeing her out there today because she does so much for the sport. So to see her out there actually enjoying it in different capacity now is really great.
Well, it's really hard to explain in this sport if you haven't done it before.
Yeah.
Of the energy, the addiction to it is just second to none. I've never experienced it in anything else I've ever done. I'm sure you would say the same.
Yeah, that's right. And people tell you you're crazy, and maybe we are, but, you know, I see a lot of other sports and I think they're crazy. So, yeah, so we're just going to bring up the cumulative points. So going through in first, Currumbin Pillagers, Currumbin Crankins coming in second, Port Kembla Cutters, Queenscliff Reality Kings, South Curly Echidnas, St Kilda half a tonne of meat.
Nice.
So they'll be through to tomorrow. Which they'll be very, very happy about.
So that was for the Northern Arena then?
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, that was the Northern Arena, and I'm not sure how many they're taking actually through in each division. So if that's only 6, then wow.
They're taking 15 through actually, so that was the top 6 so far, as well as Cronulla Black in 7th, Era Bucks, which was, you know, what we picked, quite good, in 8th, Bronte Berserkers in 9th, Coolangatta Shepherds in 10th, Mona Vale Mongrels in 11th, Coleroy Knights in 12th, Port Fairy Shearwaters in 13th, Gerringong Flying Frenchmans in 14th, and North Cronulla Jesso's Breezy's Bees. Oh my goodness. In
and here's
15th.
the top 6 coming through from the southern area, I believe. So the Freshie Unknowns have finished on top, Looks like they've had 3 wins, which is great. Avalon Beach Pinkies come through just behind. Bateman's Bay 3-metre flatties, they're a crew to watch, that's for sure. The Allura Squirrels, the Lawn Cutlets, that's a great name, and the Moana Mongrels, the top 6. Do you want to take the rest?
Yep, so 7th North Bondi Blade Runners, 8th South Maroubra Waistline. Oh, they must have a waistline if they're in 8th position.
Yeah, good blokes too.
9th Allura Silverbacks, 10th Freshies Magoos, 11th Ocean Beach Dribblers, 12th Maroochydore Force, 13th McMaster's Fat Dads.
Go the Fat Dads.
Go the Fat Dads. 14th, Windang Bintangs. 15th, Evoca Blue Pills. 16th, Warhope BH, the 4-strokes. My goodness. Top 16 right there for tomorrow.
And here's the Northern females. There's the girls finishing on top there. The Coogee Daily Mail girls on 20 points. Morty Mischief also in there on 20 points. And Queenscliff Reality Queen. So those 3 crews will be very, very good to watch tomorrow. Era Twiglets, Collaroy Killer Whales and Coogee Fruit Bats bringing in 6th position.
So 7th then is Mermaid Mischief. 8th position Port Kembla Ruby Princesses. 9th is Noosa Bandits. And 10th with Natasha Tunney is Glenelg Gunnell Runners.
Yeah, nice work, Tash. Well done. So she's got a row tomorrow. So she'll...
she's out for another day's work.
Either be really, really happy about that or absolutely stuffed. So... And here's the female South Division just to finish off the day. The North Narrabeen Sugar Beans taking out all their races. Bateman's Bay Banshees not too far behind. Lawn Stars, Allura Wilco, the North Bondi Shredders and the Windang Wenches. Wow, that could be a final just in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. In 7th place is Evoca Beach Jottos. 8th place is Coolum Shockwaves. 9th is Maroochydore Stingrays. And 10th is North Narrabeen Chilies.
Yeah, so well done to all those crews there today. We had an absolute pleasure here today at the Team Navy ASRL Open, and big thanks again to our sponsors, Destination New South Wales, and all the guys who get behind it. Big thanks. We'll be here bright and early tomorrow morning, I believe. Racing starts at 7:30.
Yep.
If not, check the app. It'll tell you. Don't believe me because I'd probably get it wrong. But it's been a pleasure for the afternoon.
Thank you for joining us,
Great
Beck.
stuff. All right,
First day.
we're signing off now. We'll see you all tomorrow.